In this post-apocalyptic world, Jiang Yu's life was supposed to be uneventful, but a seemingly insignificant bump on the head opened a Pandora's box. Initially, he only saw strange lines above people's heads. Over time, these lines evolved into colorful streaks, even flashing mysterious numbers. More unsettling, whenever his gaze brushed over a shadow, he felt an indescribable darkness writhing. Filled with confusion and unease, Jiang Yu stepped into the first central hospital of the Yunhai settlement. This secondary settlement was meant to be a safe haven for humanity post-catastrophe, but to Jiang Yu, it was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. As he pushed open the door to the ophthalmology clinic, his eyes were immediately drawn to the blood-red streak above Dr. Zhao's head. "Jiang Yu, right?" Dr. Zhao asked, flipping through the examination sheet while scrutinizing the unusual teenager before him. With sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high-nose bridge, and chiseled lips, Jiang Yu's striking features were hard to ignore. However, his face now bore signs of exhaustion, eyes sunken like a martial artist drained of energy. "Young man, are you in the wrong department?" Dr. Zhao's tone shifted. "By the way, this hospital has a no-smoking policy." He pointed to the slender object in Jiang Yu's mouth. Jiang Yu snapped out of his daze and quickly explained, "Sorry, Dr. Zhao, this isn't a cigarette. It's candy." He then chewed up the yellow wand-white striped stick. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu began to describe his symptoms. "Recently, my eyes have been uncomfortable. Sometimes, things suddenly get covered in red, then it disappears after a blink. And every time I see something black, especially shadows, I get a weird feeling." "How long has this been happening?" Dr. Zhao inquired. "About 2 months. It wasn't that serious at first," Jiang Yu replied, troubled, his gaze unwittingly drawn to the anomaly above the doctor's head. In his vision, a strange transformation was occurring. Blood-red swirls converged into a long line. Then, light points gathered in the middle of the red line, seemingly forming a mysterious number. Suddenly, Jiang Yu jolted as if struck by lightning. "What's wrong?" Dr. Zhao followed Jiang Yu's gaze to his own head but saw nothing. Suppressing his shock, Jiang Yu forced a calm response. "Nothing, just a trick of the eye." Yet, in his vision, the scene above the doctor's head had stabilized. A rectangular box, with only a small section of red inside, displayed the number 18. The eerie image was disturbingly similar to a health bar in a video game. If it's really a health bar, 18 means... Jiang Yu's thoughts were interrupted by the doctor's voice. "Have you been drinking recently?" Dr. Zhao asked suddenly. "Now?" Jiang Yu was momentarily at a loss, then realized he had been distracted and quickly apologized. Dr. Zhao stood up, took out an instrument resembling a laser pin, and directed it at Jiang Yu's eyes. "Look left, look right." After a thorough examination, he sat down and gave his diagnosis. "Nothing serious, just a common conjunctivitis. I'll prescribe some eye drops. Use them for half a month." Thanking the doctor, Jiang Yu left the clinic. As he opened the door, he gasped. The sight before him left him stunned. Doctors, nurses, patients, everyone had health bars with different values floating above their heads. 88, 76, 91. The numbers were dizzying. "Excuse me." A man clutching his bleeding right eye hurried past Jiang Yu. Despite his severe injury, his health bar still read 73. Observing as he walked, Jiang Yu became increasingly convinced these numbers and frames represented some kind of life value. Surgical patients generally had lower health, while internal medicine patients varied widely. Some seemingly healthy individuals had surprisingly low health bars. Overall, aside from those in wheelchairs or on stretchers, few had health bars below 50. That Dr. Zhao's situation? Jiang Yu shook his head. "Forget it, he's a doctor. He must know what he's doing." He took out his payment slip, hesitated, and then tucked it into his pocket. "This isn't conjunctivitis. It's my cheat ability awakening. Seeing health bars? What use is that?" With a head full of questions, Jiang Yu walked out of the hospital. The hospital's LCD screen played various announcements on a loop. Recently, there has been increased nocturnal activity of mutated species. Citizens are advised to stay safe and report any anomalies to the night patrol. To ensure citizen safety, the night patrol is expanding its recruitment. 99 years have passed since the Great Catastrophe, and our safe zones are secure. The mutated species are in retreat, and the future of the Great Zhou is bright. With our collective effort, the economy is booming, and the city is safe. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu bit into another candy cigarette and stepped out of the hospital. He planned to go home and investigate this sudden ability. Tightening his shoelaces, he shivered. The late winter and early spring weather seemed unusually cold. However, as he straightened up, the world suddenly turned upside down. A bone-chilling cold spread through his body, as if he had fallen into an ice pit. His pupils contracted sharply, and his heartbeat nearly stopped. The street before him was empty. All the buildings were shrouded in a mix of dark and gray shadows. Broken windows, withered streetlights, lifeless trees. More terrifyingly, the streets, rooftops, and alleys were filled with various monsters. Some had long limbs and bulging muscles, as large as cars. Others had 4 tentacles and bloated bodies like gourds. Still others twisted like smoke, appearing and disappearing. In his view, squads of warriors in black and red combat uniforms were fighting these monsters to the death. Zhang Yu found it hard to breathe. He looked up at the sky, where a pitch-black sun hung high, also topped with a long health bar. This discovery sent Zhang Yu into a panic. His fingers trembled uncontrollably as he mechanically chewed the candy in his mouth. Suddenly, the scene before him receded like a tide. The bustling crowd, the swaying tree branches in the breeze, the noise of cars, everything returned to normal. Zhang Yu looked around in confusion, familiar sounds filling his ears. Watch your step, old man. Mom, look at that handsome uncle. Why is he standing there like that? Zhang Yu swallowed hard, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before fixing on the large screen outside the hospital. On the centenary of the Great Catastrophe, the Night Patrol will always protect our citizens. Our world is progressing. Our city is incredibly safe. Looking up at the sky again, the bright, warm yellow sun still hung high. Yet, in Zhang Yu's vision, it too had a long health bar above it. Yes, our city seems incredibly safe. Hey buddy, wanna buy some meds? They're just like the real deal from the factory. The man selling fake medicine gently tapped Zhang Yu on the shoulder, pulling him out of his thoughts. Zhang Yu blinked, looking at the hopeful stranger in front of him, and couldn't help but think of the elaborate lies and speculations crafted by those imprisoned. What do you want? Zhang Yu exhaled a breath, his tone tinged with impatience. Wanna buy some meds? The fake medicine seller asked again, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Zhang Yu frowned and retorted, meds? This city is crawling with monsters, and you're still thinking about selling medicine? Do you think you're some kind of medicine god? The fake medicine seller looked bewildered. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? He turned to leave. Wait a minute, Zhang Yu suddenly called out. The seller stopped, clearly annoyed. Kid, if you're not buying, don't waste my time. Do you sell miracle oil? Zhang Yu asked, his tone carrying a hint of curiosity. The seller's eyes lit up, and he quickly pulled out a small bottle. 3,000 a bottle, guaranteed to cure all ailments. Without another word, Zhang Yu reported him to the authorities. By the time Zhang Yu finished giving his statement at the police station, the sky was already darkening. Standing on the street, he looked at the setting sun, feeling a bit dazed. The bustling evening scene in the Cloud Sea gathering place was at its peak. Couples running small stalls from tricycles, girls chasing balloons and laughing, and lovers strolling hand in hand. In such a peaceful setting, who would have thought there was a darker side hidden beneath? Zhang Yu couldn't help but recall the eerie scene at the hospital. Was it an illusion or a figment of his imagination? He had no way of knowing. But one thing he was sure of, Nana seemed to be in pain, and the pain was getting stronger. Zhang Yu boarded the bus home with a stern expression. Getting off the bus, entering the neighborhood, taking the elevator, each action carried a sense of urgency. As soon as he got home, he rushed to the bathroom and quickly took off his shirt. On his chest, a tattoo of a book about 3 or 4 centimeters in size was faintly glowing. The design was simple, with 3 circles forming a larger circle, creating the cover of the book. This design, it's the culprit that hit me before. Zhang Yu's eyes widened as he gasped. Hiss, hiss, it hurt so much. The pain grew more intense, as if a branding iron was searing his skin, accompanied by a sensation of something embedding itself deeper. Damn it, I should have gotten a checkup while I was at the hospital. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and quickly grabbed the shower head, spraying cold water on his chest. Hiss! The sound of sizzling filled the air, and faint white smoke rose from his chest. Ah, that's better. After about a minute, the pain finally subsided. Zhang Yu wiped his face, pushed his hair back, and looked into the mirror. The reflection showed a slightly pale, handsome face, with a health bar above his head displaying 100. After leaving the hospital, Zhang Yu had roughly figured out his new abilities. 1. For most ordinary creatures, the health bar displays within a range of 30 meters. He can see his own health bar in the mirror. 2. If he doesn't want to see it, he can mentally turn off the health bar display. 3. Other abilities are yet to be discovered. Seeing that he was in perfect condition, he sighed in relief. Turning off the shower, Zhang Yu felt like he had forgotten something. He recalled why he went to the hospital to check his eyes. One reason was the presence of blood red lines in his vision, which turned out to be health bars. The other was that his vision distorted when looking at dark objects, especially shadows. Right, I forgot about the shadow thing. Zhang Yu looked down and found nothing on the floor. Where's my shadow? He shifted his position, and the bathroom light cast his shadow on the wall. Phew, almost thought my shadow was gone. After such a bizarre day, even if his shadow had run away, Zhang Yu wouldn't have been too surprised. He grabbed a towel to dry his face and opened the bathroom door. A pitch-black figure stood silently at the entrance. Completely dark, with slight variations in shade at different parts, and two hollow, deep eye sockets staring at him. Their eyes met. I knew it. It's not that simple. For the second time that day, Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. My shadow didn't run away. It came to life. Raise your hand. Lift your leg. Do a little dance. Jiang Yu tentatively commanded. Whoa, you can even do that. Watching the shadow dance, Jiang Yu's mind was in a whirl. He gently touched the tattoo on his chest. Points of light floated into the air, quickly expanding. Words like God, strange, and human flashed by before settling on human. A light screen fully unfolded before him. Name, Jiang Yu. Attribute, shadow. Shadow points, 11. Rank, 10. Shadow points unlocked abilities. Shadow Devour, Shadow Eye. The attribute panel recorded his status. As he focused on it, some words expanded further. Shadow. Your shadow exists because of you. It possesses all your memories and can carry out any simple commands you give. However, it lacks independent thought and does not have a physical form. Jiang Yu stood in the center of the room, his eyes darting between the light screen and the shadow in front of him. He reached out tentatively, his hand passing through the shadow's chest, feeling a strange sense of emptiness. Can you speak? Jiang Yu asked, but was met with silence. Do you have all my memories? He inquired again. The shadow nodded slightly. Jiang Yu turned and rummaged through the desk, soon finding a test paper. He handed a pen to the shadow and said, This is my summer homework. Give it a try. Then he hesitated and added, Wait, can you even hold a pen? To his surprise, the shadow reached out and took the pen steadily. Jiang Yu tried to touch the shadow again, but his hand still passed through its body, leaving him feeling uneasy about the contradiction. He watched as the shadow began to solve the problems, but soon Jiang Yu's face darkened. The shadow wrote down only one solution and then stopped, looking at Jiang Yu innocently. Complete memory, my foot. Jiang Yu couldn't help but grumble. I can solve these problems in 2 minutes for fun. He reopened the light screen and carefully read the skill description. Can follow simple commands? Is the college entrance exam too hard? Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, then ordered, Write out Maputsang Qiong from memory. This time, the shadow's pen flew across the paper, completing the task swiftly. Jiang Yu's eyes sharpened, as if he had grasped an important clue. Why bother with anything extraordinary? He muttered to himself. The shadow can copy books. I sell the books, and I'll be rich. Despite this, Jiang Yu decided to first understand his own situation. He looked at the other abilities and tried to activate Shadow Devour. He crouched in a corner and extended his hand, but nothing happened. This useless ability doesn't even come with a manual. Jiang Yu grumbled. The last ability, Shadow Vision, reminded him of his experience in the hospital. Take it one step at a time, he muttered. Turning to the shadow, Jiang Yu commanded, Stop copying for now. Do some push-ups for me. The shadow nodded and stood up from the chair. However, under Jiang Yu's gaze, the shadow gradually faded away and eventually disappeared completely. Hey, I told you to do push-ups. Where did you go? Jiang Yu shouted in astonishment. Where's my shadow? The ceiling, the kitchen, the toilet. Jiang Yu checked everything but found nothing. He even checked inside his pants, still to no avail. Hey, where are you? Come out, he shouted, his voice echoing in the empty room. Suddenly, Jiang Yu felt a chill down his spine and slowly turned around. A shadowy figure began to materialize from the air, its outline blurry. Rubbing his temples, Jiang Yu asked in confusion, Where did you go? Is it some kind of invisibility skill? The shadow gestured, but Jiang Yu couldn't understand. Pointing to the pen on the table, he said, Take the pen, write it down. The shadow moved to the table, picked up the pen, and wrote 2 large characters, Dark Side. The dark side of the world? Jiang Yu suddenly understood. The shadow nodded. What were you doing there? Jiang Yu pressed on. The shadow gestured again, and this time Jiang Yu barely understood. Push-ups? Why would you do push-ups there? He asked, puzzled. The shadow mimed an exercise motion. Jiang Yu pondered. Could it be that exercising on the dark side is more effective? Looking at the dark mass, he thought that working out on the dark side was better than having it around the house being creepy. Since the shadow's abilities suggested issuing exercise commands, he decided to let it be. Night fell, and the moon hung high, its light like a veil over the Yunhai settlement. The streets were busy with cars, but much quieter compared to the bustling metropolises of the past. As time passed, the streets grew even more silent. After 11, only the night patrols were out, with hardly any pedestrians or vehicles in sight. Jiang Yu waved the shadow away and sat down, opening his computer and drawing tablet. As a senior high school student and a popular action manga artist, he decided to start a new project. Leveraging his previous life's art experience, Jiang Yu's first major task after his transmigration was to create action manga. In the culturally barren post-catastrophe Great Zhou, His manga quickly gained fame, and his pen name Rainy Night with a Knife became well known. After a half-month break, it was time to start a new chapter. Jiang Yu opened his notes, scrolling through a list of potential titles. The Charm of the World, Secret Academy, Dormitory Manager, Weak Point, Welcome to Dream Broadcast Behave, Is There a Spare Room, Fitness Instructor, Swimming Lessons, and Cute Classmate Xiao Ro. Faced with so many action manga ideas, he sighed at the paradox of having too many choices. The next morning, a rapid knocking woke Jiang Yu, who had fallen asleep at his desk. Jiang Yu, open the door, came a familiar voice from outside. Yawning, he opened the door to find a short-haired girl bursting in excitedly. Lu Yaoyao, Jiang Yu's classmate and childhood friend, was also his loyal fan. Her bright eyes sparkled like stars, her petite nose resembled a white flower bud, and her lips were particularly charming. Jiang Yu noticed her health level was only at 90, and a glance at the calendar explained why. Hurry, hurry. I saw your TikTok last night about starting a new series. Have you decided on the content? Can I see the concept art? Lu Yaoyao asked eagerly. Bang. The security door slammed shut, startling Lu Yaoyao. She turned to see dust falling from the door frame and cracks forming in the wall, swallowing hard. Jiang Yu, even if you don't want to show me, there's no need to slam the door, she said, trembling. Jiang Yu didn't respond, staring in shock at his own arm. The muscle lines were smooth and defined, exuding a powerful sense of strength. With a slight flex, his arm felt as hard as steel. Have you been working out? Lu Yaoyao exclaimed, her eyes roaming over Jiang Yu's firm chest and arms. Even through a thin, short-sleeve shirt, his muscular build was evident. His back and shoulder contours were faintly visible, displaying a strength that was unmistakable. You didn't take something, did you? As the daughter of a night patrol officer, Lu Yaoyao asked warily, Jiang Yu, I'm telling you, that stuff is dangerous. You can still turn back now. My dad deals with so many cases like this every year. Just shut up for a second. Jiang Yu interrupted, his eye twitching. Then how do you explain this? 5 days ago, you didn't look like this, Lu Yaoyao pressed, her eyes filled with doubt and concern. Lu Yaoyao remained tense, her hand instinctively reaching towards her waist. Jiang Yu's eyelids twitched with caution. Hey, you're not about to pull out some lethal weapon, are you? The girl's movement paused briefly before she changed direction. Soon, a palm-sized device appeared in her hand. She tossed it to Jiang Yu and said calmly, Here, clip it to your finger and check yourself. Check for what? Jiang Yu asked, puzzled, as he caught the device. Pollution levels, Lu Yaoyao explained succinctly. With the abyss descending and foreign species invading, killing them, consuming certain substances, harboring resentment or hatred, all these can lead to pollution. If not cleansed in time, it can result in corruption and mutation. Jiang Yu thought that his abilities came from the manual on his chest, so there shouldn't be any pollution. He signaled her not to worry and picked up the clip-like device. How do I use this? Clip it to your finger, Lu Yaoyao instructed. Jiang Yu clipped the device to his index finger. Within 2 or 3 seconds, a faint electric current flowed from his fingertip, probing into his body. Instantly, the shadow inside him reacted. The device's readings began to spike. 10, 20, 40. Holy crap! Jiang Yu's eyelid twitched as he quickly suppressed the disturbance in his body. Soon, the readings visibly dropped, finally stabilizing. See, I told you there's nothing to worry about. Jiang Yu sighed in relief, his lips moving slightly. Lu Yaoyao looked suspicious, her gaze shifting between him and the device, but she finally lowered her weapon. Wait a gun. Jiang Yu suddenly noticed the weapon in her hand, his eyelid twitching again. You weren't planning to shoot me, were you? Just being cautious, Lu Yaoyao said, her expression softening as she put the weapon away. After a lot of persuasion and gifting her a brand new set of hot-blooded anime collectibles, Jiang Yu finally managed to convince the stubborn girl to leave. Back in his room, Jiang Yu immediately pulled up his panel. A series of messages appeared. Your shadow has started training in the world's dark side. Shadow Devour activated. First absorption of shadow points. Your shadow has grown stronger. Training. Arm strength 1 inch. Training. Arm strength 1 inch. Shadow Devour activated. Shadow points 1 inch. Shadow Devour activated. Shadow points 1 inch. Below were a series of training logs. Shadow points, 55. Jiang Yu browsed through the information, feeling a bit dazed. After a few seconds, he summoned his shadow and asked, You trained all night? The shadow nodded in confirmation. That's insane. Jiang Yu's eyes gradually lit up with excitement. Great, but just doing push-ups isn't enough. You're a mature shadow now. Let's up the training intensity. He sped up his speech, listing new training routines. From now on, no more regular push-ups. We'll do double under jump ropes, tuck planche push-ups, walking planks, one-arm handstand 2-finger push-ups, handstand tiger push-ups, Russian dips, human flag, pistol squats, Spider-Man crawls, sit leg raises and dragon flags. Jiang Yu excitedly announced, "Let's start an intense workout session." The year of the Great Cataclysm, 99th year, January 20th. It was the first day Jiang Yu discovered his shadow powers. To his astonishment, he found that his shadow could train on his behalf. Throughout the entire night, he grew stronger without even realizing it. This effortless progress left him both excited and somewhat ashamed. The next day, Jiang Yu assigned more training tasks to his shadow. The results were remarkable. In just 2 days, his body underwent a dramatic transformation. His six-pack abs were sharply defined, and his muscles were sleek and powerful. He couldn't help but compare himself, thinking he could easily take down Lu Yaoyao with a single punch. However, he quickly reminded himself not to become arrogant and to keep working hard. On January 22nd, Uncle Li came to visit. As a colleague from the night patrol, Uncle Li didn't seem to notice anything unusual about Jiang Yu. Observing the elderly and one-armed Uncle Li, Jiang Yu estimated that he could now easily defeat 3 Uncle Lis, or even 10 Lu Yaoyaos. In the following days, Jiang Yu found himself in a state of inner conflict. While he enjoyed the effortless progress brought by his shadow, he also pushed himself not to become complacent. On January 26th, he finally did 10 push-ups on his own, as a small act of self-reassurance. However, the slow increase in shadow points frustrated Jiang Yu. After gaining 4 points on the first day, he had only managed to accumulate 8 points over the next few days. He began to consider whether he should personally enter the Dark Realm to speed up his growth. On January 27th, Jiang Yu attempted to activate his shadow eyes and enter the Dark Realm. However, he found that the doors within his residential complex were harder than steel and impossible to open. He had to enter the Dark Realm from outside, only to discover that the entire complex was enveloped in a strange mist. With no other choice, he entered the shadow layer from outside the complex. At that moment, a 2-meter-tall creature with scythe-like forelimbs appeared at the entrance of the neighboring complex. It ferociously chased Jiang Yu, nearly ripping his pants apart. Jiang Yu barely escaped back to the real world, his heart pounding with fear. In the days that followed, Jiang Yu engaged in a tough battle with this creature. He made multiple attempts at revenge, but failed repeatedly, ending up covered in wounds. Despite this, he never gave up and managed to inflict some damage on the creature each time. On January 31st, Lu Yaoyao applied medicine to Jiang Yu's injury-ridden body. Curious about his recent experiences, she asked him what had happened. Jiang Yu vaguely replied that they were a man's badges of honor. While applying the medicine, Lu Yaoyao inadvertently touched Jiang Yu's firm muscles, causing her heart to race. The conversation then shifted to the upcoming martial arts test. Jiang Yu asked about Lu Yaoyao's plans. To his surprise, Lu Yaoyao revealed an important piece of news. The policy had changed, and all students who met the qualifications were now required to take the martial arts test and apply for extraordinary professions. This information left Jiang Yu deep in thought, uncertain about whether he should participate in the upcoming qualification test. On that day, the small device Lu Yaoyao took out was already incredibly sensitive, with its beeping almost never stopping. Jiang Yu couldn't help but imagine the scene on the test day. The device would be even more sophisticated, and the moment he stepped into the venue, it would trigger a rapid series of alarm beeps. Immediately, dozens of fully armed night watchers would aim their guns at him, ready to unleash 80 rounds of bullets at any second. Just imagining this scene was enough to make his blood race. Jiang Yu glanced down at the small booklet in front of him. It looked unremarkable on the outside, yet it could trigger such a sensitive device. He couldn't help but sigh at how little he knew about the extraordinary world. Even his Uncle Li never said much. A question lingered in his mind. Could this seemingly unreliable golden finger accidentally classify him as a different species? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yu decided to tentatively ask Lu Yaoyao, "The detector you gave me last time, how does it work? Can it be used to fend off different species?" Lu Yaoyao chuckled lightly at his question, answering without any hesitation, "It's just a simple detector. There's no way it could handle different species. Its few functions include detecting different species and extraordinary individuals." She paused, somewhat surprised, and asked, "Hasn't Uncle Li told you? If an ordinary person encounters a different species, they should run if they can. If they can't, they should at least make an emergency call before they die." Extraordinary individuals? Jiang Yu keenly picked up on this keyword. Lu Yaoyao nodded, but clearly had no intention of elaborating. The two fell silent, staring at each other. "What are you doing?" Lu Yaoyao asked warily, taking a step back. Jiang Yu's eyes widened as he had a sudden idea. "Well, your family must have some basic knowledge about the extraordinary and different species, right? Could you let me take a look?" Lu Yaoyao eyed him suspiciously. "Weren't you planning to take the regular college entrance exam because you weren't interested in the extraordinary?" "People change," Jiang Yu replied without missing a beat. "Didn't you say there's a mandatory combat test this year? What if I have some talent? It's good to be prepared." He paused and added, "Actually, more importantly, I've got some new inspiration and plan to create a hot-blooded comic about extraordinary individuals and different species. Whether it was the words extraordinary individuals or different species or hot-blooded, something seemed to excite Lu Yaoyao, and her eyes lit up. Tell me more. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Yu immediately began to outline his concept. The story is about a frail young boy named Bin. He often faces bullying at school but always maintains his kind nature. With the help of his cute deskmate, gentle teacher, and kind aunt, he gets selected by the Night Watch Division to join the Super Soldier program. Thanks to his exceptional willpower, Bin successfully undergoes the transformation, receiving the Super Soldier Serum and becoming the powerful Captain Bin. However, Jiang Yu continued to spin his tail. The Night Watch Division doesn't send him to the battlefield right away. Instead, they arrange for him to attend various high society gatherings and performances, meeting wealthy heiresses and noble ladies. Until one day, a different species suddenly invades the city. A powerful different species, nicknamed the Pink Skull, appears with a mysterious blue cosmic cube. Wow! Lu Yaoyao was completely captivated by the fantastical story, her eyes wide with amazement. As evening approached, the sunlight slanted into the south-facing room. The azure curtains were tied to the side, allowing the golden light to filter through the glass and cast a warm glow on the pristine white desk. A creamtigray gradient rug lay snugly against the bed. By the small table sat two round, plump cushions, adding a cozy and cute touch. Inside the pale pink cabinet, aside from neatly folded clothes, there were a guitar, music sheets, and a flute, albeit slightly dust-covered. This was Lu Yaoyao's room. Zhang Yu and Lu Yaoyao lived in the same hallway, their doors just 10 meters apart. After some pestering and coaxing, Lu Yaoyao finally gave in to Jiang Yu's request and brought him to her home to look for information about the extraordinary. The bed was covered with a girlish pink sheet, and the quilt was neatly folded. Jiang Yu's gaze inadvertently fell on the bedside table, where a manga titled Yuanfan Sky lay, suggesting someone had stayed up late reading it. Don't look. Lu Yaoyao's face suddenly turned red as she hurriedly put the manga away. Jiang Yu couldn't help but tease. Yao, you wouldn't want your dad to find out about your late-night manga reading, would you? Shut up. Lu Yaoyao shot him a fierce glare. Sit here quietly. I'm going to my dad's room to get the materials. Don't touch anything. All right. Jiang Yu waved his hand, watching as Lu Yaoyao got up and walked out towards her father's room. Seizing the moment after Lu Yaoyao left, Jiang Yu quietly opened the door a crack. The father and daughter's rooms were directly opposite each other. He saw Lu Yaoyao quickly open and close her father's door with a bang. Jiang Yu, leaning against the door frame, was about to make a joke when he caught a glimpse of something that made him swallow his words. Soon, Lu Yaoyao returned with a USB drive and a box of tapes. She inserted the USB into the computer and put the tape into a tape player, pressing play. Immediately, a melodious tune filled the room, with the sounds of a flute, guzheng, and drums. Various instruments he couldn't name. The music seemed to have a magical quality, washing away Jiang Yu's myriad emotions. Forcing himself to focus, Jiang Yu turned his attention to the computer screen. The first page was an introduction to aberrants. Aberrants, powerful beings from the abyss. Killing an aberrant comes with a price. Without exception, Jiang Yu read through the information carefully. Killing aberrants, the ensuing cost, becoming stronger, stepping into the extraordinary. The process of becoming extraordinary was far more perilous than one might imagine, both mentally and physically. Failing to withstand the strain could lead to corruption, turning into an aberrant. Continuing to read, Jiang Yu's heart sank slightly. Next was an introduction to the shadow layer, the dark side of the world. 50 years ago, General Yi Songbai discovered it. Known as the layer between the world and the abyss, shrouded in shadows. This plane perfectly replicates all structures of the real world and is extremely resilient. Before abyssal rifts open, aberrants can infiltrate the real world from the shadow layer. Despite the Night Watch's strict control over the entrances and exits, some still slip through. The document then listed a few precautions. Note 1. The shadow layer resets every month, replicating the real world seen anew. During this time, the number of aberrants increases significantly and must be promptly cleared. Note 2. The shadow layer is polluted. Prolonged exposure deepens the pollution, leading to a loss of self and turning into an aberrant. Note 3. From the 4th tier onwards, entering the shadow layer will suppress one's abilities and greatly increase the risk of pollution. It is not recommended for 4th tier individuals to enter unless necessary. Jiang Yu recalled his own experiences. He hadn't felt any discomfort when entering the shadow layer, and after activating his shadow eyes, he felt at ease, with his vision unaffected. Unfortunately, the limited number of shadow points prevented him from staying long. The music continued to play softly as Jiang Yu browsed further, suddenly drawn to a headline. Extraordinaries, aberrants in human form. Jiang Yu looked up at Lu Yaoyao, who remained calm and unsurprised. Don't look at me, keep reading. Lu Yaoyao said nonchalantly. Jiang Yu continued. Extraordinaries, those who kill aberrants and bear the cost, wield power but are also eroded by it. Compared to ordinary people's loss of control due to pollution, an extraordinary losing control results in becoming a full aberrant, devoid of intelligence. Note 1. Extraordinaries are inherently collections of pollution, constantly battling against it. Note 2. After an extraordinary dies, their power may lose control, likely turning them into an aberrant. Note 3. As an extraordinary, if you realize your chances of survival are slim, or if survival seems unlikely, Jiang Yu stared at the last line of text, highlighted in red and bold, his breath slowing slightly. The aptitude test in the second semester of senior year was crucial for qualifying for the martial arts exam, a narrow path to an extraordinary future. Only by passing the martial arts exam and entering university could one access these mysterious subjects. Although he didn't fully understand the reasons, Jiang Yu believed there must be a deeper purpose behind the arrangements made by the Night Patrol Division in the Great Zhou Dynasty. Faced with the overwhelming amount of information, Jiang Yu rubbed his temples. The Word document was over 20 pages long, and the PPT content seemed endless. He turned to Lu Yaoyao and said, "Come here and give me a back massage." Lu Yaoyao looked surprised. "What did you say?" Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. 3 original illustrations, high resolution. You decide the content. Deal. Lu Yaoyao placed her small hands on his neck and started to massage gently. "Why are you so tense?" "I've been working out lately," Jiang Yu explained. The effects of his shadow training were synchronizing with his body. Interestingly, despite his increasing strength, his physique hadn't changed much. Apart from a slight bulking up, he hadn't developed bulky muscles. With clothes on, he just looked more robust. "Do you have abs now?" Lu Yaoyao asked curiously. Jiang Yu's lips curved into a smile. "Of course. Want to feel them?" Just then, the door suddenly opened. Lu Nanfeng stood at the doorway with a dark expression, his health bar showing 97. There was a hint of murderous intent emanating from him. Lu Yaoyao's hand froze in midair, and Jiang Yu's smile disappeared. The scene shifted to the dining table in the living room. The aroma of food filled the air, and 3 bowls of rice were neatly placed. The 3 of them sat in silence, each occupying one side of the table, eating quietly. Lu Nanfeng, dressed in his night patrol uniform, was shoveling food into his mouth with his head down. Jiang Yu sat opposite him, equally focused on his meal. Lu Nanfeng's face grew darker. Lu Yaoyao spoke softly. "Dad, you misunderstood." "Misunderstood?" Lu Nanfeng sneered. "I saw it with my own eyes. How could I be wrong?" Lu Yaoyao stammered, her ears turning red. Being caught by her father while touching a male classmate's abs was probably the most embarrassing thing ever. However, staying up all night to finish a comic she claimed not to be interested in might be even more humiliating. Lu Nanfeng couldn't hold back. "Let the boy explain." Jiang Yu cleared his throat and raised his glass. "Uncle Lu, words can't express my feelings. I'll drink 3 glasses as an apology." Well, you're quite something," Lu Nanfeng said, laughing angrily. "You've got some nerve. Where's my knife?" 5-year-old Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao were having a pee contest in the yard, seeing who could pee the farthest. Their laughter and shouts caught the attention of the neighbors, who couldn't help but glance over. At 7, Jiang Yu had just started elementary school and was already showing his dominant personality. On the playground, other kids were left crying after getting into fights with him, and the teachers were busy trying to break it up. On the day of their elementary school graduation, 12-year-old Jiang Yu led Lu Yaoyao and a few friends in a game of dares. They dressed up as homeless children and begged on the streets. Moved by their pitiful appearance, passers-by called the welfare center. By the time worried parents arrived, the kids had disappeared without a trace. Such pranks were numerous until a year ago when Jiang Yu suddenly became obsessed with drawing comics. The intense scenes he created left people in awe, even making Lu Nanfeng shake his head in disbelief. "Jiang Yu, the bad kid everyone talks about," Lu Nanfeng sighed, watching Jiang Yu, who was inseparable from his daughter. "What were you all doing when I got back?" Lu Nanfeng pulled out a cigarette, which was promptly snatched away by Lu Yaoyao before he could light it. "Looking at some information. About anomalies, extraordinary stuff," Jiang Yu answered honestly. Lu Nanfeng frowned and turned to his daughter. "You took it? You've got some guts, girl." Lu Yaoyao shrank back and said playfully, "Dad, isn't there a recording? Plus, I was right there watching. Nothing bad will happen." Lu Nanfeng's expression grew stern. "What exactly did you take?" "Just some explanations about the extraordinary and the shadow layer. Nothing else," Lu Yaoyao promised. "You're spoiled." Lu Nanfeng glared at her, then relaxed a bit and turned to Jiang Yu. "Do you know why students aren't allowed to access this information early?" "Not really." Jiang Yu had his suspicions. Lu Nanfeng explained. "The human mind can harbor evil. Despair can drag people into the abyss. Some things aren't meant for everyone to know. Not everyone's willpower is strong enough. Even the slightest crack in their mind can give anomalies a chance. That's why there's a qualification test before the formal martial arts exam to ensure the body and mind are capable of handling the extraordinary world. Jiang Yu pondered this, and Lu Nanfeng continued. The path to the extraordinary is full of dangers. Even with medical assistance, people still lose control every year. It's tragic. If you're not planning to take the martial arts exam, I wouldn't recommend you delve into this. Isn't this year the unified martial arts exam? There's no avoiding it. Jiang Yu chuckled. Besides, it's better to rely on oneself. Knowing more can't hurt. All right, keep a calm mindset. If the sky falls, there's always someone taller to hold it up. Just then, Lu Nanfeng's communicator vibrated intensely. Hello? Captain Lu, urgent mission in the shadow layer. Got it. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Lu Nanfeng quickly finished his meal and stood up. I've got a mission. Jiang Yu, behave yourself. If I catch you again, I'll drag you to the night watch office. As Lu Nanfeng hurried away, Jiang Yu remarked, Uncle Lu is still as energetic as ever. Lu Yaoyao sighed in relief and started eating. Suddenly, she remembered something and glared at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, what was that about earlier? Trying to make my dad misunderstand on purpose. Jiang Yu retorted, you're overthinking it. You're infuriating. Lu Yaoyao stood up and pinched Jiang Yu's cheeks. They tussled for a bit, with Lu Yaoyao blushing and calling him a jerk and a rogue. After dinner, Jiang Yu left Lu's house and headed outside the neighborhood. He had wanted to read more about his own changes, but Uncle Lu's early return had interrupted his plan. Uncle Lu would probably lock up all the materials now. It was a loss, considering he had just managed to coax a few basic pieces of information from Lu Yaoyao. Jiang Yu walked into a supermarket. With the new year approaching, the store was decorated with bright red banners and couplets. Posters of the Night Watch were everywhere, featuring uniformed officers against a backdrop of burning flames, with the slogan Night Watch at Sunset, protecting Yunhai's peace. He picked up a bottle of soy sauce and vinegar, and was about to check out when his phone rang. Jiang Yu, bring me a carton of eggs, a carton of milk, and… Never mind, just those? Jiang Yu understood perfectly it was just some feminine products. After some thought, Jiang Yu decided to buy 2 more boxes of contraceptives. Better safe than sorry, he mused. With heavy shopping bags in hand, he walked home. The soy sauce and vinegar bottles clinked together, adding a touch of liveliness to the otherwise silent street. The cold wind howled, mercilessly sneaking through the gaps in Jiang Yu's clothes, making him shiver. He quickened his pace, but his thoughts drifted to the upcoming school term. With only a month left before school started, he had been diligently training. Initially, the shadow training method showed significant results, but progress had slowed over time. Jiang Yu realized that physical training alone was far from enough. He sighed deeply, worried about his own abilities. The ghost at the entrance of his residential complex was probably among the weaker of the anomalies. After all, the truly powerful anomalies had long been eradicated by the night patrol. Even so, it had taken him 3 whole days to barely reduce the ghost health bar by 6, averaging only 2 damage per day. In the Shadow Realm, he had witnessed far more terrifying beings, their numbers staggering. Images of the great catastrophe from a century ago flashed through Jiang Yu's mind. The anomaly invasion had caused widespread devastation, and countless predecessors had sacrificed their lives to secure the relative peace within the current settlements. However, beneath this peace, dark currents surged. This year's mandatory combat test policy, which allowed anyone who met the passing score to enter the extraordinary world, was clearly aimed at expanding recruitment. Jiang Yu couldn't help but wonder if it was due to a shortage of personnel on the front lines, or a lack of new talent. His gaze swept over the walls on either side of the road, plastered with posters bearing the bold red slogan, "Expel the anomalies, restore the Zhou dynasty." Suddenly, Jiang Yu's steps halted, and his pupils contracted sharply. To his right, the entrance to his residential complex was in sight, and the ghost's figure in the Shadow Realm had vanished. To his left, about 100 meters away, 2 health bars came into view, one at 24, the other at only 14. A young night patrol officer in blue-black uniform was leaning weakly against the wall. His left leg was broken, his body riddled with holes, and his skin marred by terrifying black streaks. His eyes were hollow, his expression horrifying. Behind him, 2 children huddled together in fear, already unconscious. Jiang Yu recognized the night patrol officer. They lived in the same high-rise, though on different floors, and had crossed paths a few times. Opposite him stood a slender, over 2-meter tall ghost. It had no legs, floating like a specter. Its right arm was a wide, sharp blade, like a sickle for harvesting crops, but it was broken in the middle. Its left arm ended in a grotesque claw, with a hand larger than Jiang Yu's head. Ink-black blood oozed from its wounds. At this crossroads, Jiang Yu stood in a daze, witnessing the brutal standoff. A ghost with 24 health, a night patrol officer with 14 heal. The life-and-death battle was unfolding before him. Lin Mo, 25, works as a clerical officer for the Night Watch Division. His specialty is pollution science, with a focus on pollution identification and control. He began his internship with the Night Watch Division after his third year of college. Today, after a long day's work, he was exhausted as he headed home. As night deepened, the streets grew emptier. Lin Mo's steps were heavy and slow, his mind still lingering on the piles of paperwork in his office. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the night, jolting him back to reality. On the roadside, a grotesque, giant hand appeared out of nowhere, snatching up two innocent children with lightning speed. The hand's skin was ashen gray, its nails sharp as hooks, and it exuded a nauseating stench of decay. Without hesitation, it dragged the children toward a twisted darkness, a rift leading to the shadow realm. Lin Mo broke into a cold sweat, his mind blank. Years of training and experience seemed to fail him at that moment. He didn't even have time to notify the Night Watch Division. His body reacted instinctively, leaping forward to save the children, only to be pulled into the shadow realm by the same powerful force. In an instant, the familiar street vanished, replaced by suffocating darkness. Lin Mo felt dizzy, as if he were falling into an abyss. He forced himself to stay alert, looking around for an escape route. This was unheard of. Usually, creatures from the shadow realm sneaked into the real world to cause harm. Never before had one dragged someone back into the shadow realm. Lin Mo's heart raced, his shirt soaked in cold sweat. He quickly regained his composure and mustered a burst of strength, delivering a powerful kick to the monstrous arm. The arm loosened its grip, and the two children fell to the ground. Lin Mo immediately shielded them, scanning their surroundings warily. However, as the adrenaline began to wear off, the harsh reality set in. He realized the gravity of his mistake. He was a clerical worker, and off-duty at that. He hadn't brought any anti-pollution equipment, and had just plunged into the shadow realm unprepared. Even though his abilities were suitable for combat, years of desk work had dulled his edge. He knew that prolonged exposure to the shadow realm inflicted irreversible pollution. Moreover, his combat skills had likely deteriorated significantly over the years. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo glanced at the trembling children behind him. He quickly tapped his wristwatch, which emitted a faint glow. "Take this," he said, his voice hoarse with tension, as he handed the watch to the children. "Activate the energy source. It will emit a gentle light to protect your minds temporarily and continuously send out a distress signal." What he didn't say was that the chances of rescue arriving in the shadow realm were slim. The watch was of little use to him, but might give the children a fighting chance. Whether they would survive was up to fate. Lin Mo looked up, his gaze sweeping over the spot where they had entered. There should have been a rift leading back to the real world, but now there was only a smooth, unbroken wall. The way out was gone. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm, and refocused on the creature responsible for all this. In the shadow realm, his vision extended only about 7 or 8 meters, beyond which lay impenetrable darkness. The creature's outline gradually became clear. A sleek, powerful form with fluid lines and a massive scythe that gleamed menacingly. It crouched, its size alone indicating it was at least a mid-tier level 1 creature. Memories flooded back. Lin Mo recalled his ambitious dreams when he started university at 18. He had laid a solid foundation in his first year, hunted non-ranked creatures under his professor's guidance in his second year, and even passed his final exams by independently taking down a low-tier level 1 creature. He had believed that through hard work, he could break barriers and become an exceptional combatant. But reality was harsh. He had ultimately failed and switched from combat training to extraordinary clerical studies in his second year. Now, he was just an ordinary clerical officer for the Night Watch Division. A disgusting chewing sound interrupted his thoughts. The creature was feeding, blood dripping from the corners of its mouthparts. It was clearly digesting its previous prey, and wasn't in a hurry to attack. Lin Mo scrutinized the creature, looking for any weakness. 4 eyes, 4 limbs, semi-beast form. This structure wasn't in his knowledge base. Where did this freak come from? He muttered under his breath. Knowing time was of the essence, Lin Mo quickly formulated a plan. His fists trembled slightly as 2 strips of white cloth slid from his sleeves, wrapping deftly around his hands. In no time, he secured the cloth, looking every bit like a boxer about to step into the ring. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Just then, a piece of meat fell from the creature's body with a splat, like an unspoken signal. In an instant, both Lin Mo and the creature sprang into action. The massive scythe whistled past Lin Mo's head, sending a chill down his spine. He narrowly dodged it, then ducked low, his right fist gathering immense power before he unleashed it. His punch landed solidly on the creature's abdomen with a muffled thud. Following up, Lin Mo twisted his waist, sending his left fist upward in a rising dragon strike that connected with the creature's jaw. The familiar rush of combat surged through Lin Mo, bringing a smile to his lips. But before it could fully form, it froze. The creature's monstrous hand, like that of a ghost from the abyss, swatted his arm aside. Its towering frame, over 2 meters tall, dwarfed Lin Mo's 1.75-meter height, making the disparity in strength glaringly obvious. Stumbling, Lin Mo's arm throbbed with pain. He tried to dodge, but before his brain could relay the command to his limbs, he was struck again. Not as good as I used to be, he thought bitterly, clenching his teeth as he charged back into the fray. The ensuing battle was a deadly ballet. Both sides exchanged blows, with the creature's scythe posing the greatest threat. One wrong move, and Linimo would be sliced open. Several times, he narrowly avoided decapitation, truly dancing on a razor's edge. As the fight dragged on, Linimo felt a stinging sensation on his skin and his heart sank. He knew this was a sign of prolonged exposure to the shadow realm. The pollution was silently eroding his body. Time was running out. He knew this was a sign that the shadow layer was beginning to corrode him. Lin Mo's battle with the ghost was at a stalemate. His attacks felt like an ant trying to shake a tree, while his opponent maneuvered effortlessly. Linimo dodged left and right, looking increasingly desperate, realizing he couldn't keep this up any longer. Black mist swirled in his eyes as Linimo activated his shadow wielder ability, blinding. The ghost's movements suddenly halted. It wasn't a particularly strong ability, but it was enough to get someone with high willpower into the combat division. Unfortunately, Linimo hadn't made the cut. Each use of his powers accumulated more corruption. Since his transfer to a desk job, Linimo had rarely used this ability. Today, however, it seemed he had no choice but to fight for his life. He raised his arm and delivered a textbook punch straight to the ghost's chest. The moment his fist connected, the recoil almost numbed his arm. The ghost fell back into the blinding state, unable to effectively counterattack. However, a thin black line had already crept up Lin Mo's neck. The combination of shadow layer corrosion and ability pollution made his body feel unwell after just 2 uses. This was the plight of those with low aptitude. Bang! The ghost quickly adapted to the blinding effect and delivered a heavy punch to Lin Mo's chest, sending him flying. The near-ton force crashed into him, and despite his superhuman foundation, his chest caved in a horrifying arc. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, mixed with bits of organ tissue, and his face instantly turned pale. The power difference between a mid-tier and a low-tier fighter was immense. The ghost charged again. Linimo didn't have time to think. He took a deep breath, stopped dodging, and swung his fist to meet the attack. Blood splattered, mingling red and blue. The fight grew increasingly perilous as they exchanged blows. Linmo's fists hammered multiple places on the ghost's body, but he wasn't in great shape either. Suddenly, he heard a squelching sound as a scythe pierced his shoulder, followed by a yank that tore off a chunk of flesh. Another punch sent him flying. Blood dripped from his fingertips, and his consciousness began to blur. Linimo lifted his head, his face covered in blood and grime. Entering the shadow layer meant there was no turning back. His only option was to kill the ghost and find someone from the night patrol to rescue him. Unfortunately, given his current condition, this goal seemed almost impossible. Standing still, his chest heaving, Lin Mo's fingers trembled. The searing pain from his torn body overwhelmed his mind, accompanied by a strong urge to vomit. A bitter smile crept across his lips. Just a mid-tier fighter. Any combat student could easily crush this level of aberration. But for him, it was incredibly difficult. Memories flooded back. At 15, he witnessed his family die at the hands of an aberration. At 18, he awakened and chose the martial path. By 20, he was forcibly transferred out of the combat division. At 21, he started an internship with the night patrol, working a desk job for the past 4 years. The war between humans and aberrations had raged for a century. There was no peace, no balance, only continual retreat and failure. Linimo looked up at the sky, where dark clouds obscured the sun, as if swallowing all hope. In this world, death was the norm for the extraordinary. He smiled silently and fished a blue pill out of his pocket, gently placing it in his mouth. Instantly, the black lines in Lin Mo's eyes spread rapidly, soon filling his entire eyeballs. Dense, intricate black patterns crawled over his body, exuding an ominous aura. A surge of powerful energy reawakened in his battered frame. A ferocious expression appeared on Lin Mo's face. "You piece of trash," he growled. "Round 2 begins now." Linimo let out a loud shout and shot forward like an arrow. His fist, shrouded in an eerie black light, collided Hedon with a Piao. A Piao didn't back down, throwing a heavy punch of his own. Their battle grew faster and faster, their movements nearly invisible in the dim shadows. Black patterns crawled across Lin Mo's skin like restless tadpoles. However, the difference in their strength and the environment soon became apparent. After countless rounds, Lin Mo's body slammed heavily against the wall and slowly slid down. Pain etched across his face as he gasped for air. His mind clouded. Even with the drugs, I couldn't win. Linimo thought bitterly. I'm so weak. His eyes were hollow, his body covered in black patterns. With a bitter smile, he had resigned himself to death. Just then, the sound of an egg cracking echoed. A young voice called out from nearby, "You little brat, not staying at the community gate and running here instead?" Lin Mo's mind jolted. A night patroller? He quickly dismissed the thought. The voice was too young, and the tone didn't match that of a night patroller. Could it be an extraordinary who entered the Shadow Realm? He wondered, but immediately rejected the idea. Who in their right mind would come here? Besides, most entrances to the Shadow Realm were tightly controlled by the patrol division. Unless a young extraordinary stumbled upon a crack and recklessly barged in. Lin Mo wanted to warn him, but as soon as he opened his mouth, pain surged through his body. Weakness washed over him like a tide, and he staggered to the ground. Before him, a new battle had begun. Zhang Yu eyed a Piao, calculating in his mind. Only 23 health left. He noticed a Piao's health bar drop slightly. Zhang Yu's earlier punch had hit the target, but he was also knocked back. At full health, this guy is strong and fast. If I get hit, my health will plummet, Zhang Yu thought. But now, with only this much health left and in a heavily injured state, I should be able to fight it. If not, I can always retreat. Fueled by adrenaline, Zhang Yu had chosen to enter the Shadow Realm. Now, face-to-face with his enemy, rage coursed through him. A Piao, visibly angry, let out a sharp screech and charged. Zhang Yu grabbed a soy sauce bottle and leapt forward, smashing it into a Piao's head. The bottle shattered, dark liquid splattering everywhere. Using the momentum, Zhang Yu flipped and tightened his right arm, landing a punch. 23 down to 22. Zhang Yu noted with satisfaction. He had figured out a Piao's attack patterns, either swinging a scythe or punching. Now that the scythe was disabled by the night patroller, only a fist remained. This was his advantage. Zhang Yu pressed the attack, targeting a Piao's bleeding wounds. 22 down to 20. The health bar dropped again. Just as he was about to strike again, a Piao's body convulsed, and a tail-like appendage whipped Zhang Yu's chest. Thud. The heavy impact was accompanied by the faint sound of bones cracking. Zhang Yu was flung back, crashing into a hard wall. He coughed, feeling like his body was falling apart. After a few seconds, intense pain surged through him, making his facial muscles twitch involuntarily. I need to get up. Zhang Yu forced himself to stand, as a Piao charged again. Screech. A Piao's sharp cry pierced his eardrums. Leaning against the wall, Lin Mo gritted his teeth and said, "Its right side is badly injured. Aim there." "Got it," Zhang Yu replied, charging at a Piao again. A Piao, aware of its injury, twisted its body to hide the wounded area. "Damn it," Zhang Yu cursed, quickly changing his attack angle. He powered up his left fist, narrowly dodging a Piao's punch, and struck its abdomen. 18 health left. Zhang Yu noticed that a Piao's agility dropped significantly below 20 health. It's almost dead. He realized victory was near. However, a Piao's ferocity didn't wane. Its fist came back, landing on Zhang Yu's abdomen with more force than the tail whip. Zhang Yu's eyes widened, bloodshot, as he was thrown like a cannonball. His insides churned, feeling like his organs had shifted. Damn it. This thing almost killed me with less than 20 health. Zhang Yu lay on the ground, limbs limp, taking several seconds to regain some strength and struggle to his feet. Just as Zhang Yu was wondering why the ghost didn't press its advantage, he looked up and saw the creature charging straight at the two children behind the night watchman. Zhang Yu's pupils contracted and his heart tightened. Is this thing retreating to heal because it can't win? From somewhere, Zhang Yu found a surge of strength. He rolled forward, grabbed a vinegar bottle from the ground, and hurled it at the ghost with all his might. With a sharp crack, the bottle shattered on impact. Unfortunately, it was just an ordinary bottle, lacking the iron-like toughness unique to the shadow layer. Even so, the sound of the shattering bottle caught the ghost's attention. As it turned its head, the previously exhausted Zhang Yu erupted with astonishing power. His leg lashed out like a whip, striking the ghost squarely in the waist. The ghost's health dropped sharply, 1,815. In the face of its dwindling life, this 3 loss was enough to turn the tide. It managed to kick Lin Mo away but couldn't evade Zhang Yu's flying tackle. Like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey, Zhang Yu wrapped his arms tightly around the ghost's waist, and they rolled forward together. Getting to his feet, Zhang Yu pinned the ghost beneath him. The ghost was now in a pitiful state. Its body twisted, multiple dents, and blood seeping from its wounds. However, Zhang Yu wasn't in much better shape. His ribs were broken, his skin was torn, and blood was streaming from a gash on his head. His face was bruised and dirty, but his eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Zhang Yu raised his fist and smashed it into the ghost's face. Bang! The ghost's health dropped to 14. A mutant, huh? He raised his fist again and brought it down hard. Bang! Another punch. Keep acting tough, you bastard. 13, 12, 11. Each punch landed with a thud. and the ghost's blue-black blood splattered onto Jiang Yu's face, sizzling. Compared to the searing pain all over his body, this sting was nothing. Realizing its dire situation, the ghost's tunterlong body thrashed wildly, but it was pinned down, unable to break free no matter how hard it struggled. This fight had no flashy combat techniques, just the most primal attacks, dodges, and counterattacks. Any trained night watchman could have easily subdued Jiang Yu, but at this moment, no one could underestimate the boy's fighting spirit. Jiang Yu panted heavily, sweat beading on his skin, his heart pounding as if it would leap out of his throat. Bang! Another punch, and the ghost's health dropped to 10. Suddenly, a red dot appeared on the ghost's chest, flickering. Jiang Yu didn't have time to ponder what it was. Driven by instinct, his right fist shot forward, hitting the red dot squarely. Time seemed to freeze. The ghost's eyes widened, staring intently at Jiang Yu. Execution, Jiang Yu whispered, clenching his fist tightly. Abruptly, the ghost's struggle ceased, its body stiffening. The remaining 10 of its health bar dissipated like smoke. Just like that, a creature capable of slaughtering dozens of ordinary people met its end. Jiang Yu's chest heaved as he gasped for air. He looked around. The fierce battle had left barely any trace in the shadow layer. Only the bloodstains and shattered bottle fragments on the ground bore witness to the life-and-death struggle. The blind night watchman lay half-conscious on the ground, his clothes in tatters, black lifeless patterns etched into his exposed skin. The two children had long since fainted, their small bodies enveloped in the fading white light. Jiang Yu pushed his blood-soaked hair back with a trembling hand, his face smeared with dirt and blood, but his bright eyes stood out. His Adam's apple bobbed as he thought. So this is a mutant? Compared to other mutants he'd seen in the shadow layer, this one seemed so weak. If it weren't for the night watchman's help, it would have surely killed him with just 20 of its health left. In a daze, Jiang Yu recalled the fleeting image he saw when Lu Yaoyao pushed open Uncle Lu's door, a large map. The map outlined the lands of the Dezhou, almost identical to the world he knew, but even larger. The entire southern region was pitch black, while the eastern, central, and northern regions were marked with 5 large red symbols, representing the primary gathering spots of the era. Other scattered red dots, like faint fireflies in the night, included the Yunhai gathering spot, the high-hanging sun, the world's dark side, the precarious extraordinary, the incomplete map, the faint starlight. Some reveled in the glitz and glamour. Some cried out in the shadows. Some remained silent, some fought, and some had already fallen. This was Dezhou, the real Dezhou that most people knew and yet didn't know. Hey, still hanging in there? Lin Mo's weak voice interrupted Jiang Yu's thoughts. Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, coughed twice, and winced in pain. Yeah, still alive, he replied with difficulty. Suddenly, a strong urge surged within him. His shadow devour ability urged him to consume the nearby corpse. Struggling forward, Jiang Yu grabbed Ah Piao's arm and activated his power. In an instant, the massive body dissipated like smoke. Jiang Yu didn't immediately check his status panel. Instead, he turned to Lin Mo, whose health was stable at 10 and no longer decreasing. Quickly assessing the injuries, Jiang Yu thought, 70 is minor, 50 is moderate, 30 is severe, and 10 is near death. Before the cataclysm, the survival rate for such injuries might have been 30% or even lower. However, this standard applied to ordinary people. Extraordinary individuals could still unleash powerful combat abilities despite severe injuries. With 10 health remaining and considering Dezhou's medical standards, this night watchman should survive, right? Dragging his exhausted body, Jiang Yu approached Lin Mo. Help me. Lean against the wall, Lin Mo said with difficulty. Jiang Yu supported him to the wall, a simple action that left him breathless. You're not from the Night Watch, are you? Lin Mo asked, panting. No, Jiang Yu replied curtly, noticing the emptiness in Lin Mo's eyes. Clearly, Lin Mo hadn't recognized him. Understandable, given they'd only shared a few elevator rides and had no other interactions. Lin Mo grinned. I figured. I was wondering if you were a Night Watch colleague. But seeing how much trouble you had with a mid-tier rank 1 anomaly, I knew you weren't. Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. Just kidding, Lin Mo said before coughing violently, his face turning pale then red. He swallowed the rising blood with effort and continued. Which university are you from? What year? Baidu Academy, sophomore year, Jiang Yu said, making it up on the spot. Ah, a junior, Lin Mo said, surprised. What's your major, humanities or martial arts? Jiang Yu hesitated. Do you need something? If not, I'll be on my way. Lin Mo continued. Must be martial arts. Humanities wouldn't handle a mid-tier rank 1. He chuckled, rubbing his fingers together. Got any cigarettes, buddy? I have candy cigarettes, Jiang Yu said hesitantly. Candy cigarettes? That'll do, I guess, Lin Mo replied. Jiang Yu felt his pockets, finding only half a stick left. He glanced at the crushed candy on the ground and split the remaining piece in 2, offering one half to Lin Mo. You little rascal, Lin Mo said with a laugh. I'm not exactly well off. There's some on the ground if you want. I can pick it up for you, Jiang Yu said. Get lost. Lin Mo chuckled, cursing playfully. They fell into a brief silence, savoring the sweet taste in their mouths. Lin Mo broke the silence. Is this your first time hunting an anomaly alone? Pretty much, Jiang Yu nodded. Lin Mo sighed. Sometimes I envy you guys. Martial arts, combat training born for this. Unlike me, with weak willpower. In my 20s, still couldn't handle a mid-tier rank 1 even after consuming Yao Wang. Jiang Yu hesitated. Maybe you should save your strength and wait for rescue. He didn't want to reveal his ability to move freely in and out of the Shadow Realm. Lin Mo paused, then laughed. I just wanted someone to talk to. He continued. Us desk workers, our willpower is like cotton. No matter how much we have, it's still just fluff. When the corruption floods in, how can we stand against it? Before he could finish, Lin Mo coughed violently again, his health bar fluctuating dangerously. Do you regret it? Jiang Yu asked softly, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Lin Mo leaned against the shadowed wall, his face pale and breath rapid. He let out a bitter laugh before starting to cough. Regret? Damn right, I regret it. He took a few labored breaths before continuing. I was a desk jockey, could have lived a comfortable life. Slacking off at work, chatting with girls, training new night patrol recruits, what a life. But I had to go and dive into this hellhole, and now I'm stuck. Jiang Yu frowned as he examined Lin Mo's condition. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, can you hold on until the rescue team arrives? You don't look so good. Lin Mo weakly waved his hand. The rescue signal's been sent. It's just a matter of when they'll get here. Don't even think about carrying me around. If we run into an aberrant, your half-baked skills won't even slow it down. Jiang Yu fell silent, but Lin Mo seemed to have opened the floodgates. Hey, if you go back to the academy, apologize to Director Zhou of the Supernatural Techniques Department at the Martial Sciences College for me. Tell him I let him down. Couldn't even handle a mid-tier aberrant. He paused and added, and thank Deputy Director Huang of the Supernatural Studies College for me. But tell her to ease up on the passing the torch and humanity's survival stuff. It's too melodramatic and cringy. Seeing Lin Mo about to continue, Jiang Yu smiled wryly. Bro, should I take notes? Or wait until you're better so you can tell them yourself? Lin Mo shook his head. I've been holding these words in for a long time. Just needed someone to hear them. He sighed deeply. Northern Capital Sentinel Academy. Then he looked up and asked, got any more candy cigarettes? The spicy stick flavor. All out, Jiang Yu replied just as his ears perked up. I hear footsteps. It should be the night patrol. You're saved. Lin Mo managed a faint smile. Seems like my luck isn't too bad. Are you staying? No. Jiang Yu gave Lin Mo a long look, nodded, and his figure gradually faded into the shadows. 3 night patrol officers hurried over, one of them shouting, found a patrol member with 2 children. Check their vitals. Jiang Yu was about to leave, but stopped and turned back. His shadow eyes observed the hidden world. Though he couldn't hear, he saw one officer approach Lin Mo and, after some actions, shook his head. Jiang Yu's gaze fell on Lin Mo slumped against the wall. Lin Mo gave a weak smile, and the health bar above his head started to flicker violently, dropping one every few seconds. The black markings on his body seemed to come alive, writhing madly. 2 officers picked up the children, and all 3 stood still, performing the night patrol salute. Palm down, fingertips touching the temple. People bustled by on the street. The fried tofu isn't selling well today. All right, let's stop selling for now and get ready for the new year. Yeah, another new year is coming. Some glanced at Jiang Yu but quickly walked past. Jiang Yu stood in the middle of the road, lost in thought. The streetlights split his world in 2. He recalled the words, as a supernatural being, if you realize survival is unlikely, or the chances are slim, use all your strength to consume compound number 3, codenamed Stargazer, before you die. It will greatly deplete your potential, with a 90 chance of death, indicating you're in a dire situation where conventional means won't save you. Stand on the earth, gaze at the stars. Patrol the night on behalf of the heavens, look to the future. This brief statement embodies the countless lives sacrificed one after another, rooted in the mundane, transcending the mundane, doing extraordinary things with a human body. We are all gazing into the distance. This is the night patrol. Night watchers, the extraordinary, and the supernatural. These words swirled in Jiang Yu's mind. If it weren't for that manual that accidentally fell into his hands, if it weren't for the so-called golden finger that activated, his life trajectory would be entirely different now. As an ordinary person, the probability of encountering a supernatural event was minuscule, but once it happened, the chances of survival were almost non-existent. Take the ghost, for instance. In Lin Mo's eyes, it was nothing but a low-level threat. If left unchecked, it could easily claim dozens of lives. not to mention the more powerful supernatural beings. Jiang Yu shuddered, his mind conjuring images of his health bar hitting zero and his lifeless body being carried away. He snapped back to reality, realizing the shadowy layer before him had dissipated entirely. The cold wind bit at him, and Jiang Yu instinctively wrapped his tattered clothes tighter around himself. I need to get home quickly, or I'll catch a cold for sure, he muttered, quickening his pace towards the residential area. Qinghua community was considered a mid to high-end residence within the Yunhai settlement. Although Jiang Yu was an orphan, thanks to some unknown means employed by Uncle Li, who worked at the night patrol department, he managed to secure an apartment there. Jiang Yu knew well that Uncle Li, who had lost an arm and was usually quiet and held a desk job, likely engaged in some corruption or bribery. Otherwise, where would he get so much money? At the entrance of the community, Jiang Yu slowed his pace, glancing back at the intersection in the distance, trying to calm his inner turmoil before stepping into the complex. As the elevator ascended slowly, his thoughts drifted to his battle-damaged phone. Never mind the 30 gigabytes of resources, but losing over 20 premium license plates was heartbreaking. The key clicked in the lock, and Jiang Yu closed the door behind him. Apart from the key, it seemed the fierce battle hadn't left him with much else. However, the manual did show some reaction after he absorbed the supernatural being, though he hadn't had time to check it yet. Kicking off his shredded shoes and slipping into his slippers, Jiang Yu glanced at his reflection in the mirror and was startled. Holy crap, I still have 50 health? He had thought his half-dead, severely injured state would leave him with at most 20-30 health, but he still had half. How did Lin Mo manage with just 10 health? Jiang Yu couldn't help but admire Lin Mo's resilience once again. With a sigh, Jiang Yu dragged his weary body to the living room. He opened the fridge, took out 2 sausages, and grabbed a cup of instant noodles from the box nearby. Where are the eggs? A voice suddenly came from the sofa. Jiang Yu froze, instinctively pulling his clothes tighter. How do you have a key to my place? You never cook and always order takeout. Uncle Li asked me to look after you, so he gave me a key, Lu Yaoyao explained. I couldn't reach you by phone, and you were nowhere to be found. Did you get the eggs from a chicken coop? With a click, the light illuminated Jiang Yu's scarred back. He stood there, holding the cup of noodles in one hand and the sausages in the other, covered in dirt, with several large holes in the back of his clothes. What happened to you? Did someone beat you up? Lu Yaoyao frowned as she approached. You should go back to sleep. Jiang Yu regretted not washing his face first. Turn around. Lu Yaoyao sensed something was wrong. I'm hungry, going to make some noodles. Jiang Yu tried to dodge but was grabbed by Lu Yaoyao. Don't go. You. She pulled hard, forcing Jiang Yu to turn around. Lu Yaoyao was stunned. Jiang Yu's hair under his hood was matted with blood, his face covered in dust and dried blood. A gash stretched from his earlobe to his mouth, looking like it was carved by a sharp weapon. His chest was even worse, with his sleeves barely rolled up due to severe tearing. His exposed skin was covered in abrasions, red marks, and signs of broken and healed capillaries. Deeper wounds were also visible, with some still oozing blood. His chest was clearly sunken in, indicating broken ribs. I forgot to buy the eggs. Jiang Yu stepped back, trying to turn away again. But Lu Yaoyao jumped in front of him, her eyes serious. Where did you go? Nowhere. Jiang Yu avoided her gaze. Someone tried to rob me on the way back, and I stepped in. Don't look at me like this. The guy I fought is in worse shape. The police almost didn't recognize him as human when they arrived at the scene. Seriously, you have no idea how quick my reflexes are. Jiang Yu enthusiastically gestured. Left hook, right hook. A combo of uppercuts he was unrecognizable, even to his own mother. His words abruptly stopped as Lu Yaoyao's slender fingers gently touched the wound on his face, making Jiang Yu freeze instantly. He secretly vowed that even the 3,000 yuan massage from the spa downstairs couldn't compare to Lu Yaoyao's delicate touch. Silence spread like a tide. 1 second, 2 seconds. Jiang Yu stepped back slightly, trying to appear calm. It's fine, doesn't hurt. You should go back to sleep. Lu Yaoyao frowned. I'm telling Uncle Li about this. No way. Jiang Yu quickly interrupted. You can't go out in the middle of the night and get into fights. This isn't fighting. It's delivering justice. Jiang Yu defended himself. Go back, please. No, I won't. Lu Yaoyao stood her ground, looking at Jiang Yu's injuries with a mix of anger and concern. Jiang Yu rubbed his temples, his tone softening. I'm really tired today. Let me rest. You need to go to the hospital for these injuries, Lu Yaoyao insisted. It's not as bad as it looks. I know my limits. Jiang Yu waved her off. We have all kinds of medicine at home. Uncle Li acquired quite a bit from the Night Patrol Bureau. You really dare to talk about Uncle Li like that? Lu Yaoyao finally relented, letting out a soft humph and pursing her lips. Let me apply some medicine. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yu gave in and nodded. All right. During the process, Jiang Yu winced and groaned in pain, his expressions more contorted than when he was fighting ghosts. They used up more than half a bottle of special medicine, wrapped bandages around him until he was almost a mummy. Still going to show off next time? Lu Yaoyao patted his arm, making Jiang Yu grimace. No, no, I promise I won't. Jiang Yu waved his hands frantically. Swear it, Lu Yaoyao demanded sternly. I won't. Jiang Yu unexpectedly refused. What? Lu Yaoyao was taken aback. Jiang Yu explained. It's human nature to be curious. I'll just watch, not get involved. What are you talking about? Lu Yaoyao asked, confused. I mean, I'll just watch, not do anything. Jiang Yu promised with conviction. Glad you understand. Lu Yaoyao still felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint it. She stood up to leave. Leaving already? Why not stay the night? My bed's big enough, Jiang Yu suddenly suggested. Ugh, no way. Lu Yaoyao closed the door behind her without looking back. The large room was now silent, with only Jiang Yu left. He lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying the events in his mind. Baidu Guardian Academy, Martial Arts Department, Extraordinary Literature. Suddenly, Jiang Yu realized something. Wait, you never told me your name, did you? The screen flickered, and the characters for human, god, and demon flashed by like lightning. Finally settling on demon, the scene slowly unfolded, revealing a series of information. Name, Wandering Spirit Species. Level, Shadow, Phantom Class, Tier 1 Mid-Level. Description, a lowly abyssal species, belonging to the Shadow Phantom class. It can exert tremendous power in the shadows. If it locks onto you, your back is in serious trouble. Note, this creature might be more than it seems. Defeat cost, fractured arm. Shadow Devour reward, gained ability Shadow Strike, increased shadow points. This creature has been recorded, cost waived. Jiang Yu frowned, struggling to make sense of the information. This was the second creature to appear in the manual besides himself. He pondered, do I have to kill it to register it in the manual, or is it necessary to use Shadow Devour? Setting these questions aside, Jiang Yu focused on his newly acquired ability, Shadow Strike. When attacking from an unseen shadow, you are more likely to hit your target's weak spot, causing massive damage on the first strike. He carefully sensed the usage of this skill, then walked to the corner of the room, closed his eyes, and tried to feel the shadows and darkness. However, after 5 minutes, nothing happened. Frustrated, Jiang Yu stepped out of the corner and muttered to himself. Anyone who doesn't know better would think there's a mummy hiding in the corner. He guessed that he might be missing a target to activate the ability. Putting these doubts aside for now, Jiang Yu opened the manual and flipped to the human section. Name, Jiang Yu. Attribute, Shadow. Shadow points, 1414. Class, Stalker, unlockable. Abilities, Shadow Devour, Shadow Vision, Shadow Form. Stalker. In the shadows, you are a born assassin. When hiding in the shadows, you are in your element. You hunt in the darkness. Jiang Yu couldn't help but quip. It should be hunting in the light, right? Don't think I don't know these are game lines. His face darkened as he thought about how this strange power even included game dialogues. Continuing downward, he found the detailed description of Shadow Form. Shadow Form. Your shadow has evolved, allowing you to merge with it and enter a special form. In this form, 1. You have no fatal weak points. Even decapitation will only severely reduce your health rather than kill you outright. If decapitated, health will drop to 1, but you won't die immediately. 2. Your presence is more concealed, allowing you to blend perfectly with shadows, undetected by others, and your physical recovery rate is greatly enhanced. 3. Training in this state will yield unexpected benefits. 4. You can use this form without consuming shadow points in the shadow realm. In the real world, it consumes shadow points to activate this ability. Jiang Yu couldn't help but scoff. Oh, come on. When he saw the part about having no fatal weak points, he was thrilled, but the fine print nearly made him laugh out loud. Health reduced by 99. Might as well finish me off. Despite his grumbling, he realized the ability was indeed formidable. Jiang Yu stood still, summoned his shadow, and it emerged. They stood face to face. He slowly raised his hand, and the shadow mirrored his movements. As their fingers touched, the shadow flowed over him like water. The perfect fit amazed Jiang Yu. It clung to every inch of his skin yet was incredibly breathable, unmatched by any material. Wearing this? No, putting this on feels quite comfortable. Jiang Yu mused, looking down at his pitch-black hands, his nails, veins, and skin all covered. He turned to the mirror. The reflection showed a completely black figure, shrouded in a flowing, mist-like ink. Even his eyes were devoid of light, just slightly darker than the rest of him. Things are getting interesting, he thought, feeling the diminishing shadow points. Jiang Yu dispelled the shadow form. 2 abilities remained. He continued reading and saw unlockable. What does that mean? Curious, he touched the words. Unlockable. You possess partial control over this class but have not fully awakened. Upon unlocking, this class will fully awaken, and no one else will be able to access any abilities under this class. It will be solely yours. This action carries certain risks. Do you wish to proceed? Note: sometimes, risks turn into opportunities. Yes, no. Jiang Yu read each word carefully, noting that certain risks were highlighted in red. He fell silent, reading it several times, weighing the potential consequences of this decision. Jiang Yu fell into deep thought, 5 minutes feeling like an eternity. He took a deep breath, his eyes lingering on the no option for a moment before shifting to yes. Suddenly, the yes option began to flicker, sending a warm sensation throughout his body. Wait, I haven't even made my choice yet, Jiang Yu muttered to himself, but the screen had already started to change, eventually settling on new information. Hunter. You either break in the hunt or perish in it. You are a born hunter. Your attacks will always inflict damage. The notes followed. 1. Excludes attacks with external objects like guns, bows, and poison. 2. Not even gods can escape. 3. As a hunter lurking in the shadows, you become more mysterious and infamous, leading to unexpected rewards. Execution. When the prey's health reaches a certain threshold, their health bar turns crimson. You will see an instant kill spot on the prey. Attacking this spot allows you to execute the prey completely. The execution threshold depends on factors like strength, abilities, and status. Wow, just wow. Jiang Yu's eyes began to burn with excitement. Any skill that involves instant death is never simple. The execution has some limitations, but that just makes it realistic. He now had 14 shadow points, 6 more than before his battle with the Spectre. These points were not just internal energy but also experience for advancement. With the new abilities and status, Jiang Yu felt stronger than ever. He could probably take down 10 Spectres, 30 Uncle Lise, and 80 Lu Yao Yaos without breaking a sweat. The newly unlocked status seemed quite powerful. Guaranteed damage, even against gods. That alone made it worth it. As for the risks, he looked everywhere but couldn't find any mention of them. Was it just a scare tactic? Unable to find anything, Jiang Yu gave up. He felt a slight itch at his wound. Removing the bandage, he saw a small scab fall off with a gentle scratch. The new skin looked perfectly normal, indistinguishable even under a magnifying glass. Although the cut from yesterday wasn't severe, it would have taken over a day to heal even with special medicine. Yet, it had been mere seconds since he entered the shadow form. His healing ability had improved more than he expected. Jiang Yu's thoughts turned to the deep, 10-centimeter wound on his abdomen. It seemed like the Spectre had tried to perform a makeshift cesarean. Under the shadow form's influence, he wondered if that wound had healed. Meanwhile, 2 of his friends were discussing Jiang Yu's situation in the elevator. Yao Yao, what exactly happened to Jiang Yu yesterday? I saw his social media post saying he bravely fought off a criminal, got stabbed 88 times and didn't even blink. What? He told me in a private message that he encountered a human trafficking gang and fought them off with a watermelon knife. From one end of the street to the other, without blinking. Lu Yao Yao was baffled and sighed. Don't listen to his nonsense. He was just chased by a wolf dog. Ding. The elevator arrived at their floor, and they stepped out. Lu Yao Yao pulled out a key from her pocket. Hey, Yao Yao, how do you have his house key? Asked one of the slightly chubby male friends. Jiang Yu's uncle gave it to me. Oh, both friends dragged out their response. With a click, the lock turned. Ah! A scream immediately filled the air. The door opened to reveal Jiang Yu, shirtless, with blood gushing from his abdomen. He was digging at his wound, his face twisted in agony. Now I believe it. If you told me this guy fought with a watermelon knife all the way to the South Heavenly Gate, I'd believe it, the slightly chubby friend said, his eyes gradually changing. Jiang Yu stood in the center of the room, showing off his toned abs, drawing gasps of amazement from his classmates. Lu Yuqiang, known as Fatty Lu, Jiang Yu's childhood friend, eyed him skeptically. Are those abs real? You didn't take something, did you? Nearby, Feng Xiaoxiao, a bespectacled girl with twin ponytails and a family in the restaurant business, looked at Jiang Yu's abs with eager curiosity. She was also Lu Yao Yao's best friend. Impatiently, Lu Yao Yao pushed both of them out of the room and turned to glare at Jiang Yu. What are you doing, showing off like this in broad daylight? Jiang Yu held a cotton swab, soaked in antiseptic, and gently dabbed at a wound. I just wanted to see how well it's healing, he explained, wincing as he continued. Ouch, it hurts. He thought to himself about slipping into the shadows later to fully heal. Lu Yao Yao couldn't bear to watch any longer and slapped his hand away. You're so clumsy. Let me do it. Jiang Yu leaned back on the sofa. All right, you do it then. You must have lost your mind. Why would you mess with a healing wound? Lu Yao Yao grumbled as she applied the medicine. Jiang Yu couldn't help but glance at her feet, small, slender, in blue and white socks, with delicate ankles and creamy skin. He thought to himself, they look good with socks, but probably even better without. If you keep staring, Lu Yao Yao snapped, pulling her leg away. You're so pervy for your age. I'll have Fatty Lu do it instead. No, no. He's too clumsy. Jiang Yu quickly objected. Lu Yaoyao smirked. Looks like Uncle Li hasn't disciplined you enough. Jiang Yu silently thought. Even if he did it 100 times, it wouldn't work. After finishing the treatment, Lu Yaoyao suddenly asked, what were you really up to yesterday? Don't tell me you were robbing someone. Do you think I'd believe that? Jiang Yu gave a sheepish grin and made up an excuse. I was just being a good Samaritan. Yeah, right, Lu Yaoyao scoffed. You never tell the truth. Jiang Yu thought. Should I tell you I went into the Shadow Realm, killed a mutant, and had a chat about life with a night patrol officer? That sounds even more unbelievable. He changed the subject. When did Uncle Lu get home last night? He didn't, Lu Yaoyao said, looking puzzled. Why do you ask? Jiang Yu sighed. I just realized how tough the night patrol officers have it. Working all day, and then patrolling at night. It's a dangerous job. Lu Yaoyao was silent for a moment before asking. If you pass the martial arts exam and study martial arts, would you join the night patrol? Jiang Yu hesitated, then joked. So, are there a lot of pretty ladies in the night patrol? Shut up, Lu Yaoyao snapped, veins bulging on her forehead. Meanwhile, in the living room, Lu Yuqiang and Feng Xiaoxiao exchanged confused looks. What's going on with them? Feng Xiaoxiao asked, baffled. Lu Yuqiang hesitated but decided not to mention Jiang Yu's apparent crush on Lu Yaoyao. Not long after, Jiang Yu emerged, fully dressed, looking decent despite the bandages covering him. What brings you guys here? He asked, nodding slightly. Lu Yuqiang pointed to his chest. We heard you boasting yesterday and wanted to see what happened. Are you okay? Don't worry, I'm not dead. Jiang Yu waved dismissively and began fabricating his story. You should have seen it. I was just coming back from the supermarket with a bottle of soy sauce and vinegar, along with some other odds and ends. Suddenly, a burly man flashed by, clutching a bag in his arms. Jiang Yu proudly began to boast, causing Lu Yaoyao to roll her eyes. She stood up and walked towards the door, her gaze sweeping over the pile of clothes on the washing machine in the bathroom. Jiang Yu, I'm going to the supermarket, she called out. These 2 pieces of clothing are torn. Should I take them out and throw them away? Sure, throw them out, Jiang Yu said, engrossed in his story, not even looking up. At that time, 80 strong men charged out of the forest. I swung my blade, cut after cut. Suddenly, as if remembering something important, he looked up sharply and shouted, wait, I still have something in those clothes. But it was too late. Lu Yaoyao's expression went from puzzled, to stunned, to incredulous. She was gripping a flattened box tightly, and the room plunged into a deathly silence. Jiang Yu used every trick in the book, coaxing and convincing, and finally managed to get the 3 people out of the door. He sighed inwardly, well, so much for my glorious reputation. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the squashed little box and put it away. After all, he had spent money on it. After tidying up the room a bit, Jiang Yu stood in the living room. Ing Tong, he muttered softly, his breath deepening as a haze of dark ink color suddenly filled his pupils. In the blink of an eye, the entire living room was shrouded in shadow. An Ing, he whispered again, and the shadow at his feet instantly climbed up from his soles. His loose shorts and t-shirt transformed into a shapeless black silhouette. Jiang Yu exhaled a long breath and clenched his fists. He knew that the Shadow Realm was polluted, and prolonged exposure would come with various costs. For ordinary night watchers on a mission, it was usually advised not to exceed 1 day. Otherwise, they could suffer from intensified pain, dizziness, sensory confusion, or even bodily mutation. The time one could stay depended on their rank, willpower, and other factors. But for Jiang Yu, this feeling was utterly wonderful. It was like someone who had lived long in a polluted industrial environment, suddenly finding themselves in a pure, vast grassland. The sweet air filled his heart, and with each breath, his entire body tingled as if an electric current was coursing through it. Every cell in his body rejoiced, greedily absorbing the energy from the Shadow Realm. Yes, Jiang Yu thought to himself with delight. Entering the Shadow Realm feels like coming home. In his shadow form, Jiang Yu was astonished to discover that its effects far exceeded what had been described. The enhancement in his physical abilities was a given, but when he tentatively touched the wound on his abdomen, the pain was significantly reduced. Instead, a refreshing and soothing sensation swept over his entire body. This alone was enough to leave him in awe. A thought flashed through Jiang Yu's mind. If the pain was reduced during a fight, wouldn't that mean he had a greater resistance to blows? After a night of rest and medication, his health had already recovered to 60, an astonishingly rapid rate. He had initially planned to keep a low profile, but now it seemed unnecessary. He decided to test his physical limits. Placing his hands on the ground, he assumed the standard push-up position. Then, he slowly lifted his feet until his entire body was parallel to the ground. This was an extremely difficult Russian lever push-up. For an ordinary person, it would be challenging just to maintain this position, let alone complete one. Jiang Yu slowly lowered himself and then steadily rose, the entire process as smooth as a precision machine. With each breath, the refreshing air made him feel completely at ease, as if he were enjoying a luxurious sauna. The powerful effects of the shadow form made his heart race with excitement. He opened the manual, and the combat log kept updating. Shadow form activated. Entering the shadow layer, you feel your body completely unleashed, incredibly free. You begin to exercise. During the exercise, Shadow Devour activates. You absorb darkness from the shadow layer. Shadow points slightly increase. Physical attributes slightly improve. Half an hour passed, and Jiang Yu felt no fatigue. He decided to move to a more spacious area to continue his workout. At the community square, various fitness equipment was at his disposal. Pull-up bars, parallel bars, a crunch machinist elderly people to compete with him. For the first time, Jiang Yu felt the allure of exercise and decided to start with 2,000 sets of hell-level up crunches as a warm-up. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the night patrol division was tense. In a small conference room, Lu Nanfeng and others sat around a table, discussing the unusual activity in the shadow layer. Reports indicated that the disturbances were widespread, with abnormal fluctuations and a significant increase in contamination levels, particularly concentrated in residential areas. This anomaly had everyone present on edge. The shadow layer has never been stable, and the night patrol squads have to venture into it every now and then to clear out the anomalies. At the border of the Yunhai settlement, the patrol members are on high alert, constantly watching for new shadow layer entrances. Armed with specially designed sealing tools, they are always ready to close any sudden cracks. For those entrances that can't be easily sealed, they must brainstorm alternative solutions. In recent days, the disturbances in the shadow layer have followed an unpredictable cycle. Most of the time, they appear on schedule, but various factors can cause them to occur earlier or later. Over the past 2 days, the entire Yunhai Night Patrol Division has been busier than ever. Everyone is working beyond their limits, barely keeping things under control, but the exhaustion is evident on their faces. This latest disturbance has shattered decades of understanding. The anomalies can now pull people directly into the shadow layer, a shocking revelation that has everyone on edge. It means that whether you're on your way to school, commuting from work, or enjoying dinner at a restaurant, you could be dragged into the shadow layer by a sudden anomaly. Although there have only been 4 such incidents during this disturbance, no one can guarantee that the anomalies won't become more skilled next time, causing greater harm. Amidst all this anxiety, an even more disturbing term appeared in the reports: cracks. New cracks might have emerged between the abyss, the real world, and the shadow layer, which serves as a buffer zone. If the anomalies in the shadow layer are like sheep, then the pureblood species from the abyss are akin to Godzilla. Even the smallest crack in the abyss could pose a catastrophic threat to human survival. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly became tense, and beads of sweat appeared on the presenter's forehead, showcasing the immense pressure. At that moment, a one-armed man sitting in the corner spoke softly, his words like a calming stream that slightly eased the tension. All right, this is just a suspected situation. Let's not act like the sky is falling. Besides, abyssal cracks can appear anytime and anywhere. We've long been prepared to fight them. Don't lose heart. Hearing this, everyone composed themselves a bit. Lu Nanfeng nodded gently, signaling the patrol to continue their report. The ensuing discussion lasted a long time, eventually resulting in a series of response strategies. After the meeting, Lu Nanfeng walked to his office with a stack of documents. He had barely sat down when there was a knock on the door. "Come in," he said. A patrol member entered the office respectfully and said, "Commander Lu, after the recent anomaly disturbance, the reconnaissance team has compiled a list of anomalies, which is now on your desk." Lu Nanfeng nodded and replied, "Good." After the patrol member left, he began to go through the documents. He had planned to finish his current tasks before carefully reviewing the list, but a particular report caught his eye after just a few pages. Codename: The Saluting Shadow and Crazy Workout. Observer: XXX. Description: 1. The target is an entirely black, shadow-like entity, first discovered in the central garden of Qingyue community, presumed to have entered by accident. 2. The target shows a great interest in fitness, tirelessly using equipment with a low aggression level. 3. When approached by detection personnel, the target stops working out and makes a saluting gesture. Observation duration: 2 hours. Danger assessment: low. Conclusion: no immediate action for capture. Lu Nanfeng stared at the report, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. Lu Nanfeng frowned as he stared at the document in his hand, his expression shifting from suppressed irritation to barely contained amusement. The description of the anomaly was downright bizarre. Fond of exercise, salutes people. If the Night Watcher hadn't delivered it personally, he would have thought it was a prank from an internet troll. Shaking his head gently, he reflected on his many years in the Night Watcher position, having encountered countless anomalies, but none as peculiar as this one. He glanced at the attached image, which showed a dark, indistinct shape. Setting the document aside, Lu Nanfeng rubbed his temples. With less than 10 days until the new year, a time that should be filled with celebration, the shadow layer was causing unrest and anxiety. Feeling a pang of melancholy, he walked to the window and put a cigarette in his mouth, ready to light it. Suddenly, a sweet, cloying taste filled his mouth. Biting down, his face darkened instantly. It was a banana-flavored candy cigarette. Lu Yao Yao, that little rascal, he muttered helplessly. Just then, a voice sounded in the office. I have real cigarettes. Want one? Lu Nanfeng turned around to see the one-armed man from the earlier meeting, now sitting on the sofa. He sighed. You know, you really should knock before coming in. The one-armed man, cigarette in mouth, tossed a pack over to him. Try these. Lu Nanfeng caught the pack, but then set it down after a moment of thought. Forget it. I don't want to risk lung cancer. You, afraid of that? The one-armed man teased. So, what's up? Taking a drag, the man's expression grew serious. There's another notice from above. The martial exam has been moved up. Lu Nanfeng was taken aback. Moved up? That's too hasty. You should have the email on your computer too, the man reminded him. Lu Nanfeng quickly checked his email. After reading the notification, he sighed. Not only the martial exam, but also the aptitude assessments had been rescheduled. With the new year just 10 days away, things were going to get busy right after the holiday. Have you decided which path your daughter will take? The one-armed man asked. Martial arts or the supernatural humanities? Lu Nanfeng hesitated. I haven't decided yet. I'll wait until after her aptitude test to see. What about your son? Is he going for spiritual techniques, anomaly studies, or superhuman biology? None of those. The man shook his head. I'm letting him go for the regular humanities. You're kidding, right? Lu Nanfeng was incredulous. He hasn't even taken the aptitude test yet. No need. The man smiled as he stood up. You handle your work. I'm going for a walk. Hey, explain yourself, Lu Nanfeng called after him, but the man had already left the office. Meanwhile, in the shadow layer, Jiang Yu was holding his phone, live streaming a giant spider anomaly about 20 meters away. Look, we have a spider here, Jiang Yu said softly. Its size rivals a small car, and its 8 legs are as strong as steel. It seems to be sleeping right now. He continued to describe the features of the anomaly, even joking about how its meat was delicious. Of course, he quickly clarified that he was making it all up and warned viewers not to try it. Jiang Yu noticed that in recent days, there had been a surge of videos about the shadow layer on major video platforms. According to Lu Yao Yao, such content was previously banned from being uploaded. It seemed the Night Watcher office was now intentionally allowing more people to learn about the shadow layer. Jiang Yu had just registered a new Douyin account and uploaded a few clips of shadow layer landscapes. To his surprise, they passed the review and garnered hundreds of likes. He quickly realized this was an opportunity, but it wasn't the main reason he was excited. What really made his heart race was the glaring red text on the panel. Name, Jiang Yu. Attributes, shadow position, stealth hunter, slayer. Remaining life, 100h. A slayer either bursts forth in the hunt or perishes in it. To not hunt is to die. These words seemed to mock his situation. Jiang Yu recalled the calm he felt the last time he activated his position, only to find the countdown to his life ticking right before his eyes. A week ago, he had 7 or 8 days left. Now, only 100 hours remained. If he couldn't successfully hunt an aberration, he would have no choice but to seek help from Uncle Li. Thinking of Uncle Li's little hobbies in the Night Patrol Bureau, greed for houses, tobacco, alcohol, and money, Jiang Yu chuckled bitterly. Hunting a few more aberrations was probably just a small effort for Uncle Li. This fallback plan provided some comfort, but he still felt uneasy. The only glimmer of hope came from the text in brackets. Slayer position is unique. Even if the physical body perishes, existence continues in another form. This made Jiang Yu ponder deeply. Did it mean he would become a ghost? If given a choice, he still preferred to remain human. Shaking his head, Jiang Yu decided not to dwell on it for now. The immediate priority was to hunt an aberration and extend his life. He wondered if being a Douyin influencer with 1 million followers qualified him as a slayer, but quickly dismissed the thought. Let's take down this giant spider first and earn some more time, Jiang Yu resolved silently. His phone and number were special internal devices obtained by Uncle Li from the Night Patrol Bureau, theoretically off-limits to others. Even if his short videos went viral, no one would trace his personal information. This gave Jiang Yu a sense of security, so he decided to shoot more footage to edit and upload later. Jiang Yu adjusted his stance, aimed the phone at himself from a few meters away, and raised a steel rod. Looking into the camera, he said, lots of fake aberration coins out there. Let me tell you the truth. Hello everyone. I'm Xiao Jiang. This giant spider, I'm taking it on alone. After speaking, he secured the phone, attached a few small cameras to his body to avoid hindering his movements, and approached the spider's backside. In his shadow form, he almost merged with the shadow layer, making him hard to detect, especially when he moved slowly. We're getting closer. They'll remain silent now to avoid alerting it, Jiang Yu whispered, his gaze becoming more focused. As the distance closed, Jiang Yu grew increasingly cautious. He recalled his previous battle against a ghost, which was already severely weakened, making it an easy target. But this spider, though injured, still had 60 of its health. Scanning the surroundings, Jiang Yu noticed that within half a kilometer of the neighborhood, few weak aberrations were left. The weaker ones either hid well or had been devoured by stronger aberrations. He couldn't help but sigh at the tough survival of the lower-tier aberrations. Jiang Yu's steel rod, costing several thousand yuan, was solid and embedded with unknown metals at the tip to increase its lethality. He had tested it by striking his own leg, feeling significant pain, suggesting it would suffice for a few battles. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. As he approached, the spider suddenly lifted its head, scanning around. Jiang Yu immediately halted, holding his breath and blending into the darkness. Suddenly, faint red spots appeared on various parts of the spider: the rear, legs, head-shoulder junction, abdomen, and more. The intensity of these spots varied, shifting slightly with the spider's movements. Detecting enemy weak points, that's the effect of shadow strike. Jiang Yu's spirits lifted. He carefully observed the intensity of the red spots, noting the deepest hue near the head, followed by the rear. While a headshot was ideal, given the size difference, Jiang Yu realized he couldn't make the leap. His gaze then shifted to another target. Though not the most ideal spot, it seemed feasible. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, ready to launch his attack. I've been in this world for a while now. Aju curled up in a dark corner, its 8 compound eyes warily scanning the surroundings. This place wasn't as oppressive as the abyss, and there were fewer powerful and terrifying entities. Even a small fry like it could survive here as long as it was cautious. Not long ago, Aju was attacked by another creature. With its agility and burst power, it engaged in a fierce battle with the opponent. In the end, Aju managed to tear the enemy apart and devour its remains. Although it sustained some injuries during the fight, they weren't too serious. A few days of rest would be enough for recovery. However, Aju didn't dare to let its guard down completely. Its biggest worry was that other creatures might launch a sneak attack while it was weak. So even while it appeared to be resting, its senses remained on high alert. Suddenly, a cold sensation swept over its body, and Aju instantly realized that something was targeting it. It immediately went on high alert, writhing uneasily. Its 8 crimson compound eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, trying to identify the potential threat. As a creature of the shadows, Aju's vision was better than a human's, but still limited. At its current level, it could only see about 10 meters ahead. It looked around several times, but found nothing unusual. Was it just a hallucination? Aju's simple brain couldn't handle complex thoughts, but its instincts told it to move. The chilling sensation urged it to make a decision. It was time to find a new place. Just as Aju stood up, a powerful electric current suddenly surged through its body. In an instant, its mind went blank, completely losing the ability to think. Its entire body was paralyzed, as if struck by lightning. Its health dropped sharply from 64 to 44. One hit had taken away 20 of its life force. It was Jiang Yu who had struck. He had been experimenting with how to use the shadow points accumulated within him, and this strike unleashed a force he found hard to describe. The sheer exhilaration of wielding such power almost made him roar with excitement. It wasn't until the spider's blood splattered all over him that he remembered to dodge. Jiang Yu thought 60 health was tricky, but with the remaining 40, he could definitely fight. However, in that moment of thought, the black spider's figure shot out like a meteor, crashing heavily against a nearby wall. The buildings in the shadow realm were indestructible. The spider's impact barely left a small dent before it fell to the ground. Hiss. Hiss. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. That strike had cost him at least 10 of his health, maybe even 15. Hiss. The massive spider twisted violently. It turned around, allowing Jiang Yu to see it in full. The grotesque body was covered in dark purple patterns that twisted and deformed with its movements. Its head was a crooked, inverted triangle with no aesthetic appeal. Several tentacles flailed around its face, and when it opened its mouth to hiss, it revealed a set of jagged teeth. Its 8 eyes were unevenly distributed, and its face was pockmarked, lacking even a nose. This hideous appearance could easily make it a mini-boss in a horror movie. 44, 42, 40. The spider's health continued to drop. The steel rod was deeply embedded in its body, causing significant damage. The spider rolled around for a long time but couldn't dislodge the rod, only inflicting more harm on itself. Jiang Yu shook his head and quickly made a decision. He stepped back into the shadows. Yes, this was Shadow Strike, a powerful technique to attack enemies from the shadows. As a natural assassin skill, he didn't need to face the creature hidden. As he retreated, shadows spread from under his feet, soon enveloping him completely. A stealthy hunter? A predator? These previously strange abilities now seemed perfectly tailored for him. Watching the increasingly furious but aimless Aju, Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened. Creature, extraordinary. Hunter, prey? He glanced at the camera and thought that being a comedic vlogger might not suit him. If he was a hunter, then he should take hunting seriously. Keeping silent might be more effective. He grabbed a second steel rod he had placed nearby. Jiang Yu spoke softly, his voice low but enough to be picked up by the equipment. If not, he could always add the sound during video editing. The hunt begins. Oriwa, Yuzi. Li Xiaodi is a senior high school student. Her academic performance is average in her class. Getting into a university shouldn't be a problem, but aiming for the top institutions is unlikely. Both of Li Xiaodi's parents are business people. They spent a lot of money and pulled some strings to barely secure a spot for an initial test. The test results confirmed that Li Xiaodi indeed had the potential to become an extraordinary being, but the specific strength of her talent would need to be assessed in the standardized test after the school term began. Typically, the authorities keep information about anomalies and extraordinary beings under wraps, so the general public knows very little. However, recently, Li Xiaodi was surprised to find a surge of videos on Dousheng explaining anomalies and extraordinary beings. Although these videos tended to be more educational than entertaining, their novel content was enough to capture the attention of most people who had never been exposed to this world. Especially captivating were the aerial shots of the shadow layer. Even without additional filter effects, these videos were mesmerizing. In just 2 days, Li Xiaodi came across at least 5 videos related to this topic that had garnered over 1 million likes each. Through various bloggers' explanations, she gained a basic understanding of the shadow layer. Li Xiaodi was thoughtful, sensing that there must be some official push behind this sudden influx of information. However, as someone who had not yet truly embarked on the path of the extraordinary, she couldn't fully grasp the real intentions behind this move. She quickly put these thoughts aside, as she was just an ordinary high school student, more concerned with watching handsome guys and scrolling through videos. Lying on her bed, Li Xiaodi absent-mindedly swiped through one short video after another. Various content flashed by, promotional clips from the night patrol department, an active night patroller explaining low-level anomalies, a food blogger checking out a hidden alleyway restaurant, an introduction to an old Beijing fried liver shop. Suddenly, a nauseating video made Li Xiaodi's expression twist in disgust, and she quickly swiped away to avoid it. Just then, a soft cough from her phone caught her attention. She hesitated for a moment and swiped back to that video. The screen was dark, focusing on a long street. Suddenly, a leg stepped into the frame, blocking half the view. Black mist swirled around, and in the haze, she could vaguely see figures climbing and jumping in the distance. The unique cinematography and background music piqued Li Xiaodi's interest, making her wonder if this was a clip from some special effects-heavy movie. Curious, she continued watching. The camera slowly panned, showing glimpses of various anomalies. Li Xiaodi was amazed and thought, how did they film this? Is the camera right in their faces? The camera then continued to move upward, climbing along a building, and finally settled on a blurry shadow at the edge of the rooftop. A deep voice spoke. My name is Yu from Baidu. As soon as the words were out, the figure leaped off the rooftop. Li Xiaodi gasped and exclaimed, oh my gosh, what is this thing? Xiaodi Li double-tapped the screen, and the number of likes shot up to 200,000. The comments were even more astounding, exceeding 70,000. She quickly scanned through the comments section and frowned. Messages like, brother Yu is so handsome and cool, I want to buy a house for brother, and I want brother to buy me stir-fried pork with chili, but without the chili and pork, flooded the comments, turning a serious content creator's comment section into a matchmaking frenzy. Gritting her teeth, Xiaodi Li resolved to curb this unhealthy trend. She quickly opened the profiles of the top commenters and sent their comments to their followers, hoping to catch the attention of their friends and family. After this round of action, she exhaled deeply and, after a moment's hesitation, still typed in the comments, brother, I'm available. Continuing to watch the video, the scene resumed. A dark figure leaped down from 6 stories high, landing gracefully. Xiaodi Li's eyes burned with curiosity. So, this was the power of an extraordinary being? The camera followed the protagonist's perspective, focusing on a massive figure in the middle of the Roada, gigantic spider covered in unsettling patterns. Shadow pattern spider, ancient demon species, mid-ear level 1, a lowly variant from the abyss. Its patterns emit mental pollution. Low-tier beings should not look at it for long, Yu explained softly. Just as he finished speaking, the shadowy figure in the video vanished into the darkness. Viewers widened their eyes, trying to catch a glimpse of Jiang Yu, but ordinary equipment couldn't capture his movements. The screen suddenly switched to slow motion, and the background sound disappeared. At 5 times slow speed, viewers saw the spider's body twisting slowly and the long stick piercing into it. Blood splattered, and the scene was intensely realistic. The battle unfolded in alternating slow and fast motion. The shadow moved within the darkness, delivering fatal blows to the spider. Despite its size advantage, the spider appeared terrified and helpless, Its acidic sprays and webs failing to hit the agile assassin. Finally, the long stick pierced the spider's head, and its massive body collapsed. Yu stood beside it, pulling out the stick and shaking off the blood, placing his palm on the spider's body. Now, consume, he whispered. The spider's body gradually dissipated, transforming into countless black lines that adhered to Yu, weaving into a mysterious and deadly black robe. The video abruptly ended, leaving Xiaodi Li gasping in awe at the expert's prowess. In just a few minutes, the likes had surged to 300,000. She quickly checked the comments section and found even more matchmaking messages. Entering Yu's profile, Xiaodi Li saw his avatar was a black silhouette, and his bio was simply, "Begin the hunt." Without hesitation, she clicked follow and sent a private message. "Hi, can we connect on VStar?" Assassination task, high pay. The scene switched to Yu's perspective. He reviewed the newly added information in his manual. Name, Shadow Pattern Spider. Species, Ancient Demon. Level, Mid-Ear Level 1. Description, a lowly variant from the Abyss, belonging to the Ancient Demon species. The patterns on its body represent its strength. The denser and more complex the patterns, the stronger its mental pollution. Do not look at it for long unless you wish to become its prey. Abilities, Acid, Webbing, Ancient Demon Pollution, Kill Penalty, Sensory Disruption Exempted. Shadow Devour Rewards. 1. Acquired Ability, Shadow Web. 2. Increased Shadow Points. Noticing that his Shadow Points had surpassed 10, you saw that the manual's abilities had also changed, adding a new abilities section to view the skills of recorded creatures. Seeing the increasing likes and followers, Yu exhaled deeply, feeling that he had made the right move. He opened the fan dashboard and began browsing. Let's see if there are any JK White Silk girls. Quickly join the fan group to chat with me. Don't be fooled by how cool the video looks. The true hardships behind it are beyond words. Zhang Yu, a newbie who just entered the extraordinary world, isn't nearly as powerful as he appears in the videos. When facing a giant spider with more health than a ghost of the same level, even with the advantage of a sneak attack, the gap in strength is hard to bridge. Zhang Yu's combat style can be described as Hitandran tactics. Despite the fact that his shadow form can reduce damage and pain, frequent use takes a toll on him. Those seemingly dazzling videos are actually the result of clever editing, scripting, and music. Coupled with Zhang Yu's self-crafted persona of the amnesiac assassin, this combination leaves the audience in awe. The premise of unlocking new abilities after hunting exotic creatures undoubtedly fuels the audience's imagination with plot-driven scenarios. Zhang Yu, well-versed in the ways of the internet, knows how to capture attention. At this moment, he spreads his palm, revealing black threads dancing on his palm. This is the shadow thread ability he gained after consuming the spider, allowing him to manipulate shadows into tangible, resilient threads that can be launched with impact. Zhang Yu reopened his manual, turning to the personal attributes page. The remaining lifespan displayed, 7 days. Killing the spider had added 3 days to his life, but the situation was still urgent. However, this was enough time for him to hunt another exotic creature. Scrolling further down, Zhang Yu saw the description for the hunter attribute. This ability allows him to see the health bar of his prey and mark them for pursuit. As a natural-born hunter, his attacks are guaranteed to deal damage. The manual also listed several precautions, mentioning that hiding in shadows can enhance his notoriety, leading to unexpected rewards. With the spread of his notoriety, Zhang Yu unlocked parts of the hunter's dominion. He can now mark his prey, making it easier to detect their weaknesses and strike. Marked prey also experience negative states like palpitations and fear, with effects varying based on the strength disparity. However, the marking ability has its limitations. A single target can only be marked for 1 second in a short period, and activating the mark consumes energy, potentially revealing his position and startling the prey. The pursuit ability grants Zhang Yu increased agility and strength during the mark's duration. Successfully hunting the prey boosts one of his attributes or abilities. Although this ability has no energy cost, its duration matches the mark, necessitating a quick kill. The viral success of short videos unlocked these abilities for Zhang Yu. To be precise, the popularity of his videos earned him the respect of those who truly understood the situation, leading to his current prowess. Hunting exotic creatures, editing videos, gaining views, and unlocking new abilities. This entire process has rapidly increased Zhang Yu's strength. Ouch, that hurts. Zhang Yu suddenly winced, interrupting his thoughts. Who did you fight with this time instead of staying home? Lu Yaoyao asked sarcastically as she applied medication. Be gentle. Zhang Yu grimaced. I was out being a hero. If you don't understand, don't comment. Only you understand. Only you can be a hero, Lu Yaoyao retorted through gritted teeth, her hands applying more pressure. If you keep fighting every day, I'll have to tell Uncle Li. Don't worry, it's safe. If I can't beat them, I can still run. I know what I'm doing. Zhang Yu tried to reassure her. Lu Yaoyao snorted. After bandaging his wound, She leaned back on the sofa and started scrolling through her phone. I call myself you. The familiar line caught Jiang Yu's attention. What are you watching? He glanced at Lu Yaoyao's phone screen and saw his edited video. You, the account named you, has been trending on Douyin lately, Lu Yaoyao mentioned as she glanced at him. Trending? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. Yes, the trending topics these days include exotic species classifications, the extraordinary world, the shadow realm, and a bunch of extraordinary bloggers have emerged. This you blogger has gained quite a bit of attention, she said, her tone complex as she scrolled through the comments. I thought core knowledge about the extraordinary was not to be disclosed, Jiang Yu asked. The core knowledge isn't being disclosed. What people can see now are the basics, which don't have much impact, Lu Yaoyao explained. The new year is approaching, and it's the 100th anniversary of the Great Cataclysm. There are significant policy changes this year. As she spoke, she handed her phone to Jiang Yu. Aren't you curious about the extraordinary world? Lu Yaoyao was scrolling through her phone when she suddenly got excited and said to Jiang Yu, I suggest you check out this blogger named you. His videos are about hunting down anomalies in the shadow realm. It's pretty interesting. Jiang Yu's expression turned a bit odd upon hearing this, and he thought to himself, that giant spider took me hours to take down, out loud. He said, the video content is interesting? Actually, it's the editing skills that are impressive. Anyway, it's really well done. Lu Yaoyao continued to scroll through the videos and came across another video about you. This time a secondary creation by another blogger. She watched it with great interest. Jiang Yu gazed at Lu Yaoyao's slightly youthful yet charming profile and secretly laughed to himself. The fact that my childhood friend became a fan of my comics and then a fan of my videos, without knowing my true identity. Suddenly, Lu Yaoyao had a bright idea and asked, Hey Jiang Yu, do you think I could record some videos and post them? Maybe I could get famous too. Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Record what? Dancing in the shadow realm in a JK uniform and white stockings? As he spoke, his eyes inadvertently glanced at Lu Yaoyao's slender legs. Her fair skin was wrapped in white stockings adorned with cute cat paw prints. Looking further up, the thigh-high socks and the glimpse of her legs under the JK skirt made it hard to look away. Lu Yaoyao quickly pulled away. Get lost. Can't I record some videos explaining the supernatural? Jiang Yu chuckled. Do you really think that just because you've read some materials, you can compare to those experienced night watchers? Also, don't wear that outfit outside again. It's easy to attract creeps. I lost track of one last time. Lu Yaoyao's eyes changed, and she asked suspiciously, those injuries of yours, are they from doing something shady and getting beaten up? Jiang Yu quickly raised his hands in surrender. Hey, I was just joking. He noticed Lu Yaoyao's hand moving towards her back, and he felt uneasy. Lately, his joke seemed to be causing some misunderstandings. She used to bring fruits and snacks when visiting his place. Now she always carried a handgun. What? Did I say something wrong? Planning to shoot me? Jiang Yu said helplessly. I really don't get how Uncle Li, such a serious person, ended up raising someone like you. Lu Yaoyao snorted softly and finally let go of the gun handle. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and changed the subject. The new year is coming up. Let's go shopping for some New Year goods the day after tomorrow. Want to join me? Sure. Lu Yaoyao replied succinctly. Having a childhood friend is wonderful. No, to be precise, having a beautiful childhood friend is wonderful. Jiang Yu looked down at the bandage on his arm, tugged at it gently, but it didn't budge. The girl's handiwork was impressive, tight yet flexible, clearly well practiced. Jiang Yu knew that this minor injury was nothing serious. As a night watcher, he could simply enter the shadow layer and use his shadow form to do some exercises to gradually heal. But being the daughter of a night watcher herself, his childhood friend had been exposed to this world from a young age. Jiang Yu wasn't sure if she had noticed anything unusual about him. This kind of situation was hard to avoid. They were neighbors, living so close to each other that they saw each other all the time. The girl often came to find him, so it was impossible to hide his injuries from her keen eyes. He couldn't just disappear into the shadow layer for 2 or 3 days to recover, right? And using a fight as an excuse? Broken ribs, torn flesh, a bleeding head. This wasn't just a regular fight. Not even underground fighting was this extreme. The girl didn't ask much, so Jiang Yu didn't say much either. Who could guess what she was really thinking? The pain from his injuries still lingered. Jiang Yu picked up his phone and opened the Douyin app. As soon as he entered the app, a notification of 999 private messages popped up. Questions came flooding in. Who are you? What's the purpose of this video? Are you really from Baidu? Some even directly asked if he was a night watcher, or if he was acting out a script. They questioned if the photos of the creature were real or if they were photoshopped. Among all these questions, there was even one asking for a recipe for braised pork. Jiang Yu kept scrolling and noticed that the comments were becoming increasingly polarized. Some people tagged him saying, You, Yaozi Shu, Di Dao has exposed you. Check out his video. Others cursed him. Trash Yaozi. Your video is fake. Who do you think you are? You've been exposed. Serves you right. Jiang Yu was bewildered. What was going on? He clicked on the link that people were tagging. In the video, a bald man with a round face was holding up his phone, showing Jiang Yu's video of hunting a spider. This blogger named D Dao was smiling and said, "You've all seen this video, right? What Yao, what creature? I spit on that. Is he really that? Shadow layer, creatures, memory lost assassin. Hey, just look at this video. Does it seem real to you?" Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. He knew this blogger, who usually posted videos about restaurant visits. Why was he suddenly debunking videos? D Dao continued, "First, let's watch the entire video. Then we'll use a computer to analyze it frame by frame." The screen then switched to a computer recording. D Dao began to analyze every frame of the video, pointing out the unnatural movements of the creature, explaining that these were caused by frame skipping. He also highlighted color discrepancies in the footage, claiming they were due to the use of new layers and various post-production techniques. D Dao's analysis was detailed and convincing, even providing editing tutorials as evidence, making it hard not to believe him. Jiang Yu had to admit that his editing skills were indeed mediocre, easily exposing flaws to those in the know. He sighed, realizing that he had somehow become the target of online harassment overnight. D Dao angrily accused, "His biggest problem is that he edited out the scenes where he got knocked away and shortened the battle time. This makes it seem like he was dominating the giant spider, deliberately exaggerating his abilities." D Dao continued passionately, "Although it's not a big deal overall, there's even a debunking blogger jumping out now. These editing techniques were summarized by a professional editor friend of mine, so there's no way they're fake." He slammed the table and pulled out a small black notebook with Night Patrol Auxiliary written on it. "Look at this. It's official proof that I'm an auxiliary member of the Night Patrol. Although I'm not a formal patrol member, I often assist them in missions, even delving into the shadow layer to hunt aberrants. In my younger days, I've killed dozens, if not hundreds, of aberrants. I can spot a fake extraordinary individual at a glance." D Dao scoffed, "These people nowadays, why do they have to ride on the Night Patrol's coattails? The backgrounds are so blurred you can't tell if they've actually been to the shadow layer. I advise some people to know their place." Jiang Yu browsed the comment section, finding a third of the comments criticizing D Dao, a third criticizing himself, and the rest just watching the drama unfold. Supporters believed the footage was real and that necessary edits were acceptable. Detractors pointed out issues with certain scenes, questioning Jiang Yu's abilities and accusing him of showboating. Jiang Yu thought self-deprecatingly, "So my tracking ability only lasts a second? Everyone thinks I'm weak. Well, I guess I'm not that strong." He recalled being criticized by peers when he used to draw comics, and now he's being accused of faking and chasing clout with his short videos. He chuckled lightly, unfazed. Getting hammered is part of the plan. I'll keep posting videos. Only when the tide goes out do you discover who's been swimming naked. Next, Jiang Yu decided to hunt another aberrant to boost his reputation. But before that, he switched to a secondary account and started writing a series of self-deprecating scripts. Exposed. Jiang Yu's videos are fake? You owe us an apology. Fake extraordinary blogger. Shocking. The other side of Jiang Yu. He quickly skimmed through the draft titles in his queue. Evidence in doubt. Jiang Yu's videos aren't simple. Who is Jiang Yu? He's no ordinary person. Just a bystander speaking fairly, a born hunter, a nightmare to his enemies. Jiang Yu looked at his comprehensive plan with satisfaction, self-deprecation, vindication, praise all meticulously arranged. This self-directed and self-acted drama was unfolding just as he had anticipated, full of excitement and intrigue. Shadow layer. Drawing on his previous experience, Jiang Yu cleverly rearranged several camera positions this time. Standing atop a high-rise building, he overlooked the cityscape, taking in the buildings below. He could clearly see the wandering aberrations on the streets, their numbers noticeably decreased from a few days ago. Jiang Yu calculated in his mind. The shadow layer resets periodically, each time bringing a new wave of aberrations, a process known as the shadow tide. He had awakened his abilities nearly half a month ago. The initial few days coincided with the tide, resulting in a staggering number of aberrations of varying strengths. The situation had drastically changed now, making it harder to find suitable targets. Recalling the narrow escape against a mid-tier aberration, he frowned. Any stronger opponent might easily overpower him. As he pondered, his gaze suddenly sharpened another, a Piao. Right on the neighboring street from his last battle, a figure was crawling along the wall. This Piao seemed different from the previous one. The distance and the fact that it was facing away made it hard to discern details. Jiang Yu's heart stirred. With his increased strength, perhaps he could get a closer look. He quickly exited the shadow layer and left the rooftop. The lesson from jumping off the 6th floor last time was still fresh in his mind, so he opted for a more cautious approach this time. A formidable assassin hunting aberrations? No, at this moment, he was more like a cautious newbie extraordinary, dutifully taking the stairs. As he neared the target, Jiang Yu carefully observed the new Piao. It had a slender build, smooth and hairless, with its lower half floating in a ghostly state. Its hollow eyes suggested a lack of visual capability, for tentacles writhed restlessly from its mouth, and its features were grotesque and terrifying. Its entire body was a blend of black, gray, and white, camouflaging it like a fierce predator in the shadows. Compared to the first, a Piao, with its muscular build, this one seemed smaller and gave off a more agile and nimble vibe. Zhang Yu recalled the name given in the manual Yuling, which indeed suited its light and airy appearance. It seemed to be lying in wait for something, perhaps ambushing prey? This might work for ordinary creatures, but to Jiang Yu, a true hunter, this disguise was laughable. After all, the glaring health bar gave everything away. The health bar showed 82, indicating it was in relatively good health with only minor injuries. Judging by its aura, its strength might surpass the previous, a Piao, and even the large spider. Jiang Yu weighed his options. If its health were below 50, he would strike without hesitation. But with over 80 health, this was the strongest aberration he had faced so far. Jiang Yu quickly reviewed his skills, running through various strategies in his mind. Finally, he gripped his steel rod, deciding to proceed cautiously. He melted into the darkness, silently closing in on his target. Activating his shadow strike skill, several weak points were highlighted, with the mark on its abdomen standing out the most. The distance shrank: 15 meters, 13 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters. Zhang Yu became one with the shadows, his shadow form blending seamlessly into the darkness. The Yuling seemed to sense something, lifting its head warily and sniffing the air. Unfortunately for it, its abilities were not enough to detect Jiang Yu. As he got closer, Jiang Yu saw more clearly. Black lines ran across its body like active tadpoles. Both its forelimbs had transformed into sharp blades, clearly more powerful than the previous, a Piao's arm and scythe combination. If the previous one was a juvenile, this was undoubtedly a fully matured form. The Yuling gave Jiang Yu an inexplicable sense of familiarity, but he didn't dwell on it. Holding his breath, he prepared to strike. Mark! An invisible aura suddenly descended, and the Yuling jolted as if electrocuted. It looked around frantically, its two blades ready, its entire body tense. However, its vigilance was in vain. In just half a second, Jiang Yu flashed in front of it. Gathering all his strength, he smashed his rod into its abdomen. Thud! The Yuling's expression froze as it was sent flying by the heavy blow. Its health plummeted from 82 to 42. The combination of the mark and shadow strike took away 40 of its life in a single hit. The once prominent health bar dropped significantly. The effect is this strong? Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. The ability to mark lasted only a second, and Jiang Yu knew this fleeting moment was his sole advantage. He had to kill his enemy in that instant to succeed in his hunt and gain his reward. Facing a nearly fully restored spirit, he understood he couldn't win in a direct confrontation. Jiang Yu acted decisively, using all his skills. The steel pipe sliced through the air, hitting the spirit's vital spot with precision. The effect was beyond his expectations. The spirit let out a piercing scream, its body slamming into the wall before falling to the ground, its health plummeting. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu immediately discarded the now bent steel pipe and moved to strike with his fist. However, he underestimated his opponent's resilience. The spirit suddenly rolled and sprang up, dodging the blow nimbly. In the next instant, two large blades adorned with eerie black patterns swept towards him at an astonishing speed. Jiang Yu's heart tightened as he realized the tables had turned. Even if his punch landed, it would only reduce the spirit's health by a small amount, whereas the spirit's blades could easily take half his life with a single hit. Reluctantly, Jiang Yu changed tactics, rolling to the side to dodge the attack. In this critical moment, a strange sense of familiarity washed over him. Jiang Yu wondered if the spirit could affect his mind. He had no time to ponder as the spirit's assault continued relentlessly. The twin blades flashed like lightning, grazing Jiang Yu's skin. Although his shadow form concealed obvious injuries, his health had already dropped to 60. A few seconds of combat had inflicted such significant damage, clearly marking the spirit as a high attack, high agility, but low health assassin-type opponent. Without a suitable weapon, Jiang Yu was at a disadvantage in both offense and defense. Yet, fortune favors the prepared. Perhaps due to its earlier injuries, the spirit's attack revealed a slight opening. Jiang Yu immediately seized this fleeting chance, lunging forward. His fist struck the spirit's jaw hard, causing it to pause. Jiang Yu quickly shifted his stance, turning to deliver a powerful elbow strike to a vital point. The impact was as forceful as any weapon, and with a dull thud, the spirit's health plummeted to 25. With victory in sight, Jiang Yu didn't hesitate to tackle the spirit to the ground. However, as he got a closer look at its face, a strong sense of dissonance hit him. The hollow eyes and the face covered in worm-like patterns felt disturbingly familiar. In that moment, It was as if a jolt of electricity surged through Jiang Yu, or a thunderclap exploded in his mind. His pupils contracted sharply as a shocking realization flashed through his brain. Baidu Academy. This was the night watchman who had perished in the Shadow Realm. The contamination within the extraordinary beings is like a ticking time bomb, ready to turn them into aberrations at any moment. Jiang Yu knew this all too well, having witnessed Lin Emo being taken away by 3 other night watchers after ingesting some medication. Just 5 or 6 days later, Lin Emo had mutated into such a terrifying form, leaving Jiang Yu filled with questions. As Jiang Yu paused his attack, the suppressed Lin Emo suddenly exploded with astonishing power, pushing him away. The mutated Lin Emo didn't continue the assault, but instead let out a piercing screech and quickly fled. Jiang Yu shouted, "Stop!" and tried to give chase, but Lin Mo's speed was too fast, leaving him helpless as he watched Lin Mo disappear around the corner. Great, he got away. Jiang Yu muttered to himself. Even if I caught him, I probably wouldn't get any answers. Turning his gaze away, Jiang Yu opened his manual, watching the information scroll across the screen. Name, attributes, rank, abilities, they all displayed one after another until he reached the remaining lifespan section, which made his breath catch 7 days. What was even more alarming was the next piece of information in the manual. Upon entering the shadow layer, the hunter failed to capture the prey, leading to the prey's escape. Continuous failures as a hunter will weaken one's power and even shorten one's lifespan. Give me a break. Jiang Yu chuckled bitterly. I don't have many days left anyway. Worst case, my lifespan drops to 0, and I die on the spot. For a hunter, death is just another beginning. The human body has its limits. I'll just stop being human. Although his words sounded like a joke, Jiang Yu couldn't help but clench his teeth in frustration. The panel refreshed again, reminding him that only by continuously hunting and enhancing his notoriety could he gain more control over life and death. But at this moment, Jiang Yu was filled with nothing but anger, feeling that life was meaningless. Hunt? No way, I'll just wait to die. I'll become a ghost directly. Jiang Yu cursed angrily. What crap? This panel is out to get me, isn't it? After calming down, Jiang Yu began to think of a plan. With only 7 days left, if he didn't make any progress this afternoon, he would have to seek help from Uncle Li or Uncle Lu. At the very least, he needed to find a lower-tier aberration to kill and extend his lifespan by a few more days. Over the next hour or so, Jiang Yu searched around the neighborhood but couldn't find a suitable target. The good security in East District 1 of Yunhai made his situation even more difficult. Maybe I should check out another district? Jiang Yu pondered. That's my only option. He found a secluded corner and exited the shadow layer, walking 500 meters to the subway station. After a 20-minute ride with a line transfer, Jiang Yu arrived at East District 2. Despite being from Yunhai, he was unfamiliar with this area. East District 2, located on the outskirts of Yunhai, was filled with chemical plants and corporate buildings, along with numerous abandoned buildings and wastelands. Jiang Yu re-entered the shadow layer, seeking a vantage point to survey the surroundings. Soon, his gaze locked onto an abandoned building opposite him. Curled up inside was a horrifying creature. Its skin a pale red, with large, muscular limbs. To be precise, it had no skin at all. Its muscles and blood vessels were fully exposed. Its claws were terrifying, wrapped in a blood-red sheen, with fingertips as sharp as blades. Its long, slender tail ended in a diamond shape, covered in barbs, looking capable of easily tearing through flesh. This aberration was riddled with wounds, and one of its legs was visibly broken. Jiang Yu noticed its health was down to 43, and he felt a surge of hope. Though it was slightly larger than a ghost and seemed more strength-oriented, if he could launch a successful ambush, he should stand a chance. Jiang Yu carefully crawled towards the building. Before long, he was huddled at the corner, quietly observing his potential prey, feeling both tense and exhilarated. Neck, butt, legs. Jiang Yu carefully scrutinized the creature in front of him, searching for any weak spots. The muscular beast's defense seemed almost impenetrable, making it quite a challenge. Just as Jiang Yu was formulating a strategy, the creature, which had been resting, suddenly stood up alertly, its tail raised high, entering a state of vigilance. Startled, Jiang Yu quickly hid. After a few tense seconds, the creature, seeing no immediate threat, lay down again. Jiang Yu cautiously resumed his observation and noticed that the red spots on the creature's body had slightly faded, indicating that it was still on guard. No rush. Jiang Yu silently reminded himself, patience is key to the hunt. He held his breath and remained motionless. Time ticked by 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Finally, the red spots on the creature's body intensified again, signaling that it was the perfect moment to strike for maximum damage. Almost there. Jiang Yu nodded to himself, mark it. Just as he was about to make his move, a sudden noise interrupted him. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Inside, there were rustling sounds and voices. Where did you go this time? Hey, Uncle Li? Dad? Lu Yaoyao stood in the kitchen, looking towards the doorway, her cooking movements suddenly frozen. She wasn't sure whether to continue or stop. The situation felt strangely awkward. Despite the close relationship between the two families, running into each other while cooking made her feel a bit uneasy. Cooking. Li Xuanguang smiled warmly as he changed into his slippers. Wearing his night patrol coat, with stubble on his temples and chin, he looked rather worn out. See, I told you she'd be here, Lu Nanfeng said, somewhat sourly. Dad, you're bad-mouthing me again, Lu Yaoyao retorted, half angry. Why are you home so early today? There wasn't much going on at the office, so I decided to leave early, Lu Nanfeng explained. Since we're all here, how about we go out for a nice meal? Oh, no need. I'm already halfway through cooking, Lu Yaoyao said, feeling a bit conflicted. Then another time. Today, let's enjoy Yaoyao's cooking, Li Xuanguang laughed. This is a rare opportunity, thanks to Xiao Yu. Uncle Li. Lu Yaoyao felt a bit embarrassed. Li Xuanguang chuckled and glanced around the house. Where's Xiao Yu? Not home. No idea, probably out playing, Lu Yaoyao replied. It's really irresponsible, going out to play and leaving you to cook for him, Li Xuanguang said as he walked towards Jiang Yu's room to take a look. At that moment, the lock on the front door turned. With a click, the door opened and then shut with a bang. A ragged, bloodied figure staggered and it was Jiang Yu. Food, 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 I'm starving, Jiang Yu shouted as he looked around. What delicious thing did Yao Yao cook for me today? Let me see. I'm in a good mood today. Bought your favorite lollipops. You wouldn't believe it. I got chased by a big dog all the way. Almost got bitten. Why did you send me so many messages? Missed me. Jiang Yu chattered away as he took off his jacket. Suddenly, he sensed the room's atmosphere was off. Looking up, he saw 4 pairs of eyes staring at him. Jiang Yu. Lu Yaoyao's face turned bright red, her eyes blazing with anger that seemed ready to burn him to ashes. Jiang Yu stumbled into the restaurant, panting heavily. His hair was disheveled, and his face showed signs of lingering fear. I was chased by a dog and ran all the way here. I'm a bit out of it, he explained weakly, his voice trembling slightly. Around the dining table, 4 people were already seated. Lu Nanfeng sat there expressionless, as if he hadn't heard Jiang Yu's words. Lu Yaoyao appeared calm on the surface, but her eyes occasionally shot glances at Jiang Yu, with complex emotions flickering within. Li Xuanguang looked exasperated, his brows slightly furrowed, seemingly restraining the urge to reprimand the troublesome young man. Lu Nanfeng cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence. All right, let's not spoil the rare occasion of having a meal together. His tone carried a hint of teasing, fighting. Huh? Who doesn't fight when they're young? If you don't fight, are you even young? He continued, a mischievous glint in his eye. Fighting over a girl, trying to impress someone you like, I get it. What was the name of that girl again? I saw you walking side by side with her in a pretty dress last time. You show her? Lu Yaoyao suddenly lowered her head, focusing intently on her food, and added in a calm tone. Yes, that's the name. Lu Nanfeng's eyes lit up. That girl is really something. So delicate, fair-skinned, and graceful. If I had a girl like that when I was young, I'd be willing to fight for her too. Jiang Yu felt a chill run down his spine and was about to explain, but Uncle Lu had already raised his glass. Come on, let's toast. To your success. Li Xuanguang couldn't help but tease. What are you waiting for? Toast your Uncle Lu. Jiang Yu felt like he was caught in a 3-genstone situation and reluctantly raised his glass. Uncle Lu, here's to you. After downing the glass, Lu Nanfeng looked at his daughter's sullen face and felt his mood improve significantly. He thought smugly. That'll teach you to show off all the time. Jiang Yu quickly changed the subject. Uncle Lu, have some food. You're always out and about. It's rare to get a chance to taste Yao Yao's homemade dishes. He then turned to Lu Yaoyao. Hey, Yao Yao, do you cook often at home? Your cooking is really good. She doesn't cook at all. Lu Nanfeng's face darkened suddenly. He recalled that Lu Yaoyao rarely cooked at home. Li Xuanguang had asked her to look after Jiang Yu, and she eagerly ran over, preparing different dishes for him every day. This thought made Lu Nanfeng's temple throb. Throughout the meal, the atmosphere at the table was tense, like a battlefield where one wrong move could lead to disaster. Finally, after seeing off a black-faced Uncle Lu and a blushing Yao Yao, Jiang Yu let out a long sigh of relief. He turned towards the fridge. Uncle Li, want a drink? No. Li Xuanguang paused, then suddenly asked, have you awakened your abilities? Jiang Yu's pupils contracted slightly, and he stammered, what abilities? I've been with the Night Watchers for 20 years, Li Xuanguang said calmly, his gaze piercing. Uncle Li, Jiang Yu turned around with a wry smile. When did you awaken? A little over half a month ago. How did it happen? Uncle Li, are you interrogating me? Jiang Yu said with a helpless smile. Li Xuanguang was taken aback, then chuckled. No need to be so tense. Come, sit down. After Jiang Yu sat down, he explained. How did it happen? I'm not really sure. It just happened suddenly. A natural awakening. Huh, Li Xuanguang mused, reaching for a cigarette but then thinking better of it. It's rare, but it does happen every year. Is that so? That's a relief, Jiang Yu thought to himself. Li Xuanguang began to scrutinize him closely, his gaze feeling like an X-ray. Jiang Yu felt uneasy. Uncle Li, he couldn't help but ask. I'm just observing your condition. Jiang Yu noticed a faint gleam in Uncle Li's eyes, suspecting he might be using some kind of ability. After a moment, Li Xuanguang's eyes returned to normal, and he leaned back lazily on the sofa. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke. This year, anyone detected with extraordinary aptitude, as long as their mental fortitude isn't too poor, will be required to take the martial arts exam. Yao Yao mentioned it. Jiang Yu nodded. What are your thoughts on it? My thoughts on what? Recently, the pressure on the night watchers has been immense, with casualties rising each year, Li Xuanguang said, fiddling with his unlit cigarette, his gaze steady. I can pull some strings for you. Skip the martial arts exam and just take the regular college entrance exam. Jiang Yu was taken aback, thinking, wow, pulling strings, this is something people actually say out loud? Li Xuanguang continued. You like drawing comics, right? You can pick any university, get into the art department, or any other major you want. Jiang Yu's eyes widened, thinking, whoa, Uncle Li is that influential? What position does he hold in the Night Watchers to say something like that? He half-jokingly asked, can I skip school and just get the diploma? No sooner had he spoken than he got a flick on the forehead. Go to Winter Academy. They have a good learning environment, Uncle Li said. No. Jiang Yu rubbed his head. What? Want to choose another academy? I still want to try becoming extraordinary, Jiang Yu said seriously. No way, you're listening to me on this, Li Xuanguang said firmly, leaving no room for argument. No, Uncle Li, if you try to pull strings for me, I'll report you to the Night Watchers, Jiang Yu said without hesitation, his eyes full of determination. Li Xuanguang was taken aback, the wrinkles on his forehead gradually smoothing out and replaced by a look of confusion. He slowly responded, I help you out, and you report me? Such filial piety. Xiaoyu, you're really something. Li Xuanguang took a deep breath, his tone turning serious. I'm not joking with you. The supernatural world is far more dangerous than you can imagine. Focus on your studies, and I can still look after you if anything happens. Jiang Yu sighed, crossing his hands on his knees. Uncle Li, I'm serious too. Danger is everywhere. Besides, you can't look after me forever, can you? Silence filled the room. Li Xuanguang nodded thoughtfully, a hint of approval in his eyes. All right, let's see if you regret it after you truly understand. Anyway, if you change your mind before your third year, you can always come to me. Jiang Yu mentally calculated, realizing he had witnessed Uncle Li's capabilities today. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke up, Uncle Li, you should be more careful. If you get caught, get lost, Li Xuanguang said with a laugh, standing up to straighten his clothes. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. Wait. Jiang Yu suddenly remembered something and quickly called out to Li Xuanguang. Uncle Li, I read in the materials Yao Yao gave me that supernaturals must deplete their power before death to prevent contamination and mutation into aberrations. Is it possible for someone to turn into an aberration even after they've died and exhausted their power? Li Xuanguang frowned slightly, thinking for a moment before nodding. Of course. Special abilities or external interference could cause what you're describing. Oh, okay. Jiang Yu replied, trying to appear nonchalant. Why do you ask? Li Xuanguang eyed him suspiciously. Nothing, just curious. Choosing the martial path means I'll encounter these things sooner or later, Jiang Yu explained casually. As he walked towards the door, Li Xuanguang reminded him. Get some rest and stop getting into fights. Oh, and I almost forgot to tell you. This year's martial exams have been moved up. They'll start right after the new year. So be prepared. After seeing Li Xuanguang off, Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. The timing of the exams didn't matter much to him. He was confident in his abilities. What really concerned him was what Uncle Li had mentioned. That deceased night watcher, was it due to special abilities? Or was there external interference? The person had already been taken by the night watchers, so no matter how special their abilities were, they shouldn't have turned into an aberration and escaped, right? Jiang Yu's throat tightened as images of the person's carefree demeanor before death and their ghostly form flashed through his mind. Maybe there was a possibility that he had mistaken it. Could it really be? Jiang Yu murmured to himself, sinking deeper into confusion. Li Xiaoti's phone screen lit up with a new notification. The blogger you follow, Yu, has uploaded a new video. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly tapped the notification. In recent days, Yu's videos of hunting exotic creatures had been trending, garnering immense attention. However, the tide of public opinion shifted dramatically after several bloggers uploaded videos exposing him. Once praised as a dashing assassin and a powerful hunter, Yu was now labeled a video editing clown and a fraud. Li Xiaodi clicked on the only video on Yu's profile, and the comment section was overwhelmingly negative. What a joke. Just riding the trend. Real night watchers and exotics fight for real, and you're just here for views with your edits? I can totally see it coming. This guy will soon be selling stuff in PK battles. Disgusting. Despite the backlash, the video's stats were staggering. 2.1 million likes, 200,000 comments, and a similarly high number of shares and saves. With just this one video, Zhang Yu's follower count had soared past 1 million. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last. Within just 2 or 3 days after the expose, his followers dropped to 600,000. Initially, Li Xiaodi tried to defend him against the haters, but she soon realized she was outnumbered and overwhelmed. Even she began to waver. Was you really faking it? Why hadn't he posted a clarification video after all this time? As Li Xiaodi found herself in a state of confusion, she habitually opened the Douyin app and saw Yu's update notification. Her heart raced, but she hesitated. She was afraid that the video would be an apology, shattering her hopes completely. It can't be just a publicity stunt, right? She wondered. Ultimately, curiosity got the better of her, and she clicked on the video. If you don't hunt, you die. A deep, magnetic voice came from her phone, and Li Xiaodi breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't an apology video. The video was shot from a first-person perspective, with the camera seemingly mounted on Yu's chest. He was crouched on the rooftop of a tall building, and this time, the background wasn't blurred. The camera panned down, revealing a dizzying view of what seemed like an abyss below. Suddenly, Yu leaped off. Li Xiaodi gasped. Was he going to splatter from such a high fall off a 30-story building? But then, she heard rapid footsteps. Yu was running down the building's surface. He then made a powerful leap forward, flying like an arrow. Li Xiaodi's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Yu glide through the air. Just when she thought he was about to fall, he flicked his right hand, and a black thread shot out, hitting the edge of the opposite building precisely. With a strong pull, he swung himself onto the rooftop like a nimble monkey. Amazing! Is this shadow thread the ability he gained from hunting the spider last time? Li Xiaodi marveled, replaying the scene over and over, unable to find any signs of special effects. Is this the power of an extraordinary being? She punched the air in excitement. The video continued, showing Yu navigating through the city before stopping at a specific location. The camera revealed a massive creature, and Yu's voice softly explained, Predator, a low-grade exotic, belonging to the blood type, first tier, upper level. Before he finished speaking, he had already slipped into the shadows and launched his attack. The camera captured the monster's grotesque wounds and pus-filled sores, which were disturbing even with the pixelation. Its eyes were blood red, its teeth still tangled with flesh, and its enormous claws gleamed, each about 30 to 40 centimeters long. Li Xiaodi couldn't help but imagine that a swipe from those claws would result in instant bloodshed. The intensity of this battle far surpassed the previous one with the giant spider. Li Xiaodi recalled that last video the fight had lasted a full hour. They would edit videos with lots of cuts and breaks, often providing solid proof. However, this time the footage was entirely different. The camera captured the intense battle up close, every detail crystal clear. The sharp claws of the alien creature repeatedly pierced Yu's body, blood splattering everywhere. Li Xiaodi held her breath, thinking he would fall. But Yu always managed to catch his breath, grit his teeth, and get back up to continue fighting. He deftly manipulated shadow threads, either piercing buildings to quickly change positions or stabbing into the alien to pull it closer. Yu's figure darted around the battlefield like a phantom, constantly engaging with the massive creature. As time passed, the alien's movements noticeably slowed. Suddenly, Yu seized an opportunity and landed a heavy punch on the alien's head. The car-sized body wobbled a few times before crashing to the ground. Yu silently walked towards the fallen alien, thrusting his hand into its heart. In an instant, countless black threads spread from his body, completely enveloping the alien's corpse. In this eerie devouring process, the alien's body visibly shrank until it was entirely consumed. The black threads receded back into Yu's body like a retreating tide, coiling around his arm. The threads churned like waves, with black keratin and streaks of silver intertwining, as if brewing some terrifying power. Li Xiaodi held her breath, anticipating the new ability Yu would gain. However, a new danger quietly emerged. Behind Yu, a larger arm clung to a building, followed by an entire body. Another predator appeared on screen, and Yu seemed unaware. Li Xiaodi wanted to shout a warning, but could only watch helplessly. The predator suddenly attacked. It lunged like an arrow, its fierce presence almost piercing through the screen. Only then did Li Xiaodi truly understand the meaning of predator. These creatures were born hunters, the ultimate predators. At that critical moment, the screen abruptly cut off. Li Xiaodi broke into a sweat, her heart racing as if she were on the battlefield herself. She quickly opened the comments section, and amidst the praise, one out-of-place comment caught her attention. A user named D Dao had left a comment right after the video ended, quickly rising to the top. Finished watching the video? Stay tuned for my next solid proof. This comment instantly ignited Li Xiaoti's anger. She gritted her teeth and thought, proof? Let's see what kind of nonsense you come up with next. Jiang Yu noticed the comment, but chose not to respond, pretending to be unaware. This predator's strength far surpassed both Ah Piao and the shadow spider. Even in its severely injured state, Jiang Yu had to put in a lot of effort to take it down. In the video, Jiang Yu quickly got up after being struck by the predator, appearing unscathed. In reality, this was due to the characteristics of his shadow form. Even a fatal wound wouldn't kill him instantly, but his health bar would drop drastically. After an attack with Shadow Strike and Marked Hunt, Jiang Yu was shocked to find his health reduced to 30. He recalled that the same move had nearly halved the health of Ah Piao, who was suspected to be Lin Imo, whereas this predator only lost 10. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yu decided to give it his all. During the actual fight, he felt a chill run down his spine again. The predator's body was as hard as steel, and his punches had no effect. In contrast, just a graze from the predator's huge claws would cause a significant chunk of his health bar to disappear. If the predator had any more health left, Jiang Yu would have turned and run. Despite being severely injured, Jiang Yu managed to slay the predator after a tough battle. He even wondered if he would have been the one to fall if the predator had just 10 more health. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! The blogger you follow, Lao Bideng, has uploaded a new video. Jiang Yu chuckled, thinking the efficiency was quite high, and clicked on the video. The familiar introduction played. Hello everyone, I'm D Dao. There are many fake extraordinary beings out there, and am here to expose them. A bald man appeared on the screen. D Dao began analyzing Jiang Yu's video. In your last video, you mentioned that the predator was a first-tier high-level? Well, it sounded convincing. But take a closer look. He zoomed in on the video, freezing the frame before the battle started. Look at the wounds, bloodstains, and the broken right leg. Calling this a first-tier high-level? Even a mid-level would be a stretch. Picking a soft target like this, why not just choose one that's on its last breath? That'd be much easier. A few punches and it's done. D Dao continued. Secondly, I don't know if anyone noticed, but the guy in the video, while good-looking, doesn't have the skills of someone trained. He's just a wild fighter. Any seasoned extraordinary being wouldn't fight so recklessly. Jiang Yu had to admit, D Dao was right. The predator was indeed heavily injured, which was why he chose it as his target. As for combat experience, Jiang Yu had only fought 3 battles. Where would he get rich experience from? His fighting style was pure instinct: dodge if he could, hit if he had to, using whatever moves came to mind. D Dao went on, completely shrouded in shadows, afraid to show his face. I don't need to spell it out. No official would hype themselves up like this. I bet this guy is just a newbie who recently became extraordinary, using various tricks to gain attention. Jiang Yu opened the comments section and saw that while the top comments were criticizing D Dao, the newer ones showed some skepticism towards his analysis. Clearly, Jiang Yu's display of strength this time was convincing enough, making D Dao's analysis less impactful than his previous one. D Dao was betting that Jiang Yu was just a clown without real strength. If he was right, he would gain a lot. But Jiang Yu's account was positioned as an amnesiac assassin, a growth-oriented character. Who could say for certain that his current weakness wasn't just a facade? For anyone else, this bet might be worth it. After all, both videos had many questionable points. But faking strength is no easy task. You're either weak or strong. You either spend years slowly growing or rapidly improve within a few months and prove everyone wrong. Otherwise, you'll eventually slip up and be exposed. As he watched his follower count rise, D Dao's grin widened. He thought it was time to quickly make a sponsored video for Buddha jumps over the wall instant noodles. He gently brushed his fingers over the booklet labeled auxiliary personnel on the table, letting out a soft chuckle. Jiang Yu's fingers slowly slid across the booklet, symbolizing his auxiliary status with the night patrol, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips. Despite its grandiose title, the entry requirements were laughably low. He recalled the sheer terror of his first venture into the shadow layer, a fear that nearly made him soil himself. From that moment on, he was resolute in his decision to steer clear of this dangerous world. Turning to a career as a restaurant reviewer, Jiang Yu initially garnered a decent following. However, his reputation recently took a hit, causing his career to hit a bottleneck. Ironically, it was his newfound habit of mercilessly criticizing others that brought his career back to life. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but hum a little tune in satisfaction, feeling quite pleased with himself. Despite these worldly achievements, Jiang Yu didn't place much importance on them. To him, enhancing his own skills was far more crucial than any superficial success. He opened his personal status panel and carefully examined the information displayed. Name: Jiang Yu. Attribute: Shadow. Shadow points: 3232. Titles: Stalker, Hunter. Stalker abilities: Shadow Devour, Shadow Vision, Shadow Thread, shadow form, shadow claw form, shadow walk. Hunter abilities, mark, pursuit. Remaining lifespan, 12 days. Evaluation, appears strong, but is actually weak. Weak, my foot. Jiang Yu scoffed, flipping off the panel. After 3 hunts, his strength had vastly improved. Even if multiple Lu Yaoyao stood before him, he was confident he could defeat them all. As for that one-armed, feeble Uncle Li, Jiang Yu was certain he could knock out 50 of him with a single punch. Successfully hunting a Tier 1 apex predator not only significantly boosted Jiang Yu's power, but also added nearly 10 days to his lifespan. Now, he could at least survive until the Lunar New Year. The Shadow Claw form and Shadow Walk were crucial gains from this hunt, equipping him with the essential traits of a formidable assassin. Jiang Yu meticulously studied his abilities. Shadow points served as both his energy and experience for leveling up. Shooting threads like Spider-Man consumed about 3 points. Entering the shadow layer with shadow vision required 1 point, while exiting consumed none. Shadow form had no cost within the shadow layer, but varied in the real world. Under direct sunlight, the consumption was almost per second, whereas in shadows, it was much slower. Clenching his fist, Jiang Yu felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. With 32 shadow points, he had enough to gain initial control over this power. He opened his palm, watching as a thick, ink-like fluid morphed under his command, sometimes forming the shape of a human, other times a straight line. However, Jiang Yu hesitated at the thought of the upcoming aptitude test for school. This test would open a small door for students to the extraordinary world. Even if he didn't get any stronger before the official test, his current abilities were already impressive. The tall tree catches the wind, and standing out could attract unwanted attention. So, should he choose to keep a low profile? No way, I'm going big. Jiang Yu decided inwardly. Pondering for a moment, he thought confidently, my uncle is a high-ranking officer in the night patrol. Who do I have to fear? Showing off is too much fun. This life is all about flaunting. Flaunt it, and flaunt it hard. Women are terrifying. Jiang Yu sat on a small leather stool inside the shop, his eyes following the excited girls as they flitted about. He couldn't help but sigh. What was supposed to be a trip to buy New Year goods had turned into an endless clothes shopping spree. Lu Yuqiang stood nearby, silently nodding in agreement. Feng Xiaoxiao and Lu Yaoyao, along with the 2 boys, had formed a group of 4 to shop for New Year supplies. However, after half a day, Jiang Yu felt a dull ache in his back and waist, despite his strong physique. The worst part is they just look and don't buy. Lu Yuqiang silently grumbled to himself. If they just bought what they needed, we could be done and go home. If this keeps up, I won't last much longer. Jiang Yu exaggeratedly sighed. Don't joke about that during the New Year. Lu Yuqiang frowned, trying to stop him. It's bad luck. Bro, have you considered I might not be joking? Jiang Yu sighed, a complex look flashing in his eyes. If I can't hunt, I'd rather die. Seriously, who awakens abilities like this? Just then, the 2 girls walked over again, empty-handed. Let's go, it's time for lunch. Finally, the torture ends, Jiang Yu said, feeling a wave of relief as he quickly stood up. Let's eat. What are we having? Xiao Xiao, I heard there's a new salad place nearby. How about we try that? Lu Yaoyao suggested. We've been shopping with you all morning, and you want us to eat salad? Jiang Yu immediately objected. You want the horse to run, but you only give it grass? I refuse. Moments later, the 4 of them were seated in a restaurant. The waiter handed them menus, and Lu Yaoyao glanced at it, her ears turning red with anger. Jiang Yu, is this what you meant by a student-friendly place? The menu prominently featured garlic oysters, steamed oysters, grilled chives, and black chicken soup. I've been fighting a lot lately, need to replenish my energy, Jiang Yu explained seriously, then turned to the waiter. Grilled bread, soy sauce fried rice, egg drop soup, and this, and this. Not bad. Jiang Yu's choices are pretty normal, Lu Yaoyao snorted. The next second, Jiang Yu closed the menu, a sly smile on his face. Forget what I just said. Bring one of everything else on the menu, and make sure the oysters are fresh and large. Jiang Yu. Lu Yaoyao stomped her foot in frustration. My appetite's been big lately, Jiang Yu grinned. Do you think that's the point? Don't worry, if we can't finish, we'll take it home. Lu Yuqiang and Feng Xiaoxiao shivered on the side, too scared to interject. Eventually, the dishes arrived. Jiang Yu picked up an oyster and held it to Lu Yaoyao's mouth. Here, Yaoyao, have a bite. Lu Yaoyao instinctively prepared to open her mouth, then quickly closed it. Idiot, do you think we're at home? Get lost. I can eat by myself. She glared at Jiang Yu. The girl knows how to be shy. Jiang Yu laughed and started eating heartily. Lu Yaoyao shot him another glare before she began eating too. After a round of eating, Lu Yaoyao spoke up. Did you guys get the notice from school this morning? Yeah, we got it. Lu Yuqiang and Feng Xiaoxiao's faces showed a touch of melancholy. That morning, the school had announced that the martial arts exam had been moved up. It would start in batches on February 17th and finish by the 20th, with the special training camp beginning on the 25th. The exact date for the martial arts exam was still uncertain. Most students didn't fully understand the supernatural. Compared to regular academic subjects, they were more eager to encounter and master this mysterious power. Breaking free from physical limitations was a biological pursuit. This year, the martial arts exam had been moved up, leaving little time between the end of the spring festival and the start of testing. The mandatory exam policy made the whole process feel rushed, leaving many students anxious regardless of their future career plans in martial arts. Sigh. Lu Yuqiang let out a long sigh. Among the four, he was the least interested in the martial arts exam and had no interest in the supernatural. Jiang Yu patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, your aptitude probably won't pass the selection. Thanks a lot. Lu Yuqiang responded with a bitter smile. When Lu Yuqiang was 7, he had a run-in with a strange little ghost. By the time it was dealt with, it was almost too late. Since then, he had developed a condition. While he was fine most of the time, any significant physical activity could cause him to faint, and the worst episodes had even led to cardiac arrest. Setting aside his physical issues, the psychological trauma was severe. Multiple visits to a psychologist and some special treatments from Uncle Lee's department had barely helped him recover. Lu Yuqiang had no interest in dealing with these supernatural entities in the future. He just wanted to live a peaceful life. Admittedly, he had a bit of an ostrich mentality, preferring to avoid the issue. If Jiang Yu had been in his shoes, he would have wanted to get stronger as quickly as possible. Nana had the nerve to bully Grandpa Jiang, and Yu couldn't swallow this insult. Jiang Yu secretly vowed to himself, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. He turned to look at Lu Yuqiang and shifted the topic. But people are different. If anyone went through what Lu Yuqiang did, many would make the same choices. Jiang Yu shook his head as if to clear his mind. Willpower aptitude test, he clicked his tongue and smiled. All right, let's have a toast. Ding ding ding. The clinking of glasses was crisp and pleasant. After downing their glasses of Sprite, Xiao Chang's complexion visibly improved. Jiang Yu, are you going to take the martial exam? Lu Yuqiang asked suddenly, his eyes filled with curiosity. Jiang Yu smiled slyly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Well, that depends on the situation. You know what I mean. Lu Yaoyao was taken aback by his words, and her best friend gave her a meaningful look. She bit her lip and quickly lowered her head to eat, trying to hide her inner turmoil. Lu Yuqiang suddenly realized, I remember now. You want to see where the campus beauty, Yu Zhou'er, is going. You told me before. Her long legs, so white and... Before he could finish, Lu Yaoyao's chopsticks froze in midair. Shut up. Jiang Yu's forehead veins bulged as he roughly stuffed an oyster into Lu Yuqiang's mouth. At the same time, he keenly sensed a murderous aura coming from Lu Yaoyao's direction. This old Lu, you should change your name to Lao Lu. Jiang Yu muttered to himself. Martial exam, my foot. I bet you can't even pass the willpower test. Lu Yaoyao looked up, a mocking smile playing on her lips, her gaze as sharp as a knife. This time, it was Jiang Yu's turn to lower his head and frantically shovel food into his mouth, trying to avoid that piercing stare. The conversation at the table gradually shifted to the topic of the extraordinary and the aberrant. Without awakening those two positions, Jiang Yu wasn't sure what path he would have taken. At that moment, a piercing siren suddenly blared through the mall. Wea wea. The four of them froze, looking at each other in confusion. Lu Yaoyao was the first to react, her face paling. It's the pollution detector alarm. There's an aberrant in the mall. She had played that sound countless times on her computer at home, but she never expected to hear it for real today. Even the weakest aberrant could cause a massacre among ordinary people. She jumped up and quickly walked to the window. Through the glass, she saw the people in the mall corridor first bewildered, then turning their heads towards a certain direction, their faces filled with terror. Some people's legs gave out, and they collapsed on the ground, while others quickened their pace, eventually breaking into a run. Idiot, forget the bag. Run for your life. Jiang Yu slapped Lu Yuqiang on the back, who was still reaching for his bag. With your small frame, you better start running. Oh. Lu Yuqiang snapped out of his daze and hurriedly followed. The four of them quickly rushed out of the restaurant and joined the fleeing crowd. Looking into the distance, they saw on the same floor a tall figure half emerging from a crack. The figure floated eerily, like a ghost, with two giant blades glinting menacingly under the lights. An old friend. Ghosty. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed, his arm muscles tensing, clearly defined. What are you standing there for? Run. Lu Yaoyao grabbed Jiang Yu's arm. Coming. Jiang Yu took one last deep look at the figure, thinking it would still take some time for it to fully emerge. Damn it. Can the people in front move any faster? A furious shout pierced through the noise of the mall. Among the crowd, someone impatiently cursed, Did you just learn to walk? Why are you moving so slowly? Hurry up and run. Suddenly, a terrified scream rang out, Monster. There's a monster behind us. The words acted like a fuse, instantly igniting panic throughout the mall. Cries, curses, and screams erupted from the crowd as everyone surged towards the exits, creating utter chaos. Why is there a monster? How can there be a monster here? Someone muttered in disbelief. Don't push. Don't push, someone shouted in the crowd, but it was to no avail. The panic had already spread, and everyone was only concerned with their own safety. Lu Yaoyao's face turned pale as she couldn't help but glance back. She thought to herself, there should be protective measures around the mall. How could a monster get in? But given the situation, she shook her head. It's too late to think about that now. We need to get out of here. Zhang Yu kept looking back to assess the situation. He saw a ghostly figure, an apiao, emerging from a crack, looking somewhat disoriented. This apiao seemed dumber than the ones he had seen before, and a vacuum had already formed around it, with no one within 10 meters. Zhang Yu knew this was because it took the apiao a lot of time to emerge. However, he also realized that once it recovered, its speed would make it impossible for ordinary people to escape if it targeted them. Quick, we can go downstairs from up ahead, Zhang Yu said to those around him. At that moment, the floor made a loud noise. Boom. It seemed to tilt slightly. It's collapsing, someone shouted in terror. Hold on to something. Don't push. Someone tried to maintain order, but it was largely ineffective. It's going down. Amidst the cries, the floor gave way with a thunderous crash. In an instant, darkness enveloped the area, swallowing almost all light. The crowd was split up, with visibility reduced to just a couple of meters. Watch out. Zhang Yu quickly grabbed 3 people. But with only 2 hands, he struggled to keep them from being swept away by the crowd and falling. What happened? Zhang Yu wondered. The fall didn't hurt, but the sudden darkness made his heart race. A familiar and comforting sensation enveloped him as energy started to flow into his body. Zhang Yu's hands and feet felt cold. He realized what had happened. Yes, part of the mall had been dragged into the shadow realm. Damn it, this isn't scientific. Zhang Yu cursed under his breath. Around him, cries of pain and fear echoed. My leg. Someone groaned in agony. Daddy, I'm scared, a child cried. Don't be afraid, the night watchers are nearby. They'll come to help, an adult tried to comfort. Zhang Yu knew that if they were still in the real world, the night watchers would indeed arrive quickly. But the problem was, they were no longer in the real world. He remained silent, surveying the surroundings. In the shadow realm, you couldn't drive or take the subway, and even riding a motorcycle would take time. Any noise could attract other creatures, complicating their rescue. Who knows how many would die before help arrived? Zhang Yu realized the dire situation they were in. Is everyone okay? Zhang Yu asked grimly. Phew. Lu Yuqiang was still shaken, gasping for breath, his face contorted in pain. My leg. It hurts. Zhang Yu saw a large rock pinning Lu Yuqiang's leg. This kid was really unlucky. Hang in there, he said, rolling up his sleeves and using his strength to move the rock aside. Lu Yuqiang's face was drenched in sweat, the pain intensifying as his wound was jostled. His left leg was bent at an odd angle. Zhang Yu noticed his health was at 60, indicating a serious injury. It hurts so much. Lu Yuqiang gasped. Lu Yaoyao quickly rummaged through her bag and pulled out a small bottle. Painkillers, chew them directly, she said, handing him 2 pills. Lu Yuqiang chewed the pills, and his color improved slightly. Why did it suddenly get dark? He asked weakly. We're in real danger this time, Lu Yaoyao sighed. She then fiddled with her wristwatch, which emitted a faint glow. All we can do now is wait for rescue. Suddenly, another terrified scream came from the crowd. Monster! The monster is coming! The ground shook violently again, leading to a second collapse. Everyone, be careful! Lu Yaoyao managed to shout before hitting the ground with a thud. Dizzy and in pain, she struggled to get up. Xiao Xiao, Lu Yuqiang, Zhang Yu, she called out urgently. I'm here, Feng Xiaoxiao responded weakly. Where are you guys? I can't see. Lu Yuqiang's voice came through. The 3 quickly regrouped by following each other's voices, then realized a critical issue. Where was Zhang Yu? Meanwhile, in another part of the mall, Li Xiaodi was on the verge of breaking down. She had been banned for 3 days for trash talking in a game, and in her frustration, she had gone shopping with her friends. Who could have expected something like this to happen? She thought bitterly. What kind of mess is this? As they were having lunch, a piercing alarm suddenly blared through the mall. Li Xiaodi had barely registered the sound when she heard someone scream in terror. Anomaly! An anomaly is here. In the ensuing chaos, she and her best friend bolted out of the restaurant, racing towards the exit. Suddenly, the floor beneath them gave way with a deafening crash, plunging them into darkness. Struggling to her feet, Li Xiaodi caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past, followed by the sickening sound of a blade slicing through flesh and a blood-curdling scream. Fear engulfed her like a tidal wave. In this shadowy space, her vision blurred. Instinct told her to run, but her legs felt like noodles, leaving her collapsed on the ground. Just then, another thunderous crash echoed, and the floor caved in again. Agony surged through her as she felt her hip twist and her ankle throb with searing pain. The pain brought her to tears, but also gave her a jolt of strength. She managed to stand, limping forward with tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, she slipped. Looking down, she saw a pool of dark red liquid. Compelled by some unseen force, she reached out to touch it, only to be hit by the pungent stench of blood. Realizing it was blood made her legs go weak again, nearly causing her to collapse in the pool. The stench of death thickened, making her whole body tremble with fear. Her white stockings were torn, revealing her pale skin. Her cute dress was covered in dust. Her hair was a tangled mess. She looked utterly disheveled, yet carried a tragic beauty akin to a fleeing princess. Ignoring her appearance, she instinctively ran towards where there were more people. Bodies lay scattered on the ground, and each one she passed further eroded her sanity. Suddenly, an insect-like buzzing filled her ears. Her breath hitched, and her heart seemed to stop for half a second. Something was getting closer. Fear gave her unprecedented strength, and she ran desperately, her vision seeming to clear a bit. However, just a few steps later, a corpse blocked her path. She stumbled and fell, rolling a couple of times before lifting her head in a daze, her heart sinking. There was a wall ahead, no escape. The buzzing grew louder behind her. She turned in terror to see a shadowy figure approaching swiftly. It was an anomaly. The thing moved like a blur, raising a large blade high, ready to strike. I'm done for. Li Xiaoti's mind went blank as she sat paralyzed, eyes shut tight. But the expected pain never came. She opened her eyes in confusion, hearing its squelch followed by the sound of blood dripping to the ground. A figure stood in front of her, grasping the blade with a bloodied hand. The blade's tip was mere inches from her. Slowly looking up, she saw a figure facing her. The side of the person's face was obscured, but she could feel an aura of mystery. Darkness wove around the figure like threads, forming a long cloak that hid their features completely. The darkness continued to envelop the person's arms, with keratin-like layers surfacing, revealing menacing spikes. Soon, razor-sharp claws took shape in the interplay of black and ink, glinting coldly. Li Xiaoti's pupils contracted as she watched in shock. Jiang Yu turned his head, his clawed hand tightening on the blade. The friction of metal against metal produced a teeth-gritting sound. The shadowy figure Apia swung another blade, only to have it deflected with a clang. The two quickly distanced themselves, sliding several meters apart. Shadows cloaked Jiang Yu's body as he locked eyes with the figure opposite him. His arms were covered in a substance as hard as keratin, his fingers resembling claws from the abyss. He lightly dusted off imaginary dirt, crouched down and whispered, "Now, the hunt begins." As soon as he spoke, the ground exploded with a loud bang. Jiang Yu's figure vanished instantly, melding into the darkness. Where is everyone? A Piao kept looking around but couldn't find anything unusual. In the shadowy area, visibility was limited, and Jiang Yu's shadow form made him even harder to detect. A Piao lacked observation skills, making the search even more difficult. 10 seconds passed, and still no sign of anyone. A Piao started to get anxious. Just then, a shadow shot out like lightning, accompanied by a sharp thud, and pierced the back of A Piao's neck. The immense force threw its body backward. In the darkness, a claw blade silently extended, its sharp tip gleaming coldly in the faint light. This was the shadow claw form, the ultimate weapon of a predator. It not only compensated for Jiang Yu's lack of killing power, but also granted him high mobility. Before A Piao could react, the shadow claw had already stabbed into its neck and ripped viciously. Blood splattered, some landing on Jiang Yu's face. A Piao's health plummeted from 97 to 40. This attack set a new record for Jiang Yu's highest damage so far. If he had been slightly more precise and forceful, he might have decapitated A Piao outright. Feeling the warm blood, Jiang Yu finally tasted the thrill of the hunt, a wave of emotion almost bringing him to tears. After countless times being beaten down, the hunter finally had his moment of triumph. A Piao let out a deafening roar and struggled frantically. Jiang Yu was about to press his advantage when he found himself surprised by A Piao's immense strength. Like a slippery eel, it slipped right out of his grasp. "No worries, we've got plenty of time. Take it slow," Jiang Yu muttered, trying to stay composed. But his expression suddenly turned serious as 3 more creatures appeared in front of him. Thin, tall. This was number 1, number 2, and number 3. Their health levels were 87, 40, and 73, respectively. At first glance, their combined health was exactly 200, equivalent to 2 full health A Piao. However, reality was far more complicated than simple numbers. Jiang Yu would rather face 2 full-strength A Piao than these 3 slightly weakened opponents. Two would tie him up while the third harassed him from the edge. Jiang Yu might not even get a chance to fight back and would just take hit after hit. The hunter who had just tasted victory was now facing the threat of being taken down again. Is it really you? Li Xiaoti's heart raced as she couldn't help but ask. Unless something unexpected happens. Yes, Jiang Yu took a deep breath, his claw blades sparking as they rubbed together. His muscles tensed, ready for combat. Little girl, your white stockings got ruined. I hope you can send me a few new pairs when we get back. Other colors are fine too. Of course, that's assuming we both survive. Li Xiaoti was stunned. This person seemed vastly different from the Yu she had imagined. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu launched himself into the fray. The wounded apiao let out a piercing scream, warning its companions that this enemy was not to be underestimated. The two healthier apiao immediately attacked Jiang Yu from both sides. Just as they were about to clash, Jiang Yu shot out a thread, using 3 points of shadow energy, and hit the ceiling, swinging himself upward. As apiao prepared to chase him, another thread accurately hit number 1. Die! Jiang Yu roared, spreading his 5 claws wide and delivering a powerful strike to number 1. Its health dropped from 87 to 80. He then rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding number 3's downward slash, grabbed the blade with his hand, and pulled it close before tearing viciously with his right claw. Number 3's health fell from 73 to 62. However, his old strength had waned, and new strength had yet to come. He couldn't dodge number 2's attack and took a hit directly. Pain shot through his arm, and he barely suppressed it using his shadow form. This strike cost him at least 20 of his health. Apiao's high attack and agility were truly formidable. Even a single one was hard to handle without a sneak attack, and facing 3 was almost a death sentence. Jiang Yu turned, his eyes cold, and shot out another thread. Come here. But number 2, being agile, dodged the attack with a swift move. It clearly knew its health was low, and had no intention of engaging Jiang Yu Heiden. Damn, this little bastard has some brains. Jiang Yu cursed internally, but he had no time to dwell on it as the 2 other apiao swung their blades at him. He had no choice but to raise his claws in a hurried defense. Di Dao was right. When it comes to actual combat skills, Jiang Yu indeed falls short. The 2 alien spirits brandished 4 sharp blades, clashing menacingly as they bore down on Jiang Yu. His health points were dropping continuously, sometimes by 5, sometimes by 7. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yu dodged and parried while staying vigilant for a sneak attack from number 2 lurking in the shadows. Amidst the sparks flying, his health fell below 50, and the situation became increasingly precarious. At this critical moment, Jiang Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Seizing the opportunity, he ignored the blade coming from the side and charged directly at the number 2 spirit attacking from behind. Mark! He shouted inwardly. A marked target would suffer negative effects like panic and fear, and with the second video spreading, the marking duration had successfully extended to 3 seconds. These 3 seconds were enough for Jiang Yu to complete his hunt. He took a hit, causing his health to plummet, but it gave him a chance to close in on his target. In the first second, Jiang Yu shot out shadow threads that latched onto number 2, pulling himself in front of it. In the second second, he raised his claws and aimed for the opponent's throat, reducing his health from 40 to 25. In the third second, both claws struck, further dropping the opponent's health to 7. A crimson glow appeared on number 2 spirit's chest, and it let out a sharp screech, seemingly aware of its impending doom. Jiang Yu coldly uttered 2 words, execute. His right claw pierced in, gripping tightly, and within 3 seconds, he had completely finished off his opponent. The system notified him of a successful hunt, marking Jiang Yu's first victory as a hunter. He felt his heart surge with powerful energy, reveling in the ecstasy brought by the blood of his prey. Faced with the onslaught of 3 formidable foes, Jiang Yu's quick thinking had earned him a lifeline. After the successful hunt, Jiang Yu's shadow form was enhanced. Now, he could replenish shadow points automatically within the shadow layer and improve his healing speed. Additionally, his presence became more intimidating, making it easier for prey to feel panicked and reveal openings. The system also granted him a double experience buff, encouraging him to keep hunting and grow stronger. Feeling the changes in his body, the wounds hidden under his shadow cloak were healing rapidly. He turned his gaze to the remaining 2 wary spirits, a slight smile forming on his lips as he flicked the blood off his claws. 2 little brats. Jiang Yu thought to himself, readying for the next round of battle. Successfully completing a hunt can boost certain attributes or enhance skills. Jiang Yu eyed the 2 aberrations before him, calculating his next move. Previous attempts had failed. After all, the hunt only lasted 1 second, making it practically useless. For someone of his limited strength, facing formidable enemies while timing his strikes precisely was no easy feat. With no other options, Jiang Yu decided to combine his mark and shadow strike abilities. His strategy was to first scare his prey, then strike suddenly to achieve what he called the health bar vanishing act. Although effective, Zhang Yu always yearned to successfully use the hunt just once, especially after killing that predator and awakening his shadow claw form. His anticipation grew stronger. If Lu Yaoyao hadn't dragged him out shopping today, he would have stayed in the shadow layer for a few more days. But unexpected events often happen when least anticipated. Today's trip to the mall turned out to be quite rewarding. The enhanced shadow form didn't look much different, but the details were significantly improved. His shoulders and cuffs now had intricate designs, and the clothing's patterns became clearer with the varying depths of shadows. Zhang Yu finally shed the indistinct black silhouette from Detective Conan, which was undoubtedly a delightful improvement. The two aberrations watched Zhang Yu warily, not daring to act rashly. Unknown to them, this was exactly what Zhang Yu wanted. Although their recovery abilities were strong, they couldn't match Zhang Yu's current recovery rate of 1 per second. Give him another 10 minutes, and he'd be fully recovered. Just as Zhang Yu was about to launch a new attack, a sudden orange glow appeared in the distance. The anomaly stunned him. How could there be light in the shadow layer? At the same time, the two aberrations reacted even more intensely, their eyes instantly turning fervent as they ignored Zhang Yu and looked behind them. 5 night watchers approached quickly, the leader holding an unusual flame aloft. The light was both bright and soft, illuminating the mall and the shadow layer as if it were daytime. Zhang Yu felt a sudden urge to rush towards the flame, but quickly suppressed it. He wasn't sure if this was the Night Watcher's special ability. The two aberrations could no longer hold back, their eyes fixed solely on the flame. They howled and prepared to pounce on the source. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, as if a strong wind had blown through, making their clothes flap wildly. Zhang Yu instinctively closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only one aberration remained. Zhang Yu was stunned and slowly formed a question mark with his hand. He then saw the lead Night Watcher raise his hand again, this time seemingly aiming at him. A sense of crisis surged in Zhang Yu's heart, and he immediately shouted, "I'm on your side." The Night Watcher paused slightly before changing targets and eliminating the other aberration. Zhang Yu watched this scene, his temples throbbing. One hit kills. This was the power of a Night Watcher? He was glad he had only used Uncle Li and Lu Yaoyao as benchmarks when assessing combat strength and hadn't foolishly compared himself to Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu was a high-ranking martial officer who could probably kill him with a flick of his finger. The Night Watcher captain seemed to want to approach and ask questions, but Zhang Yu had no intention of revealing his identity. He thought, "Brother, if you had come any later, the battle would have been over." "Who are you?" the Night Watcher captain asked sternly, clearly not in the mood for jokes. Zhang Yu replied casually, "My name is Yu. See you around." He made a respectful gesture and leaped back, disappearing under their watchful eyes. "Where did he go?" the Night Watchers exclaimed. One team member explained, "I know this Yu. He's been trending on short video platforms recently. His ability seems to be a branch of shadow manipulation, allowing him to hide in shadows. His strength isn't great, probably between mid to upper first tier." Shadow manipulation? Song Qingyan, the Night Watcher captain, raised an eyebrow. "I'm holding a torch here. Where are the shadows? And even if there were, disappearing right in front of us like that, is that something a first tier can do?" Song Qingyan glanced at the team member, who hesitated before continuing. "It seems he might not be just first tier." "Enough talk. Focus on rescuing and evacuating everyone," Song Qingyan ordered decisively. Meanwhile, Lu Yaoyao muttered pale-faced, "Zhang Yu?" Despite her extensive research, she was just a girl who had never truly stepped into the extraordinary realm, nor experienced life-and-death battles. At this moment, all she could do was silently pray for Zhang Yu's safety. The bloodstains on the ground had yet to dry, and the air was filled with agonized moans. Under the glow of the lights, the bodies were clearly visible amidst the pervasive scent of blood. The collapsed floors and piles of rubble made the rescue efforts extraordinarily difficult. This was a stark reality of the supernatural world, laid bare for all to see. Lu Yaoyao, suppressing her discomfort, meticulously searched for any sign of Zhang Yu. Her eyes scanned every corner, missing no detail. Suddenly, a faint groan caught her attention. She quickly turned her head and saw a few fallen rocks forming a triangular shape, with Zhang Yu's body partially trapped underneath. "Strange, I don't remember anyone being trapped here before," Lu Yaoyao thought to herself, but now was not the time to ponder it. She gasped and rushed over. "Get up, quickly," she shouted, her voice filled with urgency. Zhang Yu struggled to speak. I feel a heavy pressure on my chest. I can't breathe." His face twisted in pain. Panic overtook Lu Yaoyao, and she instinctively grabbed his arm to pull him out. However, as her hand made contact, she suddenly realized that it seemed impossible to pull someone out from such a tight spot. To her surprise, Zhang Yu came out easily. Looking closely, Lu Yaoyao saw that the angle at which the rocks had fallen created a support point, leaving enough space for a person to lie straight, as if in a stone-made sleeping bag. Zhang Yu smiled awkwardly. I guess I could have gotten out on my own. It was then that Lu Yaoyao noticed the wounds on his body. You're bleeding a lot. It's nothing, Jiang Yu explained. Those aren't from the rocks, but from a ghost's attack. He felt a sense of relief. Although he had taken real damage while in his shadow form, the wounds didn't appear as severe. Having had some time to recover, his injuries looked less alarming compared to other scrapes, bruises, and sprains. At that moment, a night watchman's voice rang out, "Everyone, stay calm. The rescue team will be here shortly." The four of them obediently stayed put and waited. About 10 minutes later, more night watchmen arrived and began directing the evacuation. Their task was to guide everyone to the nearest exit out of the shadow realm and back to the real world. Jiang Yu glanced back, seeing the ghost's body lying quietly on the ground, eerily beautiful under the lights. He sighed inwardly, shadow points, precious shadow points, lost before I could absorb them. What are you looking at? Let's go. Lu Yaoyao reminded him, gently poking his arm. Oh, Jiang Yu responded, but suddenly grabbed Lu Yaoyao's hand. She was startled and tried to pull her fingers back like a frightened rabbit, but Jiang Yu held on tightly, leaving no room for escape. Is he doing this on purpose? Lu Yaoyao wondered. In a trembling voice, Jiang Yu said, "Yao Yao, I'm scared." His voice was a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. Jiang Yu tightly held Lu Yaoyao's small hand as they followed the evacuation team, moving slowly. Every now and then, he would squeeze her hand lightly, as if just realizing they had gone through a bizarre incident. "Yao Yao, I'm scared," Jiang Yu whispered, unconsciously moving closer to Lu Yaoyao. "Did you see that mutant's corpse? It was terrifying." Lu Yaoyao bit her lip, her heart pounding. She felt a bit lost and glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention before responding quietly. Jiang Yu continued to describe, the mutant had a huge knife, a grotesque mouth, and 6 eyes, or maybe 4. It looked like a ghost. It moved so fast, like it could chop me in half with one swing. Suddenly, Lu Yaoyao became alert. Wait a minute. Aren't you supposed to be scared? Why are you describing it in such detail? Jiang Yu didn't answer. Instead, he spread his arms wide. Come here. Give me a hug. Huh. Lu Yaoyao hesitated for a moment, thinking about how even she had trouble processing the information she had read, let alone Jiang Yu who had just witnessed the horror firsthand. Feeling sympathetic, she quietly opened her arms. In the next moment, Lu Yaoyao found herself tightly embraced by Jiang Yu, her breath catching. You're hugging too tightly. At that moment, Jiang Yu looked up and said in a certain direction, Night Watcher sister, we're fine. My girlfriend is just really scared. I'm comforting her. Then, he turned his face and whispered softly in Lu Yaoyao's ear. Yao Yao, are you scared? Lu Yaoyao's cheeks turned bright red as she struggled out of his embrace. Get off, get off, get off. The scene shifted. Jiang Yu was brought alone into a simple interrogation room. Inside, there were a table, chairs, and a lamp, with a familiar cassette player on the table playing soothing music. A short-haired, efficient-looking Night Watcher sister was asking Jiang Yu for basic information. When she learned that Jiang Yu was preparing for the college entrance exam this year, she explained that the incident might affect his martial arts exam score, but there was a policy for early testing to resolve such issues. Jiang Yu mentioned that his guardian was his uncle, Li Xuanguang, who worked at the headquarters of the Night Watch division. Upon hearing the name, the Night Watcher sister's expression subtly changed. Li Xuanguang, she confirmed. Which Li, which Sun? Which Guang? Li is in wood, Sun is in 3 drops of water. Never mind, I'll write it for you. Jiang Yu took the pen and wrote down the 3 characters in the notebook. The Night Watchman's eyes suddenly changed, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Clerical? Yeah. Jiang Yu sensed something was off, his internal alarms ringing. He recalled how his uncle always emphasized clerical and began to suspect there was more to it. Just as the Night Watchman was about to explain, Jiang Yu interrupted anxiously. Did my uncle go in? The Night Watchman, caught between amusement and exasperation, explained. Chief Li is not exactly a clerical worker. Let me contact him for you. Okay, thank you. Jiang Yu nodded, though his mind was flooded with more questions. The Night Watchman turned off the tape recorder with a crisp click, signaling the end of the conversation. You can follow me out now. She opened the door, and Jiang Yu followed closely behind. The interior of the Night Watch Bureau was intricate and maze-like, with corridors winding and twisting. They passed rooms labeled with different department names before arriving at a spacious room resembling a conference hall. As they pushed through the glass doors, a long table with neatly arranged chairs on either side came into view. Inside, 10 people were already seated, all appearing to be around Jiang Yu's age. Jiang Yu immediately recognized Lu Yaoyao and Feng Xiaoxiao. Noticing Lu Yuqiang's absence, he assumed Lu was still undergoing treatment for a fracture. The group had been chatting but paused to cast curious glances as the door opened. The Night Watchman took a quick look around and briefly instructed, You can rest here for now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask any Night Watchman for help. With that, she left, leaving the group exchanging puzzled looks. Yao Yao, Zhang Yu greeted, pulling out a chair and sitting down. You're here. Lu Yao Yao glanced at him before eagerly turning back to the girl across from her. Shouty, go on. What happened next with you? You. Zhang Yu was taken aback and followed Lu Yao Yao's gaze. Across from them sat a girl with a high ponytail and round glasses, looking scholarly. She had a high-nose bridge, rosy lips, and a fair, clean complexion, her beauty on par with Lu Yao Yao's. The girl continued her animated storytelling. Then I saw him, looking like he was ready to keep fighting those two anomalies. But then the night watchman arrived, he saluted, suddenly leaped backward, and just slowly disappeared into thin air. Zhang Yu scrutinized her and realized she was the girl he had saved in the Shadow Realm. With her ponytail and new clothes, he almost didn't recognize her. Disappeared? Lu Yao Yao asked, astonished. Yes, Li Xiaodi confirmed with a nod. It was like he turned invisible. I watched him vanish with my own eyes. It was incredible. Thanks to you, otherwise, by the time the night watchman arrived, the casualties would have been much higher. Lu Yao Yao nodded in agreement, a thoughtful look flashing in her eyes. You. Zhang Yu scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. It wasn't that big of a deal. You guys don't know. I almost got slapped to death by the team leader who arrived. Being the same age, the young people quickly found common ground, especially when they discovered they were all fans of Warty Brother. The two girls chatted animatedly, while the more mature Zhang Yu realized he couldn't keep up with the energetic conversation of the younger group. However, when the topic shifted to a particular game, Zhang Yu suddenly became alert. He remembered jokingly asking Li Xiaodi for a photo in white stockings, and couldn't believe they had run into each other again in this context. Thankfully, after hesitating for a moment, Li Xiaodi didn't bring it up. What do you mean? Lu Yao Yao asked curiously. I'm not really sure, Li Xiaodi replied, shaking her head with a puzzled expression. Lu Yao Yao noticed Zhang Yu's unusual behavior. Zhang Yu, what's wrong? You look tense. Zhang Yu quickly adjusted his posture and found an excuse. Nothing. I just suddenly remembered the pre-test and got a bit anxious. Successfully diverting the topic, Lu Yao Yao reassured him. No need to worry. The pre-test is the same as the regular test. Very safe, and the process is painless. Tell me more. Zhang Yu feigned interest. Lu Yao Yao shrugged. There's not much to say. You'll find out when the time comes. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from the doorway, and someone burst in. Yao Yao. The visitor looked slightly anxious, with a hint of sweat on his forehead. Dad. Lu Yao Yao stood up. Uncle Lu. Zhang Yu greeted him. Lu Nanfeng quickly assessed his daughter. Are you all right? I'm fine. Lu Yao Yao reassured her father. Lu Nanfeng nodded. Come with me and Zhang Yu too. He then turned to the others. Xiao Xiao, your parents are here outside. Let's all go out. As Feng Xiaoxiao went to find her parents, Zhang Yu and Lu Yao Yao followed Lu Nanfeng to a conference room. Any discomfort? Lu Nanfeng asked, closely observing the two. We're fine. We've received initial treatment, Lu Yao Yao explained. I'm good too, Zhang Yu added. Just a bit hungry. Lu Nanfeng chuckled. I'll get you something to eat soon. He sighed in relief. I rushed over as soon as I got the news. Glad to see you're okay. Dad, is this situation really serious? Lu Yao Yao asked. Lu Nanfeng sighed. Yes, it's very serious. For the first time in history, a large part of the real world has been dragged into the Shadow Realm. He continued, casualty numbers are still being tallied. But that's not your concern now. Focus on preparing for the aptitude tests. Do your best, but remember, aptitude tests are partly a matter of fate. Stay calm. Dad. Lu Yao Yao protested. Don't say such discouraging things at a time like this. All right, Lu Nanfeng said, pulling out a cigarette, but putting it away under his daughter's glare. He then explained the test process. The test has two parts, ability and willpower. The ability test, also known as the initial awakening, involves exposure to pollution to awaken abilities. The willpower test is more unique, measuring the intangible strength of one's spirit and will. He elaborated. Some people can endure physical pain but fail the willpower test, while others with a carefree attitude have top-tier willpower. It's not just about enduring pain. It includes moral beliefs, resistance to evil thoughts, and tolerance to pollution, a complex metric. Zhang Yu interjected, Uncle Lu, does one's worldview affect the willpower test? Like if someone has a mind full of inappropriate thoughts? It does, Lu Nanfeng nodded, causing Zhang Yu to look worried. Lu Nanfeng continued, a righteous worldview doesn't significantly boost the results, since no one is a saint and everyone has some negative thoughts. However, a mind filled with vile, dirty, and negative thoughts will result in very low scores. Why? Zhang Yu asked. Evil thoughts drag people into the abyss, Lu Nanfeng explained. Extreme negative emotions act as a form of pollution. Over time, they can be more insidious and deeply rooted than external pollutants. He patted Zhang Yu's shoulder. So, any negative emotions should be released. Keeping them bottled up will only crush you. That's a bizarre and overly subjective system, Jiang Yu muttered, though he pondered his own situation. He felt he didn't harbor much negativity, given that his passion for manga had brought him a good income. But after experiencing the mall incident today, Jiang Yu suddenly felt off, as if his mental state had been severely polluted. As Lu Nanfeng left the night patrol division, his thoughts involuntarily drifted towards the boutique club not far from his neighborhood. He imagined himself lying on a soft massage chair, enjoying a professional foot massage while sipping on a cup of premium tea worth 3,888 yuan. However, as soon as this idea surfaced, he quickly dismissed it. Today, he decided to try the more luxurious 6,888 yuan package, the mountaintop Dahong Pao paired with Xiaoya Zitan tea. Its sweet and rich flavor seemed to already dance on his taste buds. Just as he was lost in this delightful fantasy, Lu Yaoyao nudged him lightly with her elbow, pulling him back to reality. Ahem. Lu Nanfeng cleared his throat, trying to focus. Any other questions? No, Lu Yaoyao replied. All right, Lu Nanfeng nodded and then added. Your Uncle Li is out on a mission and probably won't make it back in time. I'll help you input the pre-detection information into the system. Thanks, Uncle Lu. No problem. Lu Nanfeng waved his hand dismissively and stood up to leave the meeting room. You can go back now. Someone will come to take you for the test shortly. The two of them returned to the meeting room. At that moment, only Li Xiaodi was inside, as the others were discussing matters with their parents. You're back, Li Xiaodi greeted warmly. Yeah, Lu Yaoyao glanced at the time. It was nearly 2:30 in the afternoon. Aren't your parents here yet? Li Xiaodi smiled helplessly. My parents are doing business and just left Yunhai a few days ago, so they can't make it. I just finished a call with them and signed the documents remotely. The group sat back down and soon after, Lu Yuqiang huffed and puffed as he wheeled himself into the room. His lower leg was in a cast, secured on the footrest. Jiang Yu, Lu Yuqiang said excitedly, it's amazing. After spraying the medicine on my leg, guess what? It doesn't hurt anymore. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly at this blockhead, wishing he could just cover his mouth. Realizing he was being too loud, Lu Yuqiang lowered his voice. I heard we're getting tested for qualifications soon. What if I'm too nervous? Aren't you the one who didn't want to get involved in this stuff? Jiang Yu reminded him. But what if? Lu Yuqiang retorted indignantly. I turn out to be a 9 million genius, and the night patrol division can't do without me. In that case, I might consider it. Wow, you're really bold. Jiang Yu shook his head in exasperation. Soon, other students began to trickle back into the meeting room. Suddenly, a fair hand gently pushed the door open. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat, knowing it was time for them to be taken for the test. The total number of people in the room came to 18, and the conference room was spacious enough to accommodate everyone. Jiang Yu was surprised to see so many seniors here today, but upon second thought, it made sense. With the spring festival approaching, many were out shopping for holiday goods or hanging out with friends. It was lunchtime, and the restaurants were packed, so a larger crowd was to be expected. Scanning the room, Jiang Yu noticed 4 or 5 people with red, swollen eyes, clearly having cried recently. His heart sank as he realized that, in this crowded mall, not everyone was as fortunate as his group of 4. A woman holding some documents strode into the room. It was the same night patrol officer who had interrogated Jiang Yu earlier. She wasted no time and started calling out names. Triple X. Here. Triple X. Here. One by one, the roll call was completed without any issues. The night patrol officer nodded and got straight to the point. Everyone here knows why we are gathered and understands what is about to happen. Let me start by explaining some important points. The early awakening process is divided into 2 parts. Listening intently, Jiang Yu thought to himself, yeah, Uncle Lu mentioned all this before. But this young lady's explanation is much more detailed and professional. The group paid close attention, knowing that their future depended on what was being discussed, regardless of prior knowledge. The night patrol officer continued, regarding the ability ratings that concern everyone, we categorize them based on development potential, destructive power, and usage cost into lower, middle, upper, and top tiers. Decades ago, abilities were classified into types, but as we explored the path of the extraordinary and refined our power systems, this classification was gradually abandoned. A hint of depth flashed in her eyes as she added, the determination of extraordinary abilities isn't as absolute as you might think. With enough willpower, even the weakest ability can make a comeback. Conversely, if one's willpower and aptitude fall short, even the highest rated abilities will only land you in a desk job. Jiang Yu listened quietly, deep in thought. The night patrol officer then introduced the levels of willpower aptitude. The classification is simple, from level 1 to level 6, corresponding to white, green, blue, purple, red, and the rarest, orange. Not just Jiang Yu, but others also showed strange expressions at this, clearly reminded of the quality levels in online games. Sensing their reaction, the night patrol officer clarified, don't worry about the colors, just remember the levels. These levels represent your potential on the path of the extraordinary. For instance, a level 3 aptitude generally means you will never advance to level 4 in your lifetime. She paused and added, in previous years, those with level 1 aptitude weren't allowed to take the martial exams. This year, the rules have changed. As long as you have a level 1 white aptitude, you can participate in the martial exams, but only for extraordinary liberal arts. That's about it. The group fell silent, digesting the information that was both complex and straightforward. A door to the extraordinary world stood before them. Opening it would lead to a whole new world. Zhang Yu thought to himself, in previous years, we just followed instructions during the martial exams, and even the examiners were confused. This year is really different. The night patrol officer looked around and said, if there are no questions, follow me. She then walked out, and the group, faces tinged with unease, got up and followed. After several twists and turns, they arrived at a waiting room. One wall was entirely made of thick glass, offering a clear view of the outside. A spacious, enclosed room, estimated to be 200 or 300 square meters. In the center, a black cloth covered something uneven. In the corners were a few devices resembling speakers, and nothing else. Zhang Yu examined the room closely. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all made of a special brick material with minimal seams, almost invisible unless scrutinized. He mused to himself, just the cost of these bricks must be high. How much could I get if I stole one? While Zhang Yu was lost in thought, a male night patrol officer entered the room and uncovered the black cloth, revealing a pitch-black stone about the height of an adult. Its surface was uneven, dotted with blue specks. Though its shape was unremarkable, it looked quite appealing. The female night patrol officer started calling names. Feng Xiaoxiao. Unexpectedly, the first one called was Lu Yaoyao's best friend. Feng Xiaoxiao stood up nervously and followed the night patrol officer. Zhang Yu looked out the window. After about 2 or 3 minutes, there was a sudden boom, and the wide hall outside the glass window went dark. The sudden change startled everyone. Then, they vaguely saw a figure, with something glowing tied to their foot, cautiously testing each step forward. Moving at a snail's pace, like a baby taking its first steps, Zhang Yu's gaze pierced through the shadows, capturing every move of Feng Xiaoxiao. She had a peculiar stone tied to her leg that flickered with light as she entered the room, as if it were breathing, emanating a strange and mysterious aura. Zhang Yu noticed a watch on her wrist and a black silk blindfold covering her eyes. Is this what extraordinary awakening looks like? He couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. Feng Xiaoxiao's progress was uncertain, sometimes trembling, sometimes glancing around, appearing flustered and panicked. After walking a dozen meters, she suddenly stopped, then continued forward, her steps even slower. After another dozen meters, still some distance from the central stone, she came to a complete halt. Zhang Yu saw her body trembling slightly, her expression pained, as if she were struggling against some invisible force. 7 or 8 seconds later, the lights abruptly came on, and she nearly fell. The waiting room buzzed with confusion. Steadying herself, Feng Xiaoxiao walked out of the room with a bitter look on her face. The announcement echoed. Next, Lu Yuqiang. Please proceed to the awakening room. Lu Yuqiang, seated in a wheelchair, turned pale. Is it my turn already? Zhang Yu stood up. I'll push you out. They met Feng Xiaoxiao at the door as she was leaving. Lu Yuqiang asked, how did it go? No talent for willpower, Feng Xiaoxiao replied with a bitter smile. I can't even apply for the extraordinary arts. I'll wait for you in the rest area. Lu Yuqiang tried to comfort her, then nervously asked, by the way, does it hurt? Can they use anesthesia? It doesn't hurt, but it doesn't feel good either, Feng Xiaoxiao answered briefly. After sending Lu Yuqiang to the awakening room, Zhang Yu returned to the waiting room. The room plunged into darkness again as Lu Yuqiang struggled to push his wheelchair forward. He stopped several times, his expression odd, but he kept going. Suddenly, the stone emitted a faint white light, casting a glow on Lu Yuqiang's face. His steps slowed, but he didn't stop. The white light gradually turned to a pale green, and Lu Yuqiang finally halted, unable to move further. Zhang Yu was astonished to realize. Lu Yuqiang actually has extraordinary potential? The one who desperately believed he had no talent was given a chance, while those who resisted were about to step into a new world. How mysterious fate can be. One by one, the students went forward for their tests. Finally, the broadcast announced, next, Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu took a deep breath. It was his turn for the test. Lu Yaoyao had just finished hers, revealing a deep red talent, corresponding to the 5th tier. In the 6th-tier evaluation system, this was already quite impressive. Zhang Yu pondered whether his abilities as a hunter and stalker were innate or granted by the manual. While he wasn't worried about the ability test, the willpower assessment left him uncertain. Lu Yaoyao exited the awakening room, cheeks flushed and breathing heavily. Zhang Yu teased her. That exhausting? You think it's easy? Lu Yaoyao rolled her eyes. Hurry up and get in there. Good luck. I'll be watching from the rest area. How about a little motivation? Jiang Yu grinned. What kind of motivation? A kiss. Get lost. Lu Yaoyao snapped. Taking advantage of her fatigue, Jiang Yu ruffled her hair playfully and then dashed into the awakening room. The interior of the awakening room was simple, about 10 square meters, with 2 doors, one small and one large. The small door led to the observation room's control panel, while the large door was the entrance to the testing center. On the table were a small glass bottle, a personal information form, a black and red wristwatch, and a silk blindfold. Behind the table sat a man with a somewhat fierce appearance. He glanced up at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu? Yes. Verify your identity information. Jiang Yu carefully checked all the details and put down the pin. Everything's correct. Good, the man nodded. Have you awakened any abilities? I have. Drink the potion. Wait, you have? The man's tone shifted. Yeah. My uncle, Li Xuanguang, said him a natural awakener. The name Li Xuanguang evidently carried weight. The man, who seemed to have a fiery temper, restrained himself from asking more questions. All right, drink the potion and wait 15 seconds, he instructed. Jiang Yu picked up the glass bottle containing a dark green liquid, unscrewed the cap, and drank it in one gulp. Huh. Apple-flavored Mirinda, Jiang Yu blurted out, then smiled sheepishly under the man's gaze. After 15 seconds, the man asked, how do you feel? Tastes pretty good. The man's Adam's apple bobbed. I meant, how does your body feel? Oh, right. Jiang Yu focused. My stomach feels warm, and so do my hands and feet. Good, the man nodded. I want to ask about your abilities. Li will handle the system entry later. Jiang Yu internally criticized his uncle's corrupt behavior, but outwardly smiled. Thank you very much. The man said nothing more, handed the wristwatch to Jiang Yu, and then picked up the silk blindfold. Put this on. We need to blindfold you and block your senses to assist with the willpower assessment. Jiang Yu obediently let the man wrap the silk around his eyes. Instantly, his vision plunged into darkness. Can you see anything? The man's voice came, sounding oddly disembodied. No. Jiang Yu tried waving his arms but couldn't feel his own movements. Stop flailing your arms, the man's voice directed, making Jiang Yu realize he had indeed been moving. Then, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Relax, follow me. Jiang Yu was guided forward, marveling at the silk's magical effect. He realized his understanding of the extraordinary world was still just the tip of the iceberg. He heard the heavy doors slide open, and a cool breeze hit his face. Walk straight ahead. Don't worry about direction. Just move where you think forward is, the man's voice continued. Since you've awakened your abilities, you might feel some disruptions as you proceed. Ignore them and keep moving. Your body will adjust. We'll be monitoring from the control panel, and the wristwatch will record your physical state. When you feel you can't go any further, that means you've reached your limit, and the test will end. Now, go. Jiang Yu felt a light pat on his shoulder, then was pushed into the vast space. Surrounded by silence and engulfed in darkness, he couldn't see anything. Taking a deep breath, he began to walk forward. He couldn't feel his body, couldn't sense his limbs. The silence was so profound that even a pin drop could be heard. Jiang Yu stood in pitch darkness, the surrounding stillness unnerving. For those with weaker minds, this sense of confinement would be a significant test. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. Tap. The crisp sound of his footsteps seemed to echo directly in his mind. Interesting, he murmured to himself, continuing to walk. Tap, tap. Each step was accompanied by the echo in his mind, with no other sounds to be heard. Suddenly, Jiang Yu felt a surge of excitement and began to dance a tap dance. Tap, tap, tap. Click, click, clack. Thump, thump, thump. Despite not feeling his limbs, his movements were surprisingly light, as if another person were dancing. Amazing, he exclaimed. Just as he was getting into it, a broadcast interrupted him. Jiang Yu, please proceed forward to complete the test. He paused briefly, then resumed his steps. All right, let's keep going. Tap, tap, tap. As Jiang Yu continued forward, he began to notice something strange. The sound of footsteps around him started to fall out of sync with his own, sometimes preceding him, sometimes lagging behind. More unsettling was the fact that the source of the sounds became erratic. One step might seem to come from 5 meters to his left, the next from 10 meters to his right. He frowned, pondering the possibility of numerous unseen footsteps approaching him. No wonder the others were so nervous, Jiang Yu thought, recalling Lu Yuqiang's situation. Speaking of which, Lu Yuqiang is in a wheelchair. What did he hear? A bunch of wheelchairs creaking towards him? The thought made Jiang Yu chuckle. He continued forward, uncertain if he was walking in a straight line. Suddenly, all the footsteps ceased. At the same time, an inexplicable interference caused the shadow points within him to stir, almost boiling. Jiang Yu struggled to maintain control, nearly transforming into his clawed form. Calm down. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. As he took another step forward, the dense darkness enveloped him. Despair, sadness, anger, Various negative emotions surged like a tide. Jiang Yu realized he had undergone 3 stages of trial since entering. Feeling the stir of emotions, Jiang Yu walked slowly. The malevolent thoughts grew stronger, surrounding him, constantly attempting to invade his consciousness. Xiao Yu. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind. It was Uncle Li. No, it was a fake Uncle Li. Jiang Yu shook his head, trying to dispel the illusion. Xiao Yu, your nature disqualifies you from becoming extraordinary. You will harm others, including yourself. The voice continued. You should know you lack the aptitude. The Great Zhou is in ruins, overrun by anomalies, on the brink of collapse. You know this deep down. You could have lived a normal life. Why pursue the extraordinary? The extraordinary is not about power but about strong mental will. Jiang Yu's expression wavered. Suddenly, a corpse appeared beside him. It was Lin Imo, eyes hollow, already dead. As he moved forward, more and more bodies came into view. Night patrollers, ordinary people, remnants of anomalies. In the distance, towering figures roared across the land, deafening. Opposing them was a vast army of night patrollers, holding torches, charging relentlessly. The scene gradually faded. Can you become one of them? Uncle Li's voice asked again. Jiang Yu remained silent. A superhero? You? You want to be a hero? Stop deceiving yourself. Uncle Li's voice sharpened. There's no such thing as a powerful assassin you. There's only a novice, hoping to gain fame by riding the wave of popularity. I don't mean to discourage you, but that's the reality. Sleeping in, hating to get up early, disliking studying, playing around, attracted to good-looking people, annoyed by elders nagging, thinking you're unique, often believing you're different from others, craving attention, hoping to stand out, not particularly skilled, yet still believing you can achieve greatness. Uncle Li's voice continued to criticize. You know deep down, you're not special. You're like most of your peers. You're not super, nor a hero. Now, let's return to the original question. Can you become extraordinary? Hiss. A spark of fire suddenly ignited, illuminating the exhausted faces of the night patrollers. Behind them lay countless sleeping figures. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by, extinguishing the flame. In the dim light, Jiang Yu couldn't make out the figure's appearance or form, unable to determine if it was human or an anomaly. The figure's claw suddenly pierced through a night patroller's body, blood splattering. As the face became clear, Jiang Yu's body trembled slightly. It was Lin Imo. Lin Mo's eyes widened, and his body gradually turned to ash, dissipating into the air. You know very well, the world's darkness isn't limited to the shadow realm. Uncle Li's voice echoed again. You also know that even under the blazing sun, there are always unseen shadows. The world's undercurrents are never as beautiful as fairy tales. This is the great cataclysm. Becoming extraordinary means facing the catastrophe head-on. Thud. Lin Mo's body completely disintegrated, the torch in his hand falling to the ground, rolling forward. Ahead, a group of anomalies crawled on the ground. Behind, countless lights flickered. Some believe in the light, some extinguish it. What about those caught in between? Uncle Li's voice echoed in the darkness, leaving a heavy question hanging. I had often heard Li Xuanshi talk about his nephew, and today I finally met him in person. Zhao Min let out a sigh of relief, his gaze landing on the young man before him. Jiang Yu's appearance was quite different from what Zhao Min had imagined, causing him to furrow his brow. Standing nearby was Su Lin, the female night patrol officer from earlier. Noticing Zhao Min's expression, she gave a knowing smile. Quite different, isn't he? She said softly. Zhao Min pondered for a moment, struggling to find the right words to describe Jiang Yu. In the end, he could only say vaguely, he's very lively. Su Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Lively? That's an understatement. He's downright mischievous, she said with a hint of helplessness mixed with affection. Zhao Min gritted his teeth, his brows knitted tightly. I remember Li Xuanshi saying his nephew had no talent for becoming extraordinary. Although his test results aren't out yet, I suspect they won't be that bad. Su Lin shook her head, her tone teasing. And you believed him? He was just being modest. She paused, then changed the subject. Speaking of Li Xuanshi, he should be in Bida by now, right? Zhao Min's face showed a hint of emotion. I heard that thing has already been coded. Moreover, the Research Institute has discovered a lot of baffling information. They're compiling the data and considering whether to make it public within the Night Patrol Division. Su Lin's expression instantly became serious. Your old classmate told you this? Zhao Min swallowed and nodded. Yes. He didn't say much, just mentioned that the thing was beyond comprehension. So they had to convene a meeting with the commanders. It's unsettling, Su Lin sighed, a trace of worry appearing between her brows. After a brief exchange, their attention returned to Jiang Yu. Sitting at the control panel, they could clearly observe his every move in the testing room. Although the room was pitch black, it posed no obstacle for them. It had been some time since Jiang Yu entered, and he had already advanced 40 to 50 meters. However, his path was not straight. He occasionally turned left and right, walking in small circles. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaomin briefly explained the concept of the extraordinary to Su Lin. The extraordinary were those who could harbor pollution within their bodies. Extraordinary abilities were special powers born from the nurturing effect of pollution. He then introduced the origin of the Mo Yuan stone. This special mineral, brought from the abyss, could emit low-level pollution and receive feedback from its surroundings. In the abyss, it was often used by aberrations to test innate talent. After modifications by the Research Institute, the Mo Yuan stone was successfully transformed into an essential tool for assisting in spiritual awakening and aptitude detection. Xiaomin emphasized that the willpower test varied for each individual. It could involve their deepest fears, their greatest loves, or apocalyptic scenarios. The difficulty was unpredictable, but one thing was certain. The better the aptitude, the further they could advance under pressure. At this point, Jiang Yu had advanced further than most students undergoing the test. The Mo Yuan stone emitted a ring of deep purple light, with hints of red emerging. A flicker of anticipation appeared in Zhao Min's eyes. Do you think he can reach the 6th tier? Su Lin pondered for a moment before shaking her head. It's unlikely. If he were Li Xuanshir's direct descendant, maybe there'd be a chance. Zhao Min sighed. Indeed, there are only 15 6th-tier talents in the entire Great Zhou. He began to explain the rarity of 6th-tier talents in detail. Out of billions, there were only 9, and that was the cumulative number over decades. Among these 15, some had died in battle, some were elderly, and some were disabled. Only 7 were still capable of fighting. For the current situation in Great Zhou, this was far from sufficient. Just then, Su Lin suddenly patted Zhao Min's shoulder. Hey, it's turning red. Zhao Min immediately focused on the testing room. Jiang Yu began to navigate the twists and turns, not moving closer to the Mo Yuan stone, but instead creating more distance. The Mo Yuan stone's light completely shifted from purple to a faint red, indicating that Jiang Yu's talent was currently at the lower end of the 5th tier. However, the test wasn't over yet, and if he continued, the color might deepen. That's odd. It's already red, but he's still so far from the Mo Yuan stone, Zhao Min remarked. The two exchanged a glance, choosing silence as they continued to observe the situation. Jiang Yu was still 6 or 7 meters away from the Mo Yuan stone, a distance far exceeding the 1-meter range typical of 5th-tier talents and even surpassing the half-meter range of 6th-tier talents. Zhao Min couldn't help but mutter, "Why are you still so far after all that circling?" Fortunately, despite his slow pace, Jiang Yu continued to advance steadily. After adjusting his direction twice, he finally found the correct path and moved toward the Mo Yuan stone. At that moment, Zhao Min suddenly froze, noticing that the red light on the Mo Yuan stone was beginning to fade. "That's impossible," Zhao Min murmured, his eyes filled with disbelief. There were 2 possible outcomes. Either the test results would be final, and Jiang Yu would be unable to withstand the contamination, forcing him to stop, or he would get closer, and the light on the Mokshuanshi stone would grow brighter. This was the norm. No one had ever seen the light recede. However, the scene before Su Lin and the other observer left them both stunned. Jiang Yu's steps were firm, showing no signs of fatigue. Instead, he walked faster and faster. Yet, as he approached, the light of the Mokshuanshi stone dimmed, completely overturning their understanding. Su Lin hurriedly checked the instruments, but the monitor on Jiang Yu's wrist showed everything was normal, adding to the eerie atmosphere. 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. Jiang Yu was now within arm's reach, and the Mokshuanshi stone had completely lost its glow. Just as the tension reached its peak, Jiang Yu unhesitatingly reached out and gently touched the smooth surface of the stone. In an instant, the surrounding scene transformed dramatically. Black mist surged like a tide, engulfing the ground, and ferocious demons roared out of the darkness. A familiar voice echoed in Jiang Yu's ear, as if Uncle Li was speaking. "Give up, it's meaningless. You grew up in the sunshine of peaceful times. How could you adapt to such a perilous life?" The voice continued to recount the tales of those in the Night Watchers who had been twisted and deformed by contamination. Bodies covered in eyeballs, arms turned to skeletons, skin like withered tree bark. It questioned whether Jiang Yu had the courage to face such risks. Jiang Yu was silent for a moment, his Adam's apple moving as he softly said, "Enough." He raised his head, his gaze resolute. "Is this the best you can do?" The illusion shifted again, returning to the long street where Lin Mo had turned to ash. Countless malevolent eyes watched from all directions, as if ready to tear Jiang Yu apart at any moment. Yet his expression remained calm, and he continued to walk forward slowly. "At first, you really did scare me," Jiang Yu admitted. "I kept questioning whether I deserved to become extraordinary. But now I understand there are no heroes falling from the sky, only ordinary people who stand up." His steps did not falter. His eyes swept over the blood on the street and met the fierce gazes of the aberrations, then looked toward the sky where blood and gray mist intertwined. I've experienced peace once, and it was beautiful. I hope that beauty can appear here as well. Zhang Yu thought of Lu Yuqiang, the boy whose willpower barely reached the lower second tier. Despite his extreme aversion to the extraordinary, he ultimately chose the martial path. Lu Yuqiang had sat in a wheelchair, his legs in casts, and had laughed self-deprecatingly. I used to be afraid of death, but this time, I want to rewrite my life's course. Back in reality, Jiang Yu had reached the spot where Lin Amo had vanished, and the fallen torch lay at his feet. He bent down to pick it up, murmuring to himself, becoming extraordinary isn't some monstrous flood. We, the youth, should have an unquenchable flame in our hearts. As he spoke, a golden light suddenly ignited at the top of the torch, like a star in the darkness. Jiang Yu held the torch high, the golden light shining brightly on his face. There's no need to think about heroic sacrifices or shedding blood. To become extraordinary is simply to become extraordinary. Jiang Yu's voice was firm and powerful. To chase the waves, to grow towards the sun. Though I am small, I want to try to reach the peak and see the different scenery on the distant mountains. Chief Lu, an initial casualty report has been compiled. In the Grand Conference Hall, a group of night watchers sat with serious expressions, the atmosphere thick with tension. Lu Nanfeng spoke in a grave tone. Read it out. The reporter cleared his throat and began. This incident involving the collapse into the shadow layer affected floors 2, 3, and 4 of the mall. Although the 5th floor wasn't fully engulfed, it was still impacted. Approximately 850 people were affected. Over 700 were trapped in the shadow layer, with around 650 rescued so far. The rescue efforts are ongoing. 30 students, who were about to undergo martial arts exams, will be tested in batches and then immediately treated for light contamination. With each piece of information reported, the expressions of everyone present grew increasingly grim. This was clearly no small matter. Lu Nanfeng turned to another side and asked, "What's the Pollution Identification Division saying?" A night watcher, busy at his laptop, looked up and replied, "They just sent the results." He projected the information onto the large screen. The screen displayed images of 3 apparitions, 2 of which were fragmented while 1 remained intact, all floating in eerie poses. The reporter continued, "These are shadow entities, with a pollution detection level of rank 1 upper. However, their condition seems off, limiting them to rank 1 middle strength. They're codenamed Wandering Spirits. More strangely, the Identification Division found obvious human traces on them, as if they were the result of human mutation." What? This revelation sent a shockwave through the room, leaving everyone visibly shaken. Lu Nanfeng's expression darkened. He understood the implications. Not long ago, we had an incident where mutated entities actively dragged people into the shadow layer. Now, we have a collapse in the real world. The abnormality of these events speaks for itself. He scanned the room. The big entity in Baidu has already revealed some secrets, and now it seems those hiding in the shadows are getting restless. Rescue and follow-up efforts must be carried out meticulously. With the new year approaching, we can't be sure if more incidents like this will occur, but we must remain extremely vigilant. All right, take a 15-minute break, and then we'll continue the meeting. Lu Nanfeng stood up and announced, prompting others to leave their seats. Back in his office, Lu Nanfeng had just lit a cigarette when the phone rang. "Hello, Laoli? Did you take Jiang Yu for the aptitude test?" Li Xuanguang's voice carried a hint of anxiety. "I'm in a meeting with the night watchers. He's probably in the waiting area now," Lu Nanfeng replied, taking a drag from his cigarette, frowning slightly. "Take him out of there right away." Li Xuanguang's tone was unusually firm. "It's just a test," Lu Nanfeng said, puzzled. "Trust me on this," Li Xuanguang insisted. "You want me to get him out now?" Lu Nanfeng confirmed. "Yes, right now," Li Xuanguang affirmed. "You could have mentioned this earlier," Lu Nanfeng muttered, but he didn't press for an explanation. Suddenly, Lu Nanfeng's attention was drawn to an unusual sight outside the window. A golden glow emanated faintly from a building, hinting that something extraordinary was about to unfold. Lu Nanfeng hurriedly walked towards the Qi-Ling room when suddenly, his other communication device rang. Upon answering, Su Lin's urgent voice came through. "Inspector Lu, there's an anomaly in the testing room. Please come immediately." Before he could respond, Li Xuanguang's voice echoed through the communicator. "Old Lu, are you listening? Something's not right in the testing room. I'm heading over there." Without ending the call, Lu Nanfeng quickly left his office. Along the way, people greeted him, and he responded with a nod, without breaking his stride. "Not right? What's happening?" Li Xuanguang's voice grew more serious. Lu Nanfeng quickened his pace and answered, "There's golden light coming out of the Qi-Ling room." This response clearly took Li Xuanguang by surprise. He hesitated. Could it be a 6th tier? But isn't the 6th tier orange? And besides, Lu Nanfeng almost broke into a run, while Li Xuanguang fell silent on the other end. In the hallway, many night patrol officers noticed the unusual glow from the Qi-Ling room and cast curious glances. "By the way, weren't you at a meeting in Baidu? How did it go? Lu Nanfeng asked. After a moment of silence, Li Xuanguang replied, that thing is really strange. In some ways, it defies our current understanding of the supernatural. Lu Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by strange? For instance, it could be a life form of a higher tier than the anomalies we know. Li Xuanguang's voice sounded weary. Lu Nanfeng paused for a moment and muttered, sounds pretty mysterious. Enough talk, get to the Qi Ling room and bring Xiao Yu out, Li Xuanguang urged repeatedly. I know. Lu Nanfeng weaved through the crowd, continuously saying, excuse me. A few minutes later, he finally arrived at the Qi Ling room's entrance. Just as he knocked, the door opened, revealing Su Lin and Zhao Min with anxious expressions. Lu Nanfeng immediately noticed the anomaly. Golden light was seeping through the door crack, illuminating the entire hallway. As he pushed the door open, he saw Jiang Yu with his palm pressed against the Mo Yuan stone, the golden light emanating from the stone and enveloping him completely. Fifth tier is red, sixth tier is orange. What tier is golden? Lu Nanfeng murmured, stunned. Hey, are you there? Li Xuanguang's urging voice pulled Lu Nanfeng back to reality. I'm here. Lu Nanfeng's throat was dry, but it seems I'm a bit late. Uncle Lu? Jiang Yu looked at Lu Nanfeng, who was pacing back and forth with a furrowed brow. He seemed a bit helpless. Jiang Yu was in the throes of his teenage angst, feeling invincible with his torch held high. Suddenly, a loud bang jolted him back to reality. He found his palm pressed against a stone, his whole body glowing like a super scion. He turned to Lu Nanfeng, who was staring at him in astonishment, his expression a mix of bewilderment and disbelief. Sitting in the conference room, Jiang Yu was on edge. He thought to himself that it was just a routine willpower test, nothing too difficult. Inside, Uncle Li was rambling on and on, which irritated him. So, he defiantly raised his torch, displaying the stubbornness of a rebellious teenager. Jiang Yu recalled the tests others had undergone. Lu Yaoyao faced a bottomless abyss and sheer cliffs, clinging to the precipice as wind and rain lashed at her, while a giant snake slithered by. The higher she climbed, the more intense her anxiety grew, culminating in an unbearable panic. Lu Yuqiang found himself on an eerie street, with unnaturally aligned houses and streetlights that barely illuminated their surroundings. Muffled whispers emanated from the shadows. He had to keep moving forward, enduring the mental torment in the silence. In comparison, Jiang Yu felt embarrassed to even mention his own experience. Lu Nanfeng clicked his tongue and said, Xiao Yu, you really gave Uncle Lu a big surprise this time. The formal test hasn't even started, and a genius shows up during the preliminary test? If you were at the 5th level, it would be fine. Even the 6th would be manageable. It would just shake up the entire Night Patrol division. But you went and produced an unprecedented golden glow? Am I going to be dissected? Jiang Yu joked awkwardly. Lu Nanfeng looked him up and down, making Jiang Yu shiver. You coward. Think positively for once. Lu Nanfeng laughed and scolded. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Su Lin entered with a few others, but Lu Nanfeng only kept Su Lin behind. Jiang Yu remembered Uncle Lu's previous instructions, knowing he had to accept whatever was about to happen. Lu Nanfeng started by asking Jiang Yu for his basic information, then inquired, during the willpower test, what did you see? Jiang Yu recited the lines he had prepared. I saw many horrors, countless abominations roaring, Night Patrol members fighting relentlessly. In the end, under immense pressure, I raised my torch high. Lu Nanfeng's expression remained calm as he continued. What were you thinking at that moment? Jiang Yu thought to himself that having a talent surpassing the 6th level was a big deal, but maybe not that big. After all, in the past 100 years, no one in the Great Zhou had reached the 6th level of transcendence. The few who had the potential all got stuck at the 5th level, unable to find a way to break through. The path of transcendence is a steppy-step journey, each level a hurdle, and the gap beyond the 5th level is like the difference between heaven and earth. Jiang Yu's extraordinary talent, surpassing the 6th level, put the Night Patrol division in a difficult position. Lu Nanfeng looked at the handsome young man in front of him and sighed softly. He realized that despite Jiang Yu's exceptional gifts, the Night Patrol division might not be able to pave the way for his future. Lu Nanfeng spoke cautiously, your records will be sent to various Night Patrol divisions. Please consider your answers carefully before responding. As your guardian, your answers will directly affect Uncle Li. The implication was clear. Jiang Yu's responses would reflect Uncle Li's daily teachings. If answered well, all would be fine. If not, Uncle Li would certainly be called in for a reprimand. Jiang Yu recalled the earlier conversation. At that time, he was both excited and confused, realizing he was about to step into the extraordinary realm and shoulder significant responsibilities. His answers, though not outstanding, were acceptable. The boy's gaze swept across Lu Nanfeng's weary face, noticing the faint scars on his neck. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment, as countless images flashed through his mind: mutants, humans, the extraordinary, and that haunting figure that lingered like a nightmare. He pondered silently, wondering if having extraordinary talent meant he was truly stepping into that unknown world after the assessment. Sensing Jiang Yu's unease, Lu Nanfeng's internal alarm bells rang. He silently prayed, Jiang Yu, please don't cause any trouble. At my age, I can't handle your antics. I just want to enjoy my retirement in peace. Jiang Yu suddenly spoke up, Uncle Lu, you have a map hanging on your wall, don't you? Lu Nanfeng's pupils contracted in surprise. You saw it? Yes, I saw it by chance, Jiang Yu nodded, pausing briefly before asking. That represents the true state of the Great Zhou, not the version we learned in our textbooks, right? Lu Nanfeng remained silent. Jiang Yu continued, the 10 surviving cities in our textbooks, there are only 5 left now. Our situation isn't as optimistic as we thought. Jiang Yu's words revealed a deep understanding of reality. Sometimes, knowing the truth is a form of pain. Facing reality requires immense courage. So I often ask myself, what will tomorrow be like, and what kind of person will I become? Standing in the assessment room, surrounded by mutants and facing darkness, a thought surged in Jiang Yu's mind. May the youth of Great Zhou rid themselves of negativity, striving ever upwards, ignoring the words of those who have given up. Those who can act should act, and those who can speak out should speak out. Even if it's just a small light, it should shine. Like fireflies in the dark, emitting a faint glow. There's no need to wait for a torch. If there is no torch in the end, then I will be the only light. Lu Nanfeng and Su Lin, who was recording, were both stunned. Lu Nanfeng asked incredulously, is that really what you think? Yes. Jiang Yu nodded solemnly. However, Jiang Yu's true thoughts were, yeah, right? What I'm really thinking is, Uncle Li, can you stop nagging? I just want to finish the assessment quickly and get back to the club for a spa. A torch? We're not hosting the Olympics, so there won't be any torchbearers. As Lu Nanfeng looked on with a face as if he'd seen a ghost, Jiang Yu waved goodbye. The day's events had been a whirlwind, leaving everyone breathless. The mall fell into shadow, and news of his daughter in danger arrived. Fortunately, the Night Watchers arrived just in time to avert disaster. The Night Watch Division held an emergency meeting, and halfway through, startling news came from the aptitude test. Discovering a 6th-year talent was something from 4 or 5 decades ago, but today, it brought a monumental surprise to everyone. During the routine record-keeping of the conversation, Jiang Yu suddenly turned into a literary master, nearly causing Lu Nanfeng's brain to short-circuit with just a few words. He stared at the records in front of him, hesitating whether to submit them as they were. Standing atop a high building, Jiang Yu felt the energy from the shadows continuously flowing into his body, filling him with unease. Golden talent? He didn't think he possessed such a gift. But according to Uncle Lu, it wouldn't be long before he became famous within the Night Watch Division. In a few years, his name might even appear in the basic knowledge manuals of the extraordinary. Recalling the scene, engulfed in dense darkness, surrounded by eerie silence, the shadows whispered, trying to drag him into the abyss. At that moment, Jiang Yu resolutely bent down, lifted a torch high, and declared with a thunderous voice, if there is no light, then I will be the only light. Thinking about it now, Jiang Yu couldn't help but cringe with embarrassment. He sighed and decided not to dwell on it. The most important thing now was to continue hunting aberrants to extend his life. He only had 20 days left. Although the spirits in the mall provided a few extra days, it was far from enough. The special training camp on March 25th was approaching, and he needed to accumulate enough life force before then. Standing up, Jiang Yu spread his arms and leaned forward. Without hesitation, he plunged from the 56th story building. The wind howled, whipping through his hair and slapping his face. In mere seconds, shadows enveloped his body, slowing his descent. He pulled his limbs in and landed steadily on the wall, beginning to run downward. The ability to walk in shadows made it feel like solid ground. Suddenly, he leaped, jumping to a spot about 10 stories high on the opposite building. His right arm transformed into a claw, covered in an ink-like keratin layer, with menacing barbs gleaming coldly. Half hanging on the wall, his claw scraped against the surface, sending sparks flying. With 7 or 8 meters left to the ground, Jiang Yu sprang into the air again. Below, a severely injured aberrant was fleeing, oblivious to the danger descending from above. This humanoid aberrant had gray skin covered in dense patterns. Its features were blurred, with only its eyes emitting a bluish-gray glow. One leg was broken, its abdomen nearly pierced through, and its left arm was missing. Jiang Yu didn't even use his shadow strike. With just the force of his fall and his sharp claw, he slashed the aberrant's health from 25 to 6. Without hesitation, he plunged his hand into its heart, killing it instantly. With a crunch, the unfortunate aberrant met its end. This is a severely injured creature, pitiful and desperate, just trying to survive. But clearly, its life was at its end. Jiang Yu watched the dying being with cold eyes, feeling no sympathy. It would never see another sunrise, nor hear the whisper of the wind again. Jiang Yu realized that this was not his wounded prey. It was evident that this was not an honorable hunt. However, the pursuit had already begun, and he couldn't stop. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Pursuit successful. Remaining lifespan increased. Current days, 22. At the same time, he felt a slight improvement in his combat skills. A flood of memories surged through him. The tension of his first battle with an apparition, the fear of facing a creature alone, and the confidence of his recent swift kill. All these scenes flashed through his mind like a slideshow. Jiang Yu couldn't help but show a look of amazement, realizing that this small improvement had brought significant gains. He recalled a previous battle and suddenly understood that attacking from a different angle might have been more effective. Adjusting his evasive maneuvers could better conserve his energy. Despite the creature being heavily scarred, Jiang Yu decided to make the most of it. He extended his palm, grasped the creature's body, and activated his shadow devour ability again. Under his control, the shadows consumed the creature's body like strong acid, then flowed back into his palm. The system prompt sounded again. Shadow points 4. Successfully surpassed 40 points. Jiang Yu felt a surge of joy. Making use of a single corpse in 2 ways was indeed efficient. Just then, an angry voice suddenly rang out from not far away. Hey, where did you come from? Jiang Yu was slightly startled and turned to look. He saw a young man dressed in a leather jacket, camouflage pants, and a camouflage helmet approaching him warily. The young man's clothes were torn in several places, and his wounds were still bleeding slightly. Jiang Yu quickly glanced at him and estimated that the man's health was about 73. Jiang Yu didn't immediately understand the man's intention and asked in confusion, "What's this guy up to?" The young man glared at him, his eyes sweeping over the remnants on the ground beside Jiang Yu, and suddenly understood. Although Shadow Devour was powerful, it couldn't completely consume the prey, always leaving some indigestible parts behind. The young man gritted his teeth and said, "Buddy, that's a bit underhanded." But then, his expression changed as if he remembered something. "Wait, this looks familiar. Are you?" he asked tentatively. Jiang Yu tilted his head slightly and responded calmly, "What do you want?" He noticed that although the young man was wearing camouflage, he was clearly not from the night patrol. This was Jiang Yu's first encounter with a wild extraordinary being, and he found it quite intriguing. The words, "What do you want?" made the young man chuckle in frustration. He took a deep breath and explained, "Buddy, even if you're a big internet celebrity, you can't just steal my prey. I spent time and effort, got it halfway, it escaped, and then you just picked up the leftovers. That's not quite fair, is it?" Jiang Yu shook his head and replied calmly, "I only saw this creature at the time. I didn't see you." The young man sighed and said, "Of course not. The visibility in the shadow realm is so low. It's no wonder you didn't see me. How was I supposed to know that in the time it took me to catch my breath, the prey would be gone?" He pointed to his wounds and continued, "I had my eye on this prey first, and you must have seen its condition severely injured and near death. Look at my wounds. I was just waiting to take it down and sell it for some money." Realizing that arguing was pointless, the young man forced a smile and said, "All right, today's just my bad luck. Let's go by scavenger rules. A 30-70 split. Sound fair? You're a big internet celebrity. Surely you won't bully a small fry like me?" Jiang Yu looked puzzled again and asked, "What 30-70 split?" Just as Deng Ku finished speaking, Jiang Yu's brow furrowed slightly. The explanation seemed a bit far-fetched, making him doubt Deng Ku's true intentions. "Come on, buddy, this isn't cool. Even a big internet celebrity can't be this overbearing." Deng Ku's voice trailed off, a hint of fear in his eyes. He couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yu's intimidating appearance, especially those large hands. When his index and middle fingers lightly touched, they emitted a piercing metallic sound that sent chills down one's spine. Deng Ku cursed his bad luck inwardly, regretting that his skills weren't up to par. He decided to block Jiang Yu when he got home, and maybe even create a few fake accounts to troll him in the comment section. But outwardly, he maintained a facade of calm, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "I admit defeat. Farewell, brother Yu." However, just as Deng Ku was about to leave, Jiang Yu's voice suddenly rang out, "Hold on." Deng Ku took a few cautious steps back, warily eyeing Jiang Yu. Seeing this, Jiang Yu sighed helplessly. "Why are you so dramatic? What's all this about scavengers and splitting the spoils? What are you talking about?" Deng Ku looked puzzled. "Do you really not know? Or are you pretending?" Jiang Yu remained silent, simply staring at him. "Scavengers?" Deng Ku asked tentatively. "Explain." Jiang Yu responded curtly. Deng Ku's expression turned odd. He thought to himself that anyone who went to college should know this. Jiang Yu's skills in his videos weren't top-notch, but he didn't seem like someone who hadn't been to college. Even if he hadn't, anyone stepping into the extraordinary world would have looked up this basic information. Who would have thought? Deng Ku muttered to himself. "You really might have amnesia." Jiang Yu impatiently urged. "About me waking up with amnesia? finding a phone, registering a Douyin account, and posting amnesia videos explain it. I'm listening. Denka swallowed and began to explain. Scavengers, or scavenger hunters, are what we call ourselves. Officially, we're referred to as auxiliary personnel of the Night Watch. Anyone with mid-level first-tier abilities can register. Usually, those who don't want to or can't join the Night Watch, but still want to enter the Shadow Realm to improve their skills and make some extra money will register as auxiliary personnel. Most scavengers aren't very strong like web novel writers, a bunch of bottom-tier folks scraping by with enough to order takeout. So, we call ourselves scavengers in the Shadow Realm. Seeing Jiangyu listening intently, Denka grew even more surprised. He continued, oh, by the way, brother you were dissed by a Douyin influencer named Dao. He's actually a scavenger, and I bet he's an old auxiliary personnel who doesn't dare to enter the Shadow Realm. He probably hasn't even seen many aberrations. I tried to curse him out for you, and he blocked me. Really? I'll show you my Douyin backend. Zhang Yu chuckled and stopped Dengku from taking out his phone. No need, brother. Brother Yu, trust me. I'm really a fan. Dengku hurriedly pledged his loyalty. I mean, there's no internet in the Shadow Realm, Zhang Yu explained helplessly. The two exchanged glances, and Dengku was the first to back down. He clasped his hands again. Brother Yu, since you've dealt with this prey, I'll take my leave. Wait, Zhang Yu called out, clearly not having had enough of this new knowledge. How much is this thing worth? I'll pay you, and you keep explaining. Hearing this, Dengku's face lit up with a smile. Sure thing, brother. I was planning to sell this anyway. A mid-level first-tier gray species, in good condition, goes for about 6 to 7,000. Let's split the difference and call it 6.5. According to scavenger rules, the finder gets 30%, and the main contributor gets 70%. Zhang Yu asked with a smirk. This aberration was in bad shape. You don't mind, do you? I was just a bit slow, but if I had caught up, I could have killed it. You don't mind, do you? I didn't see you around earlier. Denka remained unfazed, explaining, like I said, the Shadow Realm obstructs vision. I was injured, so I had to be cautious. It's normal you didn't see me. Jiang Yu was amused by Denka's brazen attitude. His meticulous calculations were like a scene from a bustling market. All right, continue, he said with a smile. Denka said, I'm really a fan of yours, bro. How about this? Let's split it 50-50. I just need enough to cover my medical expenses. 6,500. You transfer me 3,250. A shrewd gleam flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. I'll transfer you 7,000 later. Consider it tuition for teaching me all this, he said generously, already calculating the potential profits from the adult manga. Denka's eyes lit up, and he quickly responded, thanks, bro. If you have any more questions, just ask. He silently decided not only to avoid blocking Jiang Yu, but to create 10 alternate accounts to engage with him. Jiang Yu stood up and looked around. Let's find another place to chat. Sure, where to? Dengku asked. How about the rooftop? Before Dengku could react, Jiang Yu had already shifted into his shadow form. He grabbed Dengku by the collar like a kitten and, with a light step, sprinted up the wall. Caught off guard, Dengku dangled helplessly. Slow down. Slow down! He screamed in terror, feeling as if he were floating. At that moment, he was utterly convinced that Jiang Yu's wall-climbing ability was no special effect. The short journey of a few seconds felt like an eternity to Dengku. When his feet finally touched solid ground, he looked around dazedly, his soul seemingly still catching up in midair. Bro, what exactly is your ability? Dengku asked in astonishment. You can climb walls, have claws, are shrouded in shadows, and can shoot shadow threads. Instead of answering directly, Jiang Yu asked, want a drink? I'll go get some. No? No need, Dengku stammered, still trying to regain his composure. Unfazed, Jiang Yu turned and fetched a large bag of alcohol from a corner of the rooftop. Dengku watched, a question mark slowly forming on his forehead. Come on, let's continue talking. Jiang Yu sat on the edge of the rooftop, opened a bottle, and took a swig, letting out a satisfied burp. Dengku hesitated for a moment before cautiously sitting beside him. He glanced down and immediately felt dizzy, thinking that falling from this 50-story building would surely turn him into a bloody mess. Did you really lose your memory? Dengku asked tentatively. Jiang Yu shrugged. As you can see, Dengku had a lot of questions but didn't know where to start. Jiang Yu changed the topic. Let's not talk about that. Who do you sell those hunted mutants to? The Night Patrol Division, universities, or companies with acquisition licenses, like Chuyang Group, Dengku explained. They research new drugs and sometimes issue tasks to acquire mutants. Jiang Yu nodded and asked, are there any other benefits to being an external member? Dengku shook his head. Not really. There's no base salary or social insurance. The most you get is a performance bonus, and you can choose which mutants to hunt based on the Night Patrol Division's tasks, reducing the chance of encountering powerful mutants. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Oh, that's good. His biggest frustration now was the low efficiency of finding mutants and not being able to gauge their strength. He had to rely on visual judgment. For example, mutants that were too large were clearly dangerous, so he would switch targets. The problem was that not all small mutants were weak. If he encountered a small but powerful mutant, he could only consider himself unlucky. Being an external member of the Night Patrol. Sounds interesting, Jiang Yu mused. With a swift motion, Jiang Yu's hand struck into the alien creature, crushing it instantly. Shadows coiled around the creature like serpents, strangling and absorbing it. The panel displayed. Name, Blood Shadow Cat. Blood, Shadow Level. Tier 1 Mid-Rank. Description. A hybrid of inferior abyssal species with some potential. High agility, sharp claws, and strong self-healing abilities. Kill cost. Sensory disruption exempted. Shadow Devour reward. Increase in shadow points. Species recorded. Successful hunt. Jiang Yu felt his evasion skills improve, and his body surged with powerful energy, causing a satisfied smile to appear at the corner of his mouth. Yesterday's long conversation with Deng Ku had led to an immediate agreement to collaborate. Deng Ku would take on tasks from the Night Patrol Division to gather information on the locations of low-tier alien species, while Jiang Yu focused on the hunting. This division of labor proved to be highly efficient. Every time Jiang Yu devoured an alien species, he paid Deng Ku half of the market price as compensation. Although it seemed modest, Deng Ku was more than willing to accept it, even if it were reduced by another 20%. After all, his role was limited to selecting suitable targets and confirming their locations, which was much easier than hunting them himself. On the first day of their cooperation, Jiang Yu had already hunted 4 alien species, a staggering efficiency. After confirming the kills, Deng Ku emerged from the gaps between buildings, looking at Jiang Yu with a newfound respect. As a Tier 1 upper rank, Deng Ku had to be cautious when hunting alien species. Although he could defeat them, he would inevitably be injured. The most troublesome aspect of these creatures was the continuous pollution they emitted. Once injured, the pollution would infiltrate his body, and even if he managed to kill the creature, his body would be tainted. For example, after killing a gray species yesterday, Deng Ku would need at least 2 or 3 days to recover from the injuries and several more days to cleanse the pollution. It would take about 5 days before he could hunt again. Otherwise, he would have to endure the pollution and hunt several more, then spend money on treatments at the hospital's pollution department. Jiang Yu's performance, however, was almost inhuman. When facing an alien attack, he either dodged with ease or didn't bother to evade at all. Even when a gleaming blade was aimed directly at his heart, he showed no fear. Initially, the alien species appeared fierce, but as the battle progressed, they became intimidated by Jiang Yu's ferocity. After a fierce fight, Jiang Yu only needed a short rest to recover to peak condition, the longest recovery time being just over an hour. Deng Ku secretly assessed that in a normal confrontation, he might have only a 40% chance of winning, primarily due to Jiang Yu's highly threatening claws, which were almost impossible for low-tier extraordinary beings to counter. In a life-and-death struggle, his chances would be even slimmer, barely a sliver of hope. Hey, Yuzi, need a break? Deng Ku approached, starting to collect bones and remnants as proof of task completion, which could be exchanged for essential goods like rice and soybean oil. Get me a drink. Jiang Yu extended his hand. Sure thing. Deng Ku rummaged through his pocket. Jiang Yu gulped down the drink and let out a satisfied burp. His lifespan had now extended to 39 days. With each kill, he grew stronger, his power increasing like a snowball, and his hunting efficiency improving alongside it. The only disappointment was that these 4 Tier 1 mid-rank alien species hadn't granted him any new abilities. Noticing Deng Ku's hesitant expression, Jiang Yu asked, "What's up?" Yuzi, maybe we should take it easy. If you keep going like this, something might go wrong." Deng Ku hesitated before speaking. Jiang Yu glanced at the cost-exempted prompt on the panel and waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry, I know my limits." He had a solid understanding of the basics. Neither the cost nor the pollution affected him. In fact, he felt better than ever. "But it's quite late today, so let's call it a day," Jiang Yu said, stretching his body. "All right, sounds good," Deng Ku sighed in relief. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. "From tomorrow, start looking for some Tier 1 upper rank alien species for me." Tier 1 upper rank? Deng Ku hesitated. "Isn't that a bit risky?" Worried that Jiang Yu might not grasp the nuances, he explained in detail, "There's a significant gap even within the same tier. Even among those in the same position within a tier, there are differences. The Night Patrol can only give a rough rating like Tier 1 high, but the actual strength of an opponent in that tier can only be truly understood through combat." Jiang Yu nodded thoughtfully and then said, "No problem. We can start by targeting less aggressive variants to gradually hone our skills. The Tier 1 mid-level variants are becoming less effective for me. It's time to set new targets." Deng Ku had no choice but to agree, all right? He was secretly amazed at Jiang Yu's rapid progress. Hunting monsters to regain memories. Hunting monsters to regain strength. These were the words Jiang Yu had once said to Deng Ku. Such an outrageous claim. Who could easily believe it? If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Yu visibly grew stronger with each kill, Deng Ku might never have been convinced. Brother Ward, I'm heading out now. Bye. Deng Ku waved goodbye and walked towards the nearest exit of the shadow layer, feeling quite cheerful. As he walked, a thought suddenly struck Deng Ku. The exits of the shadow layer were tightly controlled by the night patrol. How did Brother Wart get in and out every time? Could he have his own wild rift? Possessing such a thing privately was illegal. If humans could pass through, so could variants. Not reporting it had serious consequences. It can't be that Brother Wart lives in the shadow layer, right? Deng Ku muttered to himself. Who could live in the shadow layer all the time? Anyone who does isn't human. Whatever crossed his mind made Deng Ku's face suddenly change. He quickly glanced back, but of course, Jiang Yu was nowhere to be seen. He then hastened his steps to leave the shadow layer. After exiting the shadow layer, Jiang Yu headed straight back to his neighborhood. On the way, he bought a flower from a shop and returned to his building. Yao Yao. He immediately spotted Lu Yao Yao waiting for the elevator. Huh, a flower? Lu Yao Yao's eyes lit up as she bounced over. Who is it for? Jiang Yu hadn't expected such a coincidence and said, flustered, it's for you. What kind of flower is this? Lu Yao Yao asked curiously, clearly not very knowledgeable about flowers. It's a rose, Jiang Yu replied offhandedly. Lu Yao Yao examined the flower closely. Really? The pale white petals surrounded a light yellow center, looking quite fresh. She leaned in to smell it, finding its fragrance delightful. Yes, Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively. This variety isn't as flamboyant. Lu Yao Yao's expression suddenly turned to anger as she pointed to a small tag on the stem, chamomile. Are you saying this isn't a rose? Jiang Yu remained unflustered. No, I said it's not a rose. Seeing Lu Yao Yao's puzzled expression, Jiang Yu sighed and confessed, it's not a rose at all. I ordered a rose from the shop, but when I picked it up, this is what they gave me. I told them it wasn't a rose. They insisted it was. I said it wasn't. They said it was. I had no choice but to bring it back. Lu Yao Yao's face slowly filled with confusion, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Yu laughed awkwardly and joked. This is what you call letting the chamomile fly. It's definitely not for some random girl. Jiang Yu muttered irritably, rubbing his temples and glancing at his watch. It was almost dinner time. Yet here he was, standing on the street with a big bouquet of flowers. Am I crazy? He chuckled bitterly to himself. Taking these flowers home? Shaking his head, he dismissed another possibility that crossed his mind. Someone gave this to me? If anyone gave me these flowers, do you think I'd be heading home today? Jiang Yu murmured softly, his gaze drifting into the distance. Don't ask where I'd go instead. The hotel is my home. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his arm. Ouch, that hurts. Lu Yao Yao stood beside Jiang Yu, her expression shifting from shock to disbelief, finally settling on anger. Realizing the flowers weren't for her, her face turned dark with rage, and her small hand clenched tightly around her school bag, ready to explode at any moment. They stepped into the elevator, and Lu Yao Yao glared at the floor button Jiang Yu had pressed. Her voice was icy. Why are you going to the 10th floor? To deliver the flowers, Jiang Yu replied calmly. Fine. Lu Yao Yao laughed angrily at his nonchalant tone, her eyes flashing with danger. I'd like to see who you're giving them to. A guy, Jiang Yu said, glancing at her helplessly. And why are you so concerned? Why am I concerned? Lu Yao Yao's eyes widened in fury. Jiang Yu, really? Unbelievable. Jiang Yu reached out to pat her head, but she slapped his hand away. She was so furious her chest heaved with each breath. The elevator arrived with a clear ding. Jiang Yu stepped out first, Lu Yao Yao following closely behind. I want to see who has you so smitten that you're delivering flowers, she muttered. However, as they rounded the corridor corner, Lu Yao Yao suddenly stopped. At the end of the hallway, in front of a door, lay several bouquets of flowers yellow and white, mostly chrysanthemums. It dawned on Lu Yao Yao that these were for a memorial. Jiang Yu didn't stop, walking to the door and bending down to place his flowers among the others. What is this? Lu Yao Yao asked softly, her anger dissipating. A memorial, Jiang Yu replied briefly, then stood up. A memorial? For whom? Jiang Yu was about to explain when he saw someone behind Lu Yao Yao. Su Lin? Su Lin stood there, surprised to see them. Jiang Yu, Lu Yao Yao? What are you two doing here? Her gaze fell on the flowers at the door. Do you know Linimo? Well, I wouldn't say I know him. I don't even know his full name. Jiang Yu scratched his head. I ran into some trouble a while back. Linimo helped me out. We lived on the same floor, and when I heard about his accident, I started bringing flowers every day. Su Lin nodded in understanding. I see. Come in, she said, opening the door and taking the flowers inside with her. The room was simply furnished. White porcelain tiles with cloud patterns covered the floor, and there was a standing cabinet in the corner. To the left was a small living room with basic furniture. The doors to 2 bedrooms were open, but Jiang Yu didn't go in to check. The three of them sat on the living room sofa, and Su Lin began. He even told you about this? Jiang Yu smiled. We lived in the same building and chatted occasionally. Once, I was targeted by some thugs, and Lin Mo helped me teach them a lesson. Later, he was wearing his night watch uniform and even asked me for a cigarette. Su Lin smiled faintly but quickly grew somber. After a moment of silence, she spoke with a touch of nostalgia. We were high school classmates and later went to different departments at Bida University. He was very determined, never believed that willpower was fixed as the textbook said. In our freshman year, he insisted on joining the combat department, which, as you can imagine, didn't go well. Her eyes grew distant. Later, he transferred to the extraordinary humanities department. Before he graduated, he interned at the Night Watch Bureau and was later officially hired due to his outstanding performance. He was always talkative and cheerful. Occasionally, he'd go to the gym or the library, which were among his few hobbies. Her voice grew heavy. Not long ago, Lin Mo entered the Shadow Realm to save 2 children. He fought against an abomination and, after consuming a compound, sacrificed himself bravely. As luck would have it, the creature he was fighting turned out to be the same type as the spirit we encountered in the mall that day. Lu Yaoyao was like a wilted eggplant, completely deflated and silent since she walked in. Her anger had dissipated without a trace. Su Lin suddenly realized her faux pas and quickly stood up. Oh, my memory is terrible. I've been talking so much. I didn't even offer you guys a drink. No, Su Lin, you don't have to. Jiang Yu declined repeatedly, but Su Lin had already swiftly poured the water and placed it in front of them. Thank you, Su Lin. You're welcome. Su Lin watched the two of them, her eyes flashing with a complex expression before dimming again. She sighed softly and mused. People can be so impulsive sometimes. In a rush, they make unwise decisions. She paused and continued. He trained desperately in his earlier years, trying to break free from his limitations, but all he got was a body full of injuries. He wasn't even in a combat role, yet he threw himself into the Shadow Realm to fight those creatures. It was a death sentence. Su Lin's gaze shifted to Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao, her tone becoming serious. Both of you are very talented. When you encounter situations, you must think calmly. She hesitated for a moment, forcing a smile. It's not shameful. Often, not being a hero is really not shameful. Look at Lin Mo played the hero once and now. There is no now for him. Jiang Yu took a small sip of water and sighed, unsure how to offer comfort. He took a deep breath and asked, Su Lin, when will Lin Mo's remains be buried? They've already been buried. With the new year approaching, we wanted to lay him to rest sooner, Su Lin replied calmly. I see. Jiang Yu's mind flashed back to the powerful, blind spirit covered in strange markings he had seen in the mall. He had his suspicions but didn't dare voice them outright. Tentatively, he said, those creatures are truly hateful. That day in the mall, I saw one covered in black, worm-like markings, seemingly blind, wreaking havoc in the Shadow Realm. Ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance against it. Something in his words made Su Lin pause. After a few more pleasantries, she saw them out the door. Back inside, Su Lin's brows furrowed as she muttered, Linamo? She couldn't sit still and eventually went to her room to search for information on her computer. I wonder when Su Lin will be able to move on. Jiang Yu sighed as they left. If it were me, I'd be devastated too if a longtime friend passed away. Lu Yaoyao nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu glanced at her meaningfully and said, do you really think they were just friends? She was wearing an engagement ring on her ring finger. Lu Yaoyao looked back at the closed door with a complicated expression. Life is full of regrets, isn't it? Jiang Yu mused. Yeah, Lu Yaoyao responded softly. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's tone lightened. I've figured it out. I've come to a decision. Come to my place tonight. Let's make up for some of those regrets. Huh? Lu Yaoyao snapped back to attention, looking shocked. What did you just say? 92. 93. Jiang Yu transformed into his shadow form in the dimly lit area of his home. With his hands on the ground, he performed handstand push-ups, his muscles tightening and relaxing with each movement. Ever since he became extraordinary, it seemed like he never ran out of energy. Today, after absorbing 4 different entities, his strength had significantly increased. With nothing else to do, he chose to train in this unique space. The manual provided a panel that only recorded his abilities, without specific values for stamina or strength. This left Jiang Yu somewhat uncertain about his exact power level. According to Deng Ku, he was in an awkward position, unable to defeat second-tier entities, but nearly invincible among first-tiers. Even if he couldn't kill his prey, he was confident he could escape unscathed. 97. 98. As he focused on his training, he noticed the door handle turning slightly out of the corner of his eye. Jiang Yu became alert. Someone was there. He quickly ran through possible visitors in his mind. Uncle Lee? No, he was still in Baidu. In this post-apocalyptic world, moving between settlements took a long time, far less convenient than in the past. Could it be Lu Yao? Fortunately, he had locked the door, so the person outside could only turn the handle without actually opening it. Jiang Yu swiftly exited his shadow form and dashed to the door, unlocking it with a click and pulling it open. Standing at the doorway was indeed Lu Yao. Why would she come to see me at this hour? Jiang Yu couldn't help but scrutinize the girl in front of him. She had long, black hair flowing down her back and was wearing an adorable dinosaur onesie, revealing a sliver of her fair, lotus-like ankles. On her feet were fluffy monster slippers, though she was still wearing socks, which slightly marred the cute image. I made some cookies. Want to try them? She asked, lifting a small bag. I'd love to, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. Come in. To his surprise, Lu Yao actually stepped inside. Normally, she would head home after dinner, so her unusual behavior today made Jiang Yu a bit curious. He closed the door with a thud and chuckled. You're laughing like a creep, Lu Yao said warily as she placed the bag on the coffee table. No, I'm just happy. Jiang Yu wiped the corner of his mouth. I love cookies. They make my mouth water. Lu Yao sat cross-legged on the sofa, seemingly seeing through Jiang Yu's thoughts and giving him a stern look. What were you doing inside? I knocked for ages, and even my key wouldn't work. I was working out and didn't hear anything, Jiang Yu replied, scooting closer to her. Where's Uncle Lu? He's on a mission, she responded. Will he be back tonight? Jiang Yu continued to probe. The incident at the mall really scared me. Every time I close my eyes, I see those horrifying scenes. I feel like I'm lying in bed, surrounded by those creatures. Yao Yao, what should I do? I'm just an ordinary, weak boy who's never seen bloodshed. I'm so scared. Lu Yao was momentarily speechless, feeling that Jiang Yu's words had a deeper meaning. You can stay here tonight. Jiang Yu finally said what she had expected. A vein throbbed on Lu Yao's forehead, but she ignored the seemingly infatuated, melodramatic boy. Instead, she asked, Hey, I forgot to ask earlier, what's your awakened ability? My ability? Jiang Yu smacked his lips. Shadow vision. Have you heard of it? The branch ability of a shadow manipulator? Lu Yao pondered. Oh, you've heard of it. That makes things easier, Jiang Yu said with relief. He had multiple abilities but decided to publicly disclose shadow vision, a more moderate and theoretically growth-oriented ability. Other abilities didn't seem suitable for public knowledge. Shadow walking? A super cool parkour ability? Claw form? A form similar to the viral sensation Wartybro? These could reveal his true identity. After all, his game persona was a ruthless hunter, a cunning assassin. If people knew he was just an 18-year-old kid, what good would that do? Apparently, shadow vision wasn't particularly rare. Lu Yao nodded in understanding. What's your ability? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Spirit Quell, a branch ability of a spirit manipulator, rated as top tier in potential, Lu Yao said with a slight smile. Spirit Quell? That sounds pretty cool, Jiang Yu said, half understanding. Lu Yao explained, my combat ability is relatively weak in the early stages, mostly useful for interference. But if I reach the 5th tier, it'll definitely surpass your shadow vision. She raised her chin proudly. Got it, Jiang Yu said, playfully flicking her forehead. You're a branch of a spirit manipulator, but I'm a genuine stealth assassin. Be careful not to get wiped out early on. Shut your crow mouth, Lu Yao retorted angrily. The young girl covered her forehead and rolled her eyes. Jiang Yu's curiosity was piqued, and he eagerly asked, So, what are these shadow beings and soul beings? Lu Yao took a deep breath, organizing her thoughts. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure myself, she admitted. These beings are related to different types of aberrations. For example, shadow beings correspond to shadow-type aberrations. She continued, hunting aberrations and absorbing their pollution is one way for the extraordinary to grow stronger. If you hunt the corresponding type, your efficiency greatly increases. Conversely, if a shadow being hunts pattern types or blood types, it becomes much less effective. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with amazement. Wow, that's incredible. Lu Yao, you're like a treasure trove of knowledge. Whenever I have a question, you always have an answer. Rubbing his hands together excitedly, he suggested, Come on, show me your ability. Resonant Soul sounds really impressive. Lu Yao frowned. Who am I supposed to demonstrate it on? I need a target to activate my ability. On me. Jiang Yu thumped his chest, making a loud thud. Lu Yao looked at him in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Yu was brimming with confidence. I've got thick skin and strong muscles. You're just awakening your powers. There's no way you could accidentally kill me, right? How does Resonant Soul work? Does it make my brain shake or something? It's suppress, not resonate, you idiot. Lu Yao shouted in exasperation, realizing they had been talking past each other. Jiang Yu suddenly understood. Oh, that's even better. Suppression? In games, that's like a stun or immobilize effect, right? Come on, let me try it. Lu Yaoyao hesitated. She was indeed curious about her own ability. After all, using soul suppression on a wooden cabinet obviously wouldn't yield any results. What if something happens to you? She asked, her tone mixed with concern and anticipation. Zhang Yu puffed out his chest, showing off his muscles. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Look, these muscles are the real deal. Lu Yaoyao was surprised as she examined Zhang Yu. I didn't realize you were actually this muscular. Her gaze lingered until she noticed Zhang Yu's amused expression, causing her to quickly look away, her cheeks flushing. Want to feel them? Zhang Yu teased. Shut up. Lu Yaoyao snapped, embarrassed and angry. You want to try it, right? Fine, let's do it. Bring it on. Zhang Yu readied himself. Are you prepared? Go ahead. Ready? Don't hold back. Here I come. Lu Yaoyao focused her energy and activated her ability. Zhang Yu felt a sudden dizziness in his head, lost his balance, and fell forward. With a thud, he landed in Lu Yaoyao's arms. Ah, it hurts. Zhang Yu suddenly collapsed in pain, his face contorted with agony. He groaned, his body writhing involuntarily, the pain in his voice growing more evident. Lu Yaoyao froze on the spot, completely at a loss. Are you okay? She asked frantically, her voice filled with deep concern. My head. It feels like it's going to explode. Zhang Yu said haltingly, each word seemingly draining all his strength. Lie down quickly. I'll go get a doctor. Lu Yaoyao hurriedly supported him, trying to help him find a comfortable position. She had just gained her powers and was still unfamiliar with how to control them. Seeing Zhang Yu in such pain, she was genuinely panicking. Press my temples. Zhang Yu lay on her lap, taking a deep breath to steady his breathing. Don't get me wrong, it's just that I couldn't catch my breath from the pain earlier. Now I need to breathe more. I'm not taking advantage of you. Cough. Just rub. Lu Yaoyao instinctively placed her hands on his temples. Her fingers were cool and slender, like jade, gently massaging his temples. Not now. I should go get a doctor. Lu Yaoyao suddenly snapped back to reality and tried to get up. Ah, it's a bit better. Zhang Yu grabbed her wrist. Keep rubbing. I'm fine. I just need a moment. Are you sure? Lu Yaoyao asked hesitantly. Keep rubbing, keep rubbing. Zhang Yu urged, a hint of pleading in his voice. Lu Yaoyao's fair fingers continued to gently massage his head. Zhang Yu thought to himself, soft, really soft. And fragrant, really fragrant. Rub my head too, it also hurts. Zhang Yu added. How do I do that? Lu Yaoyao asked, a bit puzzled. Zhang Yu patiently explained. Just relax the scalp, start from the forehead and move back. Press gently from the top of the head to the sides. Also press the points on the neck to relieve the head. Use a gentle touch, not poking with one finger like some martial arts move. Yes, keep your fingers together and press gently. As Lu Yaoyao followed his instructions, she suddenly asked calmly, how much did you spend at the Xingyue club near our community entrance? Zhang Yu was caught off guard and instinctively replied, not much, just a few thousand. Realizing he had slipped, he quickly opened his eyes and tried to salvage the situation. I was joking. Do you believe me? Get up. Lu Yaoyao's tone turned cold. Keep rubbing, keep rubbing. Zhang Yu tried to hold on. 1, 2. Seeing her start to count, Zhang Yu immediately straightened up. I'm leaving, Lu Yaoyao said with a dark expression, about to leave. Wait. Zhang Yu realized he had taken the joke too far and quickly explained. I did get a bit dizzy just now. He shifted the topic to his abilities. I was fully focused, trying to dodge, but I got hit out of nowhere without any warning. Hearing him talk about his abilities, Lu Yaoyao paused. She snorted lightly. Extraordinary abilities come from different sources, so it's normal for them to be unpredictable. If all abilities could be seen with the naked eye, that would be abnormal. Getting a compliment and you're already out of breath. Zhang Yu joked. Does it still hurt? Lu Yaoyao asked. It does. Feels like a little hammer just hit my forehead. Zhang Yu described. Can you handle it? No problem at all, Zhang Yu replied confidently. After all, he had faced many dangers in the shadows, and this pain was nothing to him. But he couldn't help but think, Lu Yaoyao's abilities were indeed formidable and hard to defend against. Even with his full concentration, he got hit. He wondered how terrifying her powers would become as she grew stronger. Defeating opponents without fighting, taking out targets from 800 meters away with just a glance? He didn't know if superhumans could reach that level, but the thought alone was scary. Zhang Yu sat beside Lu Yaoyao, casually trying to hold her hand. But Lu Yaoyao noticed and immediately moved a few seats away. Zhang Yu didn't feel awkward and asked nonchalantly, after the spring festival, in about 10 days, we should be heading to the special training camp, right? Yes, Lu Yaoyao nodded. Yunhai is the largest among the surrounding settlements, so instructors from other settlements will bring students here. This year, there will be more students due to expanded enrollment. I have a question, Zhang Yu asked, With so many more students, will the training camp have enough space? Don't worry, Lu Yaoyao explained. The expanded enrollment mainly applies to extraordinary art students, while the training camp is for martial arts students. I see, Jiang Yu realized. At this moment, a thunderclap boomed, boom. There's going to be a heavy rain tonight. Lu Yaoyao said, it's late, I should go. You're leaving already? Jiang Yu seemed reluctant. What else? Lu Yaoyao retorted. It's thundering outside. Jiang Yu reminded. Question mark. Lu Yaoyao gave him a look. Are you scared of thunder at your age? I'm not saying you're scared. I'm saying I'm scared. Jiang Yu smiled sheepishly. What nonsense, get out of here. Lu Yaoyao said impatiently. I'm going to get a pillow. Jiang Yu got up to leave. Hey, Jiang Yu. Lu Yaoyao panicked. My dad will kill you if he finds out. Then let it be. I'm really scared. I've been afraid of thunder since I was a kid. Jiang Yu pretended to be terrified. When it thunders, my legs shake. I can't walk, and I stutter. You know I'm timid. It's been a lifelong issue. Don't know when I can overcome it. Watching Jiang Yu bounce around the room like a monkey, then rush in to grab a pillow, Lu Yaoyao's expression stiffened slightly. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Yu flashed a wide grin, showing off his white teeth, looking every bit like a wolf that had spotted a tasty lamb. Uncle Lu isn't coming back tonight, right? Jiang Yu asked, a hint of anticipation in his voice. The scene shifts to the shadowy rooftop of a tall building, where Jiang Yu gazes at Deng Ku with a trace of displeasure in his eyes. Deng Ku, sensing his friend's foul mood, quickly put on a pained expression and explained, Bro, there are indeed some top-tier first-level ones, but they are more scattered than the mid-tier ones. There are a few close by in East District 1, easy to hunt. These hunters have high attack and thick skin, but no other tricky tactics. Once you get used to their attack patterns, you'll be fine. Besides, haven't you already taken one down before? Jiang Yu recalled the prey from the second video he had released recently. That time, he had barely managed to wound a half-dead hunter with a shadow strike and a mark, only scraping off a layer of its health. The creature had dragged its crippled body and nearly beat him to death. However, the claw form and shadow walking abilities he gained from that hunt were worth it. After careful consideration, Jiang Yu realized Deng Ke had a point. Among the different types of creatures, some possessed bizarre abilities with unpredictable attacks. Perhaps straightforward hunters and phantoms were easier to deal with. Besides, Deng Ku had watched his video and confirmed he had handled such creatures before, making this a reasonable choice. All things considered, it was indeed a good option. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He recalled the scene from that morning, climbing off the floor, tiptoeing to the bed, and watching the sleeping Lu Yaoyao. Her delicate face was naturally rosy without makeup, her skin as tempting as a ripe peach. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, her small nose inhaling and exhaling, and her lips occasionally touched as she mumbled something. Just as Jiang Yu was staring at her, Lu Yaoyao slowly woke up. Her confused eyes met his, and for a moment, neither spoke. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Yaoyao, do you know what time it is? Why are you still sleeping? Guess what I brought for you? Uncle Lu's voice came from outside. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, not knowing what Uncle Lu had brought. He only knew what would happen next. Uncle Lu's belt wasn't of good quality and would break after a few swings. Back to the present. Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened as he decided to film another episode of Predator Hunter. Across the street, a predator the size of a car was hunched over the mangled corpse of an alien creature, tearing into it ravenously. Jiang Yu quickly glanced at his scanner. Health at 87, nearly at full strength. The alien is nearby, Deng Ku whispered, his palm's eyes detector showing a clear signal. Straight line, 25 meters, descending 7 meters. That means the predator is in the opposite building, about 2 floors below us. Want me to take a look? Deng Ku asked as he rummaged through his gear. No need, I see it. Jiang Yu replied curtly, flexing his wrists and stretching his muscles. Good luck, bro, Deng Ku said just as Jiang Yu bolted off like an arrow. The powerful gust of wind ruffled Deng Ku's hair as he casually put on his goggles, barely able to keep track of Jiang Yu's figure. Jiang Yu plummeted downwards, executing a mid-air leap that showcased his incredible aerial control, and darted into the lower floors of the opposite building. The predator seemed to sense the disturbance, rising alertly and scanning its surroundings. After a moment, it relaxed and resumed its feast. At that instant, a shadowy figure leapt out from the darkness. Claws wreathed in dark energy pierced the predator's body with lightning speed, sending a spray of crimson blood. Health dropped, 8769, still as tough as ever. Jiang Yu muttered to himself. Despite his newfound strength and the lethal shadow claws, the ambush only managed to reduce the predator's health by less than 20. For a mid-air alien, a single claw strike would have taken off at least 40 or 50. The predator let out an earth-shaking roar, thrashing wildly. It swung its massive blood-stained claws, which were even larger than Jiang Yu, towards him. Jiang Yu was prepared and dodged nimbly like an eel, counterattacking by driving his claws into the predator's chest. With a sound, the claw blade struggled to penetrate the predator's tough hide, like a dull knife trying to cut through leather. Health dropped again. 69-63. The predator quickly turned, forcing Jiang Yu to abandon his attack. Their eyes locked, both filled with a menacing crimson glow. The predator's maw was shaped like a curved rectangle, with 4 sharp teeth at the corners and a mouth full of tiny gnashing teeth, making it a terrifying sight. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu shot out a strand of shadow silk, its powerful penetration instantly tearing through flesh. The predator was momentarily bewildered, and its health dropped again. 63-61. Goodbye, Jiang Yu murmured, pulling himself away from the predator with the shadow silk, escaping its attack range. Letting go of the silk, he used the momentum to fly out of the derelict building. The enraged predator followed closely, its massive body agilely gripping the structure as it descended. It assumed Jiang Yu would fall straight to the ground, but Jiang Yu suddenly emerged from a side floor and delivered a powerful kick to its waist. The predator, caught off guard, flailed its claws in a desperate attempt to stabilize itself. Jiang Yu seized the opportunity, shooting out multiple strands of silk to disrupt its movements. The predator plummeted straight down from the 16th floor, a 50-meter drop. Jiang Yu could even see the shock and fear in its eyes. Remember, buddy, next time you eat, don't climb so high, he quipped. The predator let out one final, anguished roar before crashing heavily to the ground. The impact was like a massive bomb exploding, sending tremors throughout the entire building. If you were to drop a small car, the impact would be heard for hundreds of meters. Now, a massive creature was falling from the sky, weighing nearly a ton with extremely dense bones and muscles as tough as steel. Jiang Yu witnessed the entire scene, his gaze locked onto the predator. With a thunderous crash, the predator's health plummeted from 61 to 25. The impact was so severe that even such a formidable creature could not escape unscathed. One of its arms and a leg were completely broken, the sound of bones shattering unmistakable. For a moment, the massive beast couldn't stand. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu leaped forward, delivering a fierce kick to the predator. Its health dropped again, from 25 to 20. In its gravely injured state, each attack caused its health to decline even faster. Despite its severe injuries, the predator instinctively let out a roar, trying to lift its massive body. Surprisingly, its surface wounds were healing at a visible rate, but the internal injuries couldn't be mended so quickly. This astounding vitality was a hallmark of the blood species. Without it, defeating the creature would have taken much longer. Jiang Yu didn't give his opponent a chance to recover. While the predator was unable to counterattack, his claws slashed like lightning. Under Jiang Yu's relentless assault, the predator's health rapidly declined, soon hitting the kill threshold. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu plunged his claws into the predator's body, tearing through its flesh. Mark, hunt, kill, Jiang Yu silently recited, completing the hunt. This battle made Jiang Yu realize that a skilled hunter must adeptly use the environment and tools to complete a hunt. He had taken down this powerful aberration with minimal effort, and the efficiency even surprised him. A system notification sounded. Hunt successful. Jiang Yu's shadow thread ability had been enhanced, unlocking a new capability shadow cluster. This new ability allowed him to control shadows on a higher level, compressing them and shooting out shadow clusters that, upon exploding, would release highly penetrating shadow threads in all directions. Jiang Yu was slightly taken aback. Huh, it enhanced the shadow thread? He had always used shadow thread as a support skill, for example, shooting it at the ground, ceiling, or enemies to quickly change positions. Well, it doesn't seem that useless, Jiang Yu mused. However, if he had the choice, he would have preferred to enhance either his shadow claw form or shadow form, as those abilities would more noticeably boost his power. Jiang Yu continued to browse through the manual, checking the spoils from this kill. Name, predator. Species, blood. Rank, first tier high. Description, an inferior abyssal aberration with a robust body and great strength. As a blood species, it has high regenerative abilities. Kill cost, exempted. Shadow devour rewards, strength, stamina, self-healing ability enhanced, increased shadow points. The aberration has been recorded. No new abilities unlocked again. Jiang Yu sighed softly. Oh well, no big deal. He consoled himself, thinking that an ordinary first-tier extraordinary being might still be familiarizing themselves with just 1 or 2 abilities by the second tier, whereas his current abilities could be considered luxurious in the beginner's village. Jiang Yu began to experiment with his newly acquired ability. Under his control, clusters of shadows gathered in his palm, forming oval shapes similar to silkworm cocoons but several times larger. With a light flick, these cocoons shot out and landed on the ground. After a brief moment of silence, there was a loud boom. The shadow clusters exploded, and 5 shadow threads shot out like fireworks, covering an area of nearly 10 meters. This ability seems pretty powerful, Jiang Yu exclaimed, pleased with the unexpected gain. Lu Nanfeng glared, his voice low and stern. Stay away from Jiang Yu from now on, understood? Lu Yaoyao lowered her head and muttered, okay. Seeing his daughter's apathetic response, Lu Nanfeng intensified his tone. Why can't you be a bit more reserved? I'm serious, you know that? I know. Lu Yaoyao nodded repeatedly, but her eyes were evasive. Lu Nanfeng saw through her perfunctory attitude and grew angrier. You know nothing. In one ear and out the other. That boy is full of tricks. If you keep hanging out with him, who knows, you might end up being sold and still counting money for him. Dad. Lu Yaoyao looked up, her eyes showing a hint of displeasure. It's not as exaggerated as you say. We're just regular classmates. Regular classmates? Lu Nanfeng's brows knitted tighter, and his tone grew harsher. This morning, when I whipped Jiang Yu with a belt, I demanded an explanation. What's your relationship? If you don't make it clear today, I'll break your legs. That brat insisted you were just regular classmates. Regular classmates, my foot. Sharing a room and sleeping on the floor together, and you call that regular classmates? That boy needs a good beating. Seeing her father's face turning red with anger, Lu Yaoyao tried to soothe him. Dad, don't get worked up every day. Lu Nanfeng snorted. It'd be fine if that boy behaved, but the way he looks at you, how can I not worry? What look? Lu Yaoyao asked, genuinely puzzled. Lu Nanfeng looked at his daughter's innocent face, both angry and helpless. Are you really that naive, my dear daughter? Seeing her father's emotions soften a bit, Lu Yaoyao continued to persuade him. All right, Dad, don't overthink it. I know my limits. Besides, you watch Jiang Yu grow up. He has his quirks, but he knows right from wrong. And his talent test was unprecedentedly golden. If you keep beating him like this, once he gets stronger, you'll be the one getting beaten. Lu Nanfeng felt slightly relieved by the first part, but the latter half made him furious. Listen to yourself. He dares to hit me? Lu Yaoyao shrank back, not daring to say more. Lu Nanfeng took a deep breath, trying to calm down. You're always siding with outsiders. My precious daughter leaking everywhere. Dad, don't get sick from anger. Lu Yaoyao gently tried to calm her father. Lu Nanfeng sneered. I won't be angry if you stay away from Jiang Yu. Seeing her daughter remain silent, Lu Nanfeng realized he was getting nowhere. After a moment, he finally calmed down. He took out a stack of documents from his briefcase, his tone softened. Among many extraordinary people, the awakening rate of soul spirits is low. Soul calming abilities are among the top. A warrior once awakened a similar ability to yours. Here are his early training experiences. Study them well and don't share them. Training experiences of a warrior? Lu Yaoyao's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Nanfeng nodded and explained. A warrior is one of the 5 strongest people in Dezhou. Regardless of any factors, they are the top 5 in combat ability. As time passes, new ones replace the old. Those with military or political talent often join the Night Watchers and gradually grow to become district leaders. Those less talented in these areas become university professors or hold other positions. Every warrior is a pillar of Dezhou, truly the brightest stars. Lu Yaoyao's eyes shone with excitement, but then she looked puzzled. Where did you get these materials? Lu Nanfeng waved his hand dismissively. Doesn't matter where they came from. Just focus on your training. Lu Yaoyao squinted her eyes, probing. Dad, did you bribe someone? Lu Nanfeng was momentarily stunned, then reacted. What? Has Jiang Yu been filling your head with talk of bribery and embezzlement? Seeing her father's strong reaction, Lu Yaoyao grew more suspicious. Dad, just tell me where these came from. Lu Nanfeng flicked her forehead, exasperated. What wild guesses? Your Uncle Li helped get them. Uncle Li? Lu Yaoyao was even more confused. Lu Nanfeng waved his hand firmly. The source is legitimate. Don't worry about it, and just study. If I had such resources back then, I might be a 5th-level warrior now, working as a patrol envoy in a frontline gathering place. Much better than my current situation. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Lu Yaoyao's head. She blurted out, is this a betrothal gift? You should cherish it, considering a warrior. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Nanfeng choked on his breath, his face turning red. He gritted his teeth. I'm going to beat Jiang Yu again. Why would you beat him? Lu Yaoyao looked utterly bewildered. Lu Nanfeng, his face flushed, realized he had overreacted. He's been corrupting you. How can you call Uncle Li's care for you a betrothal gift? It's just some warrior experience, and he has the nerve to use that as a betrothal gift. Lu Yaoyao listened to her father, Lu Nanfeng, fuming with anger. She sighed helplessly and tried to calm him down. Dad, don't get worked up. But Lu Nanfeng was having none of it. He stood up in a fury. No, I need to ask Old Li what he means by this. With that, he stormed off to his room, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Lu Yaoyao looked down at the documents in her hands, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. The words warrior experience stood out glaringly, making her a bit anxious. Meanwhile, in his room, Lu Nanfeng pulled out his communicator and quickly dialed Li Xuanguang's number. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello? Oldly, Lu Nanfeng got straight to the point. What's the meaning of sending that cultivation experience from Chief Yi? On the other end, Li Xuanguang sounded puzzled. What? Lu Nanfeng took a deep breath and pressed on. Did you find any information for your nephew? Li Xuanguang was silent for a moment before answering. No, what's going on? Unbelievable. Lu Nanfeng's expression was a mix of disbelief and exasperation. You don't help your own nephew, but you help my daughter? Li Xuanguang seemed to realize something, but didn't elaborate. He simply said, we'll talk about this when I get back. You called at the right time. I just finished discussing the Yunhai base. Shifting the topic, Lu Nanfeng's tone became serious. What's the plan? Not much different from usual. The documents will be sent to you this afternoon. Take a look then. All right. Lu Nanfeng nodded, then frowned. What about your nephew? What did the higher-ups say? Well, see, after the special training camp. His talent exceeds 6 tiers, so we can't spread this around. Did you handle the students who awaken with him? Handled. Li Xuanguang explained. Don't misunderstand. We didn't eliminate them. We used special items or abilities to influence and erase the memory of that day's awakening. Lu Yaoyao's memory was supposed to be cleared too, but her special ability made it risky, so we had to leave it. Lu Nanfeng nodded in understanding and reminded him. All right, make sure you keep this about your nephew under wraps. Don't worry, I know. Li Xuanguang assured. Lu Nanfeng then asked about another issue. What about that big guy? We had news a few days ago, but now it's all silent. It won't be announced anytime soon. Internal announcement? Completely sealed off. Li Xuanguang confirmed. Both men fell silent. A total seal-off meant that apart from those already in the know, no one else could be informed, with severe penalties for breaches. Essentially, only those who attended the meetings knew about it. In other words, no one outside the top brass would find out. Got it. Lu Nanfeng didn't press further, but his heart grew heavier. After hanging up, Li Xuanguang stood by the window of the Northern Capital Night Patrol headquarters, looking out at the snow-covered city. He had a cigarette in his mouth, exhaling a layer of smoke. The Red Spring Festival couplets on the frosted glass added to the festive atmosphere as the new year approached. On his desk lay a document marked with just 2 words, top secret. The contents were chilling. Surrounded by white halos, capable of levitation, form unstable, presumed to be near death. Prolonged eye contact leads to deep contamination, turning the observer into a fervent follower. Extremely powerful, with strong regenerative abilities, lacking conventional blood. Immune to most forbidden items, and completely immune to mental extraordinary abilities. 2 chief commanders killed, 3 generals severely injured, 300 night patrol members dead or injured. Successfully captured and contained, with its file sealed as top secret. Long-term research has revealed the following traits. Unviewable, unnameable, unkillable. After comprehensive consideration, it was given the codename God. Boom. With a resounding crash, Jiang Yu was slammed hard against the wall. He gasped as pain surged through his body. Damn, that hurts, he muttered through gritted teeth, pulling out a small mirror from his pocket. The mirror was shattered, but he kept a piece to check his head. His health was down to 55, almost half gone. Jiang Yu chuckled bitterly. It was yet another reminder that not all predators were fools. The ones he had tricked into jumping off buildings were the exceptions. The one before him was clearly more cautious, weaving agilely between the high-rises despite its massive size. Even though Jiang Yu's strength had significantly increased, he still found himself outmatched by the predator's wall-like body. A heat-and clash was futile. One misstep, and head be swatted away like before, nearly crushed by its enormous paws. Roar! The predator, with only 30 of its health remaining, was still brimming with energy. It yanked out the steel rod embedded in its body and leaped at Jiang Yu again. Its nearly 3-meter frame and bulging muscles exuded an overwhelming sense of menace. Jiang Yu quickly dodged to the side, firing a shadow line that hooked onto the predator. His retreat came to an abrupt halt as he pulled himself forward, closing the distance in an instant. A mass of dark matter coalesced on his shadow claw, driving straight into the predator's chest. However, the next moment, Jiang Yu was sent flying again. Drip, drip blood from the predator's wound sizzled as it hit the ground. Jiang Yu climbed to his feet, catching his breath and stabilizing his injuries. He didn't rush into another attack. Instead, he dusted off his clothes and pulled a candy cigarette from his pocket, finally finding one that was intact. He popped it into his mouth and crunched down. The action seemed odd in his shadow form, though it did give him an air of confidence. Denku, who was silently recording the scene, had no idea what Jiang Yu was up to. 3. Jiang Yu murmured. The predator seemed to sense discomfort in its chest, scratching at the spot but finding nothing. It charged at Jiang Yu again. its heavy footsteps echoing. 2. Jiang Yu continued his countdown. Deng Ke glanced at the screen, then at Jiang Yu, puzzled by his sudden display of bravado. The predator closed in, less than 10 meters away. At its speed, it would reach him in the blink of an eye. Move already, Deng Ke mentally urged, but Jiang Yu stood still as a statue. 1. As the final count fell, the predator leaped high. Boom. Suddenly, 5 shadow threads shot out from the predator. One hit the ground, another pierced the ceiling, and the remaining 3 anchored to the walls and pillars. The predator's charge was abruptly halted, its speed dropping until it stopped just inches from Jiang Yu's face. Its health plummeted to 8. The predator's upper body was nearly blown apart, one particularly fierce thread shooting out of its mouth almost piercing its brain. Jiang Yu had discovered that if he could plant the shadow mass inside an enemy, its explosive force far exceeded that of external attacks. With its health critically low, Jiang Yu shook off the blood on his arm. 5 massive shadow claws opened, enveloping the predator's head. It's over, he whispered. Execution. Boom. The predator's head exploded like a watermelon. Deng Ke swallowed hard, thinking how cool Jiang Yu looked and wishing he could be that suave. Jiang Yu exhaled deeply, checking his status panel. Shadow points 7878. Remaining lifespan 47 days. In just 2 days, he had killed 3 predators and several smaller creatures, his shadow points breaking through 70, causing a slight swelling sensation in his body. His remaining lifespan was close to 50 days. He was secretly pleased. Not only could he live past the new year, but he could also make it to the first monthly exam after school resumed. During these hunts, Jiang Yu had also encountered Deng Ke's peer scavengers, or night patrols. Undoubtedly, most of them were far stronger than him. Jiang Yu knew the road ahead was long, but he had already taken a solid first step. Standing atop a skyscraper, Jiang Yu gazed down at the bustling city below. His eyes locked onto a scavenger moving carelessly through the streets. Suddenly, Jiang Yu struck his palm downward, and it felt as though an invisible force surged through the air. Next to the scavenger, a terrifying creature more fearsome than a predator was instantly torn apart, reduced to a puddle of blood and flesh. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, wondering when he would possess such power. He waved to Deng Ke. Wart brother, today's video was pretty good. Deng Ke jogged over, giving him a thumbs up. I'll edit it for you when we get back. Pay me, Jiang Yu said flatly. Deng Ke chuckled awkwardly. With our relationship, I'd help you even without getting paid, bro. Then I won't pay you. Oh? Deng Ke looked utterly confused. Jiang Yu patted his shoulder. What's wrong? Are you short on cash? What do you usually do for work? I'm a scavenger, and I work as a security guard in the real world. Deng Ke grinned. I make sure the unruly residents stay quiet, catch delivery guys off guard, and handle crooks without a scratch. Just the other day, I had to teach a couple of residents a lesson. They think buying a house makes them king. Jiang Yu frowned. A security guard? I thought you'd be a PE teacher or something. Deng Ke sighed. You don't get it, bro. The pressure to buy a house is intense, and I've got to make extra money to support my kids. It's tough. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. This guy, who usually seemed so timid, would stay silent in the face of strong creatures, but go all out against the weak. Despite his first-tier upper-level strength, he only dared to bully those weaker than himself. Perhaps this was the helpless reality of middle-aged men in a world filled with extraordinary beings. All right, that's it for today. Let's head back. Jiang Yu waved goodbye. Oh, Wart brother, are you going hunting tomorrow? It's New Year's Eve, Deng Ke suddenly asked. Jiang Yu paused, just realizing that New Year's Eve was approaching. No, I'll take a few days off. Got it. Deng Ke nodded repeatedly. You need a break, Wart brother. Hunting every day at high intensity isn't good for your health. Jiang Yu smiled without saying a word, knowing Deng Ke was worried about losing his hefty rewards. Watching Deng Ke leave, Jiang Yu leaped off the building, effortlessly traversing between the skyscrapers. Using shadow threads, he moved swiftly and soon emerged from the shadows onto the street outside the residential area. In the night, Jiang Yu felt content. Battling and hunting by day, and spending his evenings teasing Lu Yaoya life was good. However, a flyer on the ground caught his attention. What's this? Jiang Yu bent down to pick it up, expecting a familiar card but was surprised by what he saw. The flyer read, Good news. Good news. Are you worried about your innate talent? Do you want to be the child everyone admires? Academic or martial arts? Which path should you choose? Chuyang Group, recognized by the Yunhai settlement, is here to help. Nutrient solutions, platinum meds, academic tutoring, martial arts training. Only for 3 days, Jiang Yu was stunned. What the heck? The next day, Jiang Yu and Lu Yuqiang stood in front of the towering Chuyang Group building, a 30-plus-story structure that was quite intimidating. Jiang Yu looked helpless, while Lu Yuqiang was full of anticipation. I told you, that flyer is definitely a scam, Jiang Yu said, his tone tinged with doubt. Who says so? This is Chuyang Group. A company this big doesn't need to do false advertising. If the night patrol found out, they'd be in big trouble. Lu Yuqiang immediately retorted. Zhang Yu sighed. I mean, the results might not be as great as you think. Well, let's go see for ourselves, Lu Yuqiang said enthusiastically. Besides, it's a good chance to broaden our horizons. They said there would be a presentation on martial arts, right? We can get a head start. Reluctantly, Zhang Yu followed Lu Yuqiang into the building. As soon as they entered, a giant elliptical sphere caught their attention. The surface of this mysterious sphere wasn't smooth like a mirror but was covered with tiny bumps, surrounded by flame-shaped decorations, the logo of Chuyang Group. The entire lobby exuded a sense of simplicity and grandeur. Pristine white tiles covered the floor, cylindrical chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and there were no unnecessary counters or decorations. Chuyang Group is a company with nearly 50 years of history, but its real rise began in the last 20 years. The company specializes in pharmaceuticals and biotechnology, and it is quite renowned in the Yunyi region. The flyers distributed yesterday were from this company, promoting their newly developed nutritional supplement, which claimed to be highly beneficial for students aiming for careers in both academic and martial fields. Since deciding to pursue a career in martial arts, Lu Yuqiang had been particularly interested in this kind of information. Shortly after entering the lobby, a smiling hostess in uniform approached them. Hello, are you here for the exhibition? Please follow me, she said, leading the way. Are you two high school students? Zhang Yu nodded, his eyes scanning the surroundings. For some reason, he felt uneasy, as if an invisible eye was watching him. No wonder it's a big company. Their security measures are really tight, he thought. The hostess continued, coincidentally, the first-floor exhibition hall is showcasing our latest supplements, which are useful for both academic and martial arts students. Would you like to take a look? Sure, let's go. Lu Yuqiang responded eagerly. The exhibition hall was spacious, with a layout reminiscent of a museum. The space was divided into several sections, displaying exotic remains, decommissioned standard equipment, historical artifacts, and Chuyang Group's research achievements. As they walked down the corridor, they saw a man in a lab coat with glasses, speaking to a group of visitors with a small microphone pinned to his chest. Suddenly, something caught Zhang Yu's attention. He turned his head to the side, noticing a faint red glow flicker and disappear. His gaze sharpened instantly. Xiaoqiang, you stay here and listen. I'm going to check something out, Zhang Yu said to Lu Yuqiang. Lu Yuqiang, engrossed in the presentation, waved his hand dismissively. Sure, call me if you need anything. Something's not right, Zhang Yu thought, heading in the direction where the red glow had vanished. At that moment, he overheard a conversation. Honey, this supplement seems good. Should we buy some for Hihi? It might be helpful. You always believe in these things. I'm telling you, it's a waste of money. But let's just buy a little. The voices sounded familiar. Zhang Yu glanced over and was taken aback. Well, if it isn't Deng Ku, he thought. The young-looking man was already married. Zhang Yu noticed the little girl between the couple, who seemed to be around 4 or 5 years old. Poor kid, already being arranged by her parents, he thought, quietly walking past them. Avoiding the crowd, Zhang Yu arrived at the artifact section. It displayed various drawings, texts, and maps. There was a rusty broken sword, said to be a weapon used by ancestors to fight exotic creatures, and a tattered night patrol uniform, each tier telling a story of glory. Zhang Yu paused in front of a painting. It depicted a man in a torn night patrol uniform, holding a torch high. Countless eyes around him were fixed on the light, most of them teary. The raised torch seemed to be the only hope in the vast darkness. Next to the painting was a small inscription, Chuyang, by XXX, dedicated to the founder of Chuyang Group, Mr. Zhao Chuyang. A pharmaceutical company doing this kind of stuff? Zhang Yu muttered to himself. Zhao Chuyang was once a night patrolman. A voice suddenly said from beside him. Zhang Yu turned and was startled. Standing next to him was a rugged middle-aged man, about 6 feet tall, with sharp features and the distinct charm of a man in his prime. Zhang Yu immediately recognized him as the night patrolman who had come to their aid in the mall's shadowy basement. As he thought about it, Zhang Yu's mind conjured up the image of the other person slapping a ghost to death, a scene that remained vividly clear. His gaze then fell on the little girl beside the elder brother. She looked about the same age as Denku's child. Zhang Yu sighed inwardly, marveling at how many familiar faces he had encountered at this corporate exhibition today. Clearly, the elder brother hadn't recognized Zhang Yu as the shadowy figure. He stared at the painting and began to speak softly. In the 50th year of the Cataclysm era, we faced a great upheaval. It was yet another bloody exodus. His voice was low, as if recounting an ancient legend. During the evacuation, people were frequently lured away by aberrations and lost from the main group. Zhao Chuyang's team was one such group. Zhang Yu seemed to see the scene. Darkness all around, a deathly silence, and aberrations lurking in the shadows. Zhao Chuyang, a night patrol officer, resolutely raised a torch high, drawing the aberrations away with the help of a few companions. successfully saving nearly 100 people. The elder brother continued. Of course, he never made it back, not even leaving behind a body. However, his descendants successfully expanded the Chuyang group, making significant contributions in both public welfare and extraordinary fields. Jiang Yu pondered. The story, told in the man's dry tone, seemed unremarkable, yet he could still imagine the difficult era. From a country vaster than the China of his past life to the fragmented regions on today's map, the century-long cataclysm was far more than a few pages in a textbook could summarize. Suddenly, the elder brother asked, "What does the Night Patrol Division represent to you?" "Dad." The little girl looked up in confusion, having not heard clearly. He gently patted his daughter's head, his voice becoming solemn. At the turn of the millennium, the abyss descended and aberrations invaded. The Great Zhou was devastated, and despair dragged the world into the abyss. The land beneath our feet was under enemy invasion. There was no middle ground, either submission or annihilation. He paused and continued, "We are the safe haven for the majority, the lighthouse that dispels the darkness." Among the people lost and suffocating in that darkness, there were men and women, young and old. They had no light behind them, only thick fog ahead. But there were always torchbearers moving forward, lighting up a small flame for others. As he spoke, he turned to face Jiang Yu, smiled, and extended his right hand. "Song Qingyan, 3rd level Night Patrol Officer of Yunhai Night Patrol Division. Nice to meet you, nephew of General Li." Jiang Yu was taken aback, tentatively reaching out to shake hands. "General Li," he murmured, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. That one-armed, scruffy, unkempt, stubbly Uncle Li was a far cry from the image of a great Zhou dynasty warrior that people had in their minds. He could drink himself under the table, sing terribly off-key at the top of his lungs, turn pale and cold watching horror movies, and trip over his own feet playing soccer. Jiang Yu had never thought of him in that way. Uncle Li's demeanor was far from that of a strong man. Plus, he had lost an arm, was always cheerful, and would occasionally bring things from the Night Patrol office to Jiang Yu. He seemed more like a high-ranking desk worker with a penchant for bending the rules. If he weren't his real uncle, Jiang Yu would have reported him long ago. At this moment, Jiang Yu couldn't help but think, what a surprise. "Dad, this place is boring. Let's go over there." The little girl tugged at Song Qingyan's sleeve. "Sorry, she's just being playful." Song Qingyan apologized, releasing her hand. Jiang Yu's attention was caught by the adorable little girl. He smiled and asked, "What's your name, little sister?" "Hi, big brother. My name is Song Xin, but you can call me Xin," the girl said with a smile, her eyes twinkling and her cheeks puffed out, showing no shyness at all. Song Qingyan affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, and then smiled at Jiang Yu. "I heard from colleagues that you went through early testing and will likely enter the special training camp. I've been appointed as one of the instructors for this session, so we should see each other again. If you have time, feel free to visit me at the Night Patrol office. I'd love to chat with a relative of General Li, provided I'm around." "All right, I'll take her to another spot now. See you later." Song Qingyan said goodbye and left, holding his daughter's hand. Jiang Yu thoughtfully watched them leave. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have connected this gentle man with the fierce figure who could take down a ghost with a single punch. Scruffy, greasy middle-aged Uncle Li, timid scavenger Deng Ku, and the gentle Song Qingyan who could annihilate supernatural beings with one punch. Do all extraordinary people have two faces? Jiang Yu pondered. On the surface, he seemed like a regular guy who frequented clubs, but behind the scenes, he was a powerful warrior who ate smoke candy and killed supernatural beings. He wondered what Song Qingyan's abilities were, given that he was an instructor at the special training camp. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, interrupting his thoughts. "Hello, Yao Yao. When are you coming back? Don't forget to buy some eggs. I'll make egg drop soup for you tonight." Okay, wait, what?" Suddenly, Jiang Yu's hair stood on end as he quickly scanned his surroundings. That faint red glow flashed before his eyes again, along with black lines. The figure quickly disappeared into the shadows. "It's in the shadow realm." Jiang Yu's heart tightened. "Hello? Jiang Yu, are you listening?" Got it. You want to see fireworks tonight?" Jiang Yu replied absent-mindedly, hanging up the phone and immediately giving chase. The figure seemed to be waiting for him, disappearing around corners just as Jiang Yu caught up. They passed through one exhibit area after another, with fewer and fewer people around. Jiang Yu's quick pace naturally drew the attention of other visitors and staff. "Excuse me, do you need any help?" A staff member approached him. "No, I'm just on a schedule." "On a schedule?" The staff member looked puzzled. "Yeah, time to exercise. Wow, you're really making the rounds. Want to walk with me?" Jiang Yu glanced at her. "No thanks. Goodbye." He continued his pursuit. After another turn, the figure completely vanished. Jiang Yu thought that high-end buildings like this usually had detectors for supernatural beings. The figure must be relying on the shadow realm to evade capture. Looking up, He saw two men in black suits and sunglasses guarding the staircase. They said nothing, but Jiang Yu could feel their eyes on him. A sign on the wall read, "No unauthorized access." "Excuse me, where's the restroom?" Jiang Yu asked with an innocent smile. "This way," one of the men pointed. "Thanks." Jiang Yu entered the restroom and quickly slipped into the Shadow Realm. Reappearing at the Shadow Realm staircase, he glanced through the space at the two men in black, then looked toward the stairs. Blocking the way? Let's see who's causing trouble. Wrapped in a layer of shadow, Jiang Yu quickly ran upstairs. The second floor was an office area, the third floor also an office area. Suddenly, he saw the figure. The figure bolted, and Jiang Yu followed closely, starting a silent chase. It's a ghost. Jiang Yu finally caught a glimpse of the figure. The two highly recognizable broadswords, and the ghostly silhouette instantly brought the term wandering spirit to his mind. The figure weaved and twisted, making Jiang Yu dizzy. Eventually, it dove downward, descending to the second or third basement level. Just as Jiang Yu thought he would be plunged into deeper darkness, a sudden flash of light entered his view. "Number 9 is back. Go in." A faint voice came from the corner on his right. Jiang Yu cautiously scanned his surroundings before retreating from the shadow layer. The corridor in the real world was eerily empty, devoid of any light. The darkness was so thick that Jiang Yu couldn't distinguish which side was the shadow layer. He frowned and thought, what on earth is Chu Young Group up to? And who or what is number 9? Jiang Yu took out a small mirror from his pocket and carefully angled it towards the corner. After confirming that the real world was safe, he slowly stepped out. In front of him was a vast, empty hallway, with not even a proper door, just recesses where door frames would be installed. However, the scene in the shadow layer was entirely different and massive. Silver-white doors stood imposingly, looking incredibly solid. In that moment, a bold hypothesis formed in Jiang Yu's mind. Chu Young Group had only constructed a rough basement framework in the real world, while the actual equipment and facilities were hidden in the shadow layer. This bizarre setup intensified his unease. Jiang Yu continued deeper. As he walked through the non-existent door in the real world, the scene in the shadow layer unfolded. He couldn't help but gasp. The room in the shadow layer was spacious and brightly lit, filled with intricate instruments and equipment. Staff in white lab coats moved about, busily operating devices Jiang Yu couldn't comprehend. The surrounding doors led in all directions, resembling a vast labyrinth. After passing through a disinfecting corridor, Jiang Yu arrived at an even larger space. His pupils contracted sharply. The sight before him was horrifying. Rows of cylindrical tanks held various sizes of aberrations. Some had 2 claws, some had 1 claw and 1 blade, and some were in full dual-blade form. Even more shocking, some small dog-sized juveniles were slowly growing in the culture fluid. Just when Jiang Yu thought he had seen the most terrifying sight, the scene deeper inside almost stopped his heart. In a gigantic tank floated a complete predator. What exactly was Chu Young Group trying to achieve? Jiang Yu's mind raced, recalling the identification information given by the manual after killing the first ghost. A low-grade abyssal aberration, belonging to the Shadow Spectre class. It can exert immense power in the shadows. If it targets you, watch your back. Note, this aberration seems more complicated than it appears, so the manual had already sensed something unusual. As Jiang Yu was lost in thought, 2 staff members in white lab coats, holding files, approached, seemingly engaged in a hushed conversation. Dr. Wu stood in the laboratory, his expression focused as he listened to his assistant's report. The cultivation of the wandering spirits is on track, and the predator cultivation plan will mature in a month and a half. Mr. Zhao wants us to first address the stability control of both the wandering spirits and the predators. What are your thoughts? A trace of helplessness appeared on the young assistant's face. The mutants are inherently wild and difficult to tame. One of the wandering spirits even escaped earlier and caused significant disruption in a shopping mall. Our initial goal was to study controllable mutants to reduce the casualties among night watchers, but now it feels like we're an evil research organization. Jiang Yu, hidden in the corner of the room, felt a jolt of realization. Using his shadow form, he had successfully avoided detection by the two. Initially, he thought it was some secret plot to develop mutants, imagining scenarios akin to Resident Evil, the virus, or the Blacklight virus. But from their conversation, it seemed the situation was more complex. Jiang Yu recalled that Deng Ku had mentioned that the corpses of hunted mutants could be sold to places like the Night Watch Bureau, including the Chuyang Group. This was an officially certified company with the qualifications to purchase such specimens. It seemed their research content and direction should be known to the Night Watch Bureau. Yet, after reviewing everything, Jiang Yu felt something was off. Dr. Wu sighed, his brows furrowed. Mutants are inherently violent and difficult to control. Using blood types and luring them with flesh can tame them to some extent, but mutants are not ordinary pets. The results are far from satisfactory. This bloodthirsty instinct is deeply ingrained and not easily altered. We need to focus on soul types. The assistant hesitated but said nothing. He knew how challenging it was to work with soul types. To date, human understanding of soul spirits remained rudimentary, with no major breakthroughs. Otherwise, talent wouldn't be the only determining factor. A fifth-tier talents limit is the fifth tier, and a fourth-tier's limit is the fourth tier. Many predecessors failed to make any changes. If a method to control mutants through soul types could be developed, it would likely lead to significant advancements in other fields as well. Record the data, Dr. Wu instructed. Okay. The two moved to the incubator, where the dashboard emitted constant beeps, displaying various complex data. Jiang Yu couldn't understand their operations, but saw them recording the mutants' states one by one. At that moment, another researcher in a white lab coat approached and asked, "Doctor, number 9 has returned. Should we check its condition?" "Yes." Dr. Wu nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu quietly followed them through the labyrinthine underground passages, eventually arriving at a large room. Here, instead of incubators, there were specially designed cells, resembling a prison. In the innermost cell was a wandering spirit covered in black lines. Jiang Yu recognized it was the wandering spirit he had encountered in the mall. Its eyes were blood red, and its ghostly gaze passed over Dr. Wu, lingering on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. It seemed this wandering spirit also had the ability to see through space. What shocked Jiang Yu even more was the possibility that this wandering spirit might be Lin Mo. If true, the implications were terrifying. Dr. Wu picked up a microphone, his voice entering the cell. "Hello, number 9. The wandering spirit seemed to understand, raising its large blade and tapping the glass in response. Dr. Wu smiled slightly. "How's your body feeling? Are the new eyes we fitted working?" The wandering spirit gently tapped the glass again, producing a dull thud. "Good to hear. Your blindness greatly affected your abilities, so I gave you a new set of eyes. Remember, I am Dr. Wu, one of the few people who cares for you." The wandering spirit tapped the glass once more, and Dr. Wu's smile grew broader. The assistant's eyes flashed with an unusual light. Its emotions are becoming more stable. Dr. Wu carefully examined his creation behind the glass. "If we can have one number 9, we can certainly have more. Using mutants to fight mutants, I believe we are not far from that day." The instruments monitored number 9's condition, and a growing look of satisfaction appeared on Dr. Wu's face. He turned to his assistant, about to instruct him to administer the soul stone to number 9, when an unexpected question interrupted him. "Doctor," the assistant, He Tianming, adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the alien species before resting on number 9's face. "If we continue the research at this pace, there's a possibility the alien species might develop consciousness. Won't that make them harder to control and deal with?" Dr. Wu furrowed his brow and fell into a brief silence. After a moment, he nodded slowly. "What you're suggesting is a potential future development, and it might happen. However, I believe we can find a solution." He Tianming seemed unsatisfied with this answer and pressed on. "Doctor, I have another question. In the future, could we use soul seeds to swap the souls of humans and alien species?" This question hit Dr. Wu like a sledgehammer, shattering his calm. "That's madness," he shouted, his expression changing drastically. "Regardless of whether such technology becomes possible, turning living humans into alien species is an extreme violation of human ethics and conscience. He Tianming, I urge you not to entertain such thoughts, or I won't hesitate to disregard our past relationship." He Tianming apologized repeatedly, his face full of remorse. Sorry. Let's get the soul stone." "Me apologies." At that moment, Dr. Wu's eyes widened in shock. A dagger silently plunged into his heart. He Tianming's expression gradually turned cold as he spoke calmly. "Aliens, humans, the Night Watchers. I'm sorry, doctor, but this research ends here." Dr. Wu's face turned as pale as a sheet, his pupils contracting as he struggled to utter a word. "You?" He Tianming calmly answered the unasked question. "I am from Huazhong." Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was hiding in a concealed corner, recording audio and video with several phones simultaneously. He dared not enter the shadow layer for fear of triggering the prison's detectors. Suddenly, He Tianming raised his right fist, fingers spread, then clenched it tightly. A visible shockwave instantly swept outwards. In less than half a second, the entire space was destroyed, and the prison holding the alien species collapsed completely. Aside from Dr. Wu, over a dozen lab-coated individuals exploded on the spot. The alien species rushed out of their cages, roaring deafeningly. He Tianming calmly wiped the blood splatter from his face and said softly, "Go," before slowly sitting down. In the next second, He Tianming's face turned black, and his life force rapidly dissipated. His health reached zero, and he truly died. A student killing his mentor, releasing alien species, and dying. All of this happened within just a few seconds. Jiang Yu witnessed the entire scene, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, utterly stunned. Only one thought remained in his mind. What the hell just happened? All the mutated creatures rushed towards the exit, leaving the vast space instantly empty. Pools of blood still glistened on the floor, and the only living being left was Dr. Wu. His health dropped to 25 with that fatal stab, and although he seemed to have some strength left, his life was ebbing away at an alarming rate. Jiang Yu stood still, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. He had no healing skills, so even if he wanted to help the old man, he was powerless. Besides, in Dr. Wu's current state, he might not survive long enough to escape this labyrinthine basement. After confirming no one else was around, Jiang Yu quickly slipped into the shadow layer. He jogged to the old man's side, watching as blood continued to gush from his mouth, his eyes filled with regret. "Old man, is there anything you need to tell me?" Jiang Yu bent down and asked softly. "Fire seed." Dr. Wu struggled to utter a few words, his health now down to 10. "Fire seed?" Jiang Yu repeated, frowning slightly. Dr. Wu nodded with effort, his voice growing hoarser. "Heist fire seed. What is the fire seed?" Jiang Yu pressed on, but the old man could no longer answer. His eyes bulged as if he had 1,000 more words left unsaid. Moments later, Dr. Wu's health bar hit 0, and he died. His veins turned black rapidly, making him look terrifyingly grotesque. Jiang Yu silently noted the old man's words and quickly stood up. He returned to the real world and started running. The basement held dozens of mutated creatures, and no one knew the extent of the destruction they could cause. Following his memory of the layout, Jiang Yu dashed left and right, passing various experimental instruments and fallen scientists, some already lifeless. Strangely, there were hardly any signs of the mutated creatures. They all seemed to have headed for the exit. An ominous feeling rose in Jiang Yu's heart, and he quickened his pace. He switched between the shadow layer and the real world to avoid potential dangers. A few minutes later, he finally reached the exhibition hall. The scene before him was shocking. Mutated creatures roared as they charged out, and people scattered in all directions. Display stands were toppled, and documents lay strewn everywhere. The air was filled with screams, cries for help, the acrid smell of smoke, and faint flickers of fire. Alarms blared throughout the hall. As Jiang Yu stood there, momentarily stunned, Lu Yuqiang suddenly rushed up to him, grabbing his arm. "Jiang Yu, run. There are mutated creatures here." Lu Yuqiang's face was pale, and he babbled incoherently about his recent ordeal. The two of them dashed towards the exit. Lu Yuqiang continued to ramble about his fears and worries for the future. Finally, they burst out of the building. "Jiang Yu, we're safe. This feeling of escaping death is just Jiang Yu?" "Jiang Yu?" Lu Yuqiang stopped and looked around in shock. He had indeed escaped, but Jiang Yu was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Jiang Yu had already returned to the exhibition area. The fire was spreading at an astonishing rate, from the second floor up to the fourth. Thick smoke filled the air, and people were in a state of panic. "Climb up! Quick, climb up!" someone shouted. "Mommy, I'm scared," a child's cry echoed. "The door over there is blocked," another voice cried out in despair. "The fire is spreading up here." Faces were filled with terror, and no one knew what to do. Jiang Yu stood amidst the chaos, took a deep breath, and began to think about his next move. "Over here, this way up." A staff member urgently waved, directing the crowd towards the escape route. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed all around. Amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, a massive blade slashed through a glass window like lightning, sending shards flying and allowing flames to surge in. The crowd erupted in panicked screams. In that critical moment, a dark figure burst out from the flames, launching a powerful kick at the monstrous being. The impact sent the creature crashing into the wall, causing it to cave in and flakes of paint to rain down. Seizing the momentum, the dark figure, now clearly visible as Jiang Yu, executed a swift back throw, slamming the monster into the ground with a resounding crash. The entire floor shuddered, and many people involuntarily twitched with fear. Without missing a beat, Jiang Yu raised his fist and smashed it down onto the monster's head. The creature's skull was driven into the floor tiles, which cracked and spread out like a spider web. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yu felt a surge of exhilaration. He finally understood the power of a superhuman. Every punch and kick he delivered carried a destructive force beyond ordinary comprehension, making him feel like a human machine. The sensation was so overwhelming that he nearly teared up. Unlike the unyielding structures of the Shadow Realm, everything in the real world seemed fragile before him. Jiang Yu remained silent, mechanically repeating the motions of raising and dropping his fists. With a thunderous boom, he punched through the entire floor, sending both of them plummeting to the level below. Flames immediately enveloped the area, but with Jiang Yu's final strike, the monster completely dissipated. That was satisfying, Jiang Yu thought to himself as he leaped up and dashed towards the fifth floor. The fifth floor was already empty, with everyone continuing to flee upwards. Jiang Yu quickened his pace, following closely behind. Suddenly, a startled cry came, "Ah!" causing a portion of the crowd to instinctively step back. Don't be afraid. He's the vlogger from Douyin. I know him. He's Brother Ward. Someone in the crowd recognized Jiang Yu. At this moment, Jiang Yu felt grateful for his fame on Douyin, saving him from having to explain himself. Despite Brother Ward being a less than flattering nickname. Brother Ward, you're on fire, someone kindly pointed out. Jiang Yu looked down to see several strange flames clinging to his arm. Damn, these flames are definitely not normal, he thought, quickly patting them out. I'm short on hands, and the fire is spreading too fast. You all keep moving up. I'll head down to check for survivors, Jiang Yu said briefly before turning to descend. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he spotted 4 or 5 trapped individuals by a window at the end of the hallway. I'm here to rescue you. We'll start with the children. Follow me, Jiang Yu decisively instructed. A small boy in the group looked terrified, trembling as he said, Mom, I'm scared. Clearly, he had never seen such a heroic figure and was too frightened to even cry. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Before the mother could finish comforting him, Jiang Yu had already used his shadow threads to pull the boy into his arms. I'll come back for you all soon, he assured them before leaping out the window. That's 4 floors up, several people exclaimed. They watched as Jiang Yu descended swiftly, shot out his shadow threads, and landed steadily, all in one fluid motion. Placing the now stunned boy on the ground, Jiang Yu noticed a cordon had been set up, and several night patrol officers were rushing over. There are many people fleeing upwards in the building, and several are trapped in the fire. Find a way to extinguish the flames and rescue them, Jiang Yu quickly instructed. Turning to look at the adjacent building, Jiang Yu gasped. This area was owned by the Chuyang Group, and in the slightly shorter building next door, shattered glass revealed figures engaged in fierce combat. Is that Song Qingyan? On one side, raging flames. On the other, powerful night patrol officers being held up. This was clearly a meticulously planned chaos. Jiang Yu's mind raced, realizing that the situation was far more severe than he had imagined. Song Qingyan is incredibly strong, though just how strong, Jiang Yu isn't certain. But when it comes to dealing with spirits, strength isn't the issue. Being able to strike from a few dozen meters away with a single slap is enough. As a third-tier night patrol officer, his title alone speaks volumes about his capabilities. Flames soared into the sky, accompanied by thick billows of smoke. Jiang Yu stood before the towering building, his gaze sweeping over the trapped crowd. At least 30 people were stuck inside, their desperate cries for help filling the air. The captain of the night patrol quickly issued orders, organizing a rescue team. Before the captain could finish speaking, Jiang Yu had already leapt into action. He shot toward the building like an arrow, to the astonishment of onlookers, and used shadow threads to nimbly scale up to the 3rd floor. His figure flickered in the firelight, resembling a black lightning bolt. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed. Within 10 seconds, Jiang Yu reappeared, cradling a rescued individual. Using the shadow threads, he gracefully descended. Just as the captain was about to thank him, Jiang Yu had already darted back into the inferno. Trip after trip, Jiang Yu shuttled between the blazing building and the ground. The rescued individuals, still in shock, stared blankly at his tirelessly moving figure. Tourists and passers-by gathered, some taking photos, others exclaiming in awe. Those claws of his looked terrifying, so sharp. He's charging through the flames. Who on earth is he? Jiang Yu paid no heed to the surrounding chatter. He navigated through the flames, occasionally brushing off embers that clung to him. As time went on, he felt his stamina waning. Fortunately, the overcast weather offered some respite. Otherwise, using his shadow form in the real world would have drained him even faster. The fire spread to the 6th floor, slowing slightly. However, the height of over 20 meters made the rescue increasingly difficult. Jiang Yu broke through another window, quickly surveying his surroundings. There were more people here in total. They had laid wet cloths on the floor, barely holding back the flames. Any children here? I'll take the kids down first, Jiang Yu asked. My child. Have you seen my child? And mine. My child got separated. My daughter seems to be trapped downstairs. A woman sobbed quietly. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. Can you hold on a bit longer? We can. A man gritted his teeth. There's still some water here. We can manage for a while. All right. I'll go rescue more people from the fire. Jiang Yu glanced out the window, where smoke was rising ominously. Time was running out. He had to hurry. He turned and vanished from their sight, entering the shadow realm. Instantly, the scorching heat disappeared, replaced by a refreshing coolness. He felt his stamina and shadow points rapidly replenishing. The shadow realm indeed provided a significant boost to his shadow form. Jiang Yu navigated the 4th floor of the building, surrounded by flames. He zigzagged through the corridors, calling out loudly, "Is anyone there?" Suddenly, a faint sound caught his attention. He dashed into an adjacent office area and discovered someone with a health bar down to 33 and still dropping. The person, severely burned and unconscious, was curled up on the floor. Jiang Yu knew that delaying another half-minute would be fatal. Let's go. Jiang Yu hoisted the person onto his back, shattered the glass with a shadow thread, and leapt out. He's out again, shouted the crowd below. One by one, Jiang Yu continued to ferry people between the fire and the ground. Meanwhile, the night patrol team was swiftly working to extinguish the flames. Finally, Jiang Yu set down the last rescued individual, panting heavily. That should be everyone. He was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. Throughout the rescue, he had realized the weight of adults anywhere from 120 to 180 pounds. Thankfully, the reinforced shadow threads could bear the load. The night patrol captain gave Jiang Yu a crisp salute and said sincerely, "Thank you for your hard work, comrade." Thunderous applause erupted from all around, and the crowd broke into enthusiastic cheers, the clapping echoing through the air. The fire continued to rage, with thick smoke billowing. Firefighters battled the flames fiercely, water jets clashing with tongues of fire. The night watch captain stood at the forefront, directing the rescue efforts. His voice was hoarse but resolute. "Put out the fire as quickly as you can." Jiang Yu stood to the side, his clothes soaked with sweat. He had already done his utmost, rescuing many, but he knew human effort had its limits. If anyone was still trapped, he could only accept it with resignation. The night watch captain turned to Jiang Yu, hesitating. "Comrade, you..." Before he could finish, Jiang Yu had already disappeared into the crowd. The captain swallowed his words, his brow furrowed. At the edge of the chaotic crowd, a weary figure appeared. Jiang Yu, covered in soot and wounds, blended perfectly with the refugees. His eyes scanned the surroundings, ears filled with the sounds of desperate cries. My son hasn't come out yet." A mother cried out in anguish. "My brother is still on the second floor." A young girl sobbed. "Please, go save my daughter. She must be on the third floor." A father pleaded urgently with the firefighters. Amid the cacophony of cries and arguments, Jiang Yu sighed softly and began weaving through the crowd. "Excuse me, please. Pardon me, coming through." He carefully navigated the throng of people. Suddenly, a hand clapped onto Jiang Yu's shoulder. "Young man, hello." A hoarse, choked voice sounded in his ear. Jiang Yu turned to see an elderly woman. Her hair was white, her skin wrinkled and dry, her eyes red and swollen from crying. She was hunched over, holding a child's backpack, her clothes wrinkled. Seeing Jiang Yu looking at her, the old woman nervously withdrew her hand and asked, "Young man, have you seen a little girl about this tall, with braids?" "She's 7 years old, wearing a pink dress, white shoes, and a hair clip shaped like a cat." Jiang Yu recalled the scenes he had witnessed in the burning building. Using his ability to see health bars, he had searched almost every corner. If someone was still trapped, they were either on higher floors awaiting rescue or already lost to the flames. Suddenly, Jiang Yu realized something was amiss. He carefully recalled the survivors from the higher floors. There were only a few children, and they had clustered together. There were very few girls, and none matched the old woman's description. The old woman read the answer in Jiang Yu's expression. "I understand, thank you, young man." She turned and continued asking others, "Excuse me, have you seen a little girl about this tall?" At that moment, Jiang Yu's attention was drawn to a distant scene. Through the layers of buildings, he saw a shocking sight. In the shadows between high-rises, a figure was climbing swiftly, its tail wrapped around a little girl in a pink dress. There were other creatures around, each carrying a human, mostly small children. These creatures seemed organized, acting with a plan. Jiang Yu's pupils contracted, and his heartbeat quickened. He glanced back at the old woman, who was still hunched over, her voice almost inaudible from crying, asking passers-by, "Have you seen a little girl about this tall, with braids?" She clutched her granddaughter's backpack tightly, as if it were her only hope. At this moment, Jiang Yu faced a difficult choice. On one side was an unknown group of creatures, possibly including more powerful second-tier variants. On the other was this helpless old woman, persistently searching for her granddaughter. Jiang Yu recalled his previous experiences. The impulsive and naive encounter with wandering spirits on the street. The adrenaline-fueled battle with spirits in the mall. The confident charge into the burning building to save lives. Now, he stood at a true crossroads in life. If he hadn't seen those creatures, he might have walked away with a clear conscience. But now that he had, what should he do? When fate thrusts you into a pivotal moment, can we really be as brave as we imagine? As Jiang Yu pondered, a roar interrupted his thoughts. "Get out of the way. My sister is still in the building, can't you see? How many times do I have to tell you?" An enraged man shouted at the old woman, raising his arm high. The old woman stumbled back, about to fall. In that critical moment, a tall figure caught her firmly. Jiang Yu steadied the old woman, bending down to speak softly. "Granny. A girl with braids and a pink dress, right?" He pointed to the survivor rest area set up by the night watch. "You go rest there for a while. I think I saw the girl. I'll go look for her now." "Dad." Where's Jiang Yu? Lu Yaoyao's anxious voice crackled through the phone. Lu Nanfeng took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. Don't worry, everything's fine. I've already called Lu Yuqiang, and he said they should have all escaped. Either they've escaped or they haven't. What does should have mean? Lu Yaoyao's voice was filled with unease and confusion. I'm coming over, she said decisively. Don't be ridiculous. Lu Nanfeng snapped. It's chaos here already. What good would you do by coming over? But, no buts. Stay home. Lu Nanfeng's tone softened a bit. If something happened to Jiang Yu, I'm more worried than you. I'll bring him back to you. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Lu Nanfeng. Captain Lu, look. Damn it. Lu Nanfeng cursed under his breath, and Lu Yaoyao vaguely heard the expletive. Yaoyao, I have to go. There's something I need to handle. All right, Jiang Yu's calling me. I'll take his call now. Lu Yaoyao hurriedly hung up. Hello? Jiang Yu, are you okay? She asked urgently. Me? I'm fine. Jiang Yu's voice came through, accompanied by the sound of strong wind. Where are you? Lu Yaoyao pressed. I'm outside. I know you're outside. You just went through a fire and those creatures. Ah, it's nothing. I'm pretty agile. You should go home, Jiang Yu said nonchalantly. Biting her lip, Lu Yaoyao's voice softened. Jiang Yu, what are you really doing? Jiang Yu heard the worry in her tone and felt a momentary urge to stop, but he quickly regained his composure. He accelerated his body and slammed into the outer wall of a high-rise building, leaving a dent. Office workers inside were startled by the sudden impact and stared at him in shock. Jiang Yu waved at them, then pushed off with his feet and continued running upward. His gaze pierced through the space, locking onto the figures running in the shadows, his eyes turning icy. I just got out of the fire. I'm fine. Trust me, Jiang Yu said into the phone. Oh, and I want some spicy cold beef salad. Don't forget the extra chili. After hanging up, Jiang Yu had climbed to the top of the towering building. He kept running forward, leaping off the rooftop. Below, orderly crowds and vehicles moved about, flanked by neatly arranged buildings. Threads of shadow shot out from his body, suspending him in midair before he began to swing. What's that? Spider-Man? A passerby exclaimed. Isn't that from Jiang Dashi's latest comic, Black Widow Quasi-Run? Who is this guy? Using supernatural powers so recklessly in the city, it's a miracle the night patrol hasn't caught him yet, a bewildered supernatural being remarked. As Jiang Yu soared through the air, his agile figure drew the attention of everyone who noticed him. Stop using your abilities immediately. I repeat, stop and submit to an inspection. A familiar voice boomed in Jiang Yu's ears. Looking down, he saw Uncle Lu standing on a night patrol vehicle, shouting through a megaphone. Jiang Yu hesitated briefly but didn't stop, continuing forward. There's a creature on the loose, he warned as he pressed on. With numerous creatures around, Jiang Yu didn't dare enter the shadow realm hastily. He could only observe their movements from the present world. Their target is that construction site? His eyes narrowed. Warning, stop immediately. Goodbye. Jiang Yu spread his limbs, savoring the rush of wind. Send people to the shadow realm quickly. Last warning, if you don't stop, we'll use force. A night patrol officer beside Lu Nanfeng raised his weapon, his pupils gradually transforming into hawk-like patterns. Jiang Yu felt a sharp gaze fixate on him, a sense of danger washing over him. Did you hear me? Send people to the shadow realm now, he shouted, then pounced onto the building's exterior. His legs entwined with shadows, he kicked off forcefully, stripping paint from the wall and leaving dents as he surged upward. Captain Lu? Seeing the officer about to fire, Lu Nanfeng grabbed the gun's barrel, signaling him to hold off. Send people to the shadow realm and have Chuyang Group provide support. We'll chase him. Lu Nanfeng quickly issued orders, then jumped back into the car with his partner, turning the vehicle around. With a press of the gas pedal, the car roared to life and sped off. Straight ahead, turn left. He's still there. Lu Nanfeng directed, his eyes never leaving Jiang Yu's figure. Suddenly, a tall building blocked their view. The car sped through the intersection without slowing down, and once they were through, Jiang Yu saw no sign of the shadowy figure. His heart tightened as he anxiously scanned the surroundings. Where did they go? Ahead, a construction site came into view, its steel and concrete skeleton looming menacingly in the night. As the fringe of Yunhai's bustling hub, East Zone 1 was littered with such construction sites and abandoned buildings. Their sheer number was staggering. Suddenly, Jiang Yu noticed a group of strange creatures slipping into various entrances of the construction site. They climbed upwards with such agility that it was almost dizzying to watch. Without a second thought, Jiang Yu leaped down. Just before hitting the ground, he swiftly released shadow threads, hooking onto the nearby building structure. The fall's momentum abruptly slowed, and he used the force to propel himself forward like an arrow. Navigating through the building's interior corridors, Jiang Yu's figure flickered like a ghost. In no time, he reached the top of the skyscraper, taking in the scene below from his vantage point. Shadow points, 1374. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth. Wasting so many in the real world at this rate, he might completely deplete his shadow points. As he entered the shadow realm, an indescribable comfort washed over him, almost making him moan in relief. After all, the shadow realm was his true domain. With sharp eyes, Jiang Yu carefully observed the situation below. The creatures had already set down the kidnapped children, mostly gathering around the 20th floor. What could their purpose be in bringing so many children here? At that moment, a man in special ops gear and a face mask signaled the creatures, who then followed him inside. From Jiang Yu's current angle, he couldn't see what was happening inside. He knew he had to take the risk and get closer. His eye twitched as keywords flashed through his mind. Chuyang Group, Fire Seed, Biological Experiment. He had a vague sense that he was getting involved in something monumental. Without further hesitation, Jiang Yu moved closer to the target. Soon, he climbed up the unfinished building. The creatures huddled together, eerily silent, as if waiting for something. The kidnapped children trembled, not daring to breathe too loudly under the bloodthirsty gazes around them. Just then, a loud bang echoed as a stone struck a pillar, making a deafening noise. The creatures instantly became alert, standing upright and looking toward the source of the sound. But there was only a small stone lying quietly on the ground. After waiting a few seconds with no further movement, the creatures seemed to realize it might have been a false alarm and turned their attention back to the children in front of them. However, another bang rang out as another stone hit. The creatures turned their heads again, but still found nothing. This repeated several times, with bang after bang echoing through the site. The creatures grew increasingly restless, constantly looking around. Gradually, they seemed to notice something was wrong. The number of children. Why was it decreasing? This isn't right. Why are there fewer and fewer kids? The agitation among the creatures was becoming more evident. They exchanged glances, emitting hisses from their mouths, their eyes filled with confusion and unease. From nearly 20 down to 4 or 5, even these beings sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, a sharp screech pierced the air. One of the creatures on the edge let out a terrified cry, clutching its throat with its claws, writhing in pain. The other creatures were immediately drawn to the sound, turning their heads to look. A curious specter, oblivious to the situation, wagged its tail and slowly floated towards the distressed creature. At that moment, a loud bang erupted, and 5 shadowy threads shot out like arrows, ensnaring the unsuspecting specter and several other creatures, rendering them immobile. In an instant, the remaining creatures were in a frenzy, pacing anxiously and emitting a cacophony of hisses. Jiang Yu pulled the last child out of the shadow realm, exhaling deeply. Run, quickly, he urged. The construction site stairwell was still in its rough state, with no handrails and only coarse concrete steps. The rescued children, mostly around 10 years old, were crying in fear but, under Jiang Yu's urging, shakily made their way downstairs. Jiang Yu stayed at the back of the group, frequently glancing back to check the situation. He worried that some creatures might traverse the shadow realm into the real world, which would inevitably lead to a fierce battle. Fortunately, this ability seemed to require specific conditions, and no creatures followed them down. After descending 3 or 4 floors, the children gradually adapted and picked up their pace. Jiang Yu, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief and took out his phone to contact backup. Hello, Night Patrol? Before he could finish speaking, the phone suddenly exploded, scattering parts and sparks, catching Jiang Yu off guard. Night Patrol? A voice filled with interest came from behind. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat as he quickly turned around. A man in special operations gear was lazily sitting on the stairs, looking at him with a playful gaze. The man had silver-white hair and striking emerald-green snake-like eyes. His face bore faint traces of scales, exuding an eerie aura. I was wondering which little mouse had the nerve to keep pursuing, the man smirked. Turns out it's our hero, Yuzi. Without a word, Jiang Yu's 10 sharp claws shot out, gleaming coldly. Oh, impressive claws, the young man remarked with a hint of surprise, his smirk widening. Who are you? Jiang Yu began, but his sentence was cut short by a sudden, excruciating pain in his chest, as if struck by a massive hammer. He nearly lost his breath, his body flung through the air and falling off the edge of the floor. As he fell, thoughts raced through Jiang Yu's mind. Telekinesis, psychic attack, or some other ability. Denku was right. Straightforward superhumans often suffer against opponents with tricky abilities. His own power was obvious, but the opponent's was unknown. Losing the initiative in such a scenario could lead to a dire situation. Just as Jiang Yu prepared to shoot out shadow threads to anchor himself, he heard a whistling sound above. 4 or 5 steel rods hurtled towards him at incredible speed, their tips forming elliptical air currents. Jiang Yu continuously shot out shadow threads to anchor himself, twisting his body to dodge between the steel rods. Though he sustained a few cuts, he managed to slip into the floor below. Looking up, he saw the man leisurely descending from the upper floor. I've seen your videos, the man said, rubbing his wrist. So, are you really amnesiac or just pretending? Probably real, since one's true strength is evident in the details. No matter how well you disguise it, there are always flaws. Continuous combat might awaken your buried memories. Are you from the Chuyang Corporation? Jiang Yu asked coldly, eyes fixed on him. No. The man shook his head, suddenly producing two spheres. Jiang Yu wanted to ask more, but the spheres shot out abruptly. Dead men don't need to know so much. Thud. The spheres were small but incredibly fast. Jiang Yu barely dodged one, but the second one struck his abdomen directly. The intense pain and the sphere's tremendous force sent him flying again. Where did he go? The man looked around but couldn't spot Jiang Yu. Suddenly, he realized something. The kids were all in the Shadow Realm, and there was a prearranged entrance to the Shadow Realm below the construction site. He had initially planned to enter the Shadow Realm but climbed up upon hearing the commotion, only to see Jiang Yu leading the kids down. Curious about Yuzi's identity, he hadn't thought deeply. Now that he considered it, how had the other managed to bring the kids out of the Shadow Realm? Scanning the area and still not finding Jiang Yu, the man grew impatient and increasingly irritable. What's that? Just then, something in the distance caught his eye. Bang! Jiang Yu suddenly appeared beside a fire hydrant on the roadside, slamming a paw against it. With a hiss, water erupted out. Without pausing, he started sprinting forward. A few cars were parked along the street, and Jiang Yu delivered a kick to one of them. The car's body instantly caved in, leaving a curved dent. With the approach of the new year, the construction site nearby was sparsely populated, but not entirely deserted. Beep beep beep. Alarms blared incessantly. Jiang Yu kicked several more times, forcing the car to slide sideways, its tires screeching against the ground and leaving noticeable marks. The alarm grew even more piercing, unsettling everyone around. Even more shocking, Jiang Yu started shouting at the top of his lungs, "Help! Somebody help! Call the night patrol! Hurry, call the night patrol division! There are kidnappers here! Help!" A man upstairs stared in disbelief, veins bulging on his forehead. He gritted his teeth. "Can you have some decency?" Faced with such an unpredictable superhuman, the man's expression fluctuated. After weighing his options, he decided against killing Jiang Yu on the spot. Although Jiang Yu hadn't reached the second tier, his strength was formidable. The man wasn't confident he could eliminate him quickly. Besides, most of their firepower was already directed at the Chuyang group to divert the Night Patrol Division's attention and avoid suspicion. Everything was under control until this warp brother showed up to mess things up. Even if he managed to kill Jiang Yu, he wouldn't escape the Night Patrol's pursuit. The man's face turned sinister as he leaped downstairs. Since he couldn't kill Warp Brother, he decided to kidnap a few more kids to cut his losses. From several stories high, the children hadn't reached the ground floor when urgent footsteps echoed behind them. A gust of wind swept by, and before they could react, two children were lifted off their feet. "Help! Don't kill me!" The children cried out in terror. "Get out of my way!" The man's face was grim as he barged through. His large frame and immense strength sent several children sprawling. A little girl with a ponytail turned pale, stumbling toward the edge of the stairwell. The man had a sudden thought. Never mind. One boy and one girl, a balanced pair. He let go of the boy in his right hand and grabbed the girl's collar just as she was about to fall. With a child in each hand, he continued his descent. Swoosh. Just as he reached the ground floor and headed for the shadowy entrance, a dark thread shot out. He narrowly dodged it, but it left a bloody mark on his face. Jiang. The man's eyes turned icy cold. Perched on a nearby rack, shrouded in darkness, Jiang Yu pointed at the children in the man's hands. "Brother, you can run by yourself. No need to take anyone else. Do you really think I don't dare kill you?" Su Shan spat through clenched teeth. Jiang Yu didn't respond, simply beckoning with his finger. "You're asking for it." Su Shan dropped the two children, flipped his hand, and two spheres shot out instantly. This time Jiang Yu was ready. As soon as Su Shan made his move, Jiang Yu leapt into the air, dodging the attack. He landed behind a shelf, vanishing from Su Shan's view. "Idiot. You think I'm going to chase you?" Su Shan grabbed the children again and bolted in the opposite direction. Now it was Jiang Yu's turn to be speechless. He jumped out again, shooting another dark thread, but it hit the ground. "Are you done yet?" Su Shan growled through gritted teeth. Jiang Yu's expression turned serious, his tone more earnest. "Either put the kids down and leave now, or wait for the night patrol to arrive. You won't get away." "Fine, fine, fine." Su Shan seemed to resign himself, dropping the trembling children to the ground. He raised his hands. I'm leaving now." He took one step back, then another, and then Su Shan snapped his fingers. Boom. The ring on his left hand flashed, and Jiang Yu barely had time to react as his chest tightened. His shadow form flickered, teetering on the edge of dispersing. The shadow points within him churned in chaos, refusing to obey. Damn. What kind of power is this? Jiang Yu felt nauseous, wanting to vomit. His body was overwhelmed with negative sensations, leaving him unable to move as he watched Su Shan pull out several steel balls. Bang! The steel balls shot out, striking Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a pile of bricks and stones. The sound of shattering bricks echoed around them. Su Shan sneered as he launched himself forward, his brass knuckle-covered fists raining down on Jiang Yu's head. Bang! Bang! The dull thuds of the blows sounded one after another. Jiang Yu's shadow form was battered to pieces, revealing his tattered clothes underneath. Although Su Shan's nose was bleeding, indicating the toll of using the ring, he still held the upper hand. He didn't stop, his punches relentless like a storm, overwhelming Jiang Yu. Cough, cough. Jiang Yu was dizzy from the beating, unable to even think of slipping into the shadow layer. Su Shan's eyes gleamed with a vicious light, as if he intended to beat him to death. Suddenly, there was a plop sound, and Su Shan's movements halted. Jiang Yu managed to turn his head slightly and saw two children picking up bricks and throwing them at Su Shan. Run! Jiang Yu croaked out, his words barely intelligible. Die! Su Shan sneered, raising his elbow and slamming it heavily into Jiang Yu's chest. The intense pain nearly made Jiang Yu pass out. Die! Su Shan roared again, lifting his arm for the final blow. Jiang Yu, using all his strength, grabbed Su Shan's fist tightly. They were locked in a stalemate when suddenly, Su Shan was pulled away. In the distance, the sirens of the night patrol could be heard. Jiang Yu panted heavily, taking a moment before he could open his eyes and see several children gathered around him. Big brother, you're awake? Big brother, for people were taken away. The children spoke one after another, their faces still streaked with tears. Jiang Yu forced himself to sit up, a wave of pain hitting him as he realized his ribs might be broken again. Looking down, he was surprised to find his shadow form had disappeared at some point. Fortunately, the children around him were too young to be affected. He quickly reactivated his shadow cloak to cover his entire body. Which way did they go? Jiang Yu asked. That way, he just left. One of the children pointed into the distance. All right, when the night patrol arrives, tell them to catch those people, Jiang Yu said before leaping away from the scene. He calculated in his mind that there were still a few mutated creatures he had killed upstairs. If he could devour them all, he might break through to the second tier, perhaps even catch up to Su Shan and turn the tables. Determination flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes as he swiftly moved towards the upper floors. What terrible luck to run into someone as crazy as Yuzi Gu, Su Shan thought, cursing inwardly while keeping a calm exterior. He walked briskly, followed by a group of children dragged along by the tails of mutated creatures. The original mission was to bring back at least 10 children, the more the better. But thanks to Jiang Yu's interference, the mission was barely accomplished, and Su Shan feared he'd get an earful for it. 20 minutes later, Su Shan arrived at the next checkpoint with the children in tow. He wasn't sure what the kids were for, but he had heard rumors that breakthroughs had been made in soul seed technology, and that the souls of young people were purer and more useful. With this thought, his resolve hardened. As cruel as it sounded, in the bloody history of the past century, a dozen lives were insignificant. If it led to significant results, it would all be worth it. Suddenly, a thunderous roar interrupted Su Shan's thoughts. A 3-story tall, 3-legged mutant appeared in front of him. Su Shan took a deep breath, cursing his rotten luck once again. It had been half a month since the last shadow tide, and all third-tier mutants in the shadow layer should have been cleared out. Who would have thought there'd be a straggler? The 3-legged mutant charged forward. Su Shan's eyes turned icy as he reached into his pocket, only to find it empty. He remembered that he had used up most of his steel balls dealing with Jiang Yu. There was no time to think. Su Shan quickly engaged the beast. After a fierce battle, the massive mutant fell to the ground with a thud. Su Shan wiped the blood off himself and downed a bottle of oral solution to clear most of the negative contamination. Just as he was about to move on, a familiar figure appeared on a dark lamppost. Jiang Yu was crouched there, speaking calmly. Put the kids down. Su Shan's face darkened as he pulled out a menacing pair of silver knuckles. If you leave now, I'll pretend I didn't see you. Jiang Yu remained unfazed. If you let them go now, I'll pretend I didn't see you. You're asking for it, Su Shan snarled, firing a steel ball. At the same time, he charged forward, flanked by over a dozen mutants ready to attack. Jiang Yu leaped back gracefully, disappearing into the darkness. Su Shan scanned the area warily, fearing an ambush. Suddenly, he heard the pained cries of a mutant beside him. A ghostly creature had its throat pierced by Jiang Yu's claw blades and died after several more strikes. If I can't beat you, I'll take out your minions, Jiang Yu grinned, vanishing again. In the next moment, he appeared beside another mutant, driving his claw blades deep into its body. Shadow threads exploded, and Jiang Yu felt a surge of power. His shadow points had reached 81, nearing the threshold of 100, with the second tier within reach. Just as Jiang Yu was reveling in the imminent breakthrough, another mutant lunged at him, roaring. The battle erupted once more, filling the night with the sounds of combat. Meanwhile, Su Shan's attack came like a bolt of lightning, a sphere charged with immense force aimed straight at Jiang Yu's chest. Su Shan leaped, his fist glowing with energy, determined to smash Jiang Yu to pieces. Jiang Yu, gritting his teeth against the pain, quickly shot out shadow threads, skillfully pulling himself away. Su Shan cursed under his breath, "Damn thing. Slippery as an eel, can't catch him or kill him, and he's infuriating." When he looked up again, Jiang Yu had already vanished. "All aberrants gather," Su Shan immediately ordered, but it was too late. A lone ghost lagged behind, and in an instant, a claw reached out from the darkness, grabbing its shoulder. It let out a terrified shriek and was dragged into the shadows along with the corpse on the ground. The sound of corrosive sizzling filled the air, and Su Shan's expression changed drastically. Under his watch, the bodies of two aberrants in Jiang Yu's hands rapidly shrank, ultimately leaving only small puddles of residue. The outline of the dark figure became clearer, exuding an unsettling aura. Su Shan's internal alarm bells rang loudly. This monster must have been a big shot once. For some reason, it fell to this level, but given the chance, it could easily return to its peak. This aura is far beyond what an ordinary extraordinary being could possess. The black shadow crawled over Jiang Yu's body like a tide, gradually forming a cocoon. Su Shan gritted his teeth and immediately ordered, "Attack!" The remaining aberrants charged forward. A ghost swung a massive blade, striking the shadow cocoon with a clang, but it didn't budge. Next, a steel ball smashed into it, again to no effect. "This is bad." Su Shan's eyelids twitched wildly, and he shouted, "Forget about him. Retreat." He then sprinted forward, with the aberrants following closely behind. "This guy is too strange. I've never seen an ability evolve like this." Su Shan muttered as he ran, glancing back. Although it seemed the evolution process was holding the opponent back, his unease only grew. 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. After crossing several streets, Su Shan could no longer see Jiang Yu. "We should have lost him by now, right?" Su Shan looked back, starting to relax. But when he turned forward again, he was horrified. A black figure stood silently in the middle of the street. Black lines, seemingly alive, quickly wove into a hooded cloak. He stood with his head lowered, like a silent statue. Su Shan could hear his own frantic heartbeat, as if he were marked by a natural predator. The figure in black slowly raised a clawed hand, scratching his head lightly. Then, his hand began to morph, the keratin layer thickening and rolling like waves, sharp cold light glinting in the shadows. It was a grotesquely shaped large blade. Two blades lightly clinked together, producing a crisp sound. He slowly lifted his head, the hood still shrouding his face in darkness. Despite not seeing his expression, Su Shan could feel the cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Now, it's my turn to hunt." Before the words even finished, the figure in black leapt gracefully, like a lurking shark, diving into the ground and disappearing. Everything within the Shadow Realm is a replica of objects that remain stationary in the real world for an extended period. Parked cars on the roadside are copied into the Shadow Realm, while moving vehicles are not. Humans and animals are not replicated, but plants are. Once something enters the Shadow Realm, it becomes part of it. Flowers, water, houses, though different in form, all become equally solid. Below the third tier, it is nearly impossible to damage objects in the Shadow Realm without using high-impact abilities. Su Shan's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he witnessed Jiang Yu gracefully leap and merge into the ground like a fish into water, becoming one with the shadows. Jiang Yu moved swiftly within the shadows, resembling a shark lurking in deep waters. If not for Su Shan's glasses-like detection device, he wouldn't have been able to track Jiang Yu at all. Su Shan's hair stood on end as he quickly retreated, commanding a mutated creature to shield him. However, Jiang Yu's claws easily tore through the high attack, high agility, but low health creature. Next, a shadow blade whistled through the air, even more powerful. With one slash, the creature was cut in half. The second slash followed immediately, catching the nearby predator off guard and slashing its chest open, revealing bone and spraying blood everywhere, a horrifying sight. Using the momentum from resurfacing, Jiang Yu delivered two more slashes before the mutated creatures could react. Yet, as soon as he landed, he merged back into the ground, moving as if the place were deserted. "This guy is unbelievable," Su Shan exclaimed in shock. "Did you fall into an abyss and lose your memory? How can an ordinary second tier be this strong?" Jiang Yu moved again, suddenly leaping out from a nearby wall. Su Shan seized the moment and fired a steel ball, hitting Jiang Yu's blade. The ball carried enough force to knock a person several meters if it hit the body. Jiang Yu's intended strike on the mutated creature was disrupted, causing his blade to miss the mark. However, this didn't dampen Jiang Yu's fighting spirit. Now in the second tier, he felt immense power surging through his body, each move brimming with strength. In the shadow realm, he was in his element, feeling exhilarated. Jiang Yu thought to himself, the first tier is just the budding of extraordinary powers. The second tier is where true strength begins to show. He finally understood what true power felt like, as if he had broken free from shackles. The world became clear in his eyes, with every breath of life vividly apparent. I'm freaking awesome, he thought smugly. But at that moment, a burning brick flew towards him. The impact on his face played out like a slow-motion scene, from contact to the deformation of his face. A powerful shockwave burst forth, with flames scattering. Jiang Yu's body was sent flying like a cannonball, rolling nearly 20 meters on the ground before coming to a stop. Zhao Yongcheng, Su Shan exclaimed in a mix of surprise and joy. A towering man over 2 meters tall, with a robust build, stood beside him, shaking his arm. What are you doing here? Su Shan asked. I waited forever, and you didn't show up. The boss sent me to check things out. What's going on? Zhao Yongqing asked. A madman. Su Shan gritted his teeth. You take the others and go. Zhao Yongqing flashed a cold smile. Let me handle him. The plan starts now, go quickly. Jiang Yu struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Oh, what plan? Care to share? After advancing to the second tier, Jiang Yu had become somewhat arrogant. That brick nearly caved in his skull. He had been in a submerged state when he was struck, sent flying 20 meters by the impact, showcasing its immense force. His head buzzed, and he was completely dazed. As he recovered, he breathed heavily and straightened up. The burly man radiated fire, shining brightly within the shadow realm. After a brief exchange with Su Shan, they nodded to each other. Su Shan waved his hand, and several mutated creatures followed him as they ran forward. They're trying to escape. Jiang Yu's throat bobbed as he took a step forward. Kid, you'll have to get past me first, Zhao Yongqing sneered, the fire on his body growing fiercer. Boom. He threw a fireball, which exploded instantly. Zhao Yongqing's charging steps suddenly halted. The flames dissipated, leaving the scene empty. He immediately became alert and glanced back, only to see Jiang Yu emerge like a ghost, with a large knife gleaming coldly in his hand, slashing straight at Su Shan. Watch out, he managed to shout in warning. Su Shan had clearly been prepared, wary of Jiang Yu, who was notorious for his stealthy attacks. The moment Jiang Yu appeared, Su Shan's feet moved with unnatural speed, dodging like lightning. Simultaneously, he flicked his wrist, sending a steel pellet whizzing towards Jiang Yu at close range. But in that split second, Jiang Yu vanished again without a trace. Su Shan's eyes widened in disbelief as he scanned the surroundings. At such a close distance, he had seen it clearly. Jiang Yu hadn't slipped into the shadows. He had genuinely disappeared into thin air. What Su Shan didn't know was that since advancing to the second tier, Jiang Yu's abilities had greatly improved. Previously, entering the shadow realm required concentration and caused slight delays. Now, he moved in and out effortlessly, as smoothly as if he were gliding on oil. When Jiang Yu reappeared, Su Shan barely managed to dodge, but his shoulder blade was still slashed deeply, exposing the bone. Ah, Su Shan gasped, the pain contorting his face for a moment. Put the person down, Jiang Yu began, but a burst of searing flames suddenly forced him to dodge to the side. Enter the real world, Jiang Yu commanded, only to find his body immobilized. He heard a buzzing sound as Su Shan snapped his fingers again, and the ring on his finger glowed with a crimson light. Not this again, Jiang Yu thought, realizing the danger. Su Shan's figure wavered, his nose gushing blood like an open faucet. His eyes rolled back, and he nearly collapsed. Despite Jiang Yu's improved abilities, this attack was too powerful. Not only could he not return to the real world, but his shadow cloak also fluctuated violently, nearly dissipating. Well done, Su Shan. Zhao Yongqing's palm ignited with flames, but his expression changed as the fire stayed in his hand. This guy had actually withstood the forbidden artifact's attack, not retreating but advancing, flipping over Su Shan's back and pinning him down. Who the hell are you? Su Shan, his face covered in blood, gritted his teeth and asked. Pant, pant. Jiang Yu breathed heavily, replying coldly, does it matter to you? Are you a night watchman, or what? Su Shan clenched his teeth. Do you think you alone can change anything? You bastards are conducting human hybrid experiments. Jiang Yu roared instead of answering. And now you're taking away more children. We're doing this for the future of humanity. Su Shan argued. Future my ass. Jiang Yu was furious. Bang. Crack. Jiang Yu powered through with his knee, sweeping his right leg and slamming his elbow down. Su Shan's legs broke on the spot, and he was forced to kneel in agony, yet he uttered no sound. Using the bodies of night watchmen who died fighting hybrids for your experiments? Are you even human? Jiang Yu's eyes were bloodshot, his right hand gripping Su Shan's throat tightly. Su Shan remained silent, veins bulging on his neck, his face twisted in pain, struggling but unable to break free from Jiang Yu's hold. Answer me, are you still human? Jiang Yu roared. You understand nothing. Su Shan spat out the words through clenched teeth. He looked up with difficulty, locking eyes with Zhao Yongqing. Do it, he shouted. Boom. Flames erupted. Jiang Yu was blasted away again. Watching Jiang Yu rise from the flames once more, Zhao Yongqing couldn't help but be slightly moved. Why do this? For a few strangers, is it worth it? Jiang Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, taking a deep breath. Over 10 million square kilometers, how much remains? Nearly 2 billion people, how many are left? Hybrid invasions, humanity in decline, and traitors from within. What kind of broken world is this? A broken world, a broken world. He continued. False peace, chaotic shadows. I never aspired to be a savior. I just wanted to live one day at a time. I'm no hero, and I never aimed to be one. I'm simply doing what I believe is right, that's all. Jiang Yu's arms began to transform, massive blades forming bit by bit. Suddenly, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was above Zhao Yongqing. Clang! Zhao Yongqing drew his long sword just in time to block the fierce strike. The boy in midair, his eyes blazing like fire, shouted, Today, I'll be a damn hero for once. With a powerful and intimidating presence, Zhao Yongqing slightly lowered his body, towering over Jiang Yu by more than half a head. His over 2-meter height and robust build made him resemble an imposing human wall, striking fear into anyone who faced him. Zhao Yongqing had always been confident in his strength. Even though he wasn't a specialized power-type ability user, ordinary power-type extraordinaries would find it hard to gain the upper hand against him. However, at that moment, as Jiang Yu's large blade pressed down, a numbing sensation shot through Zhao Yongqing's arm. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the noise of metal breaking was clearly audible. The newly acquired second-tier blade shattered after only a few battles, causing Zhao Yongqing a pang of heartache. But given the urgent situation, he couldn't afford to dwell on this minor loss. Jiang Yu swung his blade again, each strike more ferocious than the last. Zhao Yongqing, having lost the initiative, could only parry hastily. Steel fragments flew in all directions with each clash, making him increasingly alarmed. Suddenly, the blade ignited into fierce flames, the heat far surpassing that of ordinary fire. Jiang Yu moved nimbly, brushing past the burning blade before diving into the ground. Like a phantom, he moved underground, reappearing behind Zhao Yongqing in an instant. The long blade came down again, only to be blocked by Zhao Yongqing's reverse grip. The two exchanged blows, sparks and flames flying. Block! Jiang Yu shouted, his blade crashing down. Zhao Yongqing raised his sword to block. Block again! Jiang Yu's voice boomed in Zhao Yongqing's ears, making his scalp tingle as his feet slid several meters across the ground. Seizing the momentum, Jiang Yu's dual blades transformed swiftly, his keratin layer rolling like waves, forming twin claws. Here I come. The sound of metal clashing resonated like an intense battle anthem. Zhao Yongqing continuously raised his blade to block, his face gradually reddening, a metallic taste rising in his throat. Realizing that retreating further would only bring him closer to death, a fierce resolve surged within him. Facing the incoming claws, he charged forward without hesitation. Kid, you're still far from it. Zhao Yongqing's eyes suddenly gleamed with a golden light, like flickering flames. His body burst into flames instantly. Fire! Though Jiang Yu's claws landed on Zhao Yongqing's shoulder, nearly dislocating half his body, the situation changed in the next moment. A massive flame blade struck at an untraceable speed, accompanied by a powerful aura that locked onto Jiang Yu. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't burrow into the ground or retreat into the shadows. Jiang Yu watched helplessly as the fiery blade approached, unavoidable. With a thunderous roar, a line of fire extended over 10 meters. A gash split open on Jiang Yu's chest, the flames burning. Even his shadow cloak couldn't heal in time. The orange flames illuminated the dark shadow layer, the scorching heat sweeping through the entire street. Jiang Yu retreated rapidly in the blaze, grimacing in pain. His mind was a whirl, the world spinning, making it hard to see clearly. What is this? He muttered. Extraordinary skill. A unique ability of the extraordinary, Zhao Yongqing said, his right arm twisted into a bizarre shape, his skin red like a boiled shrimp. Switching the blade to his other hand, he approached with a sinister smile. Kid, don't tell me you don't even know this. This strike had drained Zhao Yongqing of his energy, but the effect was significant. Jiang Yu tried several times but couldn't stand up, feeling his health drop by at least 30, the residual power still entwined around him. So much pain. Jiang Yu's throat was dry. Don't worry. It won't hurt soon. Zhao Yongqing panted heavily, dragging his blade as he approached slowly. Jiang Yu lay half dead on the ground, his chest heaving slightly. Zhao Yongchen continued. Why did you have to meddle? Kid, do you regret it? Jiang Yu exhaled, grinning. Regret? I'm thrilled. All right, as long as you have no regrets before you die, Zhao Yongqing said, stepping closer until he stood over Jiang Yu. Kid, I'll admit, you're quite the hero, but it ends here. Raising his blade high, it once again glowed with fire. Zhao Yongcheng grinned menacingly. It's over. At that moment, Jiang Yu suddenly sighed. Sorry? What? Zhao Yongcheng was momentarily stunned. The winner is me, Jiang Yu said calmly. Mark? Zhao Yongcheng's mind buzzed, as if struck by lightning. Panic and terror surged through him. His legs turned to jelly, nearly collapsing beneath him. In that instant, a young figure erupted like a flash of lightning, his right arm transforming into a massive blade, gleaming coldly as it thrust forward. A sharp pain pierced Zhao Yongcheng's chest. Looking down, he saw the shadowy blade had impaled him. Blood dripped from the blade, pooling on the ground. He felt his strength rapidly draining away, his face contorted with unwillingness. You. Zhao Yongcheng's lips trembled, but he couldn't voice his thoughts. He stared blankly at his opponent, whose features gradually became clear, a youthful face. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Yongcheng's eyes, followed by a complex expression. He grasped the blade that had pierced his chest, falling heavily to his knees. The fierce look on his face softened, replaced by an indescribable mix of emotions. Defeated by someone who looked like a schoolboy? Zhao Yongcheng glanced around. The ground was stained with blood, and a few dying embers still flickered. He was covered in wounds, his clothes soaked with blood, in a pitiful state. Only his eyes, perhaps in a final burst of clarity, shone brightly. The two faced each other, one kneeling and one standing. Although Jiang Yu stood, he was clearly at his limit, his limbs trembling, supported only by sheer willpower. He looked at Zhao Yongcheng and softly asked, What are you people? What are we? Zhao Yongcheng's lips were dry, his voice hoarse. We are fire seeds. Fire seeds. Jiang Yu repeated, hearing the term for the second time. Zhao Yongcheng managed a weak smile, his voice growing fainter. Just think of us as a bunch of self-righteous lunatics. He gazed at Jiang Yu's youthful face, suddenly lost in memory. I was once as young as you, full of vigor. But I took a different path, one not accepted by the masses. He continued, his tone tinged with self-mockery. I am a failure, an inferior being, one who tried to drag humanity into the abyss. Light and darkness intertwined. The dust of the era falling on one person becomes a mountain. We embrace the other, plunging into the abyss. The human body has its limits, but the other does not. He paused, a hint of determination in his eyes. If that day ever comes when humanity is doomed, we will fall into darkness, becoming the last fire seeds. Zhao Yongcheng's trembling hands gripped the blade in his chest tightly. His expression grew more serene, as if accepting his fate. My mission is over, and the journey of the young is about to begin, he murmured, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yu. You look no more than 20, perhaps even younger, yet you've reached the second tier. Zhao Yongcheng marveled. In this era, some fight the other on the front lines, some work in research to benefit the world, and some seek different paths. People of the Great Zhou, people of chaotic times, are all striving for this land in their own ways. The light in Zhao Yongcheng's eyes dimmed, but he continued to stare at Jiang Yu. I am a radical, a destroyer, a dreamer, but I am not a traitor. This war of invasion has lasted a century and will continue. I won't live to see its end, but I have always believed. His voice grew weaker, but his conviction remained strong. Will there be a better day? There will be. There must be. Ladies and gentlemen, good day. I'm your host, Shui. Right now, I'm standing in front of the Chuyang Corporation building, reporting on a sudden incident. Just an hour ago, this towering skyscraper burst into flames, and to everyone's shock, several strange creatures emerged from the blaze. The base of the building is now engulfed in flames, reduced to a charred ruin. Not far away, the marks of a fierce battle between extraordinary individuals and these creatures are evident. Shattered walls and twisted metal silently tell the tale of the recent chaos. As a journalist, I fully grasp the gravity of this situation. Rescue efforts are still underway, and we pray for all those who have been injured. I, Wang Shui, with my short, ear-length hair, am currently reporting this heavy news in front of the camera. I noticed that viewers in the live stream are flooding the chat with prayer candle emojis. Looking at the broken, charred building and the unmistakable bloodstains, anyone can imagine the chaos that ensued. Undoubtedly, the incident at Chuyang Corporation has already topped the trending charts on various platforms. As a professional journalist, I strive to remain calm, but my heart is heavy with concern. Before going live, I had learned some heartbreaking details. The event had a large turnout, including children and the elderly. They were here to experience new products like nutritional and strength-enhancing fluids. However, when disaster struck, the limited exits became deadly bottlenecks. In the ensuing panic, several trampling incidents occurred. Even more distressing, at least 10 children were separated from their families during the chaos. Now, distraught relatives are kneeling and crying, making for a heart-wrenching scene. As I was engrossed in these heavy thoughts, a sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. "What's that over there? Look!" Following their gaze, I saw a tall, dark figure at the end of the street, accompanied by several children. The night patrol vehicles were the first to arrive, their sirens piercing the still air. "Quick, let's go check it out," I immediately decided, jumping into the car with the cameraman. The driver hit the gas, and we swiftly headed in that direction. As we got closer, the crowd erupted in cheers. "It's Brother Wardy! It's really him! I've watched his rescue videos from the fire dozens of times." Indeed, Brother Wardy's heroic acts of climbing the building and rescuing people from the fire have already gone viral from various angles. These videos, along with news of the incident, are dominating the top spots on trending lists, with official accounts sharing them widely. Our car came to a stop at the roadside, and more night patrol vehicles arrived one after another. Uniformed officers got out, their eyes all focused on the tall figure. Brother Wardy's dark outfit was tattered, revealing his numerous wounds. His abdomen was still bleeding, and every step seemed to be a struggle. Yet, he kept moving forward resolutely, with the children following him. When he was about 10 meters away, Brother Wardy stopped. He lowered his head and softly spoke to the children beside him. "Go ahead." Seeing the night patrol officers, the children couldn't hold back their emotions and ran towards them, crying. At that moment, one officer suddenly raised his right hand in a standard salute. Immediately, all the night patrol officers followed suit, saluting Brother Wardy. In the dim sunlight, this scene was extraordinarily moving. A lone hero on one side, and a line of officers on the other. No words were spoken, but this silent tribute spoke volumes. Our camera faithfully captured this deeply touching moment. Meanwhile, somewhere in Baidu, a man claiming to be a veteran independent operative was speaking confidently in his live stream. "Folks, this fire looks big, but for extraordinary individuals, it's nothing. As an old-timer in this field, I know all the ins and outs. Don't be fooled. Rescuing people is what every extraordinary person should do. It's not as grand as you think. If it were me." Before he could finish, a loud knock on his door startled him. The live chat was instantly flooded with messages saying, "Kneel before the real hero." He turned to look at his security door, a sense of foreboding rising within him. "Who's there?" he shouted. A steady voice came from outside. "Checking the water meter. Checking the water meter. Check your M?" Didao almost swore but caught himself just in time. Muttering under his breath, he walked towards the door, a strange sense of unease rising within him. The click of the lock had barely sounded when Didao's vision blurred, and a sharp pain shot through his arm. He was forcefully restrained, and a loud command rang in his ear. "Don't move." Terrified, Didao shouted, What are you doing? This is trespassing." As the words left his mouth, he suddenly realized the identity of the intruder's night patrol officers. A uniformed captain stepped forward, waving an arrest warrant in front of Didao. "You're suspected of inciting your followers to conduct cyberbullying and maliciously defaming others. Come with us." "No, I didn't do it, officer." Didao struggled in vain. Ignoring his protests, the captain noticed the still-live camera and saluted solemnly. "The internet is not a lawless place. Please conduct yourself properly." The scene shifts to the Cloud Sea gathering point. Zhang Yu shot out a shadow thread and landed lightly where he had hidden his backpack. He weighed the small bag, confirming that the nutritional supplements bought from Chuyang Group were intact. "Is this group stuff reliable, given they're secretly conducting biological experiments?" He muttered to himself, then shook his head to dispel the doubt. The February night had already fallen. Zhang Yu borrowed a phone by the street to call Uncle Lu, assuring him that he would head straight home. Despite the lingering pain from his wounds, he decided against visiting the night patrol office. Entering the shadow realm, Zhang Yu absorbed shadow energy to heal his injuries as he walked home. With time, fatigue and pain washed over him like a tide, making his head swim. Finally reaching his apartment complex, Zhang Yu found a secluded spot to exit the shadow realm. Instantly, the healing halted, and the burning pain intensified. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to enter the building and took the elevator upstairs. He inserted the key into the lock and turned it. As he pushed the door open, a wave of warmth from home washed over him, and he let out a long sigh of relief. He took off his shoes with the torn tongues and walked into the living room, his backpack slung over one shoulder. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. With a click, he turned on the light, and his heartbeat quickened. On the dining table, 6 dishes and 2 soups had gone cold. On the sofa, a young girl was curled up, tear stains on her cheeks, her swollen eyes staring straight at him. "Yao Yao," Zhang Yu whispered, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. The girl's pupils suddenly contracted as she saw the boy under the light, looking disheveled and battered. Zhang Yu's hair was messy, his eye sockets bruised, and bloodshot eyes. A bloodstain on his nose was striking, and the side of his face was turning blue. His injuries were even more horrifying. His clothes were charred and tattered, with multiple burns on his skin, and several gruesome knife wounds. It was as if he just realized someone else was in the room. Zhang Yu seemed a bit uneasy. He suddenly remembered something, quickly unzipping his backpack and carefully rummaging through it. Soon, he pulled out a carton of eggs. 6 out of the 8 were broken. He gave an awkward smile. Lu Yaoyao looked at him, unable to suppress her grievance and worry any longer. Her eyes quickly reddened, and her delicate face was filled with heartache. Zhang Yu carefully put down the eggs and walked to the sofa. What? Did you think I was dead? His tone was casual, as if everything was of no consequence. Lu Yaoyao raised her small fist to hit him but stopped when she saw his injuries because Jiang Yu had already grabbed her hand. Let go, Lu Yaoyao said, but she couldn't break free. Let go. Jiang Yu ignored her and began to explain. I thought it was no big deal, so I came back first. I ran into some robbers on the way. I didn't want to just give in, so I fought back. My phone got smashed, my clothes got torn, and here I am. Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? Lu Yaoyao's tone was faint, but her tears stopped. Jiang Yu smacked his lips. All right, Yao Yao has grown up and is harder to deceive now. Lu Yaoyao didn't ask further questions, just bit her lip lightly, her eyes wandering over Jiang Yu's wounds. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment, then pretended to stretch, gently placing his right arm on the back of the sofa, lightly touching Lu Yaoyao's small shoulder. He could feel her body stiffen, but then slowly lean into his embrace. They sat like that, silent for a while. In the quiet, they could hear each other's breathing and heartbeats clearly. Jiang Yu felt the soft warmth of the girl in his arms, silently marveling. A girl's body is so soft, exuding a faint fragrance, as smooth as silk. Holding her completely would be like hugging a cloud. And a girl's lips must be even softer, like tender petals. A gentle kiss would feel like kissing the center of a flower, fragrant and intoxicating. You haven't tried it, have you? Jiang Yu suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. What? Lu Yaoyao asked, puzzled. Yeah, I haven't tried it either. Jiang Yu continued talking to himself. Oh? Lu Yaoyao tried to get up, but Jiang Yu held her tight. She had no idea what strange things Jiang Yu was talking about. Shall we try? Jiang Yu suggested. Once we try, we won't be kids anymore. Lu Yaoyao's mind went blank as Jiang Yu's face got closer until their lips lightly touched and then separated. Jiang Yu nodded to himself, confirming it was as he thought, softer than cotton candy. Bang! Lu Yaoyao instinctively pushed Jiang Yu away, her cheeks instantly turning red. She stared at him in disbelief. Jiang Yu, what are you doing? Are you crazy? I was a bit thirsty just now, Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. If you're thirsty, you drink water. Why are you leaning in like that? You're so bold, really bold. Lu Yaoyao's mind was in chaos. With all these wounds, is there nothing else in your head? Do you want to eat? Jiang Yu asked. Lu Yaoyao glanced at him, thinking. How can you be so calm and unruffled, you jerk? I'll go heat up the food, Jiang Yu said, picking up the dishes and heading to the kitchen microwave. Phew, Jiang Yu took a deep breath. This was the best reward after a tough battle. So tender. Really tender. But that's not important. The important thing is she's still underage. Forget it, can't think too much. Jiang Yu silently reviewed his attributes. Shadow points 105105. Position as a stalker and hunter, possessing abilities like Shadow Devour and Shadow Sight. In his Shadow Blade form, he also had Mark and Chain Kill skills. Remaining lifespan 80 days. The system's evaluation was, you have some strength, relatively strong among the weak. His shadow abilities allowed him to freely enter shadows and move quickly. The Shadow Blade form could turn his arms into sharp blades, with great destructive power but reduced flexibility. The Chain Kill skill could build up killing momentum with consecutive attacks, increasing the force of his strikes. However, if an attack misses or stalls, the killing momentum will reset to 0. This momentum boosts the critical hit threshold, which is a part of Jiang Yu's current attribute panel. After advancing to the second tier, he gained 3 new abilities and enhanced 2 existing ones. The Shadow Walker ability allows Jiang Yu to move in and out of the Shadow Realm as smoothly as a fish swimming in water. The Hunter ability further refines his health bar perception. At this moment, Jiang Yu's vision reveals a peculiar sight. Lu Yaoyao's health is displayed at 99, with her name tagged beside it. In the Shadow Realm, the man engulfed in flames is shown as with an unknown health status. Moreover, the health bars and names come with color codes. Enemies are red, allies are green, and bystanders are white. Interestingly, Lu Yaoyao's name is highlighted in a unique pink. This scene momentarily makes Jiang Yu feel like he's in a bizarre strategy game. What are you looking at? Lu Yaoyao finally couldn't hold back her curiosity, breaking the silence as they ate. Nothing, just eat your food. Jiang Yu replied dismissively. Lu Yaoyao glared at him, frustrated at herself for standing there like a fool earlier. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, feeling that Jiang Yu had taken advantage of her. Suddenly, with a thud, Jiang Yu yelped, "Ouch! Why are you stepping on me?" To squash you, Lu Yaoyao gritted her teeth. Jiang Yu's lips twitched, but he chose to stay silent. The room fell into silence again, and that brief exchange seemed to make the atmosphere even more delicate. Eventually, Lu Yaoyao broke the silence again. "Hey, with all those injuries, should I go with you to the hospital tomorrow?" "No need for a hospital. I'll be fine with some rest." Jiang Yu waved her off, then suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? It's snowing outside." Snowing. Lu Yaoyao instinctively turned around and saw snowflakes dancing in the air. It really is snowing. Her youthful spirit surged, and she ran to the window. The ground, rooftops, and cars were already covered in a thin layer of white. So beautiful. Her mood instantly lifted. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a beam of light shot into the sky, exploding into a burst of colorful flowers. More fireworks followed, lighting up the night sky. From their high vantage point, the view was clear and magnificent. The colorful fireworks reflected in Lu Yaoyao's clear, autumn-like eyes, accentuating her delicate features. Jiang Yu felt a stir in his heart and unconsciously moved to stand beside her. Fireworks continued to ascend, painting the entire night sky. In this moment, everything felt different. The two stood side by side, admiring the snow and fireworks. "Which do you think is farther, Chang'an or the sun?" Jiang Yu suddenly asked. Lu Yaoyao was taken aback, and before she could respond, Jiang Yu continued, "When I was a kid, someone asked Emperor Jinming which was farther, Chang'an or the sun. The answer was the sun, because people came from Chang'an, but no one ever came from the sun. Now that I think about it, Chang'an must be farther. You can see the sun, but not Chang'an. What does that mean?" Lu Yaoyao asked, puzzled. "Nothing." Jiang Yu gently ruffled her hair, his gaze returning to the snowy scene as he fell into deep thought. On this snowy winter night, the old year was giving way to the new. Next year would bring new snow, new mists, new sunlight, and endless vitality. It turns out, tonight is New Year's Eve. Lu Yaoyao was just lost in thought when a pair of strong arms suddenly wrapped around her from behind. She tried to pry them off but failed. "Jiang Yu," Lu Yaoyao said through gritted teeth, "you're going too far today. Stop messing around." Jiang Yu let go at the right moment and suggested, "How about a snowball fight?" Lu Yaoyao was slightly tempted, but then shook her head. "Forget it. There's not enough snow, and it's freezing out. Cold?" Then, Jiang Yu started to say, but quickly shut his mouth under Lu Yaoyao's glare. Jiang Yu reflected inwardly. Perhaps experiencing life and death battles had made him more aware of the preciousness of life. Having life, enjoying life, these things had become more important. But what moved him most was the scene he saw when he walked in. The curled-up figure on the sofa, tear-filled eyes, and the untouched, cold meal on the table. That sight spoke volumes. Jiang Yu admitted that beyond his physical desire for Lu Yaoyao, he had indeed developed some different feelings. He tempered his playful gaze and casually asked, "Where's Uncle Lu?" "With such a serious incident at Chuyang Group, of course, he can't come back," Lu Yaoyao replied. The two sat back at the dining table, and the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Jiang Yu ate as he spoke. Uncle Lu is probably going to be busy this new year. He recalled running into Uncle Lu in the city, and the massive experimental equipment underground at Chuyang Group, sighing softly. "Stop sighing and eat," Lu Yaoyao reminded him. "All right," Jiang Yu responded, eating while chatting. Suddenly, he remembered Zhao Yongqing and asked, "Yaoyao, have you heard of the spark?" Lu Yaoyao paused slightly. "The spark? Where did you hear about that?" "At an exhibition, I met a night watcher who seemed to know Uncle Li. It came up in conversation." Jiang Yu explained nonchalantly. Lu Yaoyao didn't suspect anything and frowned. "The information I've read is pretty basic. I only know it's a faction. Like the main combat faction that fights to the death or the research faction, they're common and mainstream. Besides these, there's also Dawn and the Spark you mentioned." She continued, "The Spark claims to be humanity's last hope, but they're actually a bunch of lunatics. If you ever encounter them, don't get involved. They're very good at brainwashing." "Really?" Jiang Yu thought back to Zhao Yongqing's intense and bright eyes. He mused, "To be so spirited even when close to death, it is quite persuasive. Bodies mutating, living with different species, yet calling themselves humanity's spark. It's contradictory and strange." Lu Yaoyao added, "By the way, reporting a Spark member can earn you a cash reward, up to 500,000. Wow." Jiang Yu thought about the 500,000 reward in the Great Zhou and felt a sense of déjà vu. He then asked, "And Dawn, what about them?" Lu Yaoyao explained softly, "Dawn is even stranger. Some are part of the main combat faction, but they seem quite different from the mainstream combat faction. I'm not too clear on the specifics. Another group, well, to put it bluntly, they're escape artists. They believe humanity is doomed and must find a way to leave this land, maybe even this planet, to seek new hope. That's quite far-fetched. Zhang Yu's mouth twitched. Blue Star experienced a great catastrophe at the beginning of the millennium. Although 100 years had passed, with the existence of different species, the national territory was continuously encroached upon. The pace of technological progress was not as fast, even slower than on Earth in his previous life. Although the current level of technology was indeed stronger than on Earth before, building spaceships for interstellar migration was still too much of a fantasy. Far-fetched? It's not just about relying on technology to leave the planet. Lu Yaoyao explained, different species come from the abyss. Besides the shadow layer's entrances, they can invade the present world directly through abyssal rifts. No one knows the exact location of the abyss in the universe, but they have indeed crossed an unknown distance to descend directly into the Great Zhou. If this method could be mastered, Dawn's wish might actually come true. Zhang Yu couldn't help but remark, that's genuinely interesting. He realized that in a complex societal group, various factions would inevitably emerge. After all, with millions or billions of people, if they could all truly be of one mind, it would make you wonder if they were under some kind of spell. So, what exactly is the purpose of the man from the shadows, who claims to be from the fire seed, kidnapping a group of children? Zhang Yu frowned as he pondered. Could it be to seek refuge with the different species? But why take children? Do these species prefer eating children because their meat is tender? He shook his head. He had never heard such a thing before. The whole situation seemed unusually strange. Outside, snow was falling heavily, and fireworks were lighting up the sky. Zhang Yu and Uncle Li ate dinner slowly, the New Year's atmosphere not bringing them any special feelings. For Zhang Yu, the New Year was just a slightly longer holiday. As an orphan adopted by Uncle Li from the Tomato Welfare Institute, he had no other relatives and couldn't muster much enthusiasm for the holiday. Days passed, and the festive New Year's atmosphere gradually faded. Office workers returned to their jobs, and students prepared to go back to school. Zhang Yu learned that the clubhouse near their community had been shut down, and he felt a bit regretful hadn't had the chance to enjoy the new tea a few more times, and he might never get to again. He sighed inwardly, thinking that in any dimension, physical businesses seemed to struggle. In the days that followed, Zhang Yu busied himself with hunting prey to accumulate lifespan while waiting for school to start. Although he had reached the second tier, the issue of his lifespan remained unresolved. The hunters had said that increasing one's tier could solve the lifespan problem, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. He had to continue hunting first-tier different species. Despite the meager gains on average, a day of hunting only extended his life by 3 days. But it was his only option. Time flew by, and the talent assessment for ordinary high school seniors was completed, while the registration for the special training camp was being conducted in batches. Xiao Chong had registered 2 days in advance, while Zhang Yu and Lu Yaoyao were in the last batch, set to leave the next day. On the eve of their departure, Uncle Li finally returned to Yunhai from Baidu. On the night of February 26th, at home, the uncle and nephew sat facing each other, an awkward atmosphere hanging in the air. Eventually, Jiang Yu couldn't hold back and spoke up, "Uncle?" Li Xuanguang looked at Jiang Yu with a complex expression, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and said, "I heard your willpower test showed a sky full of golden light?" He shook his head in amazement. "It's unbelievable. Some people chase it desperately but lack the talent. Others joke around and have incredible talents. It's been years since a new color appeared in the willpower tests, and this year it seems like there's a rebound. Besides gold, there's even a new dynamic cloud tier that appeared among the candidates." The Night Patrol Division was stunned. They couldn't tell which one, the dynamic cloud or the golden light, is more advanced. Li Zhongguang's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. He recalled stopping Lu Nanfeng earlier and refusing to let Jiang Yu undergo the talent test because he had secretly tested Jiang Yu before. If he remembered correctly, the result back then was a sky full of ominous black shadows. This drastic difference filled him with confusion and concern. "Uncle, why are you looking at me like that?" Jiang Yu asked awkwardly, his body unconsciously leaning back. His gaze flickered, as if he were ready to dodge an imminent belt whipping. Jiang Yu was usually fearless, but he had a particular dread for this one-armed uncle. It was strange because Uncle Li had never laid a hand on him and always spoke kindly. Yet, his aura of authority made people instinctively anxious. Maybe this was what people called a commanding presence? Jiang Yu once thought this was the aura of a corrupt official until Song Qingan told him about Li's military exploits. The title War General made Jiang Yu even more uneasy. In the entire Great Zhou, only the 5 strongest warriors earned this title. To be a war general meant being the best of the best. Jiang Yu regretted ever comparing his fighting skills with the likes of Lu Yaoyao, Ah Piao, and Uncle Li. Now he realized that a single move from Uncle Li could probably end his life. However, Uncle Li was over 40 now, and his days as a war general were likely many years ago. Jiang Yu speculated privately, wondering what brought such a strong figure to a secondary gathering place like Yunhai. Li Shuangguang slightly softened his sharp gaze and allowed a faint smile. Kid, I need to take a closer look. Someone who has awakened the golden will must be different from others. Did you find anything, uncle? Zhang Yu grinned, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Li Shuangguang sat down beside the sofa, his tone becoming serious. I see that you're not quite suited to become extraordinary. Uncle, you're saying that again. Zhang Yu replied with a bitter smile. His shoulders slightly slumped. Li Shuangguang spoke slowly, his eyes filled with deep concern. What I mean is, the situation is getting more dangerous every year. Few who become extraordinary meet a good end. He continued, your Uncle Lu's wife was extraordinary. She died nearly 10 years ago due to alien contamination. He himself has been injured by aliens, and although he looks fine, he needs special medication regularly. If he encounters a few more high-intensity battles, he might not survive. As for me, you can see for yourself. I lost an arm, once full of spirit, now half a cripple. Here we go again, Jiang Yu muttered, rubbing his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Li Shuangguang sighed, his tone growing even more serious. Do you think I'm joking with you? You don't know what I saw on my trip to the northern capital. What did you see? Zhang Yu asked instinctively, leaning forward slightly. A very strong enemy. Li Shuangguang glanced at him but did not elaborate. He continued, if you had a 4th or 5th tier talent, I might be able to help you. But with golden willpower and an unknown level, if I dared to stop you from becoming extraordinary, those people above would skin me alive. Saying this, Li Shuangguang took out an exquisite box from his pocket and opened it. Inside lay a jet-black pendant, covered by a glass dome etched with intricate patterns. What is that? Zhang Yu asked, his heart slightly trembling as he looked up at Uncle Li. A forbidden item, the Whisper of Shadows, Li Shuangguang explained, his eyes fixed on the ancient ink-patterned pendant. Wearing it will bring whispers to your ears, dragging you into the abyss for about 3 days. Long-term wearing can hone your willpower and help build a foundation. But the longer you wear it, the more your negative emotions will be amplified. The maximum wearing time is recommended not to exceed 15 days, after which you need to take it off and rest for at least 3 days. He paused, then continued, its main function is its active effect. By striking the pendant with your extraordinary energy, it will feedback a very pure contamination, greatly enhancing your physical attributes for a short time, but it can only be used once. This pendant is special. The cost of using it is unrelated to your current level, but rather to the grade of your willpower. Anyone with willpower below the 5th tier will go mad wearing it. Those with 5th tier willpower can barely resist the whispers. In other words, as long as you have 5th tier talent, you can wear the pendant, even if your body is currently at the 1st tier. This thing recognizes people. Oh my god, Jiang Yu muttered, his head buzzing as he finally managed to squeeze out a few words. Uncle, what exactly is a forbidden item? Li Shuangguang explained briefly, forbidden items are objects brought back from the abyss, each with its own magical effects. All forbidden items are collections of contamination, and using them always comes with a cost. You'll learn more about them in the special training camp. Oh, got it. Jiang Yu scratched his head, then his eyes lit up. Uncle Li, is there only one of these? Can you get me another one? Why do you need two? Uncle Li frowned in confusion. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, his forehead veins throbbing as his tone turned stern. If you say one more word, I'll take this one back. No, don't. Jiang Yu hurriedly waved his hands, afraid that this hard-won treasure would be taken away. Jiang Yu smirked as he reached out to touch the pendant inside the glass box. Seeing that Uncle Li did not stop him, he boldly opened the box and took the pendant out to examine it closely. The glass box itself was no simple thing. Jiang Yu instinctively felt that no matter how much force he applied, he couldn't crush it. Holding on to a mindset of giving it a try, he clenched his fist tightly, his face turning red. With a crack, a fine line appeared on the surface of the box. Uncle Li frowned at this sight and asked, "What are you doing?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Yu explained, "I wanted to test how tough the glass is." Uncle Li nodded. "All right, considering it's glass, the fact that such a strong grip only caused a tiny crack proves its toughness." Jiang Yu carefully opened the box and took out the pendant. It felt cold and heavy, its weight disproportionate to its size. The pendant was small, crescent-shaped, and covered in intricate patterns, with a very pleasing texture. He untied the pendant's cord and put it around his neck. As soon as he let go, there was a buzzing sound, as though an electric current was coursing through his body. Oh! Jiang Yu shivered involuntarily. Li Shuangguang immediately asked, "How does it feel?" "Cold. And it seems to have some static electricity," Jiang Yu replied honestly. Li Shuangguang shook his head, his tone serious. "I meant, do you hear anything?" Only then did Jiang Yu realize he had misunderstood the question. He quickly focused his attention. After a moment, he answered, "I can't hear it clearly. It seems like there's some noise, but it doesn't bother me unless I concentrate on it." Li Shuangguang smiled slightly. Good, it seems to suit you. I've sent some related materials to your email. Make sure to read them. After a brief conversation, Jiang Yu returned to his room and opened his computer to check his email. He quickly skimmed through the basic introduction and usage instructions, paying special attention to the information about previous users. Lin Xiao, 27 years old, 5th level willpower aptitude. Heard whispers of falling into the abyss upon first wearing it, which disappeared after 72 hours. Could no longer use the pendant after activating its forbidden feature during a battle with a wave of aberrations. Suchi, 28 years old, 4th level willpower aptitude. Experienced loud whispers and severe mental pollution upon first wearing it, had to remove it and undergo 3 days of pollution treatment after 15 hours due to inability to endure. After reading through the materials, Jiang Yu realized that the pendant was indeed selective about its owner, and those without sufficient aptitude could not handle it. Its active ability was a life-saving tool with significant effects, but once used, it could no longer be utilized. Additionally, most wearers reported hearing phrases like falling into the abyss or falling into shadows, which could cause irritation and agitation if heard for extended periods, necessitating periodic removal for rest. Jiang Yu gently stroked the pendant, curious about what he might hear. He cleared his mind and held his breath. Gradually, a zzz sound became clearer, as if dense shadows were enveloping him from all sides, seeping into his pores and bringing a bone-chilling cold. He could faintly feel a sense of pollution creeping in, the sound growing clearer but consisting of only a few words. Jiang Yu closed his eyes and listened intently. Finally, the sound became completely audible, transforming into a single word: master. What the heck? Jiang Yu paused, frowning in confusion. He thought he heard someone call him a pig, but upon listening closely, he realized it might have just been his imagination. All he could hear was the crashing sound of waves, vast and desolate. Jiang Yu recalled the symptoms mentioned in the document's hearing voices, followed by chest tightness, nausea, and a feeling of suffocation. But he didn't experience any of these discomforts. Could it be my golden talent at work? He speculated silently. After some time, without finding anything unusual, Jiang Yu lay down on his bed. Uncle Li had mentioned that upon entering the special training camp, one should wear it continuously for 3 days, akin to establishing ownership. Since it didn't seem to have any negative effects, he decided to wear it to sleep and get through these 3 days as soon as possible. He closed his eyes, and in the darkness, the sound of waves gently lapped. Swish, swish. Unlike previous users, Jiang Yu wasn't tormented. Instead, he quickly felt sleepy amidst this white noise-like sound. His eyelids grew heavy, and he fell asleep. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The alarm clock's ringing woke Jiang Yu, and he exhaled deeply, quickly regaining full alertness. Clenching his fists, he was surprised to find himself brimming with energy. He took out the pendant to examine it. The ink-patterned crescent moon still looked ancient. This deep sleep function is amazing. If I had this pendant earlier, I'd have gotten into Tsinghua or Peking University directly, Jiang Yu thought to himself. After getting up, Jiang Yu washed up and changed clothes. Uncle Li had already bought breakfast and was eating when he noticed the pendant on Jiang Yu's chest. Wore it to sleep last night? Uncle Li's eyes narrowed slightly. Yeah, felt pretty good. Jiang Yu nodded. Well, Li Shuangguang was quite surprised. Seeing Jiang Yu so spirited, he was completely reassured. Hurry up and eat. I'll take you to the subway station after breakfast. Okay. Breakfast consisted of fried dough sticks, buns, tofu pudding, and also French fries, cola, and a small burger. Jiang Yu devoured his breakfast quickly. The way to the special training camp was unique. All students had to gather at a specific time at the central subway station in Yunhai and take a designated subway train. After finishing his meal and packing his luggage, Jiang Yu was about to start his nearly 6-month training camp life. As he stepped out, Lu Yaoyao happened to open her door as well. Oh, what a coincidence. Lu Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. Great. You can take them both. Saves me a trip, Li Shuangguang said with a smile. Lu Nanfeng's face darkened. Take your own nephew. Why so distant? Li Shuangguang waved him off with a smile, pushing Jiang Yu out and shutting the door with a bang. He's all yours. I'll go catch some more sleep. Dad. Lu Yaoyao turned to look at Lu Nanfeng. Lu Nanfeng glared at Jiang Yu. The young man gave a sheepish smile. Dad? I mean, Uncle Lu, sorry to trouble you. Run there yourself. Lu Nanfeng's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. In the car, Lu Yaoyao whispered to Jiang Yu. I'm a bit nervous. Are you? I'm okay. I'm more worried about whether there will be barbecue, spicy hot pot, or seafood near the camp. All you think about is food. Hey, I was planning to take you out to eat. Didn't you always ask me to take you to good places? Shut up. Lu Yaoyao glanced at Lu Nanfeng in the front seat and pinched Jiang Yu. The two chattered in the back seat, making Lu Nanfeng's eyelids twitch. Can you two be quiet for a moment? He finally said. Let's not rile up Uncle Lu, Jiang Yu said, smacking his lips, somewhat unsatisfied. Yaoyao, There will be many people at the training camp. Stay away from those who seem shady, Lu Nanfeng hinted. I know, Lu Yaoyao replied obediently. If anyone bullies you, tell the instructor immediately. If that doesn't work, call me. Don't worry, uncle. With me around, no one will bully her, Jiang Yu assured, patting his chest. I'm worried about you bullying her. Lu Nanfeng gritted his teeth, his fist clenching. But he seemed to think of something, and a sinister smile crossed his face as he glanced at Jiang Yu through the rearview mirror. The subway was scheduled to depart at 10:30 a.m., and it wouldn't wait for anyone. Compared to the college entrance exam, 10:30 was ample time, even allowing for bathroom breaks. After a few final reminders, Lu Nanfeng watched as the two walked into the subway station. Just as they were about to disappear from view, Jiang Yu sneakily held Lu Yaoyao's hand. Good kid. Oh, you little rascal. Lu Nanfeng almost opened the car door and rushed out. It's nothing. I'm not angry. He sneered, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Since that's the case, don't expect an easy time at the training camp. With that, he abruptly started the car, the tires screeching against the pavement as the vehicle sped off into the unknown. Meanwhile, Lu Yaoyao and Jiang Yu entered the subway station. Just as they stepped into the security check area, Lu Yaoyao jerked her hand back as if she had been shocked, warily glancing behind her. She angrily slapped away Jiang Yu's wandering hand and hissed, Jiang Yu, are you out of your mind? If my dad sees this, he'll kill you. Jiang Yu seemed unfazed, grinning as he replied, what's there to worry about? We won't see him again for another 6 months. By then, we'll be off to college, and Uncle Lu won't be able to keep an eye on us. Lu Yaoyao's cheeks flushed, her voice tinged with annoyance. What kind of talk is that? It sounds so weird. Don't push your luck, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu tried once more to grab Lu Yaoyao's soft, fair hand, but she deftly dodged him. Unperturbed, he patted his chest and said earnestly, I promised Uncle Lu I'd take good care of you. Well, thank you so much, Lu Yaoyao retorted sarcastically, quickly passing through the security check. Following the signs, the two navigated the labyrinthine underground passages until they finally reached the third basement level. A special subway train stood with its doors open at the platform. Inside and outside the train, young people with suitcases were gathered, some chatting, some on their phones, and others resting with their eyes closed. Lu Yaoyao suddenly grew nervous and whispered, these are all top students this year. Jiang Yu asked curiously, how do you know? Didn't Uncle Li tell you? Lu Yaoyao explained, in the aptitude tests, the students with the highest potential take the last subway to the training camp. It's a tradition of the Yunhai training camp. Jiang Yu looked puzzled. Seriously? Uncle Li never told me any of this. I'd like to know why too, Jiang Yu muttered, clearly taken aback. They boarded the subway car. Outwardly, this special train looked no different from a regular one. Jiang Yu tapped on the exterior, feeling the cold, solid surface. The train's protective features were evidently top-notch. The train had about 8 or 9 cars, each holding around 20 to 30 people, roughly estimating the total at over 200. Jiang Yu glanced around, realizing he didn't recognize anyone in this car. Lu Yaoyao asked curiously, Jiang Yu, what do you think we'll be training for at the camp? Jiang Yu made up a story on the spot. 100 people, dropped into one place, scavenging for guns, bullets, painkillers, and medkits. If you're lucky, you might find a level 3 backpack, armor, and helmet. Then there will be a shrinking danger zone, and in the end, only one person will survive. As he spoke, he scrutinized the other students, thinking they all looked tough. Jiang Yu, Lu Yaoyao called out in exasperation. Yes, yes, I'm here. Jiang Yu snapped back to reality. Can you be serious for a moment? Lu Yaoyao said, clearly annoyed. Jiang Yu grinned. I am serious. Okay, let me put it this way. I can't guarantee anything about the other training, but when it comes to combat, as long as a second-tier mutant doesn't show up, I can carry you to victory. At that moment, Lu Nanfeng, watching everything through his phone screen and surveillance cameras, scowled. He muttered through gritted teeth, that little rascal sure talks big. Attention all trainees. This subway train heading towards the Yunhai training camp will depart at 10:30 a.m. Baidu time and will not make any stops along the way. The entire journey is expected to take about 20 minutes. A clear chime sounded over the speakers, followed by the announcement. The passengers in the carriage all straightened up, their eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. Jiang Yu glanced at his watch. The hands were pointing to 10:20. Yunhai training camp. Lu Yaoyao murmured to herself, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I heard the intensity of this training will be unprecedented. By the time we leave, we might be able to match a first-tier mutant. Jiang Yu touched his nose, slightly embarrassed. Don't say that. Even without the camp, I can already handle a first-tier mutant easily. He didn't continue the topic and instead looked out the window. Time ticked by, and finally, at exactly 10:30, the announcement came again. The train is about to depart. Please take your seats. It's starting. someone exclaimed excitedly. With a crisp click, the glass doors on the platform slowly closed, followed by the subway car doors. The train gently swayed and began to move forward. Jiang Yu suddenly rubbed his stomach and mumbled quietly, "I kind of need to use the bathroom." The surrounding trainees all looked at him. Lu Yaoyao sighed and said quietly, "Can you be a bit more civilized? I really don't want to know you." Just then, a boy sitting nearby put down his phone and asked curiously, "Hi there. Which settlement are you from?" His eyes flashed with admiration, clearly captivated by Lu Yaoyao's appearance. Jiang Yu immediately stood up and moved Lu Yaoyao to the side, then smiled and replied, "Hello, we're from Yunhai. How about you?" The boy, looking a bit embarrassed, replied, I'm from Tianhe. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too. Have you had breakfast?" "Yes, how about you?" "I have too." Lu Yaoyao watched Jiang Yu's awkward small talk and couldn't help but smile. She put on her headphones and closed her eyes to rest. Yunhai is the largest secondary settlement nearby, and its training camp is massive, attracting top trainees from other settlements for joint training. To be selected for Yunhai training camp, one must have at least a third or fourth tier talent or possess a special extraordinary ability. This time, a total of 2,500 students were gathered here, each an outstanding individual. Although Lu Yaoyao had a fifth-tier talent, she couldn't help but feel some pressure thinking about the possibility of more fifth-tier talents on this train. She listened to music and gently closed her eyes. The train continued to move forward. After some time, a sudden jolt woke Lu Yaoyao. She opened her eyes and saw Jiang Yu enthusiastically discussing with the boy next to him. "Speaking of black stockings, I must disagree. I prefer white stockings because..." Jiang Yu went on and on. Lu Yaoyao sighed, took off her headphones, and poked him. "Stop chatting." The short-haired young man smirked. "Jiang, go keep your girlfriend company. We'll continue this conversation after we get to the camp." Jiang Yu awkwardly nodded and turned to Lu Yaoyao, smiling sheepishly. "You're always so unserious." Lu Yaoyao frowned. "That's not fair. We can't always be serious." Jiang Yu defended himself, silently adding, "Just like your dad. He's already in poor health and always looks so stern. It's not good for him. You can laugh all you want now, but let's see if you can still laugh once we're in the training camp." Lu Yaoyao huffed. Jiang Yu smiled. "Don't worry about that. Without Uncle Lu around, I'll be laughing my head off every day." Just then, the train shook violently again, followed by a loud clang. "Hey, didn't they say the whole trip would be under 20 minutes? It's been almost 35 minutes now," someone said, puzzled. The other passengers began to murmur, sensing something was wrong. The expected 20-minute journey had now exceeded 35 minutes, and the train showed no signs of slowing down. Yunhai Training Camp is located outside the settlement. While it's not as dangerous as the Fallen Zones, it's still far less safe than within the city. With the current unusual situation, everyone started to feel uneasy. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look outside." "Is that fog?" "It's fog," others echoed, their gazes fixed on the white mist gradually enveloping the view outside the windows. Jiang Yu followed everyone else's gaze out the window. The dense fog was rapidly thickening, transitioning from thin to impenetrable, gradually obscuring their view. This unusual phenomenon wiped the playful expression off his face. Standing up from his seat, he moved closer to the window to observe more carefully. The other trainees mimicked him, tensely watching the changes outside. The previously relaxed atmosphere inside the carriage turned heavy in an instant. Despite being hailed as the most talented group, these trainees were still novices with no real battle experience. Facing an unknown threat, they couldn't help but feel anxious. As the fog grew denser, the subway began to slow down, eventually coming to a complete stop with a long, drawn-out hiss. The carriage fell silent, save for the sudden flickering of the lights and the piercing beep-beep sound. Simultaneously, all the doors slid open. The platform was shrouded in thick fog, reducing visibility to just 7 or 8 meters. Even Jiang Yu's keen eyes couldn't see much farther than 10 meters. Within this limited view, several patches of fresh blood stood out starkly, intensifying the tension inside the carriage. What's happening?" a timid girl asked, her teeth chattering. "No idea," another trainee whispered back, "but something's definitely wrong." Jiang Yu suddenly spoke up. "It's obvious. The fresh blood on the ground and the bones in the distance mean everyone from the special training camp has been killed." His words made everyone stare at him in shock. "Killed? Are you serious?" one trainee exclaimed in disbelief. "That can't be right. The instructors at the camp are really strong," another trainee said, his face pale and voice trembling. Jiang Yu remained calm as he explained, "No one knows more about these creatures than I do. The blood is fresh, only a few hours old, maybe even less. So, does anyone here know how to drive a subway? We need to get it moving and notify the night patrol." His logic was sound, but it felt absurd given the eerie situation. Who would think of driving the subway back under such strange circumstances? While the others were still in doubt, Jiang Yu had already stepped off the carriage and onto the platform. Hey, what are you doing? The fog is thick, and there's blood everywhere, someone shouted. Jiang Yu waved dismissively. I need to find a spot to relieve myself. What kind of lunatic is this? Someone muttered in frustration. Suddenly, a trainee yelled, watch out, there's something in the fog. Before the words had even settled, a dog-like creature lunged at Jiang Yu from the mist. Everyone held their breath, expecting the worst. But with a loud bang, the creature's head exploded, and its massive body collapsed to the ground. Jiang Yu seemed unfazed, still looking around as if searching for something. Lu Yaoyao quickly followed him out of the carriage, standing by his side. Is it that girl's ability? That guy seems pretty odd, someone whispered inside the carriage. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao's figures gradually disappeared into the thick fog. Soon after, a second and then a third person quietly stepped out of the carriage, following them into the unknown danger. Jiang Yu, slow down, gasped Lu Yaoyao as she struggled to keep up with the boy ahead. Thick fog enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Yu stretched out his hand, trying in vain to grasp the elusive white mist. Suddenly, he paused, warily scanning the area. Be careful, there are anomalies in the fog, Lu Yaoyao whispered, her eyes sharply surveying the area like an eagle. Got it, Jiang Yu replied tersely. His dark pupils reflected the faint, shadowy figures in the mist. The swirling fog obscured their vision, filling them with unease. Moving cautiously forward, they soon reached the subway platform. Ahead, the outlines of escalators and stairs became clearer, with several anomaly corpses strewn across the ground. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Yu quickly stepped forward to inspect a half-dismembered corpse. He crouched down, scrutinizing the bizarre headlong and large, covered in hard, conical bone spurs. Looks a bit like a twisted breadstick, he muttered. Not sure, let me take a closer look. He shifted his angle and prodded the corpse. Beneath the thin skin, he could clearly feel the hard bones. The grotesque face reminded him of Frisia's transformed state from Dragon Ball Z. Jiang Yu, Lu Yaoyao called softly, her gaze lingering on the corpse before looking away. A sense of unease crept into her mind. Something felt off. Jiang Yu stood up and continued forward. Indeed, this anomaly isn't of a high rank, too weak, he remarked casually. Lu Yaoyao followed closely, while Jiang Yu began analyzing the situation. Moving out of the city, there's no way they'd rely solely on automated systems. There'd definitely be strong protectors. The subway stopped for ages, yet no one came out. Strange. In the special training camp, it's almost like they've cut off communication. An incident a few hours ago should have been reported to Yunhai base, right? Yet everyone at Yunhai seems completely unaware. The idea of the camp being attacked just doesn't add up. Lu Yaoyao nodded, her chaotic thoughts gradually becoming clearer. Jiang Yu continued speculating. Gathering the most talented people together is already suspicious. So, I think this white fog might be some sort of trial? Maybe we're being monitored. Our every move seen by others. Some perform well, some don't. Pushing each other? That makes sense, Lu Yaoyao agreed, her eyebrows furrowing. She had her suspicions, and now she felt more certain. Reaching the elevator, they found it inoperative due to a power outage, forcing them to take the stairs. Lu Yaoyao was surprised by the boy's composure and couldn't help but say, I noticed you don't seem scared at all. Jiang Yu flashed a grin. I'm super brave. His words made Lu Yaoyao smile, easing the tension considerably. Suddenly, the fog began to churn violently. Jiang Yu's ears twitched, and he immediately turned to the side. There's an anomaly. Yaoyao, don't be afraid, I'm here. Ma'am, I'm not scared, Lu Yaoyao responded. A figure burst out of the fog. Jiang Yu assumed a fighting stance, but then stepped back. Go ahead, Yaoyao. Use your soul attack. Meanwhile, in the training camp's main building, screens in various classrooms displayed the scenes unfolding in the fog. Students either stared at the big screens or connected their phones to the campus network to watch from different angles, occasionally whispering among themselves. Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao's team had garnered significant attention due to their striking looks and impressive performance. However, Jiang Yu's recent actions sparked an uproar. This guy's unbelievable. I thought he was tough, but he just stepped back in the face of an anomaly? How did someone like him get into the training camp? The purpose of the training camp was becoming clearer, to temper the most gifted individuals by making them confront the threat of anomalies directly, while also motivating those with lesser abilities by showing that even prodigies aren't invincible. This sudden trial, combined with the horrifying anomalies, undoubtedly imposed immense psychological pressure on the students. The camp was fully prepared with anti-pollution medications and equipment, ready to support these young individuals at any moment. On the screen, however, Jiang Yu's behavior was unexpectedly out of character as he pushed Lu Yaoyao to the forefront. Someone couldn't help but scoff. Are you for real, bro? Anomalies like these? I'm not scared at all. Jiang Yu confidently said to Lu Yaoyao. Yaoyao, You haven't had much experience yet. These creatures don't seem very strong. It's a good chance for you to train your abilities. To everyone's surprise, Lu Yaoyao nodded in agreement. Yeah, your talent is much better than mine. I'll try my best to catch up. This scene sparked jealousy among many of the boys, who silently cursed. Why him? Some even grimaced with envy. Zhang Yu and Lu Yaoyao took the elevator to the entrance. Zhang Yu looked around and suggested, let's find a map first. They wandered around the bustling subway station, occasionally brushing past students who had just arrived. Soon, they found a map on the wall. Zhang Yu carefully examined the map. Exit A leads to Field 2. Exit B to the special training ground. What's that? And Exit C to the shadow ground. There are 3 exits in total. He turned to Lu Yaoyao and asked, which one should we take? After a moment of thought, Lu Yaoyao replied, let's go to the shadow ground. Zhang Yu agreed. Sounds good. Just the name makes it seem dangerous. He snapped his fingers confidently and said, let's go. I'll protect you. Okay. Lu Yaoyao responded obediently. This scene once again drew the ire of onlookers, with some muttering to themselves, shameless, absolutely shameless. If only we could flame him in real time. As Zhang Yu and Lu Yaoyao were about to head to Exit C, they heard hurried footsteps and a shout from behind. Hey guys, wait up. Let's go together. 7 or 8 students caught up, clearly wanting to team up. Zhang Yu gave a brief reply, all right, without saying much more. As the group grew larger, they began discussing the shadow ground they were heading to. Most of the students knew little about the place. They had just joined the camp and hadn't started formal training. Based on the basic manual and recent official updates on extraordinary information, they only had a vague idea that the shadow ground was a small training area modeled after the shadow layer. Someone began describing the characteristics of the shadow layer: limited visibility, pervasive pollution, creatures everywhere, and extremely tough structures. Compared to the fields and the special training ground, the shadow ground seemed far more dangerous and mysterious. At this point, someone maliciously remarked, Zhang Yu, that pretty boy who only knows how to mooch off others, will probably pee his pants in there. Hearing this, the surrounding people looked as if they were anticipating a show, ready to enjoy Zhang Yu's potential embarrassment. Emerging from the dense fog, the ground took on an eerie shade of dark gray, as if the mist had swallowed all color, leaving the world lifeless. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from several meters away. Through the fog, a massive figure began to materialize, slowly moving closer. Lu Yaoyao's expression shifted slightly as she asked warily, what is that? Zhang Yu replied in a serious tone, it's a mutant. As soon as he spoke, more mutant shapes emerged from the fog. Snake-like creatures, each over a meter long, slithered out from the ground. These were no ordinary snakes. Their heads were cone-shaped, and their bodies were covered in violet-black eyes that quivered with every movement, creating a nightmarish sight. More grotesque creatures appeared in the mist. Neither fully snakes nor centipedes, various unidentifiable mutants crawled out from the ground. In an instant, at least a dozen or more had surfaced, creating a terrifying scene. Dude, should we run? One of Zhang Yu's companions stammered, their legs trembling. What the hell is this training camp doing? Suddenly, 3 snake-like mutants shot towards Zhang Yu like arrows, their speed leaving trails in the air. Zhang Yu's pupils contracted sharply as he instinctively grabbed Lu Yaoyao and rolled to the side. The others also dodged frantically. The 3 snakes hurtled into the subway entrance. Moments later, piercing screams echoed from below. What the hell are these things? Help. Don't go out through Exit C. Zhang Yu silently mourned for the trainees below as he quickly got up, his brow furrowed. Cursing under his breath, he thought, damn it, has the training camp gone mad? At that speed, a direct hit would leave a gaping hole. Even a mid-level rank one wouldn't dare take it heedin'. As Zhang Yu remained vigilant, the 3 snakes re-emerged, their countless eyes fixed on him. He realized these mutants seemed to be targeting him. Zhang Yu, run. Lu Yaoyao grabbed his hand, pulling him forward. The others followed, shouting as they ran. The swarm of mutants on the ground quickly gave chase. While running, Zhang Yu kept an eye on the situation behind him. Soon, he confirmed a disturbing fact. These creatures were indeed after him. The shadow field is just ahead. Keep going, someone shouted as they sprinted towards the shadow field, barely visible a few dozen meters away. The shadow field was vast, surrounded by high walls made of some unknown, heavy material. The group dashed into a large building at the entrance, not bothering to discern directions, rushing through any door they could find. Zhang Yu stayed at the rear, kicking away attacking mutants while keeping up with the group. They pushed through door after door, finally reaching the last one. To their astonishment, when they opened this door, the scene changed completely. Zhang Yu found himself stepping out of a roadside convenience store, with no towering buildings behind him. Looking around, he saw a desolate autumn street. Dilapidated houses lined the sides, their windows and doors broken, resembling empty eye sockets. The trees along the street were bare and withered, a few scattered leaves emphasizing the lifelessness of the place. Abandoned cars lay strewn across the street, covered in a thin layer of dust, and debris was piled everywhere. The entire scene was bleak and silent, like a forgotten corner of the world. At that moment, Jiang Yu felt an invisible shadowy substance seep into his body, bringing a chilling yet refreshing sensation. Of course, it's still far from the real shadow layer, but this so-called shadow field does have some semblance to it. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, his mind racing in those few seconds. Suddenly, he snapped out of his daze and looked around frantically. Where's Yao Yao? He wondered. She was right behind me. How could she just vanish? Jiang Yu quickly turned around and reopened the door. In an instant, 3 ferocious snake shadows lunged at him. You've got to be kidding me, he muttered coldly, and in a flash, he grabbed one of the snakes. Thud, thud. The other 2 snakes crashed into his body, their fangs sinking deep into his flesh. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu tightened his grip, and the snake's head exploded. He then calmly grabbed the other 2 snakes as if they weighed nothing, and crushed them just as effortlessly. Looking down at his wounds, Jiang Yu saw that the fangs had gotten stuck in his flesh. Carefully, he pinched them with 2 fingers and slowly pulled them out, wincing slightly from the pain. He opened the door again, but nothing came out this time. It was as if it was just an ordinary door leading to a mundane convenience store. He could go in and out freely, with nothing unusual in sight. Jiang Yu's instinct screamed at him. The door they had entered together, Yao Yao's sudden disappearance, the bizarre snake creature's frenzied attack, all these strange occurrences in the shadow field left him with an unsettling feeling. What in the world was going on? Meanwhile, the observers in the special training camp's control room were even more puzzled and anxious than Jiang Yu. Lu Qing, what's happening at Exit C? One instructor asked urgently. The pupil snakes suddenly went out of control, and the blood crystal's effect is minimal. Lu Qing replied, his voice filled with worry. Damn it. Eliminate those pupil snakes immediately. Ensure the trainees' safety first. Another instructor ordered decisively. I've already dealt with the remaining pupil snakes. The 2 trainees have now entered the shadow field. Lu Qing reported swiftly. Seeing Jiang Yu on the screen, the instructors in the control room breathed a slight sigh of relief. The shadow field is constructed based on an abyssal artifact, one instructor explained, entering from the same entrance but coming out at different locations. The probability of 3 pupil snakes and a few people coming out from the same exit is actually very low. To leave, they must find a specific entrance or use other methods. Anyway, now that they're in the shadow field, there are instructors inside whole, make sure nothing goes wrong, another instructor added. However, just then, everyone's eyes widened. Jiang Yu opened the door, and 3 pupil snakes rushed out. What kind of luck is that? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Everyone then witnessed Jiang Yu crushing the snakes with his bare hands and pulling out the fangs in a shocking display of strength. Suddenly, all the cameras went black. The control room plunged into silence. On the other side, Jiang Yu stared at the end of the street, his head buzzing as if a giant bell was ringing inside. A chill spread from his heart to his limbs, causing goosebumps to rise. Shadows began to creep up his body, forming an uncontrollable cloak of darkness. Clang! 10 sharp claws extended from his fingertips, gleaming menacingly. Jiang Yu had involuntarily entered his shadow form. Abruptly, he turned and looked into the distance. With a loud thud, a corpse fell from the sky. It was a high-ranking Tier 1 creature. Clad in his shadow cloak, Jiang Yu gazed into the distance, filled with confusion. Who could explain what was happening? This training camp assessment seemed to be spiraling out of control. A human-sized alien creature suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Yu. It had no facial features or genitalia and was completely naked. The monster let out an ear-splitting roar and lunged at Jiang Yu. At that moment, a distinct pop sound came from the creature's smooth skin. An eyeball squeezed out, its purple-black pupil quickly focusing on Jiang Yu. More pop sounds followed, and in the blink of an eye, the creature's body was covered in a nauseating multitude of eyes. Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of murderous intent coming at him. The monster seemed to have only one thought: to kill him. The thumping footsteps grew closer, and the creature leaped, its countless eyes rotating in unison, releasing an almost imperceptible shockwave. Buzzing Jiang Yu suddenly felt dizzy and nauseous, his body reacting strangely. However, just as the creature was about to reach him, he struck with lightning speed, precisely grabbing the monster's neck. With a slight pressure from his 5 sharp claws, a cracking sound was heard, and the creature's neck snapped. Its health dropped by 80 instantly. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu used the Shadow Devour skill to capture the monster into his compendium. The compendium immediately displayed the newly recorded information about the alien creature. Name: Faceless-Eyed One. Type: Eyed Species. Rank: First Tier Mid-Level. Description: a lowly abyssal creature, its abilities mainly stem from its eyes. The number of eyes doesn't represent its true strength. It excels in mental attacks, using its eyes to see minute details and exploit weaknesses. Note: a lowly-eyed species, rumored to have once been a subordinate of the shadow species. Kill cost: temporary blindness exempted. Shadow devour gains: increased shadow points, slight enhancement in shadow vision. Jiang Yu felt a sense of relief. Gaining some shadow points from a first-tier mid-level creature was already good, and it also enhanced his shadow vision. His eyesight improved significantly, allowing him to see the last line on an eye chart clearly and distinguish whether the girl across the street was wearing white stockings or was barefoot at night without needing extra light. Flipping through the compendium, Jiang Yu noticed information about the eyed snake. He began to ponder the relationship between the eyed species and the shadow species, speculating that this might be why the alien creature attacked him so ferociously. But he wasn't sure of the exact details. Looking around once more, Jiang Yu felt his unease reach a peak and then plateau, echoing like the lingering sound of a bell. He couldn't tell if this needle-like sense of crisis was a characteristic of the shadow realm or caused by something else. He originally thought this was just a training camp assessment, with at most some first-tier lower and mid-level creatures to scare people. But after experiencing the eyed species' desperate attack and the abnormalities in the shadow realm, Jiang Yu began to suspect that things were not as simple as they seemed. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu walked to the right. He tried to shed his shadow cloak, but the skill remained unresponsive. Repeatedly calling out, "Disengage," had no effect. Switching to shadow blades also failed, with only shadow threads and shadow clusters functioning normally. Jiang Yu attempted to enter the shadow layer, his pitch-black eyes flashing with a dim glow, but he remained in place, unable to cross the space. He realized the situation might be more serious than he had imagined. As he continued forward, Jiang Yu's mood grew heavier. After walking just 100 meters, he found himself surrounded. Strange creatures hid in the gaps between buildings, countless eyes peered from behind windows, and twisted figures clung to the rooftops. Crack, crack. Jiang Yu's 10 sharp claws rubbed against each other, sparking. Beneath his shadow cloak, his murderous intent began to surface. What happened? Why did the screens in the shadow field go black? A student exclaimed, eyes filled with confusion. Just moments ago, they had been intently watching a gripping scene where a boy was pulling a tooth lodged in his shoulder. Suddenly, the screen went dark, startling everyone. In the classroom, the students exchanged puzzled glances and whispered among themselves. They noticed that the teacher at the front had a sudden change in expression, his brows furrowed as if receiving urgent news. He quickly stood up and said, "Stay in the classroom and wait for further instructions," before rushing out. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the observation room was tense. One by one, staff members reported unsettling updates. Report: Instructor Luo is out of contact. Instructor Luo is also out of contact. All cameras and monitoring devices have been disconnected. Each piece of news weighed heavily on everyone present. Someone frantically typed on the keyboard, trying to restore contact, but to no avail. "Instructor Chun, what should we do now?" A staff member turned to a fierce-looking man for guidance. The man, known as Instructor Chun, had a long face, narrow eyes, and a prominent hooked nose that added to his intimidating appearance. His gaze was sharp, making it hard for anyone to meet his eyes. Chun Song frowned, his tone laced with dissatisfaction towards the Yunhai training camp. "I'm really fed up with this place," he muttered. Chan Song quickly issued a series of commands. "Shao Qin, compile the names and awakening abilities of the students who entered the shadow field. Send someone to contact the head instructor, report the situation, and seek his advice. Immediately gather all second and third-year instructors and head to the shadow field." With these orders, the observation room burst into activity. The origin of the shadow field dates back 30 years, stemming from a forbidden object known as the eye-seed nest. This object is a cluster of eyeballs that appears like a living entity. Anyone who possesses it for a period will start growing eyeballs on their body. Once the number of eyeballs reaches a critical point, the holder's body irreversibly transforms into an eye seed. Even a fourth-tier extraordinary individual can only hold it for 3 minutes, while a fifth-tier can last for 10 minutes. Once it touches the ground, the eye seed nest emits unique waves that transform the surrounding environment into a semi-shadow state, giving rise to the name shadow field. The eye seed nest periodically spawns a batch of aberrations. These creatures grow stronger through prolonged exposure to the shadow field and gradually transform into eye seeds. Interestingly, the eye seed nest strongly repels high-tier extraordinary individuals. When the shadow field is active, if a high-tier extraordinary individual approaches, the eye seed nest absorbs the life force of all creatures within the field to fend off the intruder. Since the shadow field's establishment 25 years ago, the eye seed nest had remained docile and caused no trouble. It became a stable and practical training ground, ideal for honing the student's skills. However, at this moment, this forbidden object that had existed peacefully for a quarter of a century was erupting into chaos for the first time. Personnel of the 4th and 5th tiers are prohibited from entering the pupil nest, or else the rules will be triggered. Chun Song's voice echoed in the command room, his eyes gleaming with urgency. Assemble all 2nd and 3rd tier instructors immediately, fully armed, and head to the shadow field. With the order given, the entire base instantly went into emergency mode. Alarms blared in every corner as instructors quickly gathered. Instructor Chun, what about the other trainees? An assistant asked anxiously. Chun Song frowned, thought for half a second, then made a swift decision. Withdraw the white mist, halt the assessment. Deploy a few instructors to maintain order. Understood. The assistant sprang into action. Chun Song glanced around and called out, Instructor Su, Instructor Zhou, Instructor Liu. As he spoke, he strode towards the exit. Follow me. The named instructors quickly fell in line, their footsteps echoing through the hallway. On the way, Chun Song briefly explained the situation. The pupil nest is a mid-tier moon-level forbidden object. Its power can resist 4th-tier supernaturals. If fully unleashed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The instructors' faces turned grave. They were well aware of the dangers posed by forbidden objects, especially those involving rules, whose powers were unpredictable. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the entrance of the shadow field. Chun Song halted and faced everyone. Remember, we cannot enter recklessly. The pupil nest will absorb the life force of all living beings inside to counterattack. Other instructors arrived one after another, soon forming a group of 12. Chun Song reiterated, avoid unnecessary combat. Prioritize the safety of the trainees and gather information. Understood, they responded in unison. 5 large doors stood side by side, and the instructors lined up in groups. Leading the way, Instructor Liu reached out to push the door, but it didn't budge. He applied more force, but the door remained immobile. What's going on, Liu? Someone behind him urged. Instructor Liu's expression grew serious. The door won't open. Meanwhile, inside the shadow field, Jiang Yu was in a desperate fight for survival. He darted between buildings like a black lightning bolt, with over a dozen pupil nests in hot pursuit, their eyes gleaming eerily in the dark. Damn it! Why are there so many of them? Jiang Yu cursed inwardly. He had thought it was just a routine assessment, not expecting to encounter so many height-tier aberrations. Jiang Yu's body maneuvered between walls, each landing leaving deep dents in the ground. He was fast, but the aberrations were relentless. Suddenly, Jiang Yu found himself on the rooftop of a 10-story building, the tallest structure in the shadow field. There was nowhere else to climb. Damn! Jiang Yu's heart sank. He knew that if he stopped, the aberrations would pounce on him instantly. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu leapt like an eagle spreading its wings, aiming for a distant building. Behind him, the aberrations let out piercing screeches and followed closely. Boom! A resonant hum exploded in Jiang Yu's mind, distorting his forward motion. His previously stable gliding posture instantly spiraled out of control, his body twisting unnaturally in midair. Another interference. Jiang Yu's brows furrowed, his face contorting slightly. Then, a third disruption pulled at his movements, making it even harder for him to control his body. He was so close to reaching the rooftop of the building ahead, but the consecutive interferences ruined his efforts. His body plummeted uncontrollably, crashing heavily to the ground. The loud thud echoed through the empty street. My back! Jiang Yu groaned in pain, struggling to stand while clutching his lower back. He cursed under his breath at the relentless, clingy pursuers. Initially, he could shake them off, but their persistent abilities gradually closed the distance. This fall might have sealed his fate. Jiang Yu stretched his aching arms and looked up. Sure enough, several figures were perched on the rooftop edge, glaring down at him. At the same time, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, with enemies closing in from all directions, both from the rooftop and the ground. Quickly assessing the situation, Jiang Yu noted at least 2 second-tier mutants, 7 or 8 top-tier first-tier mutants, and a large group of mid-tier first-tier ones. Worse, he couldn't use his shadow blade, and his ability to freely move in and out of the shadow realm was blocked. This severely hampered his mobility. Damn it! What did I do to deserve this? Jiang Yu's rage flared. Did I massacre your entire race or desecrate your ancestors' graves? Why are you so hellbent on tearing me apart? In all his time hunting in the shadow realm, Jiang Yu had never encountered such crazed mutants. Whether it was phantoms, predators, or other types, they all followed basic survival rules. If you attack me, I'll bite you. If you try to kill me, I'll kill you. If you're too strong, I'll flee. But these mutants were downright lunatics. Fine, if you're so eager to die, I'll oblige. Jiang Yu's murderous intent surged as he prepared for a brutal fight. But then, he noticed something surprising. The mutants seemed hesitant. Chase me down just to hesitate? What, are we running a marathon? Jiang Yu fumed, but soon he realized their gazes were fixed on something behind him. A chill ran down his spine. Slowly turning, Jiang Yu saw a towering figure, 3 meters tall. It hunched its back, covered in sharp spikes, with 3 ominous, glowing green eyes. Its abdomen was shielded by a layer of white bone armor, seemingly impenetrable. Most striking was the scythe-like bone blade it wielded, gleaming menacingly. Hiss. The creature let out a low hiss, and Jiang Yu broke into a cold sweat. Great, just great. Jiang Yu muttered with a bitter smile. A third-year mutant. I'm screwed. Before he could finish his sentence, the creature struck. With a resounding bang, Jiang Yu crossed his arms to shield his chest, but was still sent flying by the tremendous impact. His body crashed through a wall like a cannonball, disappearing into the ensuing cloud of dust with a metallic clatter. Tier 3 mutant. Jiang Yu forced a bitter smile. He hadn't even officially faced a Tier 2 opponent yet, and now he had to deal with such a formidable enemy. Can you just unlock all my abilities? He screamed internally, cursing the mysterious figure who could seal his powers from afar. Jiang Yu recalled his previous encounters. Opponents like the Wraith and the Predator, with their physical prowess, were manageable, but the eye mutants were increasingly bizarre. Whenever those large eyes began to glow, he often found himself at a disadvantage without realizing it. The Tier 3 eye mutant before him had physical strength far exceeding Jiang Yu's. With a single strike, he was sent flying, crashing into a pile of rubble. He struggled to stand from the debris, his shadow form hiding his injuries, but he knew he was on the verge of falling apart. Fortunately, Jiang Yu had anticipated the attack and raised his claws in defense. Otherwise, he might never have gotten back up. As the enemy approached, Jiang Yu suppressed the searing pain in his body and quickly counterattacked. Swoosh, swoosh. He immediately raised his hands, shooting out strands of shadow threads. In the confined space, the opponent walked right into dozens of threads. Though they couldn't penetrate the enemy's skin, they wrapped around it from all angles. Within seconds, Jiang Yu frantically expended shadow threads. A large amount of shadow points poured out, soon leaving him feeling a slight emptiness inside. However, his efforts were not in vain. The creature, covered in bone spurs and with eerie green eyes, was tightly bound. Still, Jiang Yu knew this was only temporary. Sure enough, as the creature struggled, the threads began to snap one by one. Seizing the brief opportunity, Jiang Yu vanished from sight. When all the threads broke, the creature looked around but found no trace of Jiang Yu. It searched the street and rooftops to no avail. Its nose twitched, the green light in its eyes growing stronger, and then it bolted away in a blur. Jiang Yu limped away as fast as he could, not daring to stop. The mutants in the Shadow Realm seemed to have a special way of tracking him, no matter how he hid. The Shadow Realm was vast, but it couldn't withstand his frantic escape for long. During his flight, Jiang Yu spotted other trainees and instructors. The trainees were also hiding from the mutants, but their situation was slightly better. Usually, 1 or 2 mutants could chase a group of trainees. The instructors, though stronger, were also entangled with mutants, unable to break free for the moment. Jiang Yu knew his only option now was to buy as much time as possible. Either wait for reinforcements from the special training camp, or find a way to kill all the mutants. Enduring the pain of his broken ribs, he glanced back. The massive figure was leaping after him. Damn it! Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and darted into a narrow alley. He quickly emerged on the opposite street, and his heart raced at the sight. The street was lined with various shops, noodle houses, convenience stores, but the entire area seemed shrouded in a layer of darkness. The closer he moved to the right, the thicker the darkness became, giving the impression of entering a deeper layer of the Shadow Realm. Jiang Yu realized he might have reached a core area of the Shadow Realm. At the same time, an inexplicable desire surged within him, urging him to move forward. His gaze extended to the end of the street, where the darkness was thickest, too far to see clearly. He only paused for 2 seconds before pulling his eyes away. Survival was paramount. Exploring that sinister place could wait. Just as Jiang Yu turned to run left, he heard a loud crash. Boom! The massive figure descended from the sky, its menacing bone spurs a dull yellow, and its green eyes locked onto Jiang Yu. He couldn't even curse anymore, only feeling a deep exhaustion. The bone-spurred mutant gave him no time to react, and the ground beneath its feet exploded instantly. Jiang Yu hastily defended, and was sent flying once more. Shaking off the numbness in his arms, Jiang Yu had barely stood up when the opponent lunged again. Gritting his teeth, he anticipated the enemy's relentless pursuit and rolled forward. His scalp narrowly grazed the blade, and he thrust his claw directly forward. Sparks flew as Jiang Yu's claws dug fiercely into the bone-spike-eyed creature, managing to pierce a few small holes on its surface. Green blood oozed from the wounds, but the creature's health only dropped from 75 to 74. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, damn it, reducing this long health bar by just a tiny bit feels like giving it a massage. Unwilling to give up, Jiang Yu swiftly changed direction, his arm striking out like a cannonball. The bone-spike-eyed creature turned just in time, raising its blade to block, producing a sharp clang as metal clashed, leaving a white mark on the blade. The creature immediately counterattacked, forcing Jiang Yu to his knees, his arms struggling to hold up the curved scythe blade, its sharp tip nearly touching his face. With his face flushed red, Jiang Yu suddenly burst with strength, pushing the creature back. "Come on!" he shouted, leaping forward, his claw blades slashing down repeatedly. Bang! 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 Each strike was more powerful than the last, and Jiang Yu could feel a surge of momentum building within him. He thought, if he could accumulate 100 consecutive hits, maybe he could actually take down this creature. However, the creature's retaliation was swift and fierce. Bang! Jiang Yu was sent flying, several ribs cracking, and his teeth loosening from the impact. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he grinned and quickly got back on his feet, sprinting away. His movements were fluid, as if he had anticipated being knocked back and had already planned his escape route. The creature hesitated for a split second, unable to react in time. Jiang Yu seized the opportunity to charge into the dense darkness ahead, driven by an overwhelming urge and impulse. Since I can't escape, I might as well dive in headfirst. He decided inwardly, I'm dead either way. So let's see what's drawing me into this darkness. Jiang Yu's footsteps echoed on the empty street. Glancing back, he saw the bone-spike-eyed creature hesitate as it approached the darkness. A third-tier creature is afraid to come in? What's it so wary of? Jiang Yu wondered, but soon the creature started moving again. All right, I guess I have to keep going. Jiang Yu muttered through gritted teeth. This creature is really persistent. The darkness ahead grew thicker, completely enveloping the surrounding buildings, making them indistinguishable. Despite the comforting sensation his body felt, Jiang Yu remained tense, wary of any creature that might suddenly emerge. He pressed on, suddenly realizing something was off. Why is this street so long? In a moment of clarity, Jiang Yu snapped back to his senses, finding himself surrounded by boundless darkness. Suddenly, the ground beneath him vanished, and his hair stood on end. The next second, he was plunging into the endless abyss. It felt like being in the middle of a starry sky. Jiang Yu floated weightlessly, untethered by gravity, in an endless expanse of darkness. There was nothing but thick, impenetrable blackness all around him. He looked around, bewildered, trying to make sense of his current situation. Is anyone there? Jiang Yu tried to speak, but no sound came out. He strained to shout, feeling his lips move but unsure if he was producing any noise. The darkness was so dense that even if he raised his hand in front of his face, he couldn't tell if he had actually done it. Jiang Yu attempted to wave his hand and pat his chest, but felt nothing. Unlike the awakening chamber, there was no sound here, and he had completely lost his sense of touch. Seconds ticked by, but nothing changed. Yet, an inexplicable sense of calling grew stronger within him. What is this place? Jiang Yu wondered, perplexed. After a moment of thought, he decided to move forward. Although he couldn't be sure if he was actually moving, the growing urgency confirmed that he was indeed progressing. Suddenly, an irregular crystal appeared in his field of vision, floating quietly in the infinite darkness. Fragment of divinity. The term sprang into his mind, as if he had always known what it was. Jiang Yu realized that this object had drawn him here. What the heck is this? I've never heard of it. Far from feeling relieved, Jiang Yu grew more cautious. He considered the possibility of escape and glanced around, seeing nothing but endless darkness. He decided to leave and come back after understanding more about this shadowy realm. As Jiang Yu attempted to turn away, the crystal remained suspended, seemingly unaware of his intentions. He slowly turned, only to find another crystal not far away. All right, let's take it slow this time, Jiang Yu muttered. He turned his head again, keeping his eyes fixed on the crystal through his peripheral vision. However, when he looked straight ahead, yet another crystal appeared. I can't believe I can't get away from this, Jiang Yu thought, trying to back away while keeping his eyes on the crystal. Initially, it stayed put, but then he noticed the distance closing. What the heck? Why is it getting closer? Jiang Yu's heart raced as he realized his senses might be deceiving him. He changed tactics and moved forward, finding that he closed the distance even faster. At a certain point, the crystal trembled and shot toward him like a bullet, slamming into his chest. With a thunderous crash, Jiang Yu's mind went blank. A torrent of information surged through his brain, images flashing by, obscure notes ringing in his ears. His vision blurred until everything became clear. Iseed nest, abyssal forbidden object, formed after contamination with height-ear iseed essence, capable of producing low-tier iseeds. The information materialized in his mind. Core abilities of the iseed nest. First, when invaded by beings above the 4th tier, it can draw life force from all creatures within the nest to resist. Second, iseed ability, locking. A rule-based power that locks the state of a creature and marks it within the nest's range, enabling all iseeds to target the marked entity. Shadow and iseeds are mortal enemies. Those who possess a complete shadow seed will inevitably be hunted by the hive of the eye. This ironclad rule has been passed down since ancient times, hiding an untold story behind it. In a distant era, a high-tier shadow fragment accidentally descended and merged with the forbidden entity known as the hive of the eye. This seemingly impossible symbiotic relationship was sustained by the sheer force of power. The fragment, though small, held immense potential, while the hive, being a mature forbidden entity, was already incredibly formidable. Their union was like a silent war. The hive greedily devoured the fragment's power, growing stronger by the day. Meanwhile, the fragment resisted, attempting to transform the hive's domain into shadows, but ultimately failing. This relentless yet interdependent struggle resulted in the hive of the eye's current dominance, its power enough to instill fear in anyone. Jiang Yu stood in this eerie space, his chest heaving as he struggled to process the overwhelming information. Abyssal rifts, the hierarchy among different species, the strange phenomena descending upon this world. Countless questions swirled in his mind, especially the fleeting glimpse of the abyssal scene, which, though lasting less than a second, left him feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. It was a vast, bizarre, and maddening world, and merely recalling it made his heart race. Trying to calm his rapid breathing, Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon the crystal before him. It was an indescribable shade of dark, not quite black, yet seemingly glowing, creating a paradoxical visual effect difficult to articulate. There was a door within the hive that, if opened, would allow him to leave. However, the current situation clearly didn't permit Jiang Yu to escape easily. The hive, having lured a high-tier extraordinary being inside, was determined to drain every last bit of life force from all the creatures present. This kind of core extraordinary power was beyond the comprehension of Jiang Yu, who had just stepped into the second tier. Yet, the shadow fragment emanated a strangely familiar aura, as if calling out to him. In Jiang Yu's eyes, shadows swirled like ink, an invisible force guiding his hand. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely reached out to touch the crystal. In an instant, visions of the abyss flashed in his mind. The complex bloodline relationships between different species formed a vast hierarchical system, with only those of the sixth tier deserving the title of species. Anything beyond that was unknown. The crystal liquefied in an instant, flowing around Jiang Yu's clawed blade and arm. His heart pounded violently, as if gripped by an invisible hand. In this deathly silent space, the sound of his heartbeat was unnervingly clear. The sense of familiarity peaked at that moment. Jiang Yu's breath came in gasps, his expression gradually freezing. He opened his palm, where dense darkness pulsed. Another wave of massive information flooded his mind. Shadow seeds, the fragment. In a moment of sudden realization, a thought surfaced in Jiang Yu's mind. Is this my lost authority? Everyone, gather up. The instructor's voice cut through the chaos. Instructors on the outside, trainees stay in the center. Following the command, for instructors quickly formed a defensive circle, shielding the trainees in the middle. The atmosphere was tense but orderly, with everyone looking unusually pale. The younger trainees, in particular, had terror gleaming in their eyes. All trainees, take your anti-contamination meds immediately, the instructor continued, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Those with long-range abilities, harass the mutants, but do not leave the protective circle to fight alone. Bottles of medicine were swiftly distributed. Lu Yaoyao took one and downed it without hesitation. The sharp pain in her head eased slightly, and she felt a faint surge of energy coursing through her body. Clear your minds, the instructor's voice rang out again. Accumulating negative emotions will only make things worse. Remember, this is a special training camp. We will make it out of here. Lu Yaoyao looked around, silently counting the number of trainees. Suddenly, she realized someone was missing. Where's Jiang Yu? Her heart raced, but she couldn't leave the defensive circle to search. Just then, a warning cry shattered her thoughts. Instructor, watch out! A first-tier advanced mutant lunged from the side. Lu Yaoyao instantly activated her soul-calming ability, causing the mutant's movements to slow down. The instructor seized the fleeting opportunity and landed a powerful punch on the mutant's head. Thanks. The instructor shot Lu Yaoyao a grateful glance before turning to face another second-tier mutant. Using her ability repeatedly left Lu Yaoyao feeling dizzy, her vision blurring. She leaned against a wall, barely able to keep herself upright. In the distance, a fierce battle was unfolding. Song Qingyan was grappling with a third-tier mutant, their fight spanning from the ground to the rooftop and back. The six-story residential building trembled from their clash, walls cracking and floors collapsing. With a mighty strike, Song Qingyan generated a massive wind blast that nearly solidified, slamming the eye-covered, manta ray-like mutant into the ground. He was about to deliver a fatal blow when a sudden sense of danger hit him. He narrowly dodged an ambush from another third-tier mutant. Cursing under his breath, he glanced worriedly at the besieged trainees. We can hold out, he reassured himself. I just hope I'm not too late once these two are dealt with. Song Qingyan felt a strange gaze fixed on him, making him hesitant to go all out. Could it be the eye nest? He wondered. But that's just a forbidden artifact. It shouldn't be able to act on its own. After some deliberation, Song Qingyan finally made up his mind. No time to worry, he roared. Supernatural technique, descend? As his words echoed, a violent windstorm erupted from his palm, threatening to engulf everything. The mysterious gaze returned, but this time, Song Qingyan chose to ignore it. In his palm, he clutched the eye of the storm, and a fierce wind swept through in an instant. The shell of the bone-spiked eye beast shattered upon contact, and half of its body was sheared away by the tempest. Blood rained down, painting the sky red. Song Qingyan finally realized what had been locking onto him. As his power surged, his weakened state was frozen in place. The unquenched force collided with the rules, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The gravely injured bone-spiked eye beast struggled to get up from the ground. Song Qingyan tried to use his abilities, but found himself completely locked down. He grimaced, while the bone-spiked eye beast, instead of finishing him off, turned towards a corpse on the ground and began to feed to recover its wounds. At that moment, the first 100-eyed beast had already crawled out of the pit and finished its meal. Song Qingyan's heart sank, thinking, it's over. The next second, a massive mental shockwave exploded. In his current state, he couldn't dodge or resist. Intense pain struck his head, and everything went black as he fell backward, losing control of his body. In his last moment of consciousness, Song Qingyan saw the 100-eyed beast approaching the others. The remaining instructors could only watch helplessly. Someone tried to shout but was flung by an unseen force, crashing into the wall and spitting blood before passing out. A wild aura swept through. The light on the 100-eyed beast flickered and then dimmed. On the ground, a visible shockwave spread out, and everyone was knocked out by the mental impact. Lu Yaoyao had a bitter smile on her lips. She realized that even though she hadn't officially stepped into the extraordinary realm, this battle might be nearing its end. The scenes she had read about countless times in books were now making her deeply understand the feeling of powerlessness and despair. The path of fighting against such creatures was incredibly arduous, with immense costs for each victory. Through her blurry vision, Lu Yaoyao saw the 100-eyed beast using its tail to pick up scattered steel bars from the ground and hurl them forward. The steel bars flew through the air, about to hit their targets. Suddenly, a stone from an unknown source struck one of the bars, altering its trajectory. The bar narrowly missed a student and embedded itself deeply into the wall with a clang. The 100-eyed beast seemed puzzled and prepared to throw another steel bar. Just then, in the last moment before Lu Yaoyao's heavy eyelids closed, she saw a strange sight. Another steel bar flew straight at the one thrown by the 100-eyed beast, and both were knocked away upon collision. Immediately, a shadow moved swiftly across the ground, and a figure leaped out like a fish breaking the surface. 5 sharp claws instantly pierced the creature. Though the figure was sleek, it contained a restrained yet formidable power. Lu Yaoyao wanted to see who it was, but could no longer keep her eyes open, and fell into unconsciousness like the others. The 100-eyed beast let out a roar, and its previously dim body lit up again, its terrifying aura sweeping around. The shadowy figure was flung away but adjusted its posture midair and landed steadily. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and slowly straightened up. Another wave of mental shock hit, making him stagger and grunt. Tendrils of black lines wrapped around his body and feet like ink. He stared at the 2 high-ranking creatures ahead, with numerous first and second-tier eye beasts gathered behind them. The air was filled with incessant hissing. Jiang Yu slowed his breathing until even his heartbeat was barely audible. He opened his palm, and a shadow danced in his hand. The darkness beneath his feet began to spread and expand, like dense shadows and ultimate darkness intermingling. This is the domain of the nest, but not entirely, Jiang Yu thought. The power of shadows is my dominion. The darkness beneath his feet surged outward like a tide. Jiang Yu's eyes burned with determination, and the shadowy cloak on him resembled a king's battle robe. The 2 high-ranking creatures seemed uneasy and finally chose to attack. The bone-spiked eye beast charged forward, and the 100-eyed beast unleashed a mental shockwave. The numerous first and second-tier creatures behind them roared and followed. You've chased me long enough. Now it's my turn. Jiang Yu muttered, you bunch of brats. The shadows had fully expanded, enveloping an area of dozens of meters, swallowing all light. I said, silence, the young man whispered. In an instant, everything fell silent. Welcome Tomi Shadow Realm. Visibility 0. Sound, utterly silent. Darkness surged like a tidal wave, swallowing all light and sound. Jiang Yu's shadow field enveloped the entire battlefield in an instant, plunging all the alien species into a state of sensory deprivation. The once ferocious creatures froze in place, as if held by an invisible force. Some that failed to react in time stumbled into each other, unable to make a sound. For the Tong species, who relied heavily on vision and hearing, this was a devastating blow. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This was precisely why the shadow species had historically dominated the Tong species. This inherent advantage completely suppressed them. No wonder the Tong had rebelled who could feel secure with such a formidable nemesis looming over them. The dense shadows transformed into a domain, engulfing all the alien species within it. Deprived of their sight and hearing, they were instantly disoriented. The more agile ones immediately retreated, attempting to escape the shadow's reach. Those slower to react were crushed on the spot by Jiang Yu. After dispatching a few minor foes, Jiang Yu approached a third alien species. This was a 100-eye Tong species, different from the bone-spike Tong he had encountered earlier. Its strength was concentrated in the numerous eyes covering its body. With the advent of darkness, it lost 70% of its power. Jiang Yu attacked without hesitation. In his shadow field, the hive's locking ability couldn't function fully. This was his domain. His arm transformed into a sharp blade as he leaped forward, slashing heavily at the 100-eye Tong. When his blade made contact, it felt like trying to cut through tough leather with a dull knife. Jiang Yu applied more force, and finally, with a squelch, blood appeared. The 100-eye Tong writhed madly, its tentacles flailing like a demonic stingray. But Jiang Yu had already retreated, leaving the creature to rage impotently. He glanced at his health, 27. This precarious state was thanks to the instructor lying on the ground. Wasn't that Song Qingyan? Last time, he had talked about looking forward to seeing Jiang Yu again at the special training camp. Who would have thought their next meeting would be like this? Seeing that the 100-eye Tong had nearly exhausted its energy, Jiang Yu stepped forward again. He swung his blade, delivering a series of heavy strikes. The first hit made the health bar dip slightly, the second took off one. The third made it drop faster, the fourth took off another one. The fifth took off two. With each consecutive strike, Jiang Yu's momentum grew, each blow surpassing his own strength. One strike took off 3, another took off 4, yet another took off 6. The 100-eye Tong let out a silent scream of terror. It could feel death approaching, its life rapidly slipping away, but it was powerless to stop it. As a high-tier alien, it was more intelligent and more fearful of death. Just as it attempted to activate some ability, Jiang Yu's blade pierced its mouth with precision. With the accumulated momentum of multiple kills, the 100-eye Tong had reached its execution threshold. The remaining 10 of its health turned crimson, shattering like a mirror. The 100-eye Tong's body stiffened, its remaining life force rapidly draining away. As the execution threshold triggered, it disintegrated into nothingness. A sense of realization dawned on Jiang Yu. The power of this execution ability was on par with his shadow field. But now wasn't the time to ponder. His gaze shifted to the second alien species, the bone-spike Tong that had been chasing him for half the day. This alien was noticeably smarter, neither advancing recklessly nor retreating. It stood cautiously, trying to locate Jiang Yu by expanding its other senses after its eyes and ears failed. It took a step forward, swinging its remaining large scythe as it approached Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu noticed the bone-spike Tong's health was only at 21, with half its body shattered, the wound teeming with wriggling flesh, making for a gruesome sight. Its condition was far worse than the 100-eye Tong's. Jiang Yu considered trying to consume the 100-eye Tong's corpse with his shadow ability, but quickly realized the efficiency was too low due to the level disparity. The immediate priority was to deal with the bone-spike Tong. He decisively abandoned the 100-eye Tong's corpse and leaped forward. Shadows shot out like lightning, attaching precisely to the bone-spike Tong's wound. With a powerful tug, Jiang Yu propelled himself forward. Simultaneously, he swung his massive blade, gathering strength. At the moment of collision with the bone-spike Tong, he released the shadows. Jiang Yu swung his massive blade wildly at the bone-spike-eyed one. Though its perception wasn't particularly sharp, it still managed to react, blocking with its scythe with a clanging sound. Its health bar dropped. Jiang Yu seized the advantage, striking again. The eyed one staggered back, attempting a counterattack, but Jiang Yu relentlessly hacked away until its health fell to 15. Just as Jiang Yu was about to deliver the fatal blow, a wave of intense emptiness washed over him. The shadow field retracted into his body like a receding tide, leaving him with only a few shadow points. Struggling to maintain his shadow form, he could only use his shadow blade, unable to manipulate the shadow field any longer. Within seconds, the surrounding darkness dissipated. The bone-spike-eyed one seemed equally surprised by the sudden return of light, momentarily stunned. Jiang Yu seized the moment, ignoring the emptiness inside, and swung his blade at its head. The marked hunt lasted for 10 seconds, enough to complete the attack. Unexpectedly, the eyed one, previously paralyzed with fear, blinked its eyes and broke free from its rigid state. Jiang Yu's heart sank. Could those eyes resist negative effects? In a split second, the eyed one twisted its body. The blade, aimed at its neck, only struck its shoulder, reducing its health to 12. Jiang Yu felt a chill run through him. Before he could withdraw his blade, the eyed one roared, its bone knife driving straight for his heart. The sharp bone knife sliced across Jiang Yu's chest, blood splattering everywhere. Adrenaline surged, numbing the pain momentarily. But the threat wasn't over. The eyed one lifted its leg, covered in bone spikes, preparing to strike. At that critical moment, a familiar wave of energy surged so calm. Jiang Yu's heart trembled, but he didn't let his focus waver. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he ignored the bone knife embedded in his body, gritting his teeth and charging at his opponent. Raising his giant blade high, he brought it down with force. The eyed one's health plummeted to the execution threshold. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu activated his execution skill, instantly depleting the eyed one's health bar. The light in its eyes dimmed abruptly, its face frozen in disbelief. With a swift kick, Jiang Yu sent it sprawling to the ground, lifeless. The surrounding creatures eyed him warily, ready to pounce. Jiang Yu suddenly realized his mistake when the shadow field vanished. He could have entered the true shadow layer, using it to maneuver and fight back. Frustrated, he knew he had no time to dwell on it. Seeing the creatures preparing to attack, Jiang Yu quickly grabbed two smaller ones, tossing them into the shadow layer. He planned to recover using Shadow Devour while keeping a close watch on their movements. If any of them showed signs of attacking the group, he would immediately intervene. As Jiang Yu dragged the two creatures into the shadows, the door of a nearby building swung open. An instructor in tactical gear strode out, indicating the situation was under control. It seemed the nest could no longer maintain its lockdown, and his mission was nearing completion. Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief, slowly fading into the shadows. Though the immediate crisis was over, he knew that even greater challenges might just be beginning. Finally, we're in. What is that? Instructor Gu, who had just stepped into the shadow layer, rubbed his eyes, his pupils rapidly adjusting to the dim environment. His gaze fixed on an open area not far away, where a blurry figure clad in dark clothing was dragging something, slowly vanishing into the air. Old Gu, what are you staring at? Hurry up and save them. An urgent voice from behind interrupted Instructor Gu's thoughts. A team of instructors filed in, moving swiftly and orderly. Over here. Quick, handle the anomalies first. Set up a defensive line. The lead instructor shouted commands, and everyone immediately took their positions. The instructors, who were already on high alert, sprang into action the moment they entered the shadow field, rapidly organizing themselves. As time passed, more instructors arrived. The team was now formidable. 6 third tier, 10 second tier, all fully armed and equipped with various forbidden items and anti-contamination potions. With such a lineup, they could likely handle an outbreak of anomalies with ease. The rescue operation proceeded smoothly. Some helped the injured, administering potions. Others dealt with anomalies. Still others climbed high buildings to keep watch. The pupil nest had been safe for decades. Who could have predicted such a severe incident this time? Outside, people waited anxiously, torn between advancing and retreating. Those trapped in the shadow field were of significant importance. One was the nephew of Li Xuanguang, whose identity was so confidential that even someone like Qian Song needed special permission to access it. The other was the daughter of the Yunhai Night Patrol envoy, whose 5th-tier talent, though theoretically inferior to a 6th-tier, was uniquely powerful. These two individuals could very well become pillars of Dezhou in the future, possibly even rising to the rank of patrol envoy or higher. Their untimely demise would be a monumental disgrace. Fortunately, the situation was better than expected. Most students' injuries were not severe. The worst casualties were a few instructors and Song Qingyan, who had been so affected by the nest's shadow that he coughed up blood. Instructor Gu began to count heads. 1, 2, 3. As he reached the end, his expression suddenly changed. We're missing one. He counted again, confirming the absence. Students, one of you is missing. Does anyone know who it is? Instructor Gu asked, holding on to a sliver of hope. Lu Yaoyao, who had been somewhat dazed, suddenly snapped awake. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu is missing. Jiang Yu. Instructor Gu's heart sank. He had a bad feeling while counting, but had been trying to reassure himself. Now, his worst fear was confirmed. Student Jiang Yu is missing. Split into groups of 5 and search immediately. Instructor Gu shouted to the busy instructors. I'll search this way. I'll go over there. The team quickly sprang into action, leaping onto buildings and scanning the surroundings for any sign of Jiang Yu. Instructors jumped between floors, wielding life detectors and scanning for any living beings. 1 minute, 2 minutes passed, and they found nothing, not even an anomaly. A deathly silence enveloped the area. They searched while calling out Jiang Yu's name. Instructor Gu kept an eye on the radar screen, hoping for a sudden beep that would lead him to Jiang Yu. But his hopes were dashed. After covering a wide area, they found nothing. Reluctantly, he returned to the starting point. Did anyone find anything? An instructor asked. No, Not even an anomaly on my side. Same here. Others returned one by one, their faces heavy with concern. Someone looked at Instructor Gu. Old Gu, what about you? Instructor Gu was about to respond when another instructor gestured with his chin, indicating a direction. What's that? Instructor Gu asked, puzzled, following the direction indicated. By now, all anomalies had been eliminated, and the students and disciples had regained consciousness, organizing to leave. A group of students had formed a circle, with a disheveled boy at the center, animatedly recounting. You wouldn't believe it. When that anomaly jumped at me, it slapped my face, then came at me with a left slash. I was caught off guard and didn't dodge. Look at my chest. Brother Jiang, then what happened? A student, engrossed in the story, eagerly asked. Jiang Yu sneered, his gaze sharp as a knife. He waved his arms, describing his heroic battle. I was completely calm, launched a two-stage aerial attack, twisted midair, and executed the crow takes flight move. I blew it up on the spot. The instructors listened, their mouths slightly agape, exchanging puzzled glances. They wondered, is this kid really Inspector Lee's nephew? The surrounding trainees were dumbfounded. Their expressions were stern, yet they couldn't help but wince and grind their teeth. The more Jiang Yu spoke, the more animated he became, spitting everywhere as he gestured wildly. Dude, do you not feel pain? One trainee couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap, those wounds on your chest are deep, and your arms and legs are covered in cuts. And here you are, all animated and talkative. Although Jiang Yu's words sounded exaggerated, the shocking wounds on his body were undeniable. Everyone knew he must have gone through a life-and-death chase with a mutant. Alone, injured all over, yet he survived. Even if Jiang Yu boasted about killing a third-tier mutant, the trainees wouldn't mind much. This guy clearly had some skills. Apply the medicine. Lu Yaoyao handed over the potion provided by the instructors. Jiang Yu took the potion and asked nonchalantly, does it hurt? Then he smirked at himself. Of course it hurts. A bit deeper, and I'd be meeting my maker. He unscrewed the potion and tentatively poured it onto his wound. Damn! The searing pain spread through his body, and Jiang Yu couldn't help but cry out. Lu Yaoyao's mouth opened slightly as she softly reminded him, it's for oral use. Jiang Yu's face contorted with pain. Relieved that he hadn't foolishly poured the entire bottle on his chest, he tilted his head back and swallowed the liquid, feeling it rapidly diffuse and absorb within his body. Finally, he felt a bit more comfortable. Just then, an instructor called out from the front, everyone gather up, we're preparing to leave the shadow field. The group quickly assembled into formation and marched forward in unison. Within the ranks, the trainees whispered among themselves. Hey, I think I was hallucinating, one trainee recalled. Before I passed out, I saw a figure that looked a lot like Wart Brother. I saw it too. Another chimed in. There was definitely a shadow that looked like Wart Brother. When that steel beam was coming at me, I thought I was done for, but then a figure blocked it. It really seemed like Wart Brother. Now that you mention it, it probably was him. Jiang Yu, thoroughly confused, couldn't help but interject. What are they talking about? This is the special training camp. There's no way Wart Brother could be here. He turned to Lu Yaoyao, asking, Yaoyao, did you see anything? Lu Yaoyao's eyes occasionally glanced at Jiang Yu's wounds as she calmly replied. Yeah, I saw it clearly. Jiang Yu was taken aback and quickly changed the subject. No way, this is the special training camp. There's no way Wart Brother could have come all the way here, right Yaoyao? Lu Yaoyao responded absent-mindedly, either focused on Jiang Yu's injuries or lost in thought. At that moment, a trainee had a sudden idea. It does seem unlikely he'd come all this way, but what if Wart Brother is one of us? Who's the loudmouth here? Jiang Yu frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a handsome young man with tousled hair and a high-bridged nose speaking animatedly. Jiang Yu recalled that he was introduced earlier as Zhou Hao. That unlucky kid, Jiang Yu thought to himself. Think carefully, does what you're saying make any sense? As soon as Zhou Hao finished speaking, the group fell into an awkward silence. Moments later, someone broke the silence with a forced laugh. No. No way. If Warty Brother is really our age, when did he awaken his abilities? My brother is a night patrol officer. Another person chimed in. He said that people's bodies are different. We all awaken at 18 to avoid the risk of younger ones being unable to handle the pollution. Zhou Hao explained earnestly, some people can awaken their talents on their own. While there's not much difference between self-awakening and unified awakening, those who awaken earlier by a few years are definitely stronger. I still find it hard to believe, someone argued. Take 15 years old, for example. Just starting high school and already learning to hunt aberrations? It's a bit exaggerated. Besides, the group started to discuss again, with most expressing skepticism. Ahem. Jiang Yu cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. In my opinion, Warty Brother can't be the same age as us. His words seemed to set the tone for the discussion. Jiang Yu continued, My uncle is a high-ranking officer in the Night Patrol Division. A real big shot? Wow, you're really Lee Patrol's nephew? The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. Even the instructors, who had been indifferent, perked up their ears. Zhang Yu's mention of his high-ranking uncle made everyone take him seriously. No one understands the extraordinary better than I do, Zhang Yu said confidently. Wardy Brothers' initial demeanor was very much like a newbie, with poor overall performance. There's no way it was an act. However, the frequency of his video posts clearly shows an extraordinary rate of improvement. Zhang Yu spoke at length, analyzing from various angles such as strength, age, and abilities. The more he spoke, the more he felt his reasoning was sound. So, I think Wardy Brother might be on some hunting mission, discovered something unusual, and chased it to the training camp. Oh no, the sudden outburst of the shadow field must have a reason, and it might be related to Wardy Brother. What special quality do we newly awakened youngsters have to cause such a reaction in the shadow field, right? Yeah, that makes sense. The people around him nodded in agreement. The instructors also acknowledged it inwardly, but then realized they had also become listeners, which made them pause. But Lee Patrol's nephew is still a bit young, an instructor thought. After that major incident with the Chuyang group, the name Wardy Brothers spread across all Night Patrol divisions. Someone tried to investigate Wardy Brothers' identity, but his phone number seemed to be a special Night Patrol number, very high level, and couldn't be traced. Based on his displayed strength, he's somewhere between the first and second tier. There's no reason for the shadow field to react so strongly. Ah, I'm envious of you all, Zhang Yu sighed. Wardy Brother looks really cool in the videos. By the time I got there, the fight was over, and I didn't get to see him. You really missed out, Zhou Hao nodded excitedly. Let me tell you, Wardy Brother looks even cooler in person than in the videos. Really? Zhang Yu's interest was piqued. How cool? Like 3 or 4 stories cool. Zhou Hao exaggerated with his gestures. Zhang Yu noticed that Lu Yaoyao had been silent, seemingly deep in thought. He gently ruffled her hair and asked, Yao Yao, what do you think? Lu Yaoyao thought for a moment and simply replied, yeah, he's cool. And what about me? Zhang Yu grinned. The others turned away, continuing their heated discussion about how Wardy Brother defeated a third-tier aberration. Lu Yaoyao glanced at Zhang Yu but didn't answer his question. Instead, she asked with concern, are your injuries getting better? They're healing, don't worry. Zhang Yu continued to gently stroke her hair. Next time you face an aberration, try not to get so hurt, Lu Yaoyao said softly. Zhang Yu was silent for a while and took a deep breath. Seeing this, Zhou Hao interjected, sis-in-law. It's not like Zhang Yu wanted to get hurt. The aberration was chasing him. It's already impressive that he survived with just those injuries. Watch your mouth. Zhang Yu laughed and almost kicked Zhou Hao's butt. Freed from their life and death tension, the group chatted away, each trying to outdo the other in storytelling. As they walked out, Zhang Yu gently squeezed Lu Yaoyao's small hand, his gaze lingering on her delicate profile. He wasn't sure if she had sensed anything. Yu's identity was a spuro-themit fabrication, crafted to meet the needs of a hunter. At this moment, he realized that this impromptu decision had turned into the perfect cover. Even if Lu Yaoyao discovered the truth, it wouldn't matter. Given that, he might as well go with the flow. I'm going to say hello to Uncle Song, Zhang Yu said, and Lu Yaoyao nodded in agreement. Zhang Yu made his way to the back of the group, where Song Qingyan was hobbling along. Uncle Song, long time no see, Zhang Yu greeted with a smile. Song Qingyan, a cigarette dangling from his lips, returned the smile. Zhang Yu. Uncle Song, that injury looks pretty bad, Zhang Yu said with concern. Song Qingyan chuckled bitterly. It's manageable. You're not looking too great yourself. Zhang Yu scratched his head with a grin. Song Qingyan saw through his thoughts. Just ask what you want to know. All right, I'll be direct. Uncle Song, last time I wanted to chat more. Is my Uncle Li really some kind of war hero? Zhang Yu asked. Song Qingyan looked surprised. He never told you? Never mentioned it, Zhang Yu sighed. Anything extraordinary. He keeps it from me like I'm a thief. Maybe he's just worried about you. Song Qingyan hesitated. Uncle Song, please tell me. I'm already halfway into the extraordinary world. Just share what you can, Zhang Yu pleaded. Song Qingyan pondered for a moment. All right. Your Uncle Li was once the youngest war general in Dezhou. Zhang Yu was stunned. At 30, he became a general, breaking the record by 2 years, Song Qingyan said, a distant look in his eyes. Later, he made a mistake. No, actually, I wouldn't even call it a mistake. The incident was very serious. General Li lost an arm and had to resign from his position. From his appointment to his resignation, it was only 4 years. My Uncle Li had such a past? Zhang Yu was taken aback. Uncle Song, can I ask what happened? Song Qingyan fell silent for a long time before finally speaking. What if the Abyss demanded that Dezhou cede several secondary gathering places to become their playground? Or they would open a massive abyssal rift in Baidu. Should Dezhou agree? Zhang Yu was stunned. The question was too heavy, a dilemma he had never considered. Song Qingyan continued. What if the place they threatened to open the rift wasn't that important or prosperous? Would that change your decision? Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. This was a decision involving millions of lives, far more complex than a simple trolley problem. Song Qingyan patted his shoulder and slowly walked away. His voice drifted back to Jiang Yu. Every inch of land, every drop of blood. 100,000 youths, 100,000 soldiers. Your Uncle Li said, not an inch will be surrendered. Jiang Yu was in a daze all the way to the medical room. In his memories, Uncle Li had always been a man with both arms intact. However, when Jiang Yu was around 10 years old, Uncle Li suddenly went on a long business trip. When he returned, he had only one arm. This change left a deep impression on the original Jiang Yu. Every detail was vivid whenever he thought about it. Jiang Yu carefully recalled Uncle Li's appearance. He had a stubbly beard, his eyes were always half closed, giving him a perpetually tired look. Before knowing that Uncle Li was a war general, Jiang Yu had been confident that he could easily overpower 10 Uncle Li's with one hand. But upon learning about Uncle Li's past, he couldn't help but think that Uncle Li could probably take down 10 of him with just one hand. Uncle Li had never mentioned the extraordinary world, or the reason he lost his arm. A thought crossed Jiang Yu's mind. Perhaps he had traded the settlement for temporary peace, like ceding territory as compensation. He couldn't help but ponder. Being weak means getting bullied, and sometimes retreating might reduce losses, or even be the better choice. Yet, the once ambitious Uncle Li had stood his ground without hesitation. Jiang Yu's emotions grew complicated. Without fully understanding the situation, he couldn't judge right from wrong. Even if he knew the truth, what right did he have to judge? Uncle Li had never married and was now in his 40s, living as a partially disabled man. As a war general, he should have been among the top extraordinary individuals, but ended up with a lowly night patrol job at a second-tier settlement. Jiang Yu silently resolved to repay Uncle Li in the future, perhaps even find him a wife, as a form of gratitude. Come, let's measure your contamination level. A nurse in white interrupted Jiang Yu's thoughts in the medical room. Oh, okay. Jiang Yu snapped back to reality and cooperatively lay on the equipment. The training camp was large, with fully equipped medical facilities. The medical room was arranged like a typical hospital. White consultation rooms, various complex medical devices, and a faint smell of disinfectant. The only difference might be the attractive nurse in front of him. Jiang Yu forced himself to focus and lay down as instructed. The machine started operating, emitting a humming sound as beams scanned his body. It felt like getting an MRI, and Jiang Yu couldn't help but tense up. Relax, there's no danger, came a reassuring voice from a speaker. The test ended quickly. After waiting for nearly an hour, the nurse approached with a printed report, a puzzled look on her face. Jiang Yu? She asked, somewhat confused. Here, your body has no contamination. Okay, Jiang Yu replied calmly. Wait. The nurse opened her mouth as if to say something. This doesn't seem right. Normally, there would be some level of contamination. Don't worry, it's fine. Jiang Yu interrupted her with a smile, grabbing the report and quickly running out. If it weren't for the instructors insisting on these tests, he wouldn't have come at all and would have gone back to the dorm to rest. He was joking with himself. As a special existence exempt from consequences, contamination was impossible. Inside the medical room, Yang Ci stared blankly at the electronic report on the computer screen. Her lips slightly parted, her eyes filled with confusion. Contamination level, 0. Extraordinary rank, second rank. Second rank? She muttered to herself. A newbie in the camp, at second rank? Is it me, or the world that's gone mad? She stared at the name Jiang Yu, unable to snap out of her daze. Stepping out of the medical room, Jiang Yu looked around. Several instructors were still waiting outside in the hall, one of whom seemed to be named Gu. Jiang Yu was among the first batch to finish the tests. The others were still inside. Instructor Gu, Jiang Yu approached. Gu Qi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. Jiang Yu, want to smoke, instructor? Jiang Yu fumbled around and pulled out 2 cigarettes. Sure. Gu Qi was taken aback by the kid's familiarity, instinctively taking one. As he habitually reached for his lighter, he noticed something was off about the weight. Looking at Jiang Yu, he saw him already chewing on the cigarette. Good heavens. Gu Qi laughed. Instead of offering cigarettes, you're offering candy. He decided to chew the candy too. Instructor Gu, where's Instructor Song? Jiang Yu asked. He went in for treatment, Gu Qi replied curtly. Gu Qi pointed at the consultation room down the corridor, his face showing signs of exhaustion and pain. His injuries were severe, having been ambushed in the shadow field. He estimated he would need a few days to recover here. He glanced at Jiang Yu and asked in a slightly hoarse voice, do you know Lao Song? Jiang Yu nodded and replied, I've met Instructor Song once before. I see, Gu Qi said with a smile. Instructor Song is a good person, and he has a good relationship with your uncle. He'll likely be in charge of your combat training. Oh. Jiang Yu's interest was piqued, his eyes lighting up. Combat training aside, Having a good relationship with Uncle Lee is great. I can rely on him in this training camp. Gucci gave a knowing smile and began to explain. Back in our university days, as we were about to graduate, we were assigned team mentors. Lao Song was lucky enough to be placed under your uncle's team. At that time, Commissioner Lee was truly a force to be reckoned with among the elite. After graduation, Instructor Song joined the night patrol and became one of your Uncle Lee's subordinates. Gucci sighed with a hint of regret. If only I had his luck. He gave Jiang Yu a playful wink and left it at that. As they chatted casually, Gucci continued. This recent fog incident was supposed to be a simple entry-level assessment for the new recruits. The usual process involves exiting the subway and choosing one of 3 locations. Each recruit would go their own way, facing various threats. They would either band together to fight back or flee in panic. Those who dared to fight back would be given the opportunity to experience what it's like to hunt the anomalies. Of course, the final twist is a powerful anomaly appearing, scaring everyone into running in the same direction, leading to the collective start of the entry ceremony. Gucci's expression turned serious. Who would have thought it would all fall apart in the first stage? First, there was the pupil anomaly outbreak, then the Shadowfield rebellion. In all the years of starting this camp, nothing this major has ever happened. He sighed and told Jiang Yu, Xiao Yu, you have no idea. This incident will likely result in several instructors getting reprimanded and having to write reports. The Shadowfield was originally meant to simulate the shadow layer for you all. With this incident, it's unlikely your cohort will get to use it. The cause of the rebellion needs to be investigated. If they find the cause, fine. If not, someone's definitely getting punished. Gucci's tone grew heavier. There's no issue with conducting assessments, but if they can't ensure safety, what's the point? This was a small test, a minor assessment, involving a bunch of kids who've never seen blood. If something goes wrong, who else are they going to reprimand if not you? Jiang Yu rubbed his nose, wisely choosing not to respond. Why did the Shadowfield rebel? He thought to himself, I have no idea either. Jiang Yu was in the middle of a conversation with Coach Gu when he noticed a figure emerging from the medical room. Hey, my partner's out. Coach Gu, I'll catch up with you later, he said, excusing himself as he quickly made his way over to the person. Coach Gu watched Jiang Yu leave, his brow furrowing slightly. Isn't that girl the daughter of the Lu inspector? He discreetly took out his phone and quickly scrolled through the messages in the Yunhai Special Training Camp Instructors Group. Soon, he found 2 notifications from Chief Instructor Lu. One stating he couldn't be present due to some matters, and the other specifically reminding everyone to keep an eye on Jiang Yu's interactions with his daughter. After a moment's hesitation, Coach Gu decided to stay silent, but he did raise his phone to quietly snap a photo of the 2 walking side by side in the distance. How did it go? Jiang Yu asked with concern. Lu Yaoyao, holding her report, responded softly, it's okay. The contamination isn't severe. They prescribed some medicine after cleaning it up. I just need to take it on time. She looked up at Jiang Yu. What about you? I'm perfectly fine. Jiang Yu smiled as he flexed his sturdy arm. Lu Yaoyao's face lit up with a relieved smile, her eyes reflecting a complex emotion. Jiang Yu sensed something different in her gaze, feeling a bit uneasy, worried that she might have noticed something unusual. As he walked Lu Yaoyao back to her dorm, Jiang Yu couldn't help but let his mind wander. It felt like a scene from a passionate, cliché novel written by a teenager, only to have his sister read it all night without his knowledge. Just imagining it made his toes curl in embarrassment. Watching Lu Yaoyao enter the dormitory building, Jiang Yu let out a long sigh. The feeling of parting with a childhood friend was indeed peculiar, but as he turned around, a sense of emptiness filled him. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he picked up his luggage and headed towards his own dormitory. On the way, Jiang Yu noticed many students from Yunhai University. He discreetly observed these seemingly frail classmates and couldn't help but mentally criticize their thin physiques. Just as he lamented the lack of more appealing sights, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Yu, what are you laughing at? Jiang Yu turned around and was taken aback. Lu Yuqiang, who had been somewhat stocky before, now appeared noticeably rounder. In just a little over 10 days, his belly had clearly expanded, his face had become fuller, and even his arms had developed a slight jiggle. You? What happened to you? Jiang Yu stared in disbelief at his friend, who now looked like a completely different person. I arrived at the training camp a few days early and headed to the library to do some research. Lu Yuqiang's awakened ability is gluttony, which allows him to enhance his strength by continuously eating without any digestive issues. Jiang Yu was stunned after hearing this, recalling their previous experience of eating zombie meat fried in gutter oil together. While he had stomach problems for 2 days, Lu Yuqiang was completely fine. It turns out this ability had been with him since childhood. Let me walk you to your dorm. Which building are you in? Jiang Yu asked. Lu Yuqiang took his luggage and replied, Building 1. As they walked, Jiang Yu carefully observed Lu Yuqiang, finding it hard to reconcile the person in front of him with the image in his memory. Lu Yuqiang, nickname Little Fatty, didn't have a particularly high talent level, just barely reaching the second-tier green level, which is enough to enter the extraordinary martial arts program. Normally, a second-tier talent wouldn't be able to get into Yunhai special training camp and would be sent to a less prestigious camp instead. Jiang Yu couldn't help but wonder if Lu Yuqiang's talent had some unique aspect that allowed him to train at Yunhai. Looking at Lu Yuqiang's round face, Jiang Yu had a strange feeling, as if everything was moving forward yet completely different from before. Soon, they arrived at the dormitory building. Building 1 had 8 floors, equipped with facilities like a sky garden, gym, and study rooms. Jiang Yu had received his dorm assignment the previous night. Building 1, room 601, the first room on the 6th floor. They took the elevator up, and with a ding, the doors opened. The hallway was lined with bright yellow tiles, giving it a clean and refreshing look. The dorm environment is pretty nice, Jiang Yu thought. As they approached room 601, they heard cheerful voices from inside. Haha, this bed is so big, the lighting is great, and the ventilation is perfect. So comfortable. Hey, Mu, do you think there will be any particularly strong freshmen this year? We don't want to get outshined, another voice asked. Don't worry, it won't happen, Mu replied with a laugh. When I first joined, I dreamt of getting into building 1, and today that dream has finally come true. Jiang Yu pushed open the slightly ajar door and walked in. The room was about 20 square meters, a fully furnished one-bedroom with a desk, bed, private bathroom, and balcony. It was indeed a nice setup. Besides a few people sitting by the bed, the room was empty. As Jiang Yu was taking in his surroundings, one of the voices suddenly paused, and then they all turned to look at him. A short-haired young man on the bed looked Jiang Yu up and down and then said with a smile, Bro, you should find another dorm. This place is mine. It's the rule of Yunhai Special Training Camp. Rule? Jiang Yu was puzzled. When you join, students with top talent rankings receive dorm assignment messages for Building 1. One of them explained. But in reality, Building 1 is reserved for Yunhai's top freshmen. To stay here, you have to defeat one of us in a challenge. Just so you know, another added, 8 people have already tried before you, and they lasted an average of 3 seconds. But don't lose hope. You can challenge us anytime within the next 6 months. Win, and you can move in immediately. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and asked, is that the only rule? Besides the gym and better environment, is there anything else special about Building 1? Mu, the short-haired guy, chuckled and said, of course, for instance, you can bring your girlfriend here. Oh, every room in this building has that privilege? Jiang Yu continued to ask. Yes, as long as you don't go overboard, Mu replied. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. Interesting. All right, I understand the rules. When are you moving out? What? The freshmen were taken aback. Bro. One of them started to speak, but Jiang Yu cut him off. Why are you looking at me? You need to move out too, Jiang Yu said with a grin. As soon as Jiang Yu spoke, the room fell into a stunned silence. The 2 people sitting on the bed and the 3 playing cards nearby all froze, their eyes locking onto Jiang Yu. No one expected the new guy to say something so audacious. Lu Yuqiang snapped out of it first, quickly tugging on Jiang Yu's sleeve, his face full of worry. But Jiang Yu remained calm, patting Lu Yuqiang's shoulder to reassure him before carefully surveying the others in the room. His gaze first landed on the young man known as Mu Gu. Mu had messy, tousled hair and deep, unsettling eyes. When Jiang Yu made eye contact with him, it felt like being pulled into a bottomless vortex, leaving him in a cold sweat once he snapped out of it. Could his power be related to his eyes? Jiang Yu wondered silently. But my shadow eye is his natural enemy. He couldn't help but feel a bit smug, comparing his shadow eye to Mu's gaze. Jiang Yu's shadow eye was as dark as ink, shimmering with strange lights, and when fully activated, it created a trailing effect. It looked cool, but it might scare the girl stiff. Mu interrupted Jiang Yu's thoughts with a peculiar look. Are you serious, man? Jiang Yu nodded. Of course. How do you want to do this? There's a fight club in the training camp. We could go there. Mu waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. Let's do it right here. He put down his cards, slipped on his flip-flops, and stood up. Bro, I could attack at any moment. Are you ready? Jiang Yu nonchalantly asked. Attacking here won't mess up my dorm, will it? The atmosphere in the room grew even stranger. The others exchanged bewildered glances, clearly shocked by Jiang Yu's confidence and boldness. Mu, however, chuckled, his eyes suddenly turning sharp. Just as Jiang Yu was contemplating Mu's abilities, a cold, manic, and oppressive mental force surged toward him. Instinctively, Jiang Yu activated his shadow eye. Mu's smile froze, his expression shifting from surprise to a pale shock. Mu Gu? The others exclaimed. Mu barely steadied himself, his face shifting between emotions. I'm fine. He stared at Jiang Yu, his voice trembling slightly. Is your power an eye user or an ancient demon? Jiang Yu grinned. Shadow eye, which I hear is a branch of the shadow users. Everyone else looked puzzled. Lu Yuqiang and the other freshmen exchanged glances, struggling to believe what they were witnessing. Mu, a powerful figure with ancient demon abilities who had easily defeated other challengers, was now bested by Jiang Yu? Especially upon learning that Jiang Yu's ability was the Shadow Eye, everyone found it even harder to believe. This power, almost harmless in its early stages, had somehow overwhelmed Shermu. Shermu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He had been at Yunhai University for over a year, priding himself on his strength. Yet now, retreating before a new recruit filled him with shame. The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt, his face turning red. Are you serious about this? Shermu asked through gritted teeth. Jiang Yu answered without hesitation, absolutely. Why would I joke about this? He looked around, his tone challenging. Am claiming Dorm 1. Any objections? This declaration infuriated the others. A tall, thin guy stepped forward, his eyes sharp. What's your name? I'm Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu? Huh. The guy sneered. I'm Sun Hui. According to the rules, to move into Dorm 1, you need to challenge and defeat the current residents. If you win, the dorm is yours, and you'll get extra points on your entrance exam results. The challenge must take place in the Fight Club, with witnesses and recorded evidence, ensuring fairness and transparency. He smirked. So, do you dare, Mr. Soy Sauce? Jiang Yu laughed. Why bother with the Fight Club? What do you mean? Everyone frowned, puzzled. Jiang Yu slowly revealed something that left everyone dumbfounded. My uncle is a retired war general, and my father-in-law is the current night watch in Yunhai. The room fell silent again. Jiang Yu turned to the stunned Sun Hui, his smile even brighter. So, buddy, I'm saying I've already beaten you. Any objections? Sun Hui was at a loss for words, finally managing. Damn it. Your uncle's a war general, and your father-in-law is the night watch? Faced with this unexpected and powerful second-generation figure, everyone was left in shocked silence. Hey man, which dorm are you in? Jiang Yu asked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. 603, Sun Hui stammered, his face turning an alarming shade of red, even worse than Shermu's. Jiang Yu's lips curled into a smug smile as he patted Sun Hui on the shoulder, his tone playful. Good. 603 is mine now. You have 1 day to move out. The moment he said this, everyone around them was dumbstruck, the air thick with tension. Jiang Yu sighed lightly and continued, in this game, background and connections matter. Which crew are you with? Sun Hui's face turned ashen, his lips quivering as he muttered, I'm just an ordinary student. You're bullying an honest guy. Jiang Yu shrugged nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over the others, continuing his interrogation. You which dorm? 604, a timid voice replied. Great. Mine now, Jiang Yu said casually, as if discussing the weather. Then he turned to another person. And you? Don't just stand there. Tell me your dorm number. The person started to speak, but Shermu cut in, his voice laced with suppressed anger. Jiang Yu, don't push it. His fists were clenched tightly, ready to strike at any moment. Jiang Yu scoffed, ignoring him. In the past, people did use their connections to swap dorms, but they did it quietly. Only a few idiots would be this blatant. He continued, competitions like these test individual skills. If you're not up to par, any secret deals you make will be exposed in the ring. And if you're caught, you'll be severely punished. Shermu couldn't hold back. Jiang Yu, you're saying all this in front of everyone. Aren't you afraid we'll record you? Jiang Yu waved his finger dismissively, full of confidence. Too much? I think it's fine. You can't beat me anyway. I'm just saving us time. Shermu's anger flared, his teeth clenched. Whether we can beat you or not, we'll see. I admit your shadow eyes are impressive, but real combat is more complex than you think. If you want to stay in this dorm, follow the rules, or it'll bring shame to your uncle. Shermu's tone suddenly turned mocking, or maybe, the so-called general's nephew knows he can't win and is using his uncle's name to intimidate us? Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This guy is trying to provoke me. He must be really scared I'll keep using my uncle's name. Flaunting Uncle Lee's name is pretty awesome. Is this what it feels like to be a second-generation elite? Loving it. But Jiang Yu wasn't satisfied. He dropped his backpack in dorm 603 and turned to leave, throwing out a provocative challenge. Now, you have 15 minutes to get your people. For what? Shermu frowned. Jiang Yu, his back to them, said with a taunting tone, 15 minutes, meet me at the combat gym. I hope whoever you bring is worth my time. With that, his figure gradually disappeared from their sight, leaving behind an arrogant declaration. I don't know what rules Yunhai training camp has. From today, my rules are the rules. Crazy. Just unbelievably crazy. The dorm room fell into an eerie silence after Jiang Yu left. It took a full 10 seconds before someone managed to squeeze out those words through clenched teeth. The air was thick with shock and anger. That kid has no sense of propriety. Another voice muttered darkly. Moo, should we teach him a lesson? Shermu slowly stood up, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He needs a reminder of where he stands. Otherwise, people might think we're easy to push around. Someone suggested. Why not shout in the hallway and see if anyone's interested? No need, Shermu sneered. That kid won't last more than a few seconds. No point in gathering a crowd for such a short show. While they continued their angry discussion, Jiang Yu had already arrived at the combat gym. The building resembled a giant bird's nest, with a vast interior and an impressive number of spectator seats. At the center was a spacious ring made of interlocking black and white stones, about 20 meters across, much larger than a typical ring or cage. At the entrance, a drowsy girl was startled awake by Jiang Yu's footsteps. She looked up groggily, thinking a teacher had arrived, and instantly snapped to attention. Sleeping on the job? Jiang Yu asked, feigning a stern expression. Sorry, sir. The girl stammered, then looked puzzled. Wait, do we have a teacher like this? And so young? Still not fully awake? Jiang Yu continued his act, maintaining a serious demeanor. The girl hurriedly apologized again. Sorry, sir. Is this where I register? Jiang Yu asked. Yes, it is, she nodded, thinking this teacher was really strict. How do I go about it? Just verify your fingerprint and scan your teacher's ID. Who are you sparring with, sir? Building 1. Building 1? The girl looked confused. No teacher's ID, but can I use a student ID? Jiang Yu flashed a grin, showing his white teeth. The girl finally realized she had been fooled by a new recruit. She gritted her teeth and asked, What are you doing, student? I'm here for a match, Jiang Yu explained seriously. The freshmen in Building 1, they bully others because they think they're strong. I might not be the best, but I can't stand their arrogance. Today, I'm challenging them. Really? Are the guys over there that bad? The girl seemed unsure, but seeing the determination on Jiang Yu's face, she believed he had been wronged. Without further explanation, Jiang Yu turned towards the weapon rack, which was neatly lined with wooden weapon swords, staffs, and more. He picked up a wooden stick, thick at the top and thin at the grip, resembling a baseball bat. Perfect, this will do, Jiang Yu said with a satisfied smile. Just then, Shermu and his crew arrived at the gym. Before they could react, the girl at the entrance glared at them and scolded. So, it's you guys bullying a junior, huh? Shermu looked puzzled. Xian, what are you talking about? The teachers have told you so many times not to be so arrogant and oppressive. She continued to berate them. Wait, who told you that? Shermu was bewildered. No one needs to tell me. I can see the grievance on his face. She retorted. Under her nagging, Shermu completed the registration with a dark expression. A group of 5 headed towards the ring, followed by a dozen onlookers. Soon, the referee and safety officer arrived. After a brief understanding of the situation, he looked at Jiang Yu, who was already on the ring. Student, you're injured. Are you sure you want a challenge today? The referee asked with a frown. If you lose, you'll have to wait until next month for another chance. No problem, Jiang Yu replied, giving an okay gesture. All right, who do you want to fight? The referee asked, looking at the group below the ring. If you win, you'll earn the right to stay in Building 1. The group below, full of pent-up anger, started shouting. Come on, Jiang Yu, pick me. I'm the weakest. Don't listen to him. Look at his muscles. He's not easy to deal with. On the ring, Jiang Yu gripped his wooden stick tightly, his eyes scanning the opponents below, ready to face the upcoming challenge. I'm the weakest, kid. Pick me and you're sure to win, shouted one challenger, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Hey, your eyes won't work on me. Pick me. Another person waved his arms urgently. The surrounding challengers were all vying for attention, as if they were in a rush to meet their doom. Jiang Yu calmly surveyed the scene, signaling everyone to hold their horses. His gaze finally settled on the most eager-looking boy. You, my friend? It's you. The chosen boy's face twisted with excitement, a sinister glint in his eyes. All right, he practically roared. Aren't you going to choose a weapon? Jiang Yu asked, his tone even. The boy flexed his wrists arrogantly. No need. He was secretly thrilled, imagining himself teaching this arrogant kid a lesson, a smirk creeping onto his face. The two stood 5 meters apart on the platform. Although the audience was sparse, the murmurs were incessant. How many seconds do you think Chengzi will need to take him down? I'd say 10 seconds. This kid's slippery. I bet he's got some dirty trick up his sleeve. Chengzi might need half a minute. The referee walked to the center for a final check. Both nodded, indicating they were ready. 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Jiang Yu shot forward like a caged tiger unleashed. The audience barely had time to register his movement before a wooden stick struck Chengzi like lightning. Bang! Bang! 2 dull thuds echoed, and Cheng Zi's figure flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. The entire arena fell silent, except for Cheng Zi's pained groan. Ah, my stomach, it hurts. Everyone stared in disbelief, including Shermu. Teacher, did I win? Jiang Yu asked with a smile, as if the astonishing scene just now had nothing to do with him. The referee took a moment to snap out of his daze. Yes, you won. Congratulations, Jiang Yu. You've earned the right to live in dorm 602 of Building 1. No, no, no. Jiang Yu shook his head, his gaze shifting to Cheng Zi, who was still struggling on the ground. Senior Cheng Zi, are you okay? This seemingly concerned question only fueled Cheng Zi's rage. He tried to stand, but his legs gave out, and he fell back to the ground. Jiang Yu's eyes swept over Shermu and the other freshmen from Building 1, a cold smile playing on his lips. He stood tall, a hint of malevolence in his eyes, like a villain about to make his grand entrance. Go on, call all the top students from Building 1 over here. Jiang Yu's voice echoed through the hall. I came to the special training camp to learn something. I'm really curious to see if any of the seniors can teach me anything. He paused, his gaze piercing. Today, I just want to be knocked down by everyone here. Or knock everyone here down. I came to this boot camp to learn. I either want to be beaten by everyone here or beat everyone here myself. This audacious declaration from a freshman instantly electrified the entire boot camp. The few students from Building 1 who had been merely observing whipped out their phones in unison, capturing this brazen moment on video. The video spread like wildfire across Yunhai University's various group chats. Freshman groups, secondhand trading groups, pollution studies groups, xenobiology groups. The message disseminated at the speed of light, causing a massive stir. A new kid in the boot camp, and he's insanely arrogant. I've seen cocky people, but this takes the cake. Calling out an entire building? No way we're missing this. The campus was abuzz. Students from dorms, classrooms, restrooms, cafeterias, and even those gaming dropped everything and headed towards the combat gym. Even some instructors and teachers, unable to contain their curiosity, joined the crowd. Inside the combat gym, the referee looked at the young man covered in bruises and cuts, frowning deeply. Although Jiang Yu had changed into fresh clothes, his visible injuries were still glaring. However, when he spoke, the referee sensed something unusual. Are you sure you want to challenge everyone from Building 1? The referee asked, his tone filled with skepticism. Jiang Yu nodded calmly. I'm sure. Please wait a moment. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. By now, a long line had formed outside the gym. Students from Building 1 were orderly registering at the entrance. Jiang Yu slipped into the restroom, found an empty stall, and locked the door behind him. He then entered the shadow realm. A cool sensation enveloped him, and his wounds began to heal at a visible rate. Jiang Yu mused, my shadow form is still lacking. If I could recover quickly from a beheading, that would be ideal. Facing the challenge from everyone in Building 1, Jiang Yu knew he needed to be in top condition. He calculated silently. Building 1 had 8 floors, with about 100 dorm rooms. This meant he might have to fight over 100 people. First-year students are unpredictable in strength, Jiang Yu pondered. Even if they're all at Cheng Zi's level, it'll be a tough fight. And Cheng Zi isn't the strongest of the bunch. He opened his attribute panel to review his abilities. Name, Jiang Yu. Attribute, Shadow. Rank, Shadow Stalker, Hunter. Shadow Stalker, Hunter. Mark? Jiang Yu's eyes fell on a new ability, and he took a deep breath. After absorbing a fragment of rank, his sneaker ability had evolved into Shadow Stalker. Shadow Stalker. Hide in shadows, remain unseen. 1. You can easily conceal yourself in shadows, making them your domain. 2. Note, revealing your identity reduces this rank's ability. Only in shadows are you most lethal. Another new ability caught his attention. Battle Hardened. A true hunter excels at gaining experience and using it. Through intense combat, you can grow quickly and may gain new abilities or enhance existing ones. Jiang Yu pondered. Shadow Stalker was stealth-oriented, while Hunter thrived on notoriety and fear, seemingly contradictory but offering diverse tactical options. In front of a crowd, I won't reveal my shadow form, Jiang Yu calculated. Besides, using brute force on these freshmen? No need. Even if there were hundreds, I could handle them using the shadow realm. It's unnecessary. His thoughts converged on a conclusion. Why not use this challenge to hone my battle-hardened ability and build a fearsome reputation? With this in mind, Jiang Yu relaxed, letting his body absorb the shadow energy from the air. In the confined stall, he felt a wave of comfort, as if submerged in an endless dark ocean, drawing strength from it. The darker the environment, the more excited Jiang Yu became. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and felt his condition improving noticeably. Estimating that the time was right, he decisively retreated from the shadow realm back to the real world. Standing at the restroom door, Jiang Yu perked up his ears and could clearly hear the noisy discussions outside. It seemed that quite a few people had gathered. He walked over to the sink, turned on the faucet to wash his hands, and listened to the commotion outside. Everyone, disperse. I checked the restroom, and there's no one here. A familiar voice rang out. Jiang Yu recognized it as Cheng Zi, The person he had thrown out of the ring. He definitely ran away and tricked us. What's wrong with this freshman? Does he get a kick out of messing with people? Cheng Zi's voice was filled with anger. Jiang Yu dried his hands, quietly walked up behind Cheng Zi, and tapped him on the shoulder. Hey man, what are you shouting about? Cheng Zi spun around, eyes wide. Where did you come from? I checked every stall. Jiang Yu smacked his lips and suddenly raised his voice. Senior. The shout startled Cheng Zi. Jiang Yu continued, Senior. I know you look down on us freshmen, and I even beat you. You don't want to give up the dorm room, but do you have to slander me like this? I, Jiang Yu, am straightforward and keep my word. My word is my bond. Do you think I would run away? With that, Jiang Yu walked forward with his head held high, leaving Cheng Zi standing there, bewildered. Cheng Zi was puzzled, unable to understand how he had checked every stall yet missed Jiang Yu, who suddenly appeared from the restroom. Outside, nearly half the seats in the audience area were filled, with more people arriving. The freshmen from Building 1 had come in droves, with about 60 to 70% of them sitting in the section directly facing the ring, their expressions complex and hard to read. Cheng Zi stood there, thinking to himself, this kid has something strange about him. In the ring, two figures stood facing each other. Jiang Yu had just returned to the platform, and the real battle was about to begin. A man with a sinister look and a cocky demeanor stared intently at Jiang Yu, sneering, freshman, you're too arrogant. Jiang Yu shook his head and calmly replied, arrogant? According to the rules, if you defeat the current occupants, you can move into Dormitory 1. I believe I can beat everyone in Dormitory 1, so here I am. Is that arrogance? His attitude was resolute. He wanted the dormitory, and he wanted victory. Afraid of standing out? Then why join the special training camp in the first place? With that, Jiang Yu said no more. The referee announced loudly, both sides, get ready. The crowd in the stands perked up, eyes focused on the ring. 3, 2, 1, start. Just as the cocky man was about to spout some trash talk, Jiang Yu's baseball bat came whistling through the air. With a loud bang, his opponent was sent flying out of the ring. The crowd was in an uproar, with more than half the spectators' eyes twitching in shock. Jiang Yu remained expressionless and said softly, next. What followed was a stunning spectacle. One challenger after another was defeated by Jiang Yu with lightning speed. At first, some challengers, confident in their status, chose to fight barehanded. But after seeing over a dozen people go down, no one dared to underestimate Jiang Yu, and they all brought their full strength. However, the result was the same. Another bang, and another person fell from the ring. Jiang Yu's clothes were now disheveled, but his momentum was undiminished. A freshman who had just been defeated reported dejectedly to Shi Mu, Brother Mu, I lost. Shi Mu looked at Jiang Yu in the ring, feeling a chill down his spine. He muttered to himself, is this special training camp for real? Is he really a freshman? Could he be a graduate student? Gritting his teeth, Shi Mu stood up and strode towards the ring. The two of them soon faced each other. Senior Shi Mu, Jiang Yu greeted with a smile. Shi Mu stared at the handsome young man in front of him, feeling momentarily as if he were facing some kind of ultimate boss. Quickly regaining his composure, he said in a deep voice, Jiang Yu, I admit you're very strong, but it's clear that your strength mainly comes from your extraordinary physical abilities. When it comes to combat techniques, you're not that impressive. With a serious expression, Shi Mu continued, and unfortunately for you, I rank third in our grade for combat skills. As he spoke, he twirled his wooden sword skillfully. Oh, interesting. Jiang Yu dropped his bat and picked up a wooden sword from the edge of the ring, mimicking Shi Mu's twirling motion. His clumsy attempt drew some chuckles from the crowd. Both sides, get ready. The referee raised his hand again. 3, 2, 1, start. As the whistle blew, Shi Mu suddenly retreated. Sure enough, the next second, Jiang Yu's wooden sword slashed the spot where Shi Mu had just been standing. Anticipating this, Shi Mu's retreat was just a feint. With a quick step forward, his wooden sword aimed straight for Jiang Yu's head. Caught off guard, Jiang Yu hastily raised his wooden sword to block. With a loud clang, the immense force caused his shoulder to dip slightly. In that instant, a flood of information flashed through Jiang Yu's mind. Strike angles, power application, stance adjustments, tactical choices. He absorbed these combat experiences like a sponge. Through battles with over a dozen opponents, Jiang Yu's 100 battles ability was triggered every 3 to 4 challengers. At this moment, he was growing at an astonishing rate. This time, Shimoka's technique was especially effective. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up as he gripped his wooden sword tightly. Come on, he called out, raising his blade to strike. However, just as the sword was lifted into the air, Jiang Yu had to hastily change his move. Shimoka's wooden sword flashed like lightning, aiming straight for his throat. Startled, Jiang Yu instinctively retreated. But Shimoka's relentless assault followed him like a shadow, his wooden sword sticking close like a parasite. The sound of clashing would ring out continuously as Shimoku's strikes grew fiercer. With a final heavy thud, Jiang Yu half-knelt, barely managing to block with his wooden sword. The shockwave blew his hair back, and the blade was only 4 or 5 centimeters from his throat. Shimoku's arm and neck veins bulged, his muscles tensed as he applied maximum pressure. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu began to adapt to the strain and suddenly countered with a terrifying force, pushing Shimoku away. In the ensuing exchanges, Jiang Yu's movements became smooth and precise. Slicing, chopping, dodging, then striking again. His techniques were simple but executed perfectly, both efficient and powerful. The experiences from the previous dozen battles flashed through his mind, with each mistake and correction flowing like a stream. Looking at Shimoku again, Jiang Yu was surprised to find he could vaguely predict his opponent's reactions. Although this ability was still rough and prone to errors with any change in moves, it was a significant gain. In just a few dozen minutes, he had progressed as much as an ordinary person might in 2 or 3 months of hard training. Come on! Jiang Yu called out again, launching himself like an arrow. Shimoku's face changed as he sensed something unusual in his opponent and tried to create distance. But Jiang Yu's speed was too great, and he was upon Shimoku in an instant. Jiang Yu's sword moves seemed simple, but with exceptional strength, they left after images. This time, it was Shimoku who struggled to parry. Block! Jiang Yu shouted, and Shimoku felt his arm go numb, forcing him to retreat. The second strike followed immediately, even faster. Shimoku quickly thought of a countermeasure but realized despairingly that under Jiang Yu's storm-like assault, he could only take hits passively. Although his technique was slightly superior, the gap in strength erased any advantage he had. Clang! The third strike came down heavily. With a crack, Shimoku's wooden sword broke. His body flew out of the ring like a kite with a broken string. Lying on the ground, his chest heaving with pain, he gasped for breath. As the son of a night patroller, he had been training with swords since middle school, for 5 years now. In terms of swordsmanship, he considered himself quite skilled. But this Jiang Yu before him was not only physically extraordinary, but also progressing in swordsmanship at an astonishing rate. Who are you? Shimoku asked, struggling to get up, filled with confusion. On the stage, Jiang Yu's gaze was sharp, his voice calm and resolute. Next, thud. Another challenger fell. Next, thud. Another one down. The expressions of the onlookers shifted from astonishment to shock, then to numbness and bewilderment. One by one, the trainees entered the combat hall. Unnoticed, all seats were occupied. Instructors, new trainees, and veterans all held their breath, fixated on the unbelievable figure on the stage. Jiang Yu was no longer as relaxed as he had been initially. Human stamina has limits, and by the time he faced his 30th opponent, his movements were visibly strained. By the 50th, he was on the verge of collapse, yet he still stood. His clothes were tattered, and his exposed skin was covered in gruesome wounds. Amidst the flashing of swords and the spray of blood and sweat, his eyes still shone with an indomitable light. This was no longer a simple challenge between new and old trainees, no longer just an opportunity for newcomers. Jiang Yu's initial arrogance and bravado were now irrelevant. Everyone present realized they were witnessing the birth of a miracle. This was an unprecedented gauntlet, a peak showdown between veterans and newcomers. What should have been a clash of skills had transformed into a one-man show. No one knew if Jiang Yu would fall before his next opponent, but everyone clearly saw that this new recruit had gone berserk. 10 people, 30 people, 60 people. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, his vision starting to blur, but he kept his eyes locked on his opponent. The pain coursing through his body was unbearable, yet it brought an indescribable thrill. Each punch that landed, each surge in strength, left him intoxicated. Jiang Yu felt as if he had touched some kind of limit. His arms were weak and heavy, but he maintained his fighting stance. He grinned, a menacing smile on his face. You've reached your limit, the student across from him said with a complex expression. Yeah, Jiang Yu mumbled, then suddenly lunged forward. The opponent easily tripped him, sending Jiang Yu crashing to the ground, his nose smashing against the floor. The intense pain brought him back to his senses a bit. Brother, Jiang Yu struggled to speak. What? Flip me over, this isn't comfortable. Not long after, Jiang Yu found himself back in the infirmary bed. Yang Ci looked at the battered teenager, at a loss for words. Take it easy, ouch. Jiang Yu grimaced as Yang Ci applied ointment and bandaged his wounds. Classmate, you should stay here for a few days, Yang Ci suggested with a complicated look. No worries, just minor injuries, I'm not scared at all, Jiang Yu forced out, his face betraying his pain. Yang Ci's forehead throbbed with frustration. It's rare to see someone end up in the infirmary on their first day, but coming in twice in one day? That's a first. Well, now you've seen it. Jiang Yu joked despite his condition. Were you really the one shouting for the next challenger on the stage earlier? That's crazy. Just rest up. Yang Ci shook her head and left the room. As she left, voices could be heard from the doorway. Shortly after, Shermu and 4 others walked in. Senior? Jiang Yu squinted at the newcomers. Jiang Yu. Shermu responded curtly. Are you here to chew me out? Jiang Yu asked, lying on the bed wrapped in bandages like a mummy, yet still smiling. Chew you out? Looking at you now, it's hard to stay mad. Shermu's anger dissipated, replaced with amusement. Seeing you this beat up, I think we'll let it slide. The group pulled up chairs and sat by the bed. I took your dorm, and you're still here to visit me? Jiang Yu asked, surprised. Shermu smiled wryly. You made a name for yourself by stepping on us, but hey, it's not just us. There are dozens of others in the same boat. It's easier to accept when we all look bad together. Don't worry, once I recover, I'll take down the rest of them too, Jiang Yu promised confidently. Then you'll all be equal. You're actually trying to comfort us? The group couldn't help but laugh. Well, hurry up and get better. Kick them out soon, or we won't feel right. Absolutely, Jiang Yu chuckled. So, what made you decide to challenge everyone in Building 1? Let me tell you, the really strong ones haven't even shown up yet, Shermu asked, curious. Jiang Yu cleared his throat and explained. I heard we could bring girlfriends to the dorm. I like peace and quiet. So, but that's not the main reason. Mainly, I wanted to test my skills. There was this rule about switching dorms, so I thought why not? 1 or 2 opponents weren't enough. I wanted more. I wanted to see my limits. Too bad I couldn't take them all down in one go. Are you really Jiang Yu? You were so arrogant before, challenging everyone. One of them remarked. It's impressive enough, Shermu finally said after a pause. In this situation, no one else has done anything like it. The freshmen at Baidu University are probably around this level too, right? Jiang Yu's performance made people question his true rank, but Jiang Yu knew it was unavoidable. The training camp's complex environment meant he couldn't stay hidden forever. He decided to make a dramatic entrance. With his second-tier strength and Uncle Lee's early awakening explanation, it all made sense. Get some rest. We won't disturb you anymore. Shermu and the others got up to leave. Jiang Yu lay on the bed, reflecting on the day's events, a smile creeping onto his face. Despite the pain, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and anticipation. After chatting for a bit longer, Shermu stood up to leave. He paused at the door and glanced back at the young Jiang Yu lying on the bed. A strange premonition surged within him. Despite possessing the top-tier ability of the ancient demon's eye, Shermu had experienced a backlash when examining Jiang Yu, which left him deeply puzzled. With an indescribable feeling lingering in his heart, he silently departed. In the following hours, several instructors came by to check on Jiang Yu's condition. Uncle Song also visited and chatted with Xiaopeng for quite a while, expressing amazement at Jiang Yu's situation. Seeing that Xiaopeng intended to stay longer, Jiang Yu had to ask him to leave. By evening, the ward, which had been bustling all day, finally quieted down. The sunset's afterglow streamed through the window, and Jiang Yu reflected on the day's gains and the tranquility. He opened a light screen and discovered a new ability added to the hunter's list. Keen intuition. This ability made him like a natural-born predator, capable of sensing potential dangers and making more accurate judgments. The effects of countless battles were significant, not only greatly enhancing his combat skills but also unlocking this new ability. Although it was just a minor power, Jiang Yu knew that one could never have too many abilities. At that moment, Jiang Yu sensed someone outside the door. Come in, you've been standing there for quite a while, he said without looking up. Lu Yaoyao entered, carrying a lunchbox. How did you know I was outside? She asked, a bit surprised. Jiang Yu smiled. I knew you'd come. Lu Yaoyao huffed and placed the lunchbox on the nearby table. I saw you all chatting happily, so I went to the cafeteria to get you some food. Want to eat? No thanks, I'm not hungry right now, Jiang Yu replied. All right. Lu Yaoyao nodded and pulled an apple from her pocket. How about an apple? We can share. She picked up a small knife and began to carefully peel the apple. The sunset's glow through the window cast a soft golden hue on her slightly bowed profile. Aren't you going to ask me anything? Jiang Yu watched her. You never say anything nice, Lu Yaoyao replied without looking up. Jiang Yu explained. I just created a place for us to stay. What do you mean us? It has nothing to do with me, Lu Yaoyao retorted, rolling her eyes, unsurprised by his answer. Jiang Yu continued. The rules for the girls' side should be similar, right? You have to challenge the seniors too. Why bother? Just move over here. I have plenty of empty rooms, and we can be neighbors. Lu Yaoyao didn't respond. She simply stuffed a piece of the apple into his mouth. Eat your apple. Hey, gently. My mouth's been injured, Jiang Yu mumbled. Time passed slowly, and night began to envelop the world. Lu Yaoyao seemed intent on staying with Jiang Yu through the night and had already fallen asleep. Jiang Yu, meanwhile, opened the light screen for the umpteenth time, his gaze fixed on the Shadow Stalker's ability list. Another new ability had appeared. Shadow Field. Shadow Field. This is your domain. The power of shadows, Jiang Yu murmured. Shadows. The power of shadows? He turned to look at the mirror beside him. His reflection showed eyes flickering with an inky glow, an unnatural blackness. Upon closer inspection, faint black lines could be seen around his eye sockets. Jiang Yu quickly averted his gaze after a few seconds, his mind racing. Hunter. Oh, Hunter. I'm giving you a chance. Make the most of it and grow stronger quickly. Jiang Yu muttered to himself, then let out a bitter laugh. Why do I always feel like I'm not a good person? Jiang Yu lay on the hospital bed, gently squeezing the bun in his hand. The soft, white dough was elastic and emitted a tempting aroma. He couldn't help but swallow, his Adam's apple moving slightly. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and took a bite. As his teeth pressed down lightly, the juice burst into his mouth. Not bad. Jiang Yu nodded in approval before devouring the bun ravenously. He turned to look at Lu Yaoyao, who was sleeping on the adjacent bed, and called out, Yaoyao, wake up. After a few calls, the girl's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of appetite as he looked at her drowsy expression. If it weren't for the surveillance cameras in the room, he might have crawled into her bed last night. Jiang Yu, your video of the battle royale with so many people was up on the campus forum all day yesterday, Lu Yucheng said, giving a thumbs up as he ate his breakfast. Jiang Yu responded calmly, not bad. Next time, try not to make battle royale sound so weird. He scrutinized Lu Yucheng for a few seconds and asked, have you gained weight again? Lu Yucheng sighed helplessly. Yeah, can't control my weight at lower levels. Jiang Yu suggested, maybe eat a bit less. You seem to be heading straight for 200 pounds. Lu Yucheng waved it off and asked, people on the forum are guessing you're already at the second level. Is that true? It is, Jiang Yu admitted with a nod. Wow, really? Lu Yucheng exclaimed. Jiang Yu replied modestly, keep it low-key. There's nothing to brag about, considering I awakened early. Lu Yucheng sighed enviously, so jealous. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, so those injuries you had before, were they from hunting mutants? Jiang Yu quickly denied it. Don't overthink it. I was just bullying small mutants. At that moment, Lu Yaoyao came out after freshening up, softly agreeing, yeah, you'll get yourself killed eventually. Jiang Yu chuckled awkwardly. I won't. I'm very cautious. Lu Yaoyao grabbed a bun and took small bites, only humming in response to Jiang Yu's explanation. Her face looked especially fresh and radiant after washing up. Lu Yuqiang continued to probe. Any instructors come looking for you about the second level? Jiang Yu answered, yeah, they came yesterday. Told me to rest up first and discuss things when I'm better. He added helplessly, this bit of showing off. Not sure how the special training camp will arrange things for me. Probably won't train with you guys anymore. Might be with the sophomores. This thought brightened Jiang Yu's eyes. He mused that if he could train with the sophomores, he could have another round with those kids. The top freshmen still fell short. Many couldn't even trigger a full fight, making him waste effort to knock them out. Jiang Yu calculated that given another half to a full month, even a 100-person battle royale wouldn't be a match for him. After all, he had only had his powers for 2 months. The first month was mostly idle, and he only started exerting himself in the second month. However, Jiang Yu also thought about his two abilities. One strengthened by shadows, the other by slaughter. He sadly realized that being a hunter didn't seem like a great thing. Well, take it one step at a time, he muttered to himself. As they chatted, footsteps approached the door. Jiang Yu looked up to see Song Qingyan in a wheelchair, pushed by Instructor Gu. Song Instructor, Instructor Gu, Jiang Yu greeted. Song Qingyan smiled. No need to be so formal, just call me uncle. He looked slightly better off than Jiang Yu, at least not completely wrapped like a mummy. Jiang, you've really got something, Song Qingyan praised. Taking on 100 people alone and winning against almost 70. I was watching the live stream yesterday and almost jumped out of my bed. Jiang Yu, munching on a bun, asked, because it was so exciting? No, Song Qingyan shook his head, because it was so awkward. Every time you said next, it felt like I was in a bathhouse, with the bath attendant calling for the next customer after finishing with one. Jiang Yu's face froze. Instructor Gu chimed in, yeah, it was also like a street food stall, with the cook calling next after serving one customer. Jiang Yu asked helplessly, was it really that exaggerated? Jiang Yu's face instantly darkened, and the satisfaction in his heart was completely washed away by his companion's teasing. He even felt an impulse to curl his toes into the ground to hide his embarrassment. Song Qingyan laughed heartily a few times, then straightened his expression and said seriously to Jiang Yu, Xiao Yu, given your current situation, you probably can't follow the regular training schedule. You need to be mentally prepared for that. Funny you should say that, Uncle Song. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. We were just talking about this before you came. I'm ready. Can I train with the second-year students? Can I spar with them? Song Qingyan and Gu Qi exchanged glances, both filled with surprise. Wow. Song Qingyan shook his head helplessly. You haven't had enough of fighting those dozens of people yesterday? Whether you can train with the second-year students still needs to be discussed, Song Qing'an explained. But one thing is certain. Your special training will be much more complex than that of the other students. As long as I get to fight, I'm good, Jiang Yu said eagerly. Song Qing'an's eyes gleamed as he scrutinized Jiang Yu. If it's fighting you want, that's not out of the question, he said thoughtfully. Your skills are indeed above average for a student, but they're still rough. Against an experienced opponent of the same level, you're likely to lose. Since you're so keen on fighting, when we get back, I'll spar with you. The scene was quite comical. Song Qing'an, sitting in a wheelchair and dressed in hospital clothes, was lecturing Jiang Yu, who was sitting on the bed, wrapped in bandages. Meanwhile, a few instructors at the special training camp, just as Song Qing'an had predicted, were holding a meeting. Jiang Yu's file lay open in front of each person, and Chan Song, sitting at the head of the table, looked exasperated. Did you get through on the phone? Chan Song asked. The phone was quickly connected, and a magnetic voice of a middle-aged man came through. Hello? Hello, Inspector Li. This is Chan Song, Deputy Chief Instructor of the Yunhai Special Training Camp. Oh, hello. Li Xuanguang paused, then asked, did something happen with Jiang Yu? Did he get into a fight? Chen Song was momentarily stunned, not expecting the other party to hit the nail on the head. On his first day at the camp, Jiang Yu challenged nearly 100 top freshmen from Yunhai University and single-handedly defeated 68 of them. Wow. Li Xuanguang only uttered these words and then fell silent. Chen Song had no choice but to continue. Are you aware that your nephew has already reached the second-tier level? After a few seconds of silence on the other end, Li Xuanguang replied, yes, I know. After all, he's my nephew. He awakened early right under my nose. No one knows Jiang Yu better than I do. So, how do you think we should train him next? Chen Song pressed on. Li Xuanguang didn't hesitate and answered directly. The kid is weak in humanities. He should attend regular classes for extraordinary history and basic knowledge, just like everyone else. As for combat techniques, he paused. Individual training will do. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and Jiang Yu's injuries had mostly healed. Yang Ci approached the hospital bed, report in hand, and said, all right, get ready to leave. Tomorrow's Monday, and classes officially start. Reluctantly, Jiang Yu sat up and stretched. The hospital stay had been quite comfortable, with someone taking care of his needs. The only downside was the bathroom situation. He glanced at Lu Yaoyao standing by the bed and thought to himself that he was too shy to ask the young girl for help. After all, they hadn't defined their relationship yet, and he didn't want to impose. The nurse softly reminded him, make sure to attend your classes and avoid getting into fights again. Got it, got it. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. After the nurse left, he threw off the covers and got out of bed. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, filling the room with a warm glow. Gazing at the scenery outside, he casually said to Lu Yaoyao, can you peel an apple for me? Lu Yaoyao rolled her eyes and snapped, do it yourself? With a sigh, Jiang Yu grudgingly picked up an apple and started eating it without peeling. Lu Yaoyao couldn't help but comment, you didn't peel or wash it. Guess it'll help with digestion. Great. So it's to help me with constipation? Jiang Yu grumbled, but inwardly he was glad she still cared about him. Switching topics, he asked, how's your dorm room? Lu Yaoyao replied, pretty much settled. The 21st building you dropped me off at last time is full of top freshman girls. I can't compete with them yet. Maybe later. Jiang Yu's interest was piqued, and he began to coax her. Why go through all that trouble? Before he could finish, Lu Yaoyao cut him off. Stop right there. She recalled Jiang Yu's constant whispering over the past few days, saying things like, no worries, it's a big space. Stay wherever you like. And come on, we've been neighbors for so many years. You trust me, right? If he hadn't occasionally pinched her cheeks, she might have agreed. Thinking about it, Lu Yaoyao's ears turned red. She quickly said, there's nothing troublesome about it. Who moves into a different dorm on the 3rd or 4th day? Have some shame. As soon as she said it, she realized something was off. Jiang Yu immediately seized the opportunity. What I meant was, why go through all that trouble? I could just take over the girls' dorm for you. A single room is better than a 4-person one, right? Lu Yaoyao was both embarrassed and furious. What nonsense are you talking about? You think you can just waltz into the girls' dorm? Yawning, Jiang Yu innocently replied, all right then, never mind. Looks like I'll be the only one in building one. Well, not entirely alone. His words sounded ambiguous, and the more Lu Yaoyao thought about it, the angrier she got. Unable to contain herself, she kicked Jiang Yu, who was stretching by the window. Bang! Jiang Yu's face met the window pane. Ouch! What the heck? Jiang Yu turned around, rubbing his butt. I meant that not all the floors in building one are mine. There are other residents. Why'd you kick me? Lu Yaoyao, at a loss for words, stubbornly replied. Because I felt like it. Jiang Yu sighed. Get out. I need to change. Lu Yaoyao plopped down on a chair, ignoring him. No way. Go change in the bathroom. Grumbling as he changed, Jiang Yu muttered, "You're not the same caring Yao Yao who looked after me so meticulously when I was injured. The world's going downhill." Once ready, they headed to Building 1. When they arrived, Jiang Yu asked, "Want to come up?" Lu Yao Yao immediately refused. No. After much coaxing, Jiang Yu finally convinced her to come upstairs. The sixth floor had 20 rooms, all now vacant. Jiang Yu thought to himself that after challenging over 60 people, the training camp should at least give him 3 floors, but he only got this one. Lost in his thoughts, Jiang Yu was interrupted by a video call from Lu Nanfeng. On the screen, Lu Nanfeng's face was dark with anger. In his 40s, Lu Nanfeng barely contained his anger, wishing he could reach through the screen and stab Jiang Yu. He sternly said, "Jiang Yu, you're still young." Jiang Yu looked confused. "Uncle Lu, I don't understand. There's no need for 3 floors. I just wanted some peace and quiet." He paused and added, "Uncle Lu, you wouldn't want, well, me to be uncomfortable in the special training camp, right?" Lu Nanfeng sneered, "If you're uncomfortable, I'd be thrilled." After much back and forth, they finally reached a compromise, granting Jiang Yu an entire floor. "This room will do," Jiang Yu said nonchalantly, picking a south-facing room and carrying his luggage inside. The room layout was similar to others, and he didn't have much to organize. Soon, everything was neatly in place without taking too much time. "Is that all? I'm heading back." Lu Yaoyao turned to leave. "Hey, don't rush off." Jiang Yu quickly stepped in front of her. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lu Yaoyao took a cautious step back, feeling uneasy. "Let's chat for a bit," Jiang Yu said with a grin. Lu Yaoyao didn't respond, just stared straight at him. More precisely, she stared behind him. Jiang Yu froze for a moment, thinking she wasn't shy at all. Then he realized something was off. His newly acquired sharp instincts kicked in, and he felt the hairs on his body stand on end. There was killing intent. Was it an anomaly? His eyes narrowed, and he swiftly turned, swinging his right elbow with force. But just as he was about to hit the target, he stopped abruptly. The gust of wind lifted the other person's hair, and Jiang Yu's elbow halted right at their temple. Jiang Yu's expression turned awkward. The other person slowly unbuckled their belt. "This isn't good." Jiang Yu forced a smile. "I think the last beating wasn't severe enough," Lu Nanfeng said coldly. "Can you not use the end with the metal?" Jiang Yu tried to bargain. "No. Uncle Lu, I was wrong. I really was." Jiang Yu's wails echoed through the entire floor. "It hurts." That morning, Building 1 was particularly noisy. "Ouch. It hurts." Jiang Yu couldn't help but complain. "He's really ruthless. Truly ruthless." As he applied medicine to himself, he thought about how Lu Nanfeng was much harsher this time. Probably because he knew Jiang Yu had reached the second tier and could endure more. His buttocks were bruised and tender, hurting with the slightest touch. If he didn't want to trouble himself, he would have gone to the medical room. Lying on the edge of the bed to ease the pain, Jiang Yu sighed. The special training camp was about to start officially, and many of his questions about the extraordinary would likely be answered there. He opened the basic manual for extraordinary individuals issued by the training camp and began to browse through it. What is the extraordinary? What is the source of extraordinary power? Our world? A century of struggle. What is the abyss? When will this invasion war end? The manual listed many questions but provided few answers. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, thinking that perhaps he would learn something in class tomorrow. This world had shown him a glimpse, and he had no idea what the full picture would be. He had thought things were already bad enough, but now it seemed they could get even worse. Jiang Yu looked up at the sky outside the window. In the boundless blue sky, a sun hung high. In 2 days, its health had dropped from 80 to 73. Yes, the sun in the sky was losing health. Does the sun have periods? This absurd idea briefly flashed through Jiang Yu's mind. He stood on the rooftop of the dormitory, gazing up at the massive glowing sphere in the sky, his brow furrowed. The sun's energy level had dropped, a phenomenon far beyond his understanding as a second-tier novice. Jiang Yu recalled the anomalies he had observed over the past couple of days. The sun's energy level had decreased 3 times, each time by a significant amount, finally stabilizing at 73. As a shadow stalker, he could only vaguely sense the subtle changes in the shadows and a slight discomfort in his body. He speculated that higher-tier extraordinaries might detect more clues. Shifting his gaze away from the glaring sun, Jiang Yu rubbed his aching eyes. He pondered the reason for Uncle Lu's sudden visit. As a Cloud Sea patroller, it seemed reasonable for Uncle Lu to inspect the special training camp. But Jiang Yu suddenly considered another possibility. Could Uncle Lu be the camp's instructor? This thought made Jiang Yu gasp. Uncle Lu, being one of the top figures in the second-tier night patrol division, was practically a leader in the Cloud Sea settlement. His daily schedule was so packed that he barely had time to catch his breath, his workload even heavier than that of an average office worker. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel sorry for Uncle Lu. Just as Jiang Yu was lost in thought, his phone beeped. It was a message from Lu Yaoyao, asking if her father had been too harsh. Jiang Yu rubbed his still sore backside and replied, Your dad really went all out on me. Doesn't he worry about beating me to death? The two exchanged a few more messages, and Lu Yaoyao revealed a shocking piece of information. Uncle Lu had once been a candidate for a battle commander but had retired due to injuries to become a patroller. This news left Jiang Yu stunned, and he silently set a small goal for himself. One day, when Uncle Lu turned 50, he would find a chance to give him a good thrashing. After ending the conversation with Lu Yaoyao, Jiang Yu's thoughts shifted, and his figure instantly vanished from the bed. The next moment, he found himself in the shadow layer. Thick shadows wrapped around his body like threads, rising from his feet to his entire form, bringing a sensation of exhilaration akin to a dragon diving into the sea. Utilizing his shadow stalker abilities, Jiang Yu easily traversed the balcony and reached the rooftop. He didn't wander around but instead unfolded a portable collapsible bed he carried with him and lay down comfortably. Then, he opened a pre-downloaded collection of De Gang's comic dialogues, enjoying the humor while giving his battered backside some much-needed rest. In this unfathomable world, Dezhou, a technological society, had been developing extraordinary powers from scratch, resisting external invasions for 100 years. Jiang Yu knew that this world was deep and mysterious, with abysses, hierarchies, shadow layers, and many other unknowns. And he was just beginning his journey down this path filled with uncertainties. Extraordinary history. This should be about the history of the extraordinary in our current times. Interesting, considering we rarely touch upon such topics in our usual history lessons, Jiang Yu thought to himself, feeling a surge of anticipation. The night patrol is so powerful. I wonder how glorious its history must be. He walked into the large lecture hall of the teaching building, greeted by a sea of people. Over 300 students crowded the back rows, while the first row remained completely empty. Although he hadn't officially started university yet, this scene already gave Jiang Yu a taste of the university classroom atmosphere. His gaze swept over the layers of heads and finally landed on the large screen at the front of the room. The screen took up half of the wall, with a blackboard beside it. At the moment, the first slide of a presentation was displayed, a breathtaking image of the cosmos. In the dark expanse of space, a solitary blue planet floated, surrounded by faint starlight. These distant stars did little to dispel the darkness. Instead, they highlighted the planet's loneliness. More unsettling was the fact that the planet's surface was crisscrossed with black lines, resembling a giant net tightly binding it. Though simple, the image was masterfully composed and colored. The sense of confinement seemed to spill out from the screen, making Jiang Yu feel a wave of oppression. The students in the classroom sat in clusters, occasionally glancing at the screen and whispering to each other. Suddenly, a white-haired teacher walked into the classroom, immediately capturing everyone's attention. He appeared to be around 50 years old, with meticulously groomed hair and a few wrinkles on his face. Despite his lean frame, his every movement exuded a sense of efficiency. He placed a thick book on the lectern and made a few adjustments. A peculiar wave of energy instantly spread throughout the room, making Jiang Yu feel as if a gentle breeze had brushed past his face. Soft, soothing music began to play, reminiscent of a babbling brook. Jiang Yu couldn't help but sit up straight and focus his attention. The teacher clasped his hands in front of him, lifted his head to survey the students, and began to speak. My surname is Su, and my name is Su Jianyang. I will be your teacher for extraordinary history. This subject chronicles significant events from the Great Cataclysm to the present day, and is a completely new course for you. During your studies, you may find yourselves shocked, but do not despair. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the classroom dimmed. Reflected in Jiang Yu's dark pupils was a new image on the screen, a bird's eye view of a city ravaged by war. From several hundred meters above, the cracked ground and the tilted, broken concrete structures were clearly visible. Su Jianyang's voice resonated in the silent classroom. In the year 2000, the anomalies arrived. Our world began to face invasion. Su Jianyang began to speak slowly, skipping any unnecessary introductions and getting straight to the point. His voice echoed through the classroom, capturing the attention of every student. In the beginning, no one knew where they came from. Su Jianyang's gaze swept across the room. We simply assumed they were unidentified species appearing somewhere. He paused, letting the information sink in. These creatures had unique physical structures and constantly emitted pollution. Their appearance seemed to open the door to a new world, driving everyone to madness. Su Jianyang's tone grew serious. It wasn't until half a month later that the first abyssal rift opened. He traced a line in the air with his finger, mimicking the shape of a crack. There weren't any particularly powerful creatures, just what we now consider insignificant second-tier ones. He continued, a hint of irony in his voice, as if it were planned. Rifts appeared simultaneously in various countries, totaling 36 in all. The students' faces showed expressions of surprise. Their strength wasn't particularly formidable, Su Jianyang explained. First-tier creatures could be easily torn apart by ordinary bullets and artillery. His voice dropped, becoming somber. But the terrifying aspect of these creatures wasn't their strength. It was the cost of killing them. Emphasizing the word cost, Su Jinyang turned and meticulously wrote it on the blackboard. Killing these creatures always exacted a price, and that price was the unique pollution of their bodies. Facing the students, he continued, in an era before the emergence of extraordinary powers, even killing the weakest first-tier creature could result in side effects like trembling hands, palpitations, shortness of breath, and tinnitus. More severe consequences could include fractures, temporary blindness, or sensory confusion. His tone grew heavier. On the battlefield, any of these costs could be fatal. Su Jinyang's eyes met each student's, and we humans could only reduce the cost, never completely avoid it. There was a trace of helplessness in his voice. Even a fifth-tier powerhouse, facing countless first-tier creatures, would eventually be gravely injured or killed by the accumulated cost. Jiang Yu stared at the figure on the podium, deeply shaken. Su Jinyang continued, however, once this pattern was discovered, people began using heavy weaponry for long-range suppression. The cost of first and second-tier creatures wasn't significant enough to affect someone from such a distance. For a while, our world remained relatively stable. His tone grew somber again, but as the number of rifts increased, the pollution in our world grew as well, leading to drastic changes. Compared to humans, plants and animals were more susceptible to pollution, undergoing mutations and making the wilderness unsafe. Su Jinyang then started narrating the key events chronologically. On New Year's Day of the second year of the new era, Baidu and Nandu announced the establishment of large gathering areas and began relocating residents from surrounding towns in batches. In the fifth year of the new era, attempts to enter the abyss resulted in a 97 mortality rate, and Dezhou first learned of the existence of forbidden items. Using these items, people advanced to the second tier to combat the creatures, sparking a craze for forbidden items in Dezhou. At this point, the path to extraordinary abilities was still unclear, and no one had advanced beyond the first tier. That same year, 15 small nations declared their extinction. This global crisis spared no one. In the eighth year of the new era, the upper limit of extraordinary tiers increased further with the help of forbidden items, and the defenses of gathering areas became more robust. Those who grew stronger through forbidden items believed they had found the correct path, marking a dawn for Dezhou. In the 10th year of the new era, the conventional path to extraordinary abilities, now the mainstream route, finally found a way to ascend to the second tier. That same year, the Baidu Watchtower Gathering Area and the Nandu Dawn Gathering Area were officially established, becoming the only two first-tier gathering areas in Dezhou. Over the next 5 years, other gathering areas were gradually established. Hearing Nandu Dawn, first-tier gathering area, the student's expressions turned puzzled. Jiang Yu thought to himself, something's not right. The textbook says Nandu is a second-tier gathering area. The conflicting information about first and second tiers caused confusion among the students. The history textbooks primarily focused on ancient times, and the modern history of the past century was barely enough to fill half a book throughout their middle and high school years. The textbooks mainly covered the Great Famine, the intense struggles, and the mass migrations under the impact of the creatures. Due to the vast territory of Dezhou and the difficulty in defending small cities, people had to unite and establish gathering areas. This led to the dispersion of gathering areas. As the creatures grew stronger, to prevent being overwhelmed individually, several major migrations occurred, culminating in the formation of a northern defense line. This was the history they had learned. Jiang Yu was well aware of this history, but at that moment, he was filled with doubt and unease. Ever since he saw the speckled map in Uncle Lu's room, he had been unsure how much of the history was true and how much was fabricated. In the classroom, the large screen continuously changed images, and a detailed map slowly unfolded. Baidu, Qingyang, Mai, Atai, Xinghe, Linen, Lingdong, Changyang, Nandu, Tianfutan red dots lit up one after another, marking the 10 primary gathering sites of the Great Zhou. The students exchanged puzzled glances, their brows furrowed. 10 primary gathering sites? Someone whispered. That's way more than what we've learned. A sense of unease spread through the classroom, and some even began to conjure up terrifying scenarios in their minds. Finally, a student sitting in the front row couldn't hold back and raised his hand to ask, "Teacher, why is this different from the history we've been taught?" Su Jianyang didn't answer directly but continued his lecture. His voice was calm yet heavy. In the 20th year of the new era, the first third-year variant appeared, followed by a dreadful wave of third-year variants. Conventional weapons were barely effective, and the Nandu gathering site paid a terrible price to annihilate them. He paused for a moment before continuing. In the 30th year of the new era, the first special variant emerged, far surpassing its peers in strength. It led an army of variants to besiege the Mai gathering site. Due to its proximity, we couldn't use nuclear weapons. The atmosphere in the classroom grew even more tense, and everyone held their breath. After a few seconds of silence, Su Jianyang slowly said, "This was the first time a primary gathering site was annihilated. A deathly silence enveloped the entire classroom, broken only by the soft music playing from the podium, seemingly trying to calm the impending storm of negative emotions. After giving the students a few seconds to process, Su Jianyang continued, each word striking like a hammer on their hearts. In the 40th year of the new era, the first fourth-tier variant mutated from a nuclear explosion, leading to the fall of the Atai gathering site. In the 50th year of the new era, Tianfu and its surrounding gathering sites faced the dual threats of abyssal rifts and variants, prompting the first major migration in history. Over 1 billion people, with less than a million surviving. In the 60th year of the new era, the southwest and northwest regions of the Great Zhou completely fell, becoming a playground for the variants. In the 70th year of the new era, the variants moved north. If Linen were to fall, the north would be directly exposed to threats. Thus, the second major migration occurred. 100,000 youths bravely sacrificed themselves, pushing the variants back 1,000 miles, temporarily creating a barrier between the north and south. In the same year, Nandu also attempted to migrate but was blocked by abyssal rifts. Su Jianyang's gaze swept across the class as he continued, fight, surrender, seek peace, retreat. After decades of brutal battles, we couldn't help but reflect. Would it have been better to cede territory and retreat to the north from the start? However, would constant retreat really be better? No one knows the answer. The power of the extraordinary continues to grow, but so do the rifts, and the variants entering the Great Zhou are becoming increasingly powerful. Isolated and struggling, Nandu decided to gather strength and prepare for a northern evacuation. In the 75th year of the new era, the emergence of a fifth-tier special variant shattered the hopes of the Great Zhou. The classroom was utterly silent, with everyone lost in the harrowing history. The screen slowly moved, revealing a desolate and ravaged landscape. Su Jianyang's voice broke the silence once more. The third major migration cost us dearly, and the south was completely lost. This war has raged for a century. We've made mistakes and taken wrong turns. The extraordinary and the night patrol have become the sanctuary for most people, the only hope to dispel the darkness. He scanned the classroom, seeing confusion, fear, and despair on the students' faces. Only one boy with black, tousled hair had a curious glimmer in his eyes. Su Jianyang's gaze lingered on him for a moment before moving on. Overcoming despair is a challenge every extraordinary must face, he said. This is an invasion, and we've shed too much blood. It's unfortunate that I have to tell you all this in your first formal extraordinary class, but these are things you must know, because we have no way out. As the lighting around them gradually returned to normal and the soothing music faded away, everyone snapped out of their daze. Although Professor Su Jianyang's lecture was brief, it struck the students like a heavy hammer, shattering their idealized view of the Zhou dynasty's history. The timeline of the century-long catastrophe unfolded vividly in the students' minds. The first 30 years seemed prosperous and full of development. However, the situation took a drastic and terrifying turn in the following decades. Every 10 years, a primary settlement would fall. One by one, the western, southwestern, and southern regions were overrun. With just a few words, Professor Su painted a harrowing picture of millions of lives lost. The drone footage displayed on the big screen was profoundly impactful. Once bustling cities were now deserted, with only numerous mutants roaming freely through the concrete jungle. The scene then shifted to a massive horde of these creatures, moving like a tidal wave, shaking the earth and mountains. There were no flashy special effects, but the raw reality of the footage made it even more suffocating. Finally, the screen froze on a map. The once grand national borders were now mostly lost. The surviving humans were huddled in the northern regions, struggling to hang on. This brutal reality was starkly different from what the students had learned, hitting them like a resounding slap. In the classroom, hushed discussions turned into whispers of despair. Professor Su's warning before the lecture still echoed in their ears, but who could remain calm in the face of such truth? The tales of the Night Patrol Division's bravery, the extraordinary powers of the superhumans, and the advancements in technology now seemed like a colossal lie. Lu Yaoyao pressed her lips together, her face slightly pale. Despite the information her father had given her, it paled in comparison to today's revelations. Zhang Yu noticed her reaction and gently held her hand, suggesting, "Let's go get some fresh air." After leaving the classroom, the two strolled along the forest path near the academic building. The chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers slightly eased Lu Yaoyao's mood. She sighed softly. "I knew things were bad, but I didn't expect this." Zhang Yu sighed as well. "You're better off than me. I thought the world was still beautiful." In the garden corridor, they saw couples either walking or sitting together. Professor Su Jianyang was alone, sitting on a bench in a corner, engrossed in a book titled The Cataclysm Era. Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment before approaching Professor Su. "Hello, Professor Su. I'm Zhang Yu," he said. Without looking up, Professor Su continued flipping through the pages, responding after a few seconds, "I know you. You fought over 60 freshmen in a row the other day. The old professor's tone was flat, as if discussing the weather. Mr. Su Jianyang seemed oblivious to Jiang Yu's presence, engrossed in the book he was reading. However, when Jiang Yu spoke, Mr. Su didn't seem surprised at all. Jiang Yu mustered his courage and asked directly, Mr. Su, I have a question. Why did you choose to talk about these topics in the first class? Without looking up, Mr. Su asked, which topics? Jiang Yu took a deep breath and replied solemnly, invasive species, cities falling, the great Zhou's defeats, like a dog with its tail between its legs, extraordinary heroes sacrificing themselves, meeting death with valor. Oh. Mr. Su finally looked up. Is it wrong to talk about these? What do you think I should talk about? Jiang Yu glanced back at Lu Yaoyao, sitting on a wooden beam nearby, her small hands tightly clasped together, her eyes filled with barely concealed worry. Turning back to Mr. Su, Jiang Yu continued, it's not wrong. But I think it's inappropriate to confront students with such harsh realities without any preparation. The scenes are so shocking that even mature adults would find it hard to accept, let alone a group of Suntobe University students. He paused and then added, moreover, most of us have no concept of extraordinary powers, yet we're expected to face such heavy responsibilities directly? It's overwhelming, so much so that it makes people want to run away. I don't think this lesson will instill a sense of duty and patriotism. On the contrary, the despair is so immense that it crushes any fighting spirit. Despair drags people into the abyss. Recalling the contents of the camp manual, Jiang Yu said, we knew this beforehand. In this world, excessive despair leads to all sorts of negative outcomes. He looked directly at Mr. Su. I don't oppose revealing the truth, but dumping it all at once. Exceeding psychological limits, this is teaching students, or poisoning them. Mr. Su listened silently, not in a hurry to refute. Instead, he asked, are you Li Xuanguang's nephew? Yes, Jiang Yu nodded. You're young, but you have your own thoughts. Mr. Su smiled slightly. Despair is good. Question mark. Jiang Yu frowned. Despair now, understand it later. It's better than growing older and despairing because you can't see the way forward. Mr. Su lowered his head and resumed reading. Jiang Yu's confusion deepened. Isn't that reason too far-fetched? Can't we take it step by step, even if it takes a month or two to slowly accept the facts and adjust our mindset? He recalled his own feelings after reading those contents. To be honest, even I felt suffocated by the overwhelming sense of noble sacrifice and despair. It made me want to escape. Suddenly, Mr. Su looked up and asked, do you know what the extraordinary is? Jiang Yu remained silent. Is awakening for the first time enough to be called extraordinary? Mr. Su pressed on, then continued, although you're at the second stage, forgive me for saying, you're far from extraordinary. The first stage is awakening, gaining initial abilities, just a glimpse. The second stage is transformation, the most perilous. The old man went on, pollution entangles, the body becomes inhuman. Falling into pits and chasms, 100-foot cliff. Walking on a narrow bridge, like treading on thin ice. Only by surviving transformation, climbing out of the deep well, and crossing the towering bridge, can one be called extraordinary. He looked directly at Jiang Yu. Let me ask you, you're at the second stage. Have you seen the well in your heart? Have you seen the bridge before you? Mr. Su's voice grew deeper. The extraordinary is about self-denial and questioning the world for countless nights, seeking oneself in darkness, breaking through the ice. When the abyss descends and invasive species attack, the extraordinary do not retreat. He stood up and slowly walked towards the door. Young man, are you confused because I revealed the world's truth? Or because you're angry that you, in your prime, have to face such heavy responsibilities? Jiang Yu stood there, speechless. The extraordinary don't just sacrifice themselves heroically. You don't need to be confused or anything. Mr. Su closed his book and continued walking out. Jiang Yu, nephew of the former General Li, clearly, you're not ready to become extraordinary yet. He reached the door, stopped, and turned to look at Jiang Yu. Lastly, do you really believe what I talked about is the true history? With that, Mr. Su left the room, leaving Jiang Yu standing there, bewildered and at a loss. Jiang Yu stood on the playground, lost in thought. Lu Yaoyao gently poked his arm and asked with concern, Jiang Yu, are you okay? Ever since his conversation with the old man, he had seemed like a lost soul. The second class was held in the same classroom, with familiar faces all around. But this time a younger teacher stood at the podium. The topic was the basics of the extraordinary. The teacher explained passionately, the extraordinary, at its core, is a collection of contamination. It doesn't sound pleasant, but it's the truth. When contamination enters the body, it eventually forms a power unique to the individual. For example, if your ability is fire, the contamination in your body can be called a fire point or flame point, whichever you prefer. The teacher continued, the source of extraordinary powers actually comes from different species. Fire species, bone species, ice species, blood species, feather species, ancient demon species. There are countless types. Hunting a species that shares the same origin as you carries less risk and allows you to absorb the contamination left by its death, which is a common way to grow stronger. Lu Yaoyao was distracted and not paying attention to the lecture at all. She asked cautiously, "Did Mr. Su scold you?" Afraid of drawing the teacher's attention. Jiang Yu shook his head. "No." "Then what's wrong?" Lu Yaoyao was puzzled. Jiang Yu sighed. "I'm just struggling with..." "Never mind. To put it simply, I'm overwhelmed." "Huh?" The girl looked confused. "Yaoyao, I'm really overwhelmed." Jiang Yu sighed again. "What exactly is wrong?" Jiang Yu's constant sighing made the girl frown, but she was still clueless. Jiang Yu whispered, "This world is too complicated for me to handle." Initially distressed by the truth about the Zhou dynasty, Lu Yaoyao ended up comforting him instead. "Don't overthink it, everything will be fine." "All right." Jiang Yu squeezed his hand, trying to calm himself down. Lu Yaoyao, who was taking photos of the blackboard with her phone, suddenly froze, her cheeks flushing. She turned to Jiang Yu, her eyes almost spitting fire. Jiang Yu nonchalantly said, "Your legs are getting chubby, you should lose some weight." "You jerk." Lu Yaoyao gritted her teeth. The class ended quickly, and the first day of the camp was already half over. The afternoon was reserved for the much-anticipated practical training. Some students had tried using their powers before but couldn't fully utilize them due to insufficient contamination. Others were too scared to try, fearing something might go wrong. After waiting for so long, they were finally getting to the practical sessions. After lunch, Jiang Yu tricked Lu Yaoyao into building number 1 under the pretense of taking a walk. After a short break and quenching their thirst, the two headed to playground number 1, with Lu Yaoyao still fuming. Jiang Yu had assumed the practical class would be held at the specialized training ground they had seen earlier, but it turned out to be just an ordinary playground. When they arrived, the playground was already crowded with students, grouped mainly by their classes. The training camp had arranged classes based on the students' talents and abilities. This wasn't to discriminate against those with lesser talents, but because the gap was indeed significant. The training intensity for highly talented students was something ordinary students couldn't keep up with, necessitating separate classes. Just like regular students differ in intelligence, the gap in talent is even more pronounced in the extraordinary world. The first few classes consisted of the most talented students, but unfortunately, Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao weren't in the same class. They could sit together during large lectures, but their individual class sessions were separate. Jiang Yu suspected this arrangement had something to do with Lu Nanfeng. With the playground bustling, Lu Yaoyao quickly returned to her class 3. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey Jiang, how's it going with your girlfriend?" Jiang Yu turned to see a delicate-featured boy, Zhou Hao, one of the unfortunate ones who had been dragged into the shadow field with him. "Get lost, what girlfriend? We're just good friends," Jiang Yu replied irritably. Zhou Hao chuckled, "I get it. But seriously, Jiang, with your skills, do you still need to train with us?" "Seems unnecessary." Jiang Yu glanced around and said, "An instructor talked to me before, said there would be arrangements, but nothing's happened yet. Not sure what's going on." At that moment, instructors in special combat uniforms began to enter the playground. A sharp whistle echoed through the loudspeakers, quickly silencing the crowd. The students swiftly formed lines, and over 40 instructors stood in neat rows in front of the podium. The broadcast system came to life. "Hello, trainees. The practical training course is about to begin, led by your respective instructors and assistant instructors. Your practical skills will play a crucial role in the college entrance exams 6 months from now. Without further ado, instructors, take your positions." "Present." 40 instructors shouted in unison, their voices echoing across the training ground, deafeningly loud. "Head to your respective classes and begin the training." "Yes, sir." Immediately, the 40 instructors sprinted towards their designated class groups like arrows released from a bow. In no time, a dark-skinned, lean instructor arrived in front of class 1. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Attention!" The students, who were curiously eyeing him, were startled by his unexpected roar. A suffocating aura of menace and bloodlust filled the air. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat, his keen instincts reacting instantly. These instructors were not to be trifled with. "Just stand there," the instructor said nonchalantly, then fell silent. The other instructors followed suit, yelling once before lapsing into silence. Surprisingly, those few shouts were incredibly effective. The entire training ground fell silent. Not a single sound could be heard. An indescribable killing intent enveloped the area, like invisible blades grazing their skin and spine, making it hard to breathe. A thought flashed through Jiang Yu's mind. What kind of power is this? The instructors stood motionless, their killing intent like an invisible net trapping everyone present. Was it a forbidden artifact? Or a special ability? Suddenly, Jiang Yu remembered the time he saved a child in the Shadow Realm and encountered a fiery figure. Using his ability to freely move through the Shadow Realm, he had engaged in a fierce battle. Unexpectedly, the man had slashed at him, locking him in place with an overwhelming killing intent. The current situation was similar, though less lethal. If he wanted, he could break free. Time ticked by. 10 minutes, 15 minutes passed. Standing at attention in this state was exponentially more difficult. Within moments, everyone's backs were soaked with sweat. Finally, after 20 minutes, a whistle broke the silence, and the killing intent dissipated. Rest, the instructor ordered, and everyone collapsed to the ground, relieved. Jiang Yu, being of higher physical prowess, only broke a light sweat and felt relatively fine. He muttered to himself, "Damn. This feels more and more like military training." He took out a bottle of water and drank deeply, feeling refreshed. "Not bad," the instructor remarked, eyeing Jiang Yu. At this point, Jiang Yu was one of the few still standing, aside from the instructors. "Want one?" Jiang Yu asked, reaching into his pocket. The instructor paused. "I don't eat candy cigarettes." Well, Jiang Yu thought. Has word spread that I chew these all the time? He popped a candy cigarette into his mouth. Looking up, Jiang Yu saw a familiar figure approaching. "How's it going here?" Song Qingyan, dressed in a dark blue special ops uniform, asked with an imposing presence. Reporting, "Everything is normal." The instructor stood at attention and reported. "Good." Song Qingyan glanced at Jiang Yu. "All right, come with me. You don't have to train with them." "Wow, really?" Jiang Yu chuckled. "All right, I'm coming." He followed Song Qingyan. "Uncle Song, what was that just now?" It felt like my whole body tensed up. Jiang Yu asked curiously. "Momentum," Song Qingyan replied casually. "A technique you must master to learn extraordinary skills." "What are extraordinary skills?" "The skills of the supernatural." "No kidding," Jiang Yu muttered, rolling his eyes. As they walked slowly, they gradually reached the center of the training ground. Jiang Yu was puzzled. "Uncle Song, where are we going?" "We're here." Song Qingyan stopped. "We're here?" Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. They were now at the very center of the training ground. "What are we doing here?" His throat tightened, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Song Qingyan flashed a bright smile and said two words, "Solo training." Jiang Yu stood in the middle of the training ground, his mind swirling with thoughts. He had considered the option of training alone before, but he never expected it to happen this way. In the surrounding rest areas, the eyes of the other trainees were all on him, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. Song Qingyan, who seemed like a minor leader among the instructors, stood in front of him with a smile that Jiang Yu found somewhat inexplicable. "Uncle Song, isn't this a bit much?" "Everyone's watching." Jiang Yu forced a smile, trying to ease the awkwardness. "What's there to be afraid of? You can serve as the perfect example of what not to do." Song Qingyan chuckled heartily, though a glint of something unreadable flashed in his eyes. In previous years, it was always the senior students or other instructors who did the demonstrations, but they were too polished from years of training. You, on the other hand, are a rare find. Your extraordinary rank is high, but your combat skills are lacking. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly to himself. He had indeed fought for his life against otherworldly creatures before, relying solely on brute strength. Although he had gained some experience, he still wasn't sure of his current level. "All right." Jiang Yu took a deep breath, summoning the power within him. Song Qingyan's casual demeanor suddenly turned serious, his brows furrowing slightly. "This kid. Why does he seem different from when he was in the ring?" Before he could ponder further, Jiang Yu had already moved. With a loud bang, the turf exploded as Jiang Yu's figure closed in rapidly. Adjusting his posture midair, he channeled all his strength through his waist, his right leg whipping down like a heavy lash. The move looked simple but required precise coordination and control. While most trainees could mimic it, they often lacked the substance, making them vulnerable in actual combat. "Watch closely, everyone. This kind of real combat is invaluable," the instructors began explaining to their trainees. "That first kick nearly takes off from midair. Unless there's a significant skill gap or you're skilled in leg techniques, don't try this lightly. It looks smooth, but it's easy for an opponent to counter." In the field, Song Qingyan remained stationary. As Jiang Yu's leg was about to strike, he slightly sidestepped and extended his arm. With a heavy thud, shin met forearm, sending a light shockwave that flattened the grass around them. "You've got quite the strength," Song Qingyan remarked, quickly adjusting his left arm to grab Jiang Yu's ankle. However, Jiang Yu's response caught him off guard. Twisting his waist, he raised his right elbow high and smashed it down. Another dull thud echoed as Song Qingyan met the strike with his palm. This kind of power. Was he holding back in the ring? Song Qingyan was astonished. No, it didn't look like he was holding back then. Could his strength have surged in just a few days? Though Jiang Yu's techniques weren't yet refined, they had begun to show his personal style, hinting at his developing momentum. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Yu's relentless attacks continued, but Song Qingyan stood his ground, effortlessly countering each strike. Grass and dirt flew around their feet, and the watching trainees gradually became mesmerized. Oh my god, someone couldn't help but whisper in awe. The ferocity of his attacks could tear through a pack of tigers and leopards. Jiang Yu's offensive was like a relentless storm, leaving everyone in awe. A few instructors on the sidelines whispered among themselves, analyzing the situation on the field. His offense is overwhelming, but his defense is lacking. This has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that once he gains the upper hand, he can suppress the enemy completely. The disadvantage is that if the opponent finds an opening to counterattack, his momentum could falter, and the battle could quickly turn against him. They continued their commentary. Real combat is different from games. Trading blow for blow is never a wise strategy. Although we haven't personally tested Jiang Yu's strength, judging by his performance, ordinary opponents of the same level would struggle to withstand his fierce attacks unless they have exceptional defensive skills. If he could balance his offense with defense, he'd be even more formidable and nearly unbeatable at his level. As if to validate the instructor's words, Song Qingyan, who had been on the defensive, finally made his move. His body shifted in an unexpected direction, catching Jiang Yu off guard. Just as Jiang Yu's fist was about to land, it suddenly halted. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Song Qingyan swiftly closed the distance and delivered a heavy palm strike to Jiang Yu's right chest and shoulder blade. The impact left Jiang Yu's right side numb and powerless. Gritting his teeth, he tried to counter with his left fist, but Song Qingyan intercepted it with a backhand strike to his elbow, dispersing his strength instantly. Following up, Song Qingyan's iron fist aimed straight for Jiang Yu's face, forcing him to hurriedly raise his hands to protect himself. A strike, a grab, a slam. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu was thrown to the ground. As the dizziness subsided, Jiang Yu stared at the sky, taking a moment to gather himself before struggling to his feet. Clutching his lower back, he grimaced and asked, "Uncle Song, did you use your abilities?" Song Qingyan chuckled, "Not at all. I even kept my physical strength within the limits of a second-tier fighter. If I needed to use my abilities to handle you, then my years as a night watchman would have been for nothing." "Uncle Song, how did you do it?" Jiang Yu asked, rubbing his sore arm in confusion. He hadn't held back, giving his all except for his shadow abilities, yet Uncle Song seemed to handle him effortlessly, barely moving from his spot. Song Qingyan explained, "It's about precise control of force, techniques to absorb impact, perfect timing, and a thorough understanding of the human body." "Sounds pretty impressive," Jiang Yu muttered to himself. Suddenly, the scenes from the fight replayed in his mind like a slideshow. As if watching from an outsider's perspective, Jiang Yu reviewed every detail from his first kick to his elbow strike, to each punch he threw. In this retrospective view, he could see more clearly the subtle tremors in Song Qingyan's body as he deflected each attack, and the tiny cracks that formed in the ground. That was the epitome of precise control. The scenes looped in his mind until Jiang Yu snapped back to reality. Song Qingyan continued, "In truth, hand-to-hand combat techniques aren't the most crucial in real fights. We primarily rely on extraordinary skills and our inherent abilities, but they are still essential to learn. Combat is unpredictable, and often your brain can't keep up. That's why you need to develop combat instincts and thinking, much like how math trains your logical thinking even if you rarely use it in daily life." As he spoke, he noticed an unusual glint in Jiang Yu's eyes, one filled with fervor and eagerness, as if he were gazing at some adorable girl in a white dress. "Jiang Yu, are you listening?" Song Qingyan asked, feeling a sudden sense of unease. "That sparring session was incredibly effective," Jiang Yu said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. "Uncle Song, let's go again." Before the words were fully out of his mouth, there was a loud bang as the ground cracked once more. "Attention!" At the command of the instructor, the resting trainees stood up immediately. Jiang Yu and Song Qingyan continued their sparring, but the atmosphere around them had grown tense. The instructor continued, "The first 2 days were for you to adapt. Starting from the 3rd day, we will formally reassign classes. Anyone who cannot withstand the pressure for an hour and collapses will be removed from their original class. Those who are disqualified will be reorganized into new combat classes based on the order they fell, regardless of gender." As soon as he finished speaking, an immense pressure descended upon the trainees like a net. Faces turned pale, bodies tensed, and everyone struggled to endure the pressure. The instructor added, "This pressure is far from unbearable. All of you possess a 3rd-level talent or higher. As long as you grit your teeth and stay focused, you can definitely hold out for the required time." He emphasized sternly, "Willpower is just a talent. Only with a strong personal resolve can you turn talent into true strength. And remember, after the class reassignment, you won't just be standing for an hour." The trainees felt every second stretch into an eternity, each moment a grueling test. Someone thought, holding on for 10 or 20 minutes is already unbearable. An hour? Who can manage that? Lu Yaoyao endured the pain, her clear eyes reflecting the figure of the boy in the center of the field who kept getting up over and over again. Thud. Jiang Yu was knocked to the ground once more. He wiped the dirt off his face and got up, panting heavily. His body was covered in red marks and bruises, one eye swollen into a black eye, and his issued combat uniform was wrinkled and dirty. Song Qingyan was slightly out of breath too, thinking, this kid. No wonder he's the nephew of General Li. Although it seemed like he was dominating Jiang Yu, it wasn't easy. He had to carefully control his strength, as the gap between third and second levels was significant, and a slight misstep could cause serious injury. Jiang Yu launched another attack, his fist aiming straight for Song Qingyan's chin. Song Qingyan prepared to easily deflect the seemingly slow punch, but just as it was about to connect, Jiang Yu's fist suddenly sped up, striking from an unexpected angle. Caught off guard, Song Qingyan was hit squarely in the chest by Jiang Yu's precise and swift punch. With a thud, a faint fist mark appeared on Song Qingyan's instructor uniform. This blow not only made Song Qingyan step back, but also surprised the instructors watching from the sidelines. Jiang Yu collapsed to the ground, exhausted, and muttered, "Finally did it. That was killing me." Song Qingyan snapped out of it, looked at Jiang Yu on the ground, and said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "All right, that's enough for today." Lying on the ground, Jiang Yu babbled, "Uncle Song, look at the state of this lawn. Do we need to pay for the damage? If so, just ask my Uncle Li to cover it. The lawn can be restored quickly with the right tools. Don't worry about it," Song Qingyan replied, though he was still thinking about that impressive strike. Despite being near exhaustion, Jiang Yu had managed to channel the last of his strength to execute a foundational advanced technique precision. This ability, usually mastered at the third level, had been crudely displayed by Jiang Yu, who had only just reached the second level. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, "Why are you back here again?" A young nurse sighed deeply, looking at the boy covered in injuries. For the third time, Jiang Yu lay on the hospital bed in the medical room, his expression slightly exasperated. The special training camp had only just begun, and within 5 days, he had already been in and out 3 times, each time with unusual injuries. Nurse Yang Ci was administering an 4 drip, her brows furrowed in a mix of helplessness. "What a coincidence," Jiang Yu muttered softly, "and it's you all 3 times. What's your name, miss?" Yang Ci's mouth twitched slightly, her tone tinged with exasperation. "First of all, I'm your senior and I'm here as an intern. Secondly, you asked for my name the first time you were admitted, then asked again the second time. This is the third time." "Ah, Jiang Yu was momentarily speechless, awkwardly falling silent. "Get some rest," Yang Ci said, giving him a glance before turning to leave. Jiang Yu struggled to lift his arm and picked up his phone to check his recently added contacts. He scrolled through a list of names: Li Xiaodi.17, 172.bs, Xiao Ran.18.165, HS, until he saw Yang Ci.23.36D.175.run. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Geez," he murmured to himself. "It's been so busy these days that I forgot." Just then, a familiar voice came from the doorway. "How's the kid doing?" Jiang Yu looked up to see Song Qingyan standing at the door and asked, "Uncle Song, aren't you continuing with the training?" "I'm the chief instructor for the combat course. Missing a bit won't hurt," Song Qingyan said as he walked in, holding a small green bottle. "Drink this later to replenish your strength." "Thanks, Uncle Song." Jiang Yu took the bottle, examining the thick, snot-like dark green liquid inside. He downed it in one go. Though the taste was unpleasant, the effect was immediate. The nutrient solution quickly spread through his body, alleviating his fatigue. "I could go for another whole day," Jiang Yu said, feeling invigorated as he sat up straight. Song Qingyan quickly stopped him. All right, take it easy. Are you a masochist, or something?" Jiang Yu nonchalantly replied, "Once I'm better, Uncle Song, let's spar a few more rounds. I think after a few hundred more bouts, you won't be able to keep up with me." "Sure, anytime," Song Qingyan said, secretly appreciating Jiang Yu's unyielding spirit. He decided to push him harder in the next training session. "Uncle Song," Jiang Yu suddenly asked, "that last move we did, I felt something weird, not quite comfortable, but not exactly painful either. What's the deal with that?" Song Qingyan's expression turned serious. "That's actually why I'm here. We need to continue the training, but your sessions might need some adjustments." "What kind of adjustments?" Jiang Yu asked curiously. "You'll be practicing with the sophomores." "Practicing? But I haven't even graduated yet, and I'm here to learn extraordinary skills, not to practice." "What do you mean by practicing?" Jiang Yu was puzzled. "It's what the higher-ups decided. Just follow the plan," Song Qingyan replied curtly. "All right." Jiang Yu reluctantly agreed. "Regarding that micro-technique you used," Song Qingyan added, "the materials have been sent to your student email. Watch it yourself and don't leak it." "Got it," Jiang Yu responded promptly. After Song Qingyan left, Jiang Yu immediately opened his email. The words "extraordinary techniques" stood out, and a glimmer of excitement and anticipation appeared in his eyes. "This is quite interesting." Jiang Yu sat up slightly in his hospital bed, gathering some energy. He opened the file he had received, which contained both videos and documents. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to watch the video first. With a crisp ding, an icon resembling a learning app flashed on the screen, giving Jiang Yu a strange sense of déjà vu. He shook his head, brushed aside the distractions, and focused on the screen. Hello everyone, I'm Feng Xiangyang. A young man appeared on the screen, standing in front of a virtual blackboard that changed with his movements. Today's lesson is on the basics of transcendent techniques. I'll explain what transcendent techniques are, their components, and more. As Feng Xiangyang introduced the topic, the words transcendent techniques appeared on the blackboard. Jiang Yu couldn't help but think it felt just like an online class. Feng Xiangyang continued. The first level is awakening, the second level is mutation, but only the third level is truly transcendent. It's a level completely different from the previous two. When internal pollution reaches a qualitative change, it can cause far greater damage. His tone became serious. We all know that simply using abilities leads to a waste of power. If you can make 100 units of pollution exert 200 units of effect, that is a transcendent technique. Jiang Yu listened intently, unconsciously sitting up straighter. The principle of transcendent techniques is not complicated and involves three factors: physical fitness, the amount of energy used, and the degree of willpower concentration. When these three are combined, they can give birth to incredibly powerful transcendent techniques. That's quite something, Jiang Yu murmured in amazement. The scene suddenly switched to a spacious training ground. The cement floor was lined with humanoid wooden stakes and targets, with the outlines of armored vehicles and other military equipment faintly visible in the distance. Feng Xiangyang waved his right hand, making a row of wooden targets stand up instantly. With another gesture, a target slid to his side. Feng Xiangyang drew a long blade and struck the target without hesitation. With a clang, sparks flew, but the target only bore a shallow white mark. This target is made of number 7 superalloy, durable and typically able to withstand the damage from a second-level transcendent. Its physical defense is strong, and its resistance to transcendent energy is even stronger, Feng Xiangyang explained, as a white glow gathered in his palm. Now, I'm using roughly 500 units of energy, which is also the threshold for the third level. Watch closely. The camera zoomed out as Feng Xiangyang struck with his palm. With a boom, the glow shot out, knocking down 5 or 6 targets in a row, leaving them in tatters on the ground. Jiang Yu observed carefully, thinking the power looked impressive, though he couldn't personally gauge the hardness of the targets through the screen. After the demonstration, the camera focused on a few of the targets. Feng Xiangyang continued, as everyone knows, number 7 superalloy has high energy resistance. Knocking down 5 or 6 targets with one hit is already impressive. Now, I will use 500 units of energy again, but this time, in the form of a transcendent technique. Watch closely. Feng Xiangyang raised his hand again, his movements seemingly identical to before. Just as Jiang Yu was pondering the difference, Feng Xiangyang's stance suddenly shifted, and his gaze turned sharp. Whoa! Jiang Yu felt a chill, instinctively straightening his back. Feng Xiangyang's previously gentle demeanor transformed into one filled with killing intent and ferocity, as if he could pierce Jiang Yu's heart through the screen. A layer of white light enveloped him, looking like special effects, but Jiang Yu knew it was no illusion. The camera swiftly switched angles, splitting the screen into two views, one from behind Feng Xiangyang and the other overlooking the entire training ground. Transcendent techniques combine physical strength, transcendent energy, and willpower. When these three forces unite, they can be unleashed to their fullest potential. Feng Xiangyang's voice was filled with power. An indomitable will can move mountains. Transcendent techniques are the force of unstoppable momentum. With this powerful declaration, Feng Xiangyang struck with his palm again. This time, the glow burst forth with dazzling brilliance. Boom! Jiang Yu held his breath, eyes glued to the screen. From Feng Xiangyang's palm, a violent shockwave visibly spread forward, unstoppable. A burst of energy suddenly erupted, followed by an incredible angle of dispersal. The shockwave swept across the ground, instantly fracturing it and sending debris flying everywhere. The neatly arranged targets on the training field were shattered in an instant, as if a tsunami had struck a seaside village, reducing the entire training ground to rubble in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yu stood there, dumbfounded, with only the words, "You must be kidding me," echoing in his mind. He couldn't fathom how such an immense amount of destruction could be caused by that energy. With just one strike, the ground was torn open in a fan-shaped crack dozens of meters wide, far beyond his comprehension. After delivering this astonishing blow, Feng Xiangyang turned calmly to face the camera. He solemnly explained, "Extraordinary techniques are the manifestation of our will. The move, 100 cracks I just demonstrated, used only the energy of a beginner stage 3, yet it still unleashed tremendous power. Keep practicing. Extraordinary techniques are our most reliable weapons against aberrations." With that, he gave a crisp military salute to the camera. As the video ended, Jiang Yu remained engrossed, unable to calm down. He had initially thought that extraordinary techniques were similar to martial arts like Tai Chi or Baguazhang, but the actual effect was staggering. What shocked him even more was that such destruction was achieved with just beginner stage 3 energy. Reflecting on his own experience of defeating 2 stage 3 aberrations, Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. He realized that his victory was entirely due to the home field advantage, the weakened state of his opponents, and the favorable matchup of abilities. If it weren't for the shadowy environment, or if the aberrations weren't of the pupil type, the battle could have easily ended in his defeat. Jiang Yu sighed and remarked, "The extraordinary world truly has no shortage of remarkable people and things." He finally acknowledged that, despite his self-perceived strength, he was still a novice in the special training camp. With this newfound understanding, Jiang Yu opened the documents on extraordinary techniques. The materials provided a detailed introduction to the concept and basics of these techniques. Extraordinary techniques usually require a stage 3 extraordinary to fully master and possess immense power, significantly reducing the pollution cost from aberrations. However, using these techniques also comes with a price. Each use consumes a large amount of physical strength, energy, and mental focus. Overuse could lead to irreversible physical damage and even affect one's willpower and foundation. Jiang Yu thoughtfully nodded, understanding why Feng Xiangyang called extraordinary techniques a means of human self-defense. Just the ability to reduce pollution costs made these techniques essential skills. As he continued reading, Jiang Yu noticed the 3 prerequisite skills for extraordinary techniques: microperception, overclocking, and mind tide. This information gave him a new appreciation for the strength of the Night Patrol Division, and he couldn't help but marvel at their prowess. Jiang Yu carefully read through the records about the extraordinary techniques. The sheer amount of information made him exhale deeply. The document detailed 3 core skills: microperception, overclocking, and mindwave. Although it did not provide specific training methods, the descriptions alone were enough to inspire awe. He recalled his sparring sessions with Song Qing'e. Each encounter triggered the 100 battles skill, allowing him to absorb knowledge as quickly as a sponge absorbs water. The surreal sensation of an out-of-body experience at the end of each fight made him wonder if he had already touched the threshold of microperception. With this question in mind, he opened his manual to check his attributes. Sure enough, the term microperception had appeared in the general section. This discovery thrilled Jiang Yu. He secretly planned to stock up on nasal syrup, hoping to use it to unlock the overclocking and mindwave skills. The next day, still not fully recovered, Jiang Yu was summoned by Song Qing'an to enter the factory. When Jiang Yu asked what this meant, Song Qing'an explained that it was a special training method that would involve second-year college students. The two arrived at a magnificent building resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum. Song Qing'an solemnly told Jiang Yu, "Once you get inside, as long as you have even a bit of strength left in your body, keep running." This simple yet mysterious instruction left Jiang Yu both excited and anxious. Song Qing'an spoke with a hint of seriousness in his voice. "The watch will monitor your physical condition in real time. The instructors will only intervene if your life signs drop to a dangerous level, or if you face injuries that could lead to permanent disability. Even if you fake unconsciousness or actually pass out, they won't step in unless you cross that threshold." He paused, a meaningful look in his eyes. "Although the probability is low, you should be aware of the risks involved." Jiang Yu was stunned, his eyes sweeping over the majestic exterior of the building around him, his mind in turmoil. This training method seemed utterly bizarre, almost defying the limits of common sense. With a playful smirk, Song Qing'an asked, "So, have you made up your mind? Want to go in?" Jiang Yu swallowed hard and hesitantly asked, "Can I not go in?" Song Qing'an's smile froze and he frowned slightly. "Not going in? Then don't go in." Sensing the subtle shift in the atmosphere, Jiang Yu immediately straightened his back, his brow furrowing as he spoke with a bold tone. "Just kidding. My uncle is a retired war hero, and my father-in-law is an active Yunhai patrol officer. I'm destined to become a warlord. Who would dare let anything happen to me?" A vein throbbed on Song Qing'an's forehead, his tone slightly annoyed. "Who are you threatening, kid?" He took a deep breath and continued, "If you're going in, do it now. You won't get seriously hurt, maybe just be laid up for a month or 2. Don't worry, if it comes to that, I'll make sure to get you the necessary medical exemptions to get you out of the hospital sooner." Jiang Yu grinned. "Thanks a lot, Uncle Song. Don't mention it. It's my duty," Song Qing'an replied coolly. As Jiang Yu walked towards the arena-like building, he asked, "By the way, Uncle Song, what's this place called?" "Yesterday, I almost thought you were sending me to an electronics factory." Song Qing'an laughed and scolded. "What electronics factory?" "This place is called the Horn Cage, but the students privately like to call it the Escape Arena." Jiang Yu's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Following Song Qing'an through the entrance, they completed the process of swiping student IDs, registering personal information, getting blood tests, and receiving their watches. As they ventured deeper, Jiang Yu began to feel uneasy. Heavy iron doors lined the right side of the corridor, and he even saw a few trembling students being locked inside. The scene made him wonder, is this place a prison, or what? Once someone entered a cell, the indicator light on the door would switch from green to red. This is your room, get in, Song Qingyan said, leading him to a door further inside. Noticing Jiang Yu's hesitation, Song Qingyan unceremoniously kicked him in the backside, pushing him into the room before shutting the door. Hey, Uncle Song? Hey! Jiang Yu's frantic knocking echoed from inside. Leaning against the wall, Song Qingyan lit a cigarette and dialed a number. Hello? Captain Lee, yes, the kid's locked in. Everything's normal. Yes, I understand. I know what to do. Suddenly, something said on the other end of the line made Song Qingyan's expression change. What? Isn't that a bit too much? He glanced back at the room where Jiang Yu was still knocking and shouting, Uncle Song, why is there a mutant in here? Damn, it's disgusting. Song Qingyan turned away from the door and continued on the phone. You asked what he's doing? He's screaming. From inside, Jiang Yu's voice came again. You little bastard, trying to bite your grandpa Jiang? Die. This was followed by a sharp splat, as if something had been crushed. Song Qingyan's lips twitched, and he unconsciously stepped further away from the iron door. Speaking into the phone, you asked if he's scared? I think Jiang Yu is very excited. What on earth is this? Jiang Yu exclaimed with disgust, crushing the alien creature that had jumped onto him. The creature resembled a toad but was the size of a chicken, with 4 legs, blood-red skin streaked with inky black lines, a single eye, and a mouth full of jagged teeth. Jiang Yu had just entered the small, 10-square-meter cell and was surveying his surroundings when the toad-like monsters began raining down from above. They leaped directly onto him, nearly making him vomit. On impulse, he crushed one in his hand, causing a splatter of red, yellow, and green goo all over him, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Gag. He quickly shook off his hand and resorted to kicking the creatures away. The walls on both sides were solid and thick, clearly not something he could easily break through. The wall facing the iron door gleamed with a metallic sheen, impenetrable. Please, no more toads, Jiang Yu muttered in distress. What's the point of this place, anyway? Just as he was thinking this, there was a clattering sound, and the iron door at the far end slowly began to open. While kicking away the toads, he stared at the newly revealed exit in confusion. No matter how many he killed, more toads kept appearing, maintaining a constant number. Maybe I could farm experience points here indefinitely? Jiang Yu pondered, then shook his head. Forget it, let's see what's outside. He peeled the toads off his body and stepped out of the cell. Before him lay a wide corridor, spacious enough to fit 2 or 3 cars side by side. The corridor stood 3 to 4 meters high, with a pockmarked ceiling and floor, some areas revealing exposed wires and rebar. The once white walls had turned gray, the lighting was dim, and dried bloodstains marked the surfaces. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the area. Jiang Yu felt a strange unease, a flicker of fear that he quickly suppressed. It seemed like whispers echoed in his ears, making his limbs cold, but he kept his composure and continued to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, the metal door to his right slowly opened. A figure dashed out, shaking off the toads and performing an impromptu dance of kicks and stomps. Disgusting, damn it. The person flung away the last toad, looking slightly better. He ran a few steps forward before abruptly turning back. Hey, what are you standing there for? Run. Jiang Yu realized his cell door was closing and quickly jogged to catch up. The two ran side by side. Which class are you from? You look unfamiliar, the person asked. Special training camp, class 1. Jiang Yu replied. Class 1, wait, special training camp, class 1? The guy looked shocked. You just joined the special training camp? So why are you in this hellish place? Maybe I pissed someone off, Jiang Yu said nonchalantly. What's going on here? Man, this is nuts, the guy muttered, still confused. Did you sleep with the head instructor's daughter, or something? Otherwise, how could you end up here? He explained while running. This is the escape arena. You either run until you pass out, or run to the exit. You have to constantly fight off the evil thoughts around you. Good luck, freshman. I'm going ahead. With that, he sped up. There's an exit here? I thought we had to keep running indefinitely? Jiang Yu caught up. How are you running so fast? The senior turned, dumbfounded to see Jiang Yu keeping pace. I'll explain quickly, or else we'll get winded talking while running, Jiang Yu said rapidly. You have to keep running here. It's said that if you reach a certain standard, an exit will appear. But that usually takes 2 months of training in the cage arena. The senior shuddered and fell silent, focusing on resisting the mental assaults that came every second. Clang. 2 or 3 more iron doors opened simultaneously. The runners shook off the toads, not daring to stop. As Jiang Yu ran, a toad suddenly leaped towards his face. Reacting swiftly, he grabbed it by the leg and flung it against the wall. With a splat, it burst like a tomato. How did you kill the bloodstreak clam? A classmate, who had intended to stay silent, couldn't help but blurt out. Jiang Yu asked in confusion, wasn't it supposed to be killed? The cornered cage, also known as the escape arena, another student explained with urgency in their voice. Our mission is to keep moving forward against increasingly stronger malice. Killing the bloodstreak clam dulls our minds. Do you want to get knocked out early? What's done is done. No point in arguing. Let's run. The group took off, leaving those words behind. Thud, thud, thud. Their chaotic footsteps echoed in the corridor. They carefully controlled their speed, neither too fast nor too slow. The seemingly endless corridor began to present various obstacles. Solid square platforms fused with the walls, hollow floor tiles that collapsed underfoot. Suddenly, a massive pit, 5 or 6 meters wide, appeared before them. It required a good running start to jump across. They took turns leaping over it. When it was the last girl's turn, she jumped with a pale face. At that moment, the entire corridor shook violently. Already struggling against mental pollution, the girl lost her balance midair, her movements becoming erratic, and her forward momentum slowing dramatically. I'm going to fall. Her face turned even paler. Snap. Just as she was about to plunge into the pit, a strong arm grabbed her wrist. With a gentle tug, she felt like she was floating, and the next moment she was pulled onto the platform. Why did you save me? She asked, still dazed. It was nothing, Jiang Yu replied, jogging. In this escape arena, any extra action has a price. By saving me, you're hurting yourself. The girl bit her lip and quickly followed. This place sure has a lot of rules, Jiang Yu remarked just as his sharp intuition kicked in. Swish, swish, swish. He didn't have time to think. His body reacted instinctively. Jiang Yu quickly scaled the side wall and leaped, narrowly avoiding several bone spikes. The spikes embedded themselves deep in the wall as Jiang Yu landed on one knee. The iron door beside them suddenly opened, but this time, it wasn't students who emerged. 2 skeletal creatures appeared. They had fired the bone spikes as the door opened. Incredible. You dodged them all? The girl's pupils contracted as she looked at Jiang Yu in astonishment. Hiss. Jiang Yu took a sharp breath, pulling 2 prismatic bone spikes from his flesh. Though he appeared composed, not all the spikes had been avoided completely. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu flung the 2 bone spikes back through the door, his eyes burning with determination. Whoosh! The 2 creatures were stunned to see their bone spikes bounce back and pierce deeply into their own bodies. Run! The girl shouted urgently. Just as Jiang Yu had let go, he suddenly felt a surge of malevolent intent from all directions. Despite being a Tier 2 fighter, he was momentarily dazed. By the time he snapped back to reality, a massive figure was already charging toward him. Run! The girl's voice was abruptly cut off. Jiang Yu swung a punch, sending a creature the size of a small car flying. It was a bizarre being, covered in menacing bone spikes with almost no visible flesh. Jiang Yu followed up with an uppercut and a forward thrust, slamming the unfortunate creature into a deep pit in the ground. Let's go, Jiang Yu said, glancing at the stunned girl. The light around them grew dimmer, and the whispers that were once faint became loud and chaotic. The cacophony assaulted his mind. Jiang Yu focused, leapt over an obstacle, grabbed onto the ceiling's steel beams, and swung himself forward, landing with a roll. Suddenly, his keen instincts kicked in again. Jiang Yu quickly dodged as a thick steel rod impaled the spot where he had just been standing. A second slower, and he might have been skewered. Has the training camp gone mad? Weren't the instructors supposed to step in for lethal injuries? Jiang Yu thought to himself. If I hadn't dodged, I'd be impaled to the ground. Does this not count as a serious injury? Judging by the humming sound from the rod's tail and its depth in the ground, this attack likely came from a Tier 2 creature. The girl who had just caught up screamed. A nearby door suddenly burst open, and a green vine shot out, slamming her against the wall. She lost consciousness instantly. Just a few minutes in, and one person was already down. The vine didn't finish her off. Instead, the ground began to rumble. A creature, wrapped in green tendrils and with a head resembling a blooming chrysanthemum, emerged. It locked its gaze on Jiang Yu, charging at him like a bloodhound that had caught a scent. Did it throw the rod? Jiang Yu wondered as his instincts flared up again. The rod on the ground suddenly floated, and a blurry figure swung it at him. Bang! The wall dented, and dust fell. Invisibility? Where did the training camp find so many strange creatures? Jiang Yu dodged hastily. The rod, evidently solid, hissed through the air with each swing. A hit would likely break a few ribs. Jiang Yu kept retreating as the rod narrowly missed his chest. He rolled to avoid it, sidestepped, and it crashed into the ground. Just as it was about to rise again, Jiang Yu stomped down, driving the rod further into the ground. Then, Jiang Yu launched a series of fierce attacks. 1 punch, 2 punches, 5 punches in quick succession. Then he grabbed the rod, hooked his foot, and sent it spinning upwards. He caught it midair and brought it down with a clang. The sequence was so smooth that the invisible creature had no chance to escape. The final blow drove the rod into its body, causing dark blood to spurt as it staggered back. Health at 13. It probably had around 20 when it attacked me, likely weakened by the training camp beforehand. Jiang Yu thought. He realized he couldn't see the health bar of invisible targets. After kicking it away for the training camp to deal with, Jiang Yu started running again. He noticed that the longer he stayed still, the more oppressive the surrounding pressure became. Initially, it was like whispers from the abyss. Now, it felt like the fierce pressure from the training ground yesterday. Running under these conditions was like watching the top 10 horror movies and then running up a mountain at 2 a.m. with a heavy stone on your back. Terrifying, exhausting, and suffocating. Damn it, this is totally unsuitable for training camp students. Even sophomores wouldn't last long under these conditions. Jiang Yu muttered to himself. Escape arena, survival arena, this difficulty is insane. Why are there so many tier 2 creatures? Is the training camp targeting us? Looking ahead, there was no end in sight. Looking back, the starting point was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Yu had no choice but to keep running, facing whatever challenges lay ahead. Estimating his pace, Jiang Yu figured he had already run over 1,000 meters, but the road ahead still seemed endless. His breathing grew rapid. While his body could still hold up, his mind began to feel dizzy. The intense mental strain left him feeling both alert and disoriented, like being drunk but not quite. This awful sensation, however, brought a new kind of experience. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger surged through him. Instinctively, Jiang Yu tried to roll to the side, but his body didn't respond quickly enough to his brain's commands. With a faint hiss, a blood hole appeared in his right shoulder, a round wound that went straight through. Jiang Yu abruptly stopped, his shoulder first going numb before the pain slowly set in. He gritted his teeth, pressing a hand against the wound, and warily scanned his surroundings. Ahead, a semi-transparent creature, human-like from the waist up and insect-like below, blocked his path. Behind him, the heavy footsteps of a group of pursuing creatures grew closer. Jiang Yu quickly assessed his condition. Health at 75, not perfect but still in good shape. He cursed the brutal training camp for releasing such powerful second-tier creatures. The half-human, half-insect creature lightly waved its hand, causing steel rods and metal balls to float around it. About 20 or 30 meters behind it, a portal of light began to form. Unlike the regular cells on the right side of the corridor, this large door was on the left. Jiang Yu felt a glimmer of hope. Could this be the exit? Without hesitation, Jiang Yu pushed off with his feet, causing the floor to crack. The creature attacked simultaneously, the distance between them just a dozen meters, with speeds akin to bullets. Jiang Yu had to shield his face and vital points, charging forward despite the onslaught. A buzzing noise exploded in his ears as countless attacks rained down on him, piercing his skin and leaving wounds. His brain felt like it was boiling, but he was getting closer to his goal. Dark ink swirled in his eyes, and shadowy energy flowed through his body, granting him immense strength. Finally, they were within arm's reach. But at that moment, a powerful repulsive force erupted, flinging Jiang Yu violently against the wall, embedding half his body into it. Jiang Yu slowly opened his eyes. On his right was the blocking soul creature, and on his left was the group of second-tier creatures closing in. He took a deep breath, the sound like a bellows. Danger struck again. A steel ball whizzed past his throat and embedded in the wall. He quickly raised his left hand, dislodging wall debris. As soon as he lifted his arm, more hiss sounds followed, with additional steel balls lodging into the wall. With minimal movements, Jiang Yu dodged all the attacks and finally freed himself from the wall. Suddenly, a sharp weapon attacked from behind. Jiang Yu tilted his head slightly, the blade grazing his ear. He grabbed the bone knife with his right hand and flung it forward, slamming the attacking creature into the ground. From the front right came a hostile gaze. Jiang Yu shifted his left shoulder back to evade another attack. Hearing the whistle of a weapon from behind, he stepped forward to avoid it. Then, he delivered a series of precise punches, striking the creature's vital points. In the heat of battle, Jiang Yu seemed to enter a peculiar state. He could clearly hear his heart pounding like a drum and feel his blood rushing through his veins. Within 6 feet, his mind was as clear as a mirror, perceiving everything with perfect clarity. This was the legendary state of micro-awareness. Jiang Yu had never felt such clarity in his mind as he did at this moment. His body was as light as a feather, and every muscle was under his perfect control. Streams of information converged before his eyes, instantly comprehended and acted upon. When an attack came, his body responded with the optimal movement, each action flowing seamlessly and effortlessly. His heart pounded vigorously, the powerful beats sending surges of blood through his body, filling him with immense strength. Jiang Yu's senses were sharper than ever. He could clearly perceive every threat around him. From his left rear, A bone spike from a beast-like creature targeted his left rib. Jiang Yu quickly assessed the situation. At the cost of slicing his palm, he would grab the spike and pull the creature to his right. Simultaneously, he anticipated an incoming vine attack from the right, calculating the best response. A 40-degree forward bend to let the vine strike the bone-spiked creature. Ahead, a semi-transparent creature was poised to attack, aiming for his heart, legs, and arms. His brain raced, instinctively formulating a counter-strategy. Jiang Yu was astonished by his sudden surge in abilities, not only gaining increased control over his body but also foreseeing future attacks. Though it seemed improbable, he decided to fully embrace his newfound powers. Reacting as envisioned, Jiang Yu deftly grabbed the incoming bone spike and bent his upper body to evade the attack. However, the battlefield was ever-changing, and even in his heightened state, Jiang Yu couldn't predict every variable. The vine, which should have passed through his back, abruptly changed course, striking towards him like a nimble green serpent. By the time he realized it, the vine had lashed across his buttocks with a sharp crack. Snap! The impact left several red welts on Jiang Yu's buttocks, the searing pain nearly knocking the wind out of him as he was propelled forward by the force. My butt! Jiang Yu grimaced in pain, but the danger was far from over. In midair, he couldn't evade the steel balls and rods controlled by the semi-transparent creature. Forcing himself to reach out, he grabbed an iron ring on the ceiling, twisting his body to narrowly avoid the incoming projectiles. Then, he used his arms to pull himself up, clinging to the ceiling, and launched himself downward like an arrow. His knee crashed into an unfortunate creature, driving it into the ground. Jiang Yu rolled forward, dislocating one of its arms and throwing it. With tremendous force, the severed limb created a shockwave, hurtling towards the semi-transparent creature. However, the semi-transparent creature suddenly emitted an invisible energy, suspending itself in midair while scanning for Jiang Yu. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu grabbed the floating arm and thrust it towards the creature's face. The sharp limb pierced through, splattering semi-transparent blood. Jiang Yu intended to press his advantage, but the creature still had some fight left. A familiar repulsion field activated at such close range that Jiang Yu couldn't evade it, sending him flying. As he hurtled towards a wall, Jiang Yu adjusted his posture, pushing off the wall with his legs to dodge further attacks. The semi-transparent creature was on its last legs, and the glowing door was just meters behind it. The exhilarating clarity of his heightened state was fading, and Jiang Yu felt a surge of urgency. The number of creatures behind him was growing, with new enemies constantly joining the fray. He quickly scanned the area, then dashed towards the glowing door without hesitation. Close combat creatures lunged at him, while ranged attackers unleashed their assaults. First and second-tier creatures mingled, making it hard to differentiate them. The stabbing pain in Jiang Yu's mind intensified, and the corridor was filled with the oppressive aura and malevolent intent of the creatures. Jiang Yu realized that once his heightened state ended, he would likely die on the spot. Enduring the sharp pain in his head, he staggered forward, dodging the overwhelming attacks with minimal movements and effort. Jiang Yu's condition was deteriorating rapidly, each step feeling like he was walking on knife edges. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, his body covered in wounds, yet he continued to move forward with difficulty. Suddenly, a mutant swung a massive fist, striking him hard on the back. Thud! The sound of the impact was heavy and dull. Jiang Yu tasted blood in his throat, his body flying like a kite with a broken string, rolling twice on the ground. When he looked up, he was surprised to find himself closer to the light gate. Thanks a lot, buddy, he muttered sarcastically to himself. Hearing hurried footsteps behind him, Jiang Yu didn't have time to think. He scrambled forward, rolling and crawling. At that moment, the micro-effect completely dissipated, and all the negative states surged back like a tide. Ugh, Jiang Yu dry heaved, his vision spinning as if he were severely intoxicated. Fighting the discomfort, he gritted his teeth and sped toward the exit. The distance was closing fast, 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters. However, the mutant was also rapidly closing in on him. Jiang Yu knew that if he didn't act, the mutant would catch him before he could reach the exit. Damn it! Jiang Yu cursed under his breath, abruptly turning and throwing a punch at the approaching mutant. The sudden counterattack caught the mutant off guard, causing it to instinctively retaliate. Blood splattered once more. Jiang Yu's face turned ashen as he rolled on the ground, finally reaching the light gate. With great effort, he raised his middle finger and used the last bit of his strength to fling himself through the gate. After tumbling a few times, Jiang Yu looked up, his face bruised and battered. He surveyed his surroundings. It was empty, silent. Towering walls surrounded him, reaching skyward, at least dozens of stories high. Is this the high wall I saw from outside? Jiang Yu's confusion deepened. Exit? What kind of exit is this? Hey, he called out loudly, his voice echoing weakly in the empty building. What the hell? I've reached the exit. Can you let me out now? Jiang Yu shouted again. Click. As soon as he finished speaking, a crack appeared at the base of the wall dozens of meters away. The wall slowly split open, and Jiang Yu felt a sense of foreboding. A figure emerged slowly from the door. Humanoid, with a bluish-gray skin tone, eyeless and colorless, about 1.5 meters tall, much shorter than Jiang Yu. It had only one eye and no other facial features, clearly another mutant. A second tier. Another second tier. Jiang Yu's heart raced, his mouth twitching. Special training camp, do you really treat students like humans? His gaze focused on the top of the mutant's head. As the mutant charged toward him, the number became clearer. Health, 85. Jiang Yu opened his eyes again, greeted by a white ceiling. His eyes held a hint of grogginess from just waking up, and his consciousness gradually returned. Awake? A familiar voice sounded. Jiang Yu was about to speak, but the other person beat him to it. I'm Yang Ci. No need to ask again. You already have my WeChat? She paused, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. No white stockings, and you can't wear those at work either. But if you're not afraid of your little girlfriend finding out, you can grab a pair from my room. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. A trace of awkwardness flashed across Jiang Yu's face, and he couldn't help but cough a few times. He was used to teasing others, but this was the first time someone had turned the tables on him. Yang Ci continued her work expressionlessly, focusing on preparing the medication. She took out a needle and gently lifted Jiang Yu's arm. The usual routine, and 4. Once the bottle is finished, press the button by the bed to call me. Got it. Jiang Yu nodded, thinking to himself that this nurse was really good at her job, leaving him at a loss for words. After finishing everything, Yang Ci pushed the cart out of the room. Jiang Yu's thoughts began to drift back to the scene before he lost consciousness. That unknown creature had rushed at him, delivering a ferocious kick without a word. He blocked it hastily, but the disparity in their strengths was too great. After a few rounds, he couldn't hold on and was knocked out cold. The cage match. Jiang Yu muttered to himself. He realized that the frantic sprint for his life earlier was just an appetizer. The real challenge was only beginning. Was this level of training something ordinary people could pass? Jiang Yu speculated that the difficulty was increased because of his second-tier strength. Even so, he wondered if first-tier students could handle a similar situation. Running desperately through a tunnel, only to face an almost unscathed creature at the exit. The difficulty seemed utterly hopeless. But Jiang Yu quickly dismissed this thought. After all, this training was designed for students, so there must be a way to pass. He just hadn't figured it out yet. Closing his eyes, Jiang Yu began to replay every detail of the battle in his mind, thinking about whether there was a better way to handle it. This was his usual habit. The effect of his combat skills was quietly at work. For him, post-battle analysis was as natural as eating and digesting food. Without this skill, it would be like eating without digesting, leaving nothing behind. When he had sorted out his thoughts and opened his eyes again, a familiar round face appeared before him. Jiang Yu, you're awake? Lu Yuchong, the chubby guy, grinned, showing a mouthful of big teeth. His over 230-pound frame almost blocked the entire view. What are you doing here? Jiang Yu sat up on the bed. I couldn't find you anywhere else and you weren't replying to messages, so I guessed you might be in the medical room, Lu Yuchong explained. Jiang Yu was speechless. Ridiculous. Do you think the medical room is my home? Just kidding, Lu Yuchong laughed. Actually, someone saw you being carried out on a stretcher and posted it on the forum. Everyone's guessing if you got into a fight with the second years. Spit. Jiang Yu's face darkened. I was called for special training. Where's Instructor Song? He seems to still be at the main training ground. Yao Yao came with me, but she went back to training when she saw you hadn't woken up. Jiang Yu glanced out the window. The sky had already darkened. The clock on the wall showed 6:30 p.m. The late February night was bone-chilling. Wow, still training? Yeah, Lu Yuchong said as he sat down and peeled an orange. I envy you top students. The instructors are always pushing you hard, and your future looks brighter. What's there to envy? Look at all these injuries. Jiang Yu showed his arm and neck, covered in dense scars. Hiss, Lu Yuchong took a sharp breath. Do you have to go this hard? Jiang Yu shrugged. Hand me that small mirror over there. Oh sure. Taking the mirror, Jiang Yu looked at the top of his head. His health was at 65, which was okay, but he felt incredibly drained. He was utterly exhausted, like he had been hollowed out. His eyes were sunken, and he felt weak. The 4 drip beside him was slowly replenishing his strength. Jiang Yu sighed. Forget it. I might as well go back to the dorm and sleep in the shadow layer for a night. He noticed a bottle of his favorite dark green nutrient solution on the bedside table. Unscrewing the cap, he drank it all in one go, letting out a satisfied burp and even wanting more. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Yuchong exclaimed, watching Jiang Yu pull out the needle without hesitation. Jiang Yu replied casually, no need to stay here. It's more comfortable to rest back at the dorm. But your injury. Lu Yuqiang looked at him with concern. Don't worry, I'm fine. Jiang Yu quickly changed his clothes and patted Lu Yuqiang on the shoulder. Let's go. As they stepped out of the medical room, they bumped into Yang Ci, who was chatting with colleagues. What are you doing out here? Yang Ci asked in surprise. Jiang Yu explained briefly, the injury isn't too serious. I'll just rest in my dorm. Yang Ci quickly tried to stop him. Hey, if something happens, we'll be held responsible. I'll take care of you. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively and dashed out of the medical room. Behind them, a nurse's anxious voice called for them to return. Lu Yuqiang, deep in thought, asked, Jiang Yu, you're taking responsibility for her, but what about Lu Yaoyao? Stop talking nonsense. Jiang Yu glared at him. Why does it sound so weird coming from you? All right, maybe I'm the weird one. Lu Yuqiang conceded, dropping the argument. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at the main field. Even before entering, they felt a powerful pressure. Suddenly, a whistle blew, breaking the tense atmosphere, and the pressure vanished, signaling a break. You go chat with Lu Yaoyao. I'm not a student from District 1, so I can't get in, Lu Yuqiang said at the entrance of the field. All right, I'll just have a quick word with her. Wait for me, Jiang Yu replied. Okay. Once inside the field, Jiang Yu didn't head straight for Lu Yaoyao. Instead, he made his way to the podium. Climbing the steps from behind, he spotted Song Qingyan watching the field. Kid, you're awake? Song Qingyan glanced at him. Uncle Song. Jiang Yu greeted as he approached. Why didn't you rest more in the medical room? Your injury hasn't fully healed. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. Good kid. Song Qingyan chuckled. To achieve such precision under dire circumstances at the second stage, even with your willpower, a few seconds would drain your energy. You should rest more to avoid affecting your foundation. I didn't know that. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. When can I try the cage arena again? Let's talk next week. For the next few days, join them in pressure training. That's too long. Jiang Yu shook his head. What's the rush? You won't clear it anytime soon. At least 2 to 3 months, Song Qingyan said bluntly. Jiang Yu frowned. Uncle Song, isn't this difficulty too high? Is it? But this is their sophomore year final assessment. Jiang Yu furrowed his brows, pondering over this information. He started analyzing the possibilities of the assessment and suddenly had an epiphany. Cooperation? He asked tentatively. Song Qingyan smiled slightly but didn't answer. Jiang Yu continued to reason, considering factors like pathways, traps, and students. He realized cooperation might be key to passing. But he also thought of other possibilities. If there's cooperation, could there be more? Like choices, division of labor, and sacrifices? He recalled the enemies and traps encountered in the corridor and imagined various scenarios with multiple people cooperating. Coupled with the rules of the cage arena, it was undoubtedly a comprehensive test of the student's abilities. Wow, Jiang Yu realized. So this is what it's like to be a university student among the extraordinary. Truly another level of challenge. He sighed deeply. At that moment, torches lit up around the field, and different groups began to adjust. 2 instructors walked to the center of the field, saluted each other, and then got into position. Looks like there's a show tonight? Jiang Yu said with interest. An old routine in Yunhai, Song Qingyan smiled. Even during training, you can't be tense all the time. This reminded Jiang Yu of an encounter with an old cadre a few days ago. Uncle Song, what do you think of teacher Su Jianyang? Mr. Su? Song Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized, oh, you mean that first lesson in the camp? Jiang Yu scratched his head, recalling, yeah, back then, his words almost broke me. I even chased after him to ask a few questions. Song Qingyan nodded understandingly. I get it. It's totally normal to feel terrified, panicked, desperate, or even angry when you're first exposed to the real world. He reminisced. I was also Mr. Su's student back in the day. At that time, the history of the extraordinary wasn't the first lesson. Our first lesson was even more extreme. They showed us uncensored bloody images and videos. Right after that was the history of the extraordinary, which was quite a shock. Jiang Yu exclaimed in surprise. Wow, so what we're going through now is considered the easy mode. Song Qingyan asked curiously, why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Just thought about it. Jiang Yu said thoughtfully. Mr. Su seems very gentle, but his classes are suffocating. The two stood side by side on the podium, overlooking the formations on the field. As night fell, the training seemed to be winding down. The formations were gradually gathering, followed by bursts of noise. Some instructors were showcasing their combat skills, with punches landing solidly, and the moves were swift and fierce, reminiscent of a movie scene. Students also performed songs and dances, earning the right to choose a partner for 6 months, while some unlucky ones lost that right due to their roommates' pranks. With his hands resting on the railing, Song Qingyan said earnestly, Mr. Su's lessons are incredibly useful, laying the foundation for breaking through to the second tier. But talent is just talent. Without real growth, it's meaningless. For example, having a 5th-tier talent only means that, barring any accidents, one could grow to the 5th tier in the future. However, if one suffers serious injuries, takes wrong turns, or for other reasons, getting stuck at a certain tier for decades is quite common. Jiang Yu nodded silently. Song Qingyan continued, you're already at the 2nd tier, far ahead of your peers. But don't rush to advance further. Build a solid foundation first. Forcing an advancement might not show immediate issues, but over time, it could lead to significant problems. Jiang Yu took his advice seriously but couldn't help but think to himself. I advanced without even realizing it, just because I had enough shadow points. The 2nd tier is said to be the most dangerous, with many people stuck there for years. But I haven't felt anything unusual, and I regret not experiencing that sense of danger. Uncle Song, Jiang Yu asked, are you at the 3rd tier? Yes, Song Qingyan smiled wryly. I fall into the category I just mentioned, talented but met with setbacks. I didn't lay a solid foundation at the 2nd tier, and later got injured. Since reaching the 3rd tier, it's been one obstacle after another. The path of the extraordinary is much tougher than I imagined. Jiang Yu sighed. At first, I thought getting stronger was like in novels and anime, meditating to absorb spiritual energy and then breaking through realms. This made Song Qingyan laugh. That's why it's called fiction. If there were such a powerful and stable way to get stronger, our country wouldn't be in this state. After speaking, he realized he had said too much and paused before continuing. Extraordinary people constantly fight against corruption. The name sounds nice, but it's just a desperate way to get stronger. Don't be so pessimistic, Uncle Song. Things will get better. Jiang Yu comforted him. Song Qingyan rolled his eyes. Who's being pessimistic? I'm just stating facts. The first rule for the extraordinary is to avoid despair. And what's the second rule? Jiang Yu asked. I forgot. Jiang Yu couldn't help but retort. I suspect you made up that first rule on the spot. Song Qingyan replied seriously. The school gave you time to reshape your worldview. Whether you fall into despair or rise up with determination, it all happens before reaching the 3rd tier. After that, your worldview must not waver. The idea of a subjective reality is really absurd. Jiang Yu said, sweating. Is it related to willpower? Of course, Song Qingyan nodded. It doesn't show before the 3rd tier. But after that, willpower becomes crucial. Jiang Yu stood on the stage, gazing at the bustling crowd on the field. Uncle Song's words echoed in his ears with a hint of teasing. Let's put it this way. If someone awakens a seemingly useless ability like shadow vision, but possesses a top-tier 5th-rank talent, even if they abandon the ability and solely focus on extraordinary skills, they could easily surpass their peers. Jiang Yu couldn't help but smirk. Uncle Song, who are you implying? Song Qingyan chuckled, patting the young man's shoulder. So, while the type of ability is important, it's not everything. Keep pushing forward. Yeah? Jiang Yu responded with a grin, his eyes scanning the crowd once more. Soon, he spotted Lu Yao. The chubby boy was sneaking onto the field, whispering with someone at the back of the line. A gentle evening breeze rustled the flags in front of the podium. Jiang Yu noticed that the flag of the Daizhou nation looked remarkably similar to the flag of China he remembered. The only difference was the angle of the 5 stars and the slight red tint mixed with the gold. The overall red of the flag was more vibrant, creating a gradient effect, as if the 5 shining stars were burning in a fierce fire. Jiang Yu recalled the textbook content. The larger star in the center represented Daizhou, while the 4 surrounding stars symbolized the 4 significant events since the Great Catastrophe, each backed by a corresponding great figure. This record was considered an honor akin to a family lineage. Noticing Jiang Yu staring at the flag, Song Qingyan asked, why are you staring at the flag? Are you being assigned as the flag bearer next week? Jiang Yu laughed. No need. I was just thinking about how hard One Piece is, and you almost broke my focus with that comment. He then asked, Uncle Song, what exactly do those 4 stars represent? The textbooks don't go into detail. Song Qingyan explained. The first star represents the integration, summary, and establishment of the first 4 ranks of extraordinary paths. The second star signifies the discovery of the shadow layer. The third star commemorates the development of the 5th rank path, which saved Daizhou in times of crisis. The 4th star is related to the origins of the Night Patrol Division. Origins? Jiang Yu's curiosity was piqued. Yes, Song Qingyan nodded. The Night Patrol Division wasn't originally called that. It had various names like the Extraordinary Bureau, the Extraordinary Division, and the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs. It wasn't until later that it was officially renamed the Night Patrol Division. He paused, a playful glint in his eye. Night Patrol, Night Patrol. Can you guess why they patrol at night? Why is it called the Night Patrol Division? Jiang Yu frowned, deep in thought, his eyes shifting around. Is it because there are more evil spirits at night? Or do the unusual creatures sneak into our beds? He then considered another name. Heaven Patrol Division sounds pretty good too, but it feels too grand for a regular organization to handle. After much contemplation, Jiang Yu still couldn't come up with a satisfactory answer. He turned to Song Qingyan, hoping for some clues. Song Qingyan just shook his head. Don't look at me. This is something you're not supposed to know in advance. All right, I get it. Jiang Yu shrugged. Otherwise, it might disturb my mental focus and give rise to inner demons. Suddenly, he got an idea. If you're really bored, how about we spar for a bit? Bullying an injured person? Huh? No thanks, Jiang Yu said, then jogged away. He arrived at the training ground and teased Lu Yaoyao for a while. When the session ended, he coaxed her back to the dormitory next to building number 1. Since the training camp didn't sell any lethal weapons, they had to call it a night. Time flew by. The group had already spent half a month in the training camp. The initial excitement had long faded, leaving only the relentless daily grind. Compared to standing at attention and marching drills, the current training was incredibly intense. Although they hadn't officially hunted any unusual creatures to boost their abilities, the high-intensity training had steadily increased the extraordinary energy within all the students. There was even a small practical test to assess their combat skills. Of course, Jiang Yu, being a cheat, didn't participate. At this moment, in the combat cage, swish, sharp sounds of air being sliced echoed through the arena. Jiang Yu moved with agility, leaping and dodging, narrowly avoiding each attack. Amidst the barrage, a finer, droplet-like beam of light was hidden. As the beam was about to hit him, Jiang Yu continued his forward charge, seemingly unaware of the danger. Ahead, a second-tier creature blocked his path. If he didn't maintain his forward momentum, he would surely be struck by the beam. In the observation room, Song Qingyan and the other instructors watched the monitor intently, holding their breath. Suddenly, Jiang Yu accelerated, closing the gap with the second-tier melee creature. The creature was caught off guard by Jiang Yu's sudden move and was quickly overpowered. This bone creature, with its incredibly hard skeleton, was no match for Jiang Yu, who seemed deceptively thin. With seemingly superhuman strength, Jiang Yu landed a punch that left the creature reeling. The droplet-like beam of light followed closely, striking Jiang Yu on the back. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and delivered another punch. With 2 heavy blows, precisely hitting the creature's weak spots, it had no chance to fight back. Instead of delivering a final blow, Jiang Yu swiftly rolled and darted out through the light gate. His decision to trade injuries for a timely retreat was commendable. In the observation room, several instructors nodded in approval. Every time Jiang Yu challenged the combat cage, a few instructors would come to watch. This fierce young man was unlike any other they had seen since the training camp began. Ordinary students would need at least a week to recover from such challenges, both physically and mentally. Jiang Yu, however, only needed 3 or 4 days to heal before diving back into the fray. Most notably, he refused to work with teammates. Though second-year students weren't as strong as him, their diverse abilities could complement his. Yet Jiang Yu insisted, they would only slow down my punches. All right, you're second tier. You're impressive, the instructors thought to themselves. No wonder you dared to challenge all the first-year students when you just joined. We'll accommodate you. In previous challenges, Jiang Yu faced a mix of first-tier and scattered second-tier creatures. Now, it was second-tier creatures mixed with scattered first-tier ones. Even though these were weakened creatures portrayed by the training camp, if he got entangled with them, escape would be impossible. From initial panic to calm composure, and now to near-perfect execution. To avoid wasting energy by getting entangled, he decisively chose to take injuries and retreat. It's hard to imagine that this teenager, not yet fully grown, could make such quick and decisive choices in the heat of battle. On the screen, the fight continued. In the cage, Jiang Yu, wounded and battered, faced off against a second-tier creature in good condition. Blood and flesh flew as the battle reached its climax. Jiang Yu's punches grew stronger and stronger, pushing the creature towards despair. How can his attacks keep getting stronger? This doesn't make sense. If the creature had thoughts, it would surely be exclaiming this. However, Jiang Yu's stamina was finite. After repeatedly using his precision techniques, he could no longer hold on. His vision darkened, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. If he could have lasted a few more minutes, the outcome might have been different. Jiang Yu was panting heavily, his training uniform soaked with sweat. He had just finished an intense bout, and every muscle in his body was screaming with exhaustion. Despite this, a sense of accomplishment filled his heart. This high-intensity training had been going on for a month. Although it hadn't granted him any new abilities, he could clearly feel a significant improvement in his existing ones. His self-healing ability in shadow form had become quicker, the sharpness of his shadow claws made him even more formidable in combat, and the speed of his shadow threads was now astonishing. Jiang Yu calculated in his mind that while these improvements seemed minor individually, together they represented a qualitative leap. Give me a hand, Jiang Yu mumbled, his swollen eyes blurring his vision. Several staff members quickly approached, carefully lifting him onto a stretcher. He was soon transferred to a temporary restroom in the cage arena. A bottle of dark green nutrient fluid was handed to him, and Jiang Yu drank it without hesitation. The familiar nauseating taste rose in his throat, but he knew its effectiveness. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he felt the pain in his body begin to subside and his energy gradually return. Just as Jiang Yu closed his eyes to rest, a familiar voice reached his ears. Uncle Song. He opened his eyes to see Song Qing'an standing at the door, a thoughtful expression on his face. You're improving again, Song Qing'an said, his eyes filled with a mix of surprise and admiration. I'm beginning to wonder if your awakened ability is really shadow vision, or some special talent that grows stronger with each battle. Jiang Yu smiled, trying to hide his inner pride. You know, you can't generalize about people's physiques, he said modestly. Don't get cocky just because you have a bit of strength. Song Qing'an chuckled lightly, and then changed the subject. Interested in taking on a mission? A mission? Jiang Yu was taken aback, looking at Song Qing'an with surprise. Our instructors usually teach at the special training camp, but we still have to go on missions for the department, Song Qing'an explained. Some are real-world missions, and some are in the shadow realm. So, what do you think? Want to give it a try? Jiang Yu quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Going on a mission meant losing valuable training time, and his shadow devour ability wasn't something he wanted to reveal in front of others. Whether it was the lack of records of anyone being able to devour and fully digest different species, or the status requirements of a shadow stalker, it made him unwilling to take the risk. No, Jiang Yu decisively refused. Why waste time on a mission? Song Qing'an seemed to have anticipated this response, his forehead twitching slightly before he continued. If you perform well on this mission, I can apply for a certificate for you. You won't have to stay in the special training camp all the time. This statement hit Jiang Yu's weak spot like a sledgehammer. His eyes lit up, and he immediately changed his tune. Deal. The next day, at the subway entrance, Jiang Yu looked puzzled at the people standing next to Song Qing'an and couldn't help but ask, Uncle Song, who are these people? Students who will be joining us on the mission, Song Qing'an explained succinctly. The three greeted Jiang Yu in unison. Hi, Jiang Gu. Hello, Jiang Yu responded, glancing over them, and finally stopping at a figure dressed in long pants and a down jacket. The person's face was hidden by a baseball cap, yet something about them felt oddly familiar to Jiang Yu. My name is Yang Ci. This is the 8th time you've asked. Is it really that hard to remember? The person said, somewhat impatiently. Ah, ha ha ha. Jiang Yu laughed awkwardly. Sorry. You looked so different in your own clothes. I mean, you look great in this outfit. Song Qing'an shook his head helplessly. All right, enough chit-chat. Get on the train, we're about to leave. He found Jiang Yu's conversational skills both amusing and exasperating. The subway started moving slowly, and the scenery outside began to recede, quickly transitioning into the tunnel. Jiang Yu turned to Song Qing'an and asked, Uncle Song, what's the mission about? Song Qing'an briefly explained. Recently, there have been sightings of bloodborne entities in the shadow layer of District West 2 in Yunhai. There have been some casualties. Our task is to eliminate a fallen one with bloodline abilities that has fully mutated. The opponent is at the early stage of the second tier and might have a few first-tier minions with it. I see. Jiang Yu nodded thoughtfully, calculating the difficulty of the mission. He recalled what he knew about fallen ones. They were extraordinary beings who, after hunting aberrations and succumbing to despair, became corrupted and developed various malevolent thoughts. Although fallen ones might gain some combat prowess, their ultimate fate was either complete mutation into an aberration or being driven mad by the corruption. Half an hour later, the subway came to a slow stop. Jiang Yu awoke from a light sleep and found himself accidentally leaning on Yang Ci's shoulder. He quickly handed over a tissue. Sorry, I haven't fully recovered from my injuries yesterday. Once I got on the train, I got drowsy. Yang Ci took the tissue with a blank expression. I'll message Lu Yaoyao about this. Oh my god. You have her WeChat? Jiang Yu's back stiffened in fear, quickly changing the topic. All right, the instructor and the others are already getting off the train. The two of them quickly stood up and followed Song Qing'an and the others. After exiting the subway, the group, led by Song Qing'an, navigated through the Night Watch Command's underground passageways. They completed identity verification, took medication, and received their gear before arriving at an entrance that resembled an underground parking garage. Stay close to me, Song Qing'an reminded them. When we enter the shadow layer, there will be a slight feeling of compression and rejection. Don't resist it. With that, he took the lead. The group followed Song Qing'an into the dark entrance. As they advanced, they indeed felt a sense of compression, and the air became thinner, causing slight chest discomfort. Jiang Yu didn't hesitate and kept close behind until a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Looking around, Jiang Yu noticed that the buildings here were identical to those inside the Night Watch Command, but everything was shrouded in a cold, dark gray hue. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of this rift, clearly moving towards an underground garage, yet unknowingly crossing into another world. The Shadow Layer's Night Watch Command had the same layout but a completely different atmosphere. The lights illuminated various busy figures, and a faint pollution hung in the air. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, absorbing the foreign world's ambience. His eyes were drawn to a glowing orb in the center of the area, its light dispelling the surrounding darkness. Jiang Yu pondered quietly, knowing that he just needed to follow Uncle Song's instructions, complete the mission quickly, and try to secure a pass. He was eager to explore this mysterious shadow layer. They spent half their time at the camp studying and the other half hunting aberrations in the shadow layer at Huiyunhai, absorbing shadow points. This kind of life was incredibly satisfying. Unconsciously, everyone's gaze turned to Song Qing'an. Yang Ci remained relatively calm, but the three sophomores were clearly trying to keep their composure. Their tense facial muscles and slightly trembling hands betrayed their inner anxiety. After all, no matter how realistic the shadow field simulation was, it couldn't compare to the oppressive atmosphere of the real shadow layer. The extremely dim environment was unsettling, and even with a few drops of eye drops, the visibility was still worryingly low. Sensing his teammates' unease, Song Qing'an whispered, "Stay alert." He then took out a map and examined it closely, muttering to himself, Our target is about 20 kilometers away." Hearing this number, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a silent question mark form on his forehead. Song Qing'an seemed to notice and quickly corrected himself. "Oh, sorry, I looked at the wrong task. This blood variant is actually 5 kilometers away." With this more reasonable distance, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. 5 kilometers wasn't far for these reasonably fit young people. They could handle it. An hour later, they finally reached their destination. Song Qing'an glanced at Jiang Yu in surprise and asked, "Why do you seem more energetic the more you run?" Jiang Yu excitedly replied, "Maybe because I'm thrilled about the mission. It's my first time hunting a legendary aberration. I'm so excited." Song Qing'an gave a half-hearted smile and didn't say much more. He took out a detector from his belt and carefully scanned the surroundings. As he did so, he explained to the team, "This blood variant's appearance is quite unusual, and it has a keen sense of smell. The recorder only managed to capture a trace of its scent before it escaped. We've searched many times since then but couldn't find it. We thought it might have fled to another area of Huiyunhai, but just a few days ago, this second-tier blood variant suddenly appeared in the real world and injured someone. The night patrol immediately launched a capture operation, but it fled into an undiscovered shadow layer fissure and disappeared. The night patrol sealed the fissure and detected its presence in this area. It might be watching us from somewhere right now, so stay close and don't fall behind. Wild aberrations are fierce, and if I can't intervene in time." Jiang Yu chimed in at the right moment, "Then we'll be captured by the blood variant and drained dry." Song Qing'an quickly retorted, "No, the aberration industry is very competitive now. They won't drain their prey immediately." Jiang Yu suddenly understood. "I see, they'll savor it slowly. After all, blood variants have a much higher demand for flesh than other aberrations." He turned to Song Qing'an, half jokingly and half seriously saying, "Uncle Song, you're closer to me than my own uncle. When the fight starts, remember to protect me." After this exchange, the legs of the three sophomores began to tremble. Their faces turned pale, and their eyes showed signs of regret. Clearly, they were already questioning why they had come along. Shadow Layer, a high-rise residential area. The team moved cautiously, detectors in hand, showing the vague presence of blood breeds. Song Qing'an, hanging at the back of the group, scanned the surroundings with piercing eyes. He spoke calmly, "This mission will test the knowledge you've gained in school. I'll be wearing a recorder to document everyone's performance. Good luck." With that, he fell silent. The three sophomore students advanced, tense but composed. Despite their accelerated heartbeats, their 2.5 years of training prevented them from freezing up. Typically, rookies have a mentor accompanying them on their first few missions to help them acclimate gradually. However, the presence of Jiang Yu broke this norm. Song Qing'an, while moving forward, observed Jiang Yu discreetly. From their first encounter, he had sensed a murderous aura around the young man, a hallmark of real combat experience. Li Zhangjiang is ruthless, he thought. Advancing from the first to the second tier usually takes a year, and Jiang Yu reached this level at just 17. He couldn't help but speculate that Jiang Yu might have been sent to the shadow layer to hunt aberrants at the age of 16, a practice tantamount to exposing a teenager to dangerous contamination. Jiang Yu strode ahead with long, swift steps, appearing casual but remaining highly vigilant. His eyes constantly scanned potential hiding spots for aberrants, an observational skill honed through countless real battles. Song Qing'an grew increasingly certain that such skills couldn't be developed through mere dozens or hundreds of trips into the shadow layer unless someone hunted aberrants there day in and day out. A 17-year-old at the second tier is rare but not unheard of, Song Qing'an pondered. What's truly astonishing is that he's already reached the minute realm and formed a unique momentum. This shatters existing records, advancing by a year and a half. He couldn't help but recall the previous record holder, Fang Zhanjiang. who mastered the Minute Realm at 19 during his sophomore year and now stood as an unparalleled warrior. Song Qing speculated about Jiang Yu's future potential. Suddenly, Jiang Yu spun around, his gaze locking onto a shadowed corner of a distant building. Before the others could react, the figure had vanished. The distance was too great for the sophomores to detect anything unusual. Jiang, is there really an aberrant? One of his companions asked nervously. Definitely, Jiang Yu confirmed. That crimson streak was too glaring to ignore. He immediately picked up his pace. Let's go, follow it. The group moved quickly, rounding the corner just as a shadowy figure slipped away. Jiang Yu caught a clearer glimpse this Tamiya humanoid form, seemingly naked, covered in blood-red patterns. Yet, he couldn't capture more details. Jiang Yu suddenly had a question. This doesn't seem like a second-tier. If this is just a first-tier scout, could the second-tier leader have already fled? Song Qing quickly dismissed the idea. Highly unlikely. Aberrants are very territorial and leaving their domain poses significant risks. Moreover, I've been suppressing my presence the entire way, revealing no anomalies. The second-tier blood breed has no reason to run. Good, it hasn't escaped. Jiang Yu quickened his steps. I'll handle this. Hey, Jiang. The other sophomores tried to keep up, but Jiang Yu had already surged ahead, disappearing from sight within seconds. The group followed closely, relying on the tools used before entering the shadow layer to see within a 20-meter range. Yet, as they rounded the corner, Jiang Yu was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? The group exchanged bewildered looks. At that moment, Song Qing shouted, "Watch out over there." Before he finished speaking, a horde of figures lunged at them. Among them was a second-tier blood breed. Song Qing quickly suppressed his presence, making Jiang Yu the most prominent target. He's been drawn away. So the second-tier decided to reveal itself. Song Qing thought. The second-tier blood breed was also humanoid, with skin smooth as glass, devoid of pores. Symmetrical blood-red patterns covered its body, and its eyes burned with crimson madness. Suddenly, its right arm began to morph. What was once a smooth limb now sprouted numerous large holes, resembling a sponge riddled with cavities. Peering into the holes, one could see writhing flesh, akin to squirming worms, a sight that invoked nausea. Song Qing made a swift decision. I'll handle the second tier. You take care of the first tier ones. Song Qing spoke softly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He took a step forward, raising his right hand abruptly, a chilling light emanating from his palm. In the next moment, he struck the blood spawn with a single blow, sending it crashing heavily against the wall. Two first-tier minions, seeing this, quickly moved to surround Song Qing. The sophomore gritted his teeth and, together with the other two, formed a triangular formation, ready for battle. Although these minions were far less powerful than a second-tier blood spawn, their bloodthirsty aura and chilling killing intent were no less intense. The three of them simultaneously drew their long knives, the blades glinting coldly in the dim light, clearly razor-sharp. Seeing this, Yang Ci quietly retreated to the side, knowing that as a medical student, she was not suited for combat. However, at that moment, a creature silently set its sights on Yang Ci. It crawled with its body close to the ground, moving in an eerily stealthy manner. Its goal was clear: to approach, kill, and then savor her. The creature's face was grotesquely contorted, vaguely human-like, but with an unsettling sense of excitement. Its claws glowed with a crimson hue, and as it neared its target, it suddenly leaped. Just as the creature was about to pounce on Yang Ci, a slender, delicate hand accurately grasped its face. This seemingly fragile hand transformed into a gaping maw, with four massive tentacles instantly enveloping the creature's face. The creature's fierce momentum came to an abrupt halt. A greenish glow emanated from Yang Ci's palm, and the creature's expression shifted from excitement to terror. Strands of blood essence began to flow into her palm, and the creature's body shriveled at a visible rate. In mere moments, it was reduced to nothing but a dried corpse. Yang Ci remained unfazed, retrieving a small bottle from her waist. She unscrewed the cap and placed her hand over the opening. The greenish glow continued to flicker as droplets of blood fell from her palm into the bottle. Once the bottle was 1/5 full, she stopped, capped it, and tucked it into her pocket. Lifting her head, Yang Ci met Jiang Yu's wide-eyed stare. Jiang Yu stood frozen, clearly shocked by the scene of Yang Ci consuming the blood spawn. Where's my gentle and kind nurse? Jiang Yu wondered silently. What's going on? Yang Ci looked at Jiang Yu with amusement and asked, Are you full? Jiang Yu awkwardly raised the two blood spawn he was holding. Well, how about another one? Yang Ci nodded. Sure. Jiang Yu handed over another one, once again witnessing Yang Ci consume the creature. When she looked up again, she noticed Jiang Yu's gaze had become even more peculiar. Yang Jia, what kind of ability is that? Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask. Eater branch, devour. Yang Ci replied as she stood up and stretched. inadvertently revealing her impressive figure. Any questions? Can any part of you turn into tentacles? Zhang Yu asked curiously. Yang Ci frowned. That question feels a bit off. Zhang Yu's Adam's apple bobbed as strange images filled his mind. An eagle catching a rabbit. An octopus wrapping around a pillar. Wow, this ability doesn't seem very proper. Can I touch it? Zhang Yu asked tentatively. No. Yang Ci replied firmly, her brow furrowing. How about just looking? Zhang Yu persisted. Yang Ci let out a cold laugh. You're such a pervert. Zhang Yu's words left Yang Ci momentarily speechless. A flash of anger crossed her eyes. Do you believe I won't report you to the training camp for harassment? Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then retaliated. My uncle is. Your uncle is a retired war hero, and your father-in-law is a current inspector. Yang Ci quickly interjected, her tone dripping with sarcasm. What, are you trying to intimidate me with your connections? Zhang Yu immediately shifted his tone. Ahem, just kidding. He was inwardly surprised at how his villainous remark had become so well known. Fine, take a look if you must. It's hideous anyway. Yang Ci sneered but slowly raised her left hand. Her 5 fingers gradually transformed into writhing, octopus-like tentacles, each lined with tiny serrated teeth. The mere thought of being ensnared and constricted by them was enough to send chills down one's spine. Grotesque and terrifying, isn't it? Yang Ci said flatly as she retracted her mutated hand. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu commented, not too bad, actually. They're quite flexible and kind of cute. A flicker of surprise crossed Yang Ci's eyes as she scrutinized Zhang Yu but said nothing. Internally, she thought, I always knew this guy wasn't good news. Now it's clear he's a total weirdo. Zhang Yu looked away, slightly puzzled. He found himself oddly intrigued by Yang Ci's mutation ability. The shadow stalker within him stirred, making him feel an inexplicable urge to shift into shadow form and attack Yang Ci. The abilities of the extraordinary come from different species, Zhang Yu mused. Eaters must derive from food species. Is there some inherent conflict between shadow and food, like with the shadow pupil? Zhang Yu wasn't sure. The complexities of these species from the abyss were baffling. Maybe if he could absorb more fragments of shadow species, he might understand better. Meanwhile, Song Qingan was leisurely battling a second-tier mutant. This second-tier blood species was initially meant for Zhang Yu, but the sly guy had gone after a first-tier one instead. Yang Hui was there to collect blood samples and wasn't suited to fight a second-tier mutant, so Song Qingan had to take it on himself. Glancing around, he noticed his 3 teammates were wrapping up their fights. Zhang Yu and Yang Ci were standing together, whispering about something. Wow, you really don't care about Inspector Liu, do you? Song Qingan thought with a smirk. He pulled out his phone, snapped a quick picture of Zhang Yu and Yang Ci, and then, with a flick of his wrist, sent the second-tier blood species flying. A gust of wind swirled in his palm, pulling the mutant back into his grasp. With a twist, he snapped its neck, and wind blades finished it off. Carrying the mutant's corpse, Song Qingan approached Yang Ci. Take care of this. We're almost done with this mission. Got it. Yang Ci nodded. She began processing the second-tier mutant's body, which was significantly more challenging than the first-tier one's. After absorbing about half of its blood, she filled a vial and sealed it. Noticing Zhang Yu still holding a mutant, Song Qingan asked, why are you still holding that one? Zhang Yu's grip on the mutant resembled holding a large goose. He explained, shouldn't we turn in a live one? Fresh specimens are always better. Where'd you get that idea? Song Qingan countered. And are you sure it's still alive? Absolutely, it still has 4 of its blood left. Zhang Yu replied confidently. Blood species are resilient. It should last another 10 to 20 minutes, maybe longer with some medicine. Got any catnip? Song Qingan nearly laughed. All right, drop it. It's useless. As they waited, the other 3 finished their battles. With a final slash, the last blood species fell, and the fight was over. Song Qingan took out a device and started recording. From entering the shadow layer to now, it had taken less than 2 hours. They'd likely return to the training camp by afternoon. After the device beeped twice, Song Qingan nodded. All done, let's head back. Looking at the second-tier mutant's corpse, he remarked, it's sad. Really? This one used to be a small restaurant owner. Got into trouble with a scavenger, faced threats and vandalism. In desperation, he somehow gained powers and sought revenge. Inevitably, he lost control and fully mutated into a blood species. He got his revenge, but at the cost of many innocent lives. He glanced at the first-tier mutants' bodies. These must be the minions he created with his powers. Well, it's over now. Let's wrap up and head back to the night watch. Song Qingan led the way out. Zhang Yu looked at the bodies and murmured, mutants that were once human? Huh? Suddenly, Zhang Yu felt a subtle shift in his heart and turned to gaze at the tall building 100 meters away. A vague figure quickly slipped into the shadows. Zhang Yu squinted, pondering. Was it a mutant or a scavenger? Whoever it was, Noticing him from such a distance was suspicious. Was it a coincidental glance, or had they been watching all along? Zhang Yu frowned slightly, his eyes lingering on the building for a moment before he caught up with Song Qingyan and the others. He thought to himself, ordinary people often feel fear in the face of the extraordinary. If a source of power were presented before them, few could resist the temptation. However, taking that step forward might just be the beginning of a descent into the abyss. The sound of footsteps grew distant, eventually fading at the end of the street. Moments later, a figure emerged quietly from the shadows. It was a second-tier blood creature with distinct female features. It hurried to its dying companion, letting out a mournful whimper. Then, it slashed its own wrist, feeding its blood to the fallen one. Blood creatures are sustained by their blood, the essence of their life. With the infusion of blood, the dying mutant regained a slight bit of vitality. However, the blood of a second-tier creature was far from enough, only buying a little time. Clearly, the female blood creature understood this. It stood up, intent on finding more prey to heal its companion. At that moment, a calm and delicate face met its eyes. So, there was another one, Zhang Yu said softly. The blood creature bristled instantly, bearing sharp claws and opening a maw full of jagged teeth, letting out a menacing hiss. Zhang Yu noticed its blood level was down to 50, thinking, quite the sacrifice. It was evident these two blood creatures were a couple, having lost control and turned into mutants together. Regardless of their past, in their current state, they couldn't be allowed to continue slaughtering ordinary people. Zhang Yu sighed softly and sidestepped the blood creature's ferocious attack. With sharp claws glowing with a bloody light, the creature launched an all-out assault. But Zhang Yu countered with a powerful strike, quickly gaining the upper hand. The poor blood creature, after just one attack, was completely overwhelmed. Zhang Yu's relentless punches left it defenseless, exposing all its combat flaws within a few rounds. With the final blow, the blood creature collapsed, its health bar critically low, barely clinging to life. As Zhang Yu prepared to finish it off, he saw it muster all its strength to lift its head and reach out towards its dying companion. In that moment, its actions seemed more human, while Zhang Yu, about to deliver the fatal blow, appeared less so. Indeed, wild mutants and those who were once human are different, Zhang Yu mused. Just then, Song Qingyan's voice came from behind him. It's already a mutant. The transformation is irreversible. Yes, alienation is irreversible. This harsh reality stirred emotions within Zhang Yu. Even someone as close as Lu Yaoyao could potentially become alienated. How would he handle that situation? Zhang Yu didn't want to think about it. Yet, if Uncle Lu were to change, he knew he would have no choice but to take action, no matter how painful it might be. This thought pierced Zhang Yu's heart like a sharp blade. After dealing with a few blood fiends, the group set off on their way back to the Night Patrol Division. It was another long run as they passed through the entry point and left the shadow layer. Song Qingyan waved at Zhang Yu. You all wait here. Zhang Yu, come with me. The two of them walked into the long corridor of the Night Patrol Division. Song Qingyan explained. We'll get you an external staff ID in a bit. Once you have it, you can log into the Night Patrol Division's internal network to view and accept missions as a scavenger. Zhang Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, wow, they really roped me into working for them. After a brief moment of consideration, he didn't immediately refuse. The missions issued by the Night Patrol Division would allow him to filter by the strength and location of the alien species, which was much more efficient than aimlessly searching on his own. Moreover, it provided a legitimate way to explain his increasing strength. Uncle Song, does my uncle know about me becoming external staff? Zhang Yu asked, feeling a bit anxious. Song Qingyan glanced at him and explained. This was decided after General Li insisted on it. He watched the footage of your battles and figured that with 6 months until the college entrance exams, it would be better for you to have something to do than to stay in the training camp all the time. Zhang Yu was taken aback. So, finding something to do means hunting alien species everywhere? Uncle Li, aren't you afraid I'll get into trouble? Song Qingyan continued. Oh, General Li specifically mentioned that if you want the freedom to enter and leave the training camp, you need to complete at least 3 missions a week, or this privilege will be revoked. 3 times. Zhang Yu was stunned. Whether it was other tasks or hunting alien species, 3 times a week seemed too frequent. How about twice? Completing a mission every 3 days would give me a day off. Zhang Yu tried to negotiate. Song Qingyan raised an eyebrow. Why don't you discuss that with your Uncle Li? Never mind. Zhang Yu instantly deflated. Recently, Uncle Li had messaged him to chat about his situation, and every video call left Zhang Yu feeling uneasy. The fact that he had reached the second tier was, at most, seen as a bit exaggerated, but not impossible to accept. However, Zhang Yu knew the truth there was no early awakening, and his second-tier strength couldn't be explained. He hadn't figured out how to tell Uncle Li and had dragged it out until he entered the camp. Then he thought, who cares? Uncle Li might be called uncle, but their relationship was more like father and son. he wouldn't make things difficult for him over this. And indeed, as he had expected, Li Sungguang didn't ask too many questions, and everything went on as usual. This normalcy made Jiang Yu even more anxious, feeling as if he was exposed and could be discovered at any moment. He could only silently pray that Uncle Li wouldn't be too perceptive. At the registration window, Jiang Yu began filling out the information. Perhaps because he had some backing, his external staff ID was approved shortly after submission. Jiang Yu could finally log into the app and start accepting missions. Song Qing'an said leisurely, "All right, from now on, you'll be attending classes at the training camp and taking missions here in Yunhai. You'll be running back and forth. No one will monitor your class attendance as long as you don't fall behind in any subjects and meet your weekly mission quota. Good luck. I believe in you." Jiang Yu secretly clicked his tongue. Each mission would take at least half a day, and he still had to keep up with his studies. How was he supposed to manage that? Today is Monday. Are you going back to the training camp? Song Qing'an asked. Probably not, Jiang Yu replied. Up to you. Song Qing'an waved his hand. Do whatever you think is best. Oh, and remember to pick easier missions. Don't take on everything. Sometimes you'll encounter stragglers in the shadow layer that aren't listed in the mission log. Jiang Yu quickly responded. If you're confident you can take him down, give it a shot. We need something to report back to the Night Patrol Division, and it counts as a mission. Each mission completed earns points. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. I know, points can be exchanged for phone credits, Penguin Video memberships, cooking oil, and discounts at Lu Xing Coffee. Song Qing'an's lips moved slightly as he spoke in a calm tone. Everything's right there for you to see. Let's go. After seeing the group off onto the subway, Jiang Yu immediately pulled out a small notebook. He carefully examined the neatly written words Night Patrol Division Auxiliary on the cover, then opened it to reveal detailed records of avatars, ages, identities, ranks. Everything was very official. A sudden doubt popped into Jiang Yu's mind. Why does getting this permit seem so straightforward? Could it be that this permit is actually easy to get, and Uncle Song just made up a reason to trick me into doing a task? The more he thought about it, the more he felt like he had been used as free labor, not even counted as an official mission. What a loss. Leaving the main office, Jiang Yu sat down in a nearby cafe and opened the newly installed Night Patrol Division app. The interface was black and white, clean and simple, with sections like Home, Hot Topics, Yunhai Gathering, Extraordinary Forum, Mission Hall, and Points Mall clearly displayed. Jiang Yu wasn't in a hurry. He started by browsing the major events pushed on the homepage. Shocking headlines jumped out at him. Surprising. The sun seems to be acting up. High-level forbidden object Star Eye in Baidu observes anomaly in the southern fallen zone. General Fong's power breakthrough. 5th level extraordinary skill rivals nuclear weapons. As Jiang Yu was browsing these news stories about technological advancements and situations across various regions, a familiar voice suddenly sounded beside him. Hey? Jiang Yu instinctively looked over and saw a middle-aged man who also happened to look up and meet his gaze. It was Deng Ku, the scavenger who had previously helped him find prey. After a brief moment of eye contact, Deng Ku looked away, apparently not recognizing Jiang Yu. Is He's condition worsening again? Deng Ku frowned and said, All right, I just came from the Night Patrol Division and exchanged points for the medicine. I'll head over right away. After hanging up the phone, Deng Ku signed the document in front of him with a heavy heart. Each stroke seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. When the final stroke was completed, a young man in a suit and tie smiled with satisfaction. All right, Mr. Deng, the young man said cheerfully, we'll transfer the money to your account immediately. We also hope you'll honor your part of the deal. I understand, Deng Ku replied tersely. He stood up and asked, Where's the medicine? Here. The young man handed him a briefcase. Deng Ku took the briefcase without hesitation and walked briskly out the door. His back conveyed a sense of determination, as if he were walking into an unknown abyss. His daughter, He? Instantly, an image of a fair-skinned, delicate little girl flashed before Jiang Yu's eyes. She wore her hair in twin ponytails, donned a light pink dress with white trim, and had a shy expression. Her big, bright eyes were particularly captivating, exuding an irresistible charm. Deng Ku, now nearing middle age, worked as a security guard. After his shifts, he would bully weaker creatures in the Shadow Realm to supplement his income. Despite occasionally sustaining serious injuries, his life was manageable. The last time he unexpectedly encountered the little girl at Chuyang Group, she looked healthy, but now, her condition seemed dire. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment and decided to follow up. He found a deserted alley, and with a thought, the air around him grew thick. Within a few steps, the scenery gradually dissolved and transformed. Shadows surged like thick ink, rapidly enveloping his body. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu suddenly unleashed a powerful force, transforming into a formless shadow that clung to the wall and climbed upward. In no time, he reached the top of the 20-plus-story building. He leaped up, like a fish breaking through the water's surface. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Jiang Yu scanned the surroundings, his vision piercing through the shadow realm into the real world. Locking onto the cab Dengku was in. He took a step back and then lunged forward with great force. Suddenly, Jiang Yu realized he had made a rookie mistake. Why don't I just follow the taxi directly? Why climb the building? He mocked himself internally. In the special training camp, he rarely had the chance to use his second-tier abilities, so he had grown accustomed to wall climbing. As he plummeted from the height, the wind whipped against his face. Just before hitting the ground, Jiang Yu began running along the wall. With a final push, he left the wall and transformed into a shadow, gliding on the ground like a fish in water. Within the shadow realm, Jiang Yu's speed far exceeded that of ordinary people, and his recovery and endurance were significantly enhanced. Even though the taxi caught every green light in the real world, Jiang Yu still managed to keep up. Upon reaching the destination, Dengku paid the fare and stepped out, carrying a small black case towards the hospital. Jiang Yu followed him into the inpatient department and up to the room. On the hospital bed lay a little girl, her body connected to various forelines and medical devices. Amid the beeping sounds, the girl's face was pale, her eyes closed, and she appeared to be in pain. Director. Dengku quickly approached, opened the small black case, and took out a vial of light red liquid speckled with blue particles. Where did you get this? The director's expression changed slightly. Is it okay? Dengku evaded the question. The director's hands emitted a faint green glow. After a few seconds, he nodded. It is indeed the latest blood source serum, but we need to talk outside. In the hallway, the director calmly explained, your daughter's condition was relatively stable, but with extraordinary contamination, sudden deterioration is also normal. Dengku's face turned grim, as if he had anticipated bad news. The director continued, her condition has rapidly worsened in the past few days. If you had used the blood source serum 3 days ago, it might have had a miraculous effect. Now, it's hard to say. Dengku clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, showing signs of recent exhaustion. Director, just tell me, how long can he hold on? About a month. Hearing this, Dengku actually breathed a sigh of relief. There's still time. The director added, a month is a very optimistic estimate. Moreover, the effectiveness of the blood source serum diminishes with each use. Theoretically, the first dose should pull the patient back from the brink. If 3 doses don't work, then there might truly be no hope. Dengku's family had the means to obtain a blood source serum, which was already surprising. The doctor looked gravely at the pale little girl lying on the hospital bed and said softly, the chances of saving this girl, even with 3 doses, are very slim. He turned to Dengku, his tone earnest, Director, I'm asking for your help. I will do my best. The doctor nodded and instructed the nearby nurses, prepare for surgery. The nurses quickly moved into action, wheeling the bed towards the operating room. Dengku watched as his daughter was taken into the operating room, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto a bench in the hallway. His eyes were vacant and bewildered, as if the entire world was spinning around him. Inside the ward, Jiang Yu, from the shadow layer, stared at the patient's information card at the foot of the bed. Deng He, 5 years old, hemolytic syndrome. He frowned in thought. What kind of disease is this? He then opened the Night Watcher app to search for more information. The search results appeared quickly. Hemolytic syndrome is a severe condition caused by bloodline contamination. The probability of occurrence is extremely low, but when fighting against the more common blood species, deep contamination, coupled with delayed purification and individual physical factors, can lead to this syndrome. Jiang Yu carefully read through the symptoms. Initially, the patient experiences weakness in the limbs and a fever. A few days later, the blood silently becomes contaminated, spreading throughout the body. The most terrifying aspect is that the contaminated blood corrodes the body like sulfuric acid. Without timely treatment, the patient would be corroded into a pool of blood. Early stages allow for possible purification, but most are diagnosed too late. Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. Deng He is only 5 years old and has always lived in the real world. How could she contract such a disease? Could it be related to those blood species that have slipped into the real world? With questions in mind, he slowly walked out of the ward, found a secluded spot, and returned to the real world. Just as Jiang Yu was about to step forward, he stopped. He saw Deng Ke looking despondent, tightly clutching his phone. The call was quickly connected, and a lazy voice came from the other end. What's up? Deng Ke asked bluntly, how many doses of the blood source serum do you have left? The voice on the other end sounded playful. Come on, each dose is worth a fortune, and the materials are scarce. With a different method, we could produce high-quality blood enhancement serum. Why bother with? I asked how many doses you have left. Deng Ke interrupted, his voice filled with suppressed anger. There was a brief silence on the other end. Then the voice turned cold and mocking. Deng Ke, you better understand your place. You want the blood source serum? Fine, you can have it. Come find me yourself. With that, the call was abruptly ended. Deng Ke's hands clenched tightly, his expression fluctuating, a hint of bloodshot in his eyes. An intense internal struggle seemed to be raging within him, as if he were standing at a major crossroads. Soon, Denka's wife arrived at the hospital. She ran breathlessly to the bench and anxiously asked, "How is he?" "I managed to gather some money from second uncle and third uncle." Denka looked up, a relieved smile appearing on his face. He softly said, "It's all right. I've already got the medicine, and the director said the success rate is quite high. No need to worry about the money. We don't need it anymore." His wife frowned slightly, her tone filled with doubt. "But the director told me over the phone that the situation was not optimistic because they didn't have the blood serum at that time." Denku held her hand firmly, his gaze unwavering. "Trust me, everything will be fine." Jiang Yu watched the couple's interaction, silently marveling at the resilience of middle-aged men. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to leave the hospital. Finding a quiet spot, Jiang Yu took out his phone and sent a message to Uncle Li. "Uncle Li, I have a friend whose child has hemorrhagic syndrome. Is it treatable?" I saw he managed to get a bottle of blood serum and talked to the doctor, but the doctor didn't seem optimistic. Before long, Li Xuanguang replied, "One bottle of blood serum won't be enough. It's almost impossible to save the patient after that." "How old is the patient?" 5 years old, Jiang Yu responded. "Then the chances are even lower, almost zero," Li Xuanguang explained. "Children have very low resistance to contamination. If caught early, blood serum might help, but in acute stages, it's nearly impossible to save them." Jiang Yu sighed and replied, "I see. So Deng Ke doesn't really need to go around begging and spending everything for more blood serum." He stared at the phone screen, thinking. But rationality aside, when it comes to his daughter's life, Deng Ke would do anything, even for a sliver of hope. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. "Here you go." A cup of coffee was placed in front of Jiang Yu. He looked up to see a girl with a high ponytail and delicate features sitting across from him. "Long time no see, Jiang Dashuai," she said with a smile. Jiang Yu's eyes gradually focused, and he asked in surprise, "Xiao Xiao? What a coincidence." "Yeah, aren't you supposed to be at the special training camp? What brings you back?" Feng Xiao Xiao asked. Jiang Yu noticed that this close friend of Lu Yao Yao seemed to be using new skincare products. Her skin looked hydrated and delicate, and her eyes sparkled. She looked quite different from how he remembered her just over a month ago. Jiang Yu casually replied, "I was released early for good performance. What about you? No school today?" Feng Xiao Xiao explained. "I was attacked by an aberration a few days ago. A night watchman saved me. I'm fine, but he was severely injured and is still unconscious. I came to check on him." "I see." Jiang Yu nodded, then warned, "There have been a lot of aberrations in Yunhai lately. Don't go out at night and avoid taking shortcuts." "Okay," Feng Xiao Xiao responded, taking a small sip of her coffee. She looked at Jiang Yu with a complex expression, not seductive but rather layered and hard to read. "Don't get me wrong. It's just that in a month, you've changed a lot. Your demeanor is completely different." Jiang Yu smiled. "It's nothing. I feel like you've changed quite a bit too. How have you been?" Feng Xiaoxiao's tone turned somber. "Seeing all of you go to the special training camp while I had to stay in Yunhai, and then encountering danger, seeing that night watchman step up, it just made me more envious of you all." Jiang Yu didn't know how to respond and just listened quietly. Feng Xiaoxiao continued, "My family runs a small restaurant business. We're not short on money, but when real danger comes, no amount of money can help. There was one time we went on a trip, and on the way back, we saw a group of aberrations. That was my first time seeing such strange creatures, and from that moment, I wanted to become an extraordinary person." Her tone became more dejected. "But becoming extraordinary, having willpower, all of that depends on fate. If you don't have the aptitude, no amount of effort will change that. The martial arts classes at school, everyone says they're just for fitness, at best to help you run faster when aberrations come. To truly become extraordinary, you need the aptitude. No matter how well you train in martial arts, it's useless without it." Jiang Yu wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. He understood well. He had trained in martial arts at school, thinking he was pretty good. But upon entering the world of the extraordinary, he realized they weren't even on the same level. An extraordinary person could easily punch a regular person into a wall. Feng Xiaoxiao continued to share her inner thoughts. "During the martial arts classes, I was probably the most diligent in the class. I believed that hard work would pay off, but the aptitude test shattered my illusions. I'll never be extraordinary in this lifetime." Feng Xiaoxiao let out a bitter smile, her eyes reflecting the helplessness of her situation. She gently swirled the coffee cup in her hand and said in a low voice, "When faced with anomalies, we ordinary people can only pin our hopes of survival on others. Those who wish to be extraordinary lack the qualifications, and those who reject the extraordinary end up awakening abilities. It's such an ironic and frustrating predicament." She continued, "People without the aptitude can't even study the extraordinary arts because they're more prone to despair and contamination." As she spoke, Her eyes gradually dimmed. Sigh, Jiang Yu sighed, unsure of how to comfort her. After a moment of silence, he said, "Actually, it's the same for everyone. The life of the extraordinary isn't as great as you think. They constantly face danger. Ordinary people don't encounter danger that often, and even when they do, it's something they can't help. Most people can still live a peaceful life. But for the extraordinary, how many can escape unscathed?" Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly bit her lip and interrupted Jiang Yu. "No, Jiang Yu, you have talent. You're different. You can't possibly understand the helplessness of an unarmed mortal facing an anomaly. If it weren't for the night watchers risking their lives to save me that day, I might have been swallowed whole." Jiang Yu remained silent. As an extraordinary being with an unprecedented golden talent and unmatched power among his peers, he indeed found it hard to truly empathize with the fear an ordinary person felt when confronting an anomaly. Just as the two fell into silence, a sudden cry erupted from the street. "What's that? How can there be anomalies?" Three humanoid blood creatures suddenly appeared on the street, their smooth, exposed skin adorned with blood patterns. One of them charged directly at the coffee shop. With a crash, the glass shattered under the creature's attack. It was a quiet afternoon, and there weren't many people in the shop. The blood creature immediately locked onto Jiang Yu. "Watch out!" Feng Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her face turning pale, her legs giving out as she was paralyzed with fear. Bang! Jiang Yu swiftly grabbed the creature by the throat, crushing it with a snap. He tossed the lifeless body aside and rushed out to the street. The street was in chaos. The other two blood creatures were wreaking havoc, chasing after terrified pedestrians. One unlucky pedestrian was caught, and with a swipe of its claws, the creature left a trail of blood and flesh. Another creature leaped onto a car, smashing the windows with a few blows. "Help! Help!" someone screamed, falling to the ground in terror as the creature closed in. Jiang Yu moved like lightning, punching through the creature's skull. Without pausing, he leaped and kicked the other creature in the chest, following with a powerful punch. Faced with such overwhelming strength, the blood creatures had no chance to fight back. After dealing with the last blood creature, Jiang Yu took a deep breath. He noticed that these three blood creatures were very similar to the ones he encountered during his mission earlier in the day, likely also transformed from humans. The frequent appearance of these fallen beings was no coincidence. The situation was probably more serious than he had imagined. Jiang Yu looked around at the devastated street. People abandoned their cars and fled, various items scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with fear and chaos. He turned back to the coffee shop and saw Feng Xiaoxiao standing pale at the entrance, her eyes meeting his. The girl's gaze was filled with sorrow and self-mockery, silently conveying, "See, this is how fragile ordinary people are when facing anomalies." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.